since the fungus was not recognized by Qingqing, then disappear into the world of Qingqing forever. Bai Qingqing saw that he was so engrossed. Puzzled, he asked, "What is wrong with you?" Parker hurriedly shook his head, saying he was just hungry and wanted to eat meat. So Qingqing rummaged through her luggage. "It's good that it's just him. I brought their luggage with me." A few pieces of meat were then found, dry fed to Parker's mouth. He bent over him again and examined him. While blowing softly, he asked if he still hurt. Parker's body froze. Holding back the slight tremor of the body, he shook his head. He hadn't been injured since Qingqing left. These injuries were made at the beginning. Bai Qingqing saw that his body was a little hot. "I thought he had a fever. But when you look closely, you can understand. It turned out that he blew his wounds for him, only to cause this reaction." Parker immediately coughed lightly in embarrassment. "Don't look away." The two frolicked for a while. Parker was so tired. After taking Qingqing, he fell asleep. "Wait until he sleeps." Bai Qingqing reached out and received the light bead into her luggage, lest the light attract other orcs. He stroked Spark's cheek again. It seems that he was really seriously injured this time. I also lied to myself that it didn't hurt. Then she leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. But suddenly I heard the sound of barley. Bai Qingqing immediately turned her head. Vigilantly asked who it was. "I saw a man agreeing to say at the entrance of the cave. I heard you're looking for me." The man was curious. What kind of woman is she? Attracted so many strong people. "I saw the man say at the entrance of the cave. I heard you're looking for me." Bai Qingqing held up the bead of light. Only then did I see the man's appearance clearly. Ask him who he is here and what he wants to do. The man holds his index finger close to his lips. I made a promotion move. Prompt Bai Qingqing to be quiet. "Don't wake Parker up." Bai Qingqing turned her head to look at the seriously injured body. Parker, who finally fell asleep and rested. After thinking carefully about what the man had just said, suddenly remembered and asked, "You are the Scorpion King?" Seeing the man nodded, Bai Qingqing couldn't help but think. Could it be that I knew the Scorpion King yesterday? It was he who called King Xie. I saw Xie Wangfu come forward, hooked Bai Qingqing's chin, and smiled. "I've always been very nice to you. Curious, what kind of females attract so many strong people? More than a month ago, I came to ask for an antidote. Yesterday, there was another one." Bai Qingqing was stunned after hearing this. I thought to myself that it must have been Vincent more than a month ago. But what did that suitor mean yesterday? Then he explained. Yesterday wasn't his suitor. They only met yesterday. And King Xie. I've already learned about the past of Fungus and Bai Qingqing. Throw Bai Qingqing away. Disdainful of it. Pretty females don't have a good thing. Bai Qingqing was speechless after hearing this. I thought I was telling the truth. Turning his head and remembering what was going on. Busy asking King Xie for his wife and sister to come. It was he who poisoned an inn. After hearing this, King Xie raised his hand and smiled. "I'm here to give you the antidote. You know, though, what's the price yours pay for those two males?" Vincent promised to find me 1,000 black lazuli. I'll give the antidote when I've found it. As for yesterday's one, haha, he promised to play for me for the rest of his life. In return, of course, I can give you the antidote right away. Bai Qingqing was stunned for a moment. Ask who that person was yesterday. Why be so good to yourself? King Xie licked the corners of his lips wickedly. See Bai Qingqing like this now. It made him a little interested. It's not too heartless. So he teased and said so. You and I mate once. I'll give you the antidote for free. Let's talk about it. Then he dodged and pounced towards Bai Qingqing. But it's the worst man I've ever seen. Born ruthless and desireless. They can also be possessed. I saw the man suddenly dodge, pounce towards Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing suddenly turned blue with fright. This pressure is just trying to rob again. Sure enough, It deserves to be a stray beast. It's all forcible and pretentious. King Xie seemed to see through his thoughts. Disdainful filial piety, don't be sentimental. I was born rootless, ruthless, and desireless. You won't be able to travel in any way. I won't fall in love with you. Bai Qingqing was in a trance, and Vincent said, severely punish the females who are caught and violated. The offspring that are born are all born rootless beasts. King Xie is a naturally rootless orc. King Xie saw that he was frightened, very proud. Then he got a little closer. Bai Qingqing suddenly noticed the Hedra necklace around his neck, sort of falling mirror, and Vincent's soul crystallization that he found before is very similar is also an octahedral crystal. It's just a different color. One is purely transparent and does not have any color. One is pure black. No light shines through. He reached out curiously and touched it. I just heard his screams. King Xie leaned back in pain. He took several steps back. Only then did he hold on to the stone wall. Slowly squatted down and gasped for air. The body feels that there is a kind of soul gradually. The feeling of being pulled away. He regained his composure. He raised his hand to look at his body in confusion. Suddenly, it was like a different person. Bai Qingqing saw him walking towards him again. Hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop him. Wait a minute. What are you going to do? I will not grant your request. You give me the antidote first. Whatever you want, we'll find you and in again. He couldn't wait. The toxicity mostly stays in his body for a day. It hurts him a little more. I saw the man's cheeks redden. Reaching out to help Qingqing's face be born. Explain, don't be afraid. I was ashamed of Bai Qingqing and was stunned after hearing this. I recalled my time in Wanshou City. The tragically dead wolf beast I encountered. Also called shame. I saw the man pointing at Xiawei again. So you want an antidote? He's in the marrow of the crab's tail. I'll take it from you. After hearing this, Bai Qingqing immediately thanked her excitedly. I didn't expect to get the antidote so soon. And right now, the voice of the Crab King suddenly came out of Shai's mind. It actually took over my body. The self-proclaimed ones came out of their own imagination. I saw the man's body violently exert force. Xiawei immediately disappeared back. His eyes returned to his previous evil spirit. Said Bai Qingqing, "You're really good at it." With that, he quickly turned around and left. Bai Qingqing chased a few steps to change lanes. Wait a minute, the antidote. This man is so strange. After the man went out and came home, I saw the scene in front of me. Angry, how would he react? After the metabolism king left, Parker sat up as well. He beckoned to Qingqing. It turned out that he had woken up a long time ago, just pretending to be asleep all the time. If he doesn't, how could King Xie say so much? And the other side of the time, King Xie was coming to the back of a stone wall. Feel your rib-like heartbeat. This is the neck. The feeling that the soul stone on the sun passed on to him. This throbbing. He has not experienced it in more than 50 years of his life. It was so strong that he almost suffocated. He ripped the necklace off. I thought to myself that this is the normal acceptance. How do you feel for your loved one? But this experience revealed his biggest secret. If it is outgoing, who else will be afraid of his scorpion venom in the future? But it feels good. It seems to be worth it to experience it once in this life. But right now, he suddenly felt a strong crisis behind him. I haven't had time to dodge yet. He was punched and flew away. I saw the fungus step forward angrily and said, "I'll let you give him the antidote. You dare to touch him. Now you don't have to give. I'll take it myself." After hearing this, King Xie spoke. "Looks like you've heard what you just said, but you can't save him by snatching the antidote. The toxicity in his body is very weak. Otherwise, he would have died a long time ago. The antidote is to fight poison with poison. The portion size should not be too much. Otherwise, it will kill him. You can rest assured. I just need time to weaken the properties. Then he got up again and said filial piety to you. Did you really plan to kill me just now? You know you won't survive if you kill me. My father didn't care about me, though. But I still care a lot about my offspring. You're not a rootless beast. There are all kinds of emotions. Why do you look like you have nothing to love? If you want a female, grab it. Moore turned and lowered his eyes. He won't forgive me. Rather than look at him with a look of disgust and hatred at me, I'd rather hide for the rest of my life and not let him see it. When King Xie heard this, he was puzzled. What a strong emotion. We'll let this soulless general recipient, cowardly enough to see people. Moore turned his head back to you, and there was so much to talk about today. We've known each other for 2 years. I didn't say as much as I did today. With that, he turned and left. King Xie slowly propped himself up. I finally experienced the emotion. He couldn't just die. Raised his hand to warn the souls of the world, seeing that his breath was weak. It looks like it's almost dawn. Inside the cave, Parker saw that there was not much food left. I didn't eat any more. Rested on his stomach. Bai Qingqing saw him like this. I thought he was weak. I don't even have the strength to eat. So he put the food in his mouth, ready to chew it up and feed him. Parker turned his head. I saw Qingqing eating with a look of death. It's very puzzling. Then her cheek was cupped by Qingqing. The next second, he understood why Qingqing had that expression just now. After he swallowed, still looking at Qingqing in disbelief. Just listen to what Qingqing said. Don't dislike it. I don't want to. Who told you to eat that you can't move? Parker finally reacted. Immediately showed a look of ecstasy. Said he still had to eat. But after most of the food was eaten, Parker couldn't help but think to himself. When Curtis returned, he found that the food was gone. You won't kill yourself. I was hesitating to continue eating. I saw Qingqing break his shoulder. Why are you stunned? Opened his mouth, and Parker suddenly broke the house. Yes, and right now. Curtis walked back just in time. As soon as I entered the cave, I saw the scene in front of me. His face immediately darkened. The snake's tail pumped out like lightning. Luckily, Parker was just right to see him. Immediately a dodge. Narrowly dodge. What do you want? The woman has gone through 1,000 dangers. Finally found his love. Bai Qingqing hurriedly stood in front of Parker and said, Curtis, you calm down. Parker was injured and couldn't nibble on jerky. If I don't feed him, he'll starve to death. I saw Curtis's gloomy face. Coldly spit out 2 words, right? Bai Qingqing looked back and saw Paco's injuries. It's all hurt to protect yourself. Curtis sensitized lips. I thought to myself that this leopard must be playing tricks again. If it's not for business, I tore him sooner or later. I only heard a man behind him suffering from Dao Qingqing. Bai Qingqing's eyes suddenly widened, looking at the person in disbelief. After he reacts, immediately strode forward, ran into Vincent's arms, raised his hand to support his face, and said, You have lost weight. I must have suffered a lot in this place. Your lips are also dry and peeling. Come and drink some water. We don't have much food, but the water can still be drunk for many days. With that, he hurriedly pulled Vincent and ran towards the line. Wait for a few bowls of water to be poured down. Bai Qingqing wiped the corners of his mouth for him. Asked him if he still wants to drink. Vincent shook his head, no more. I drank 3 bowls of each. By the way, how did you end up here? I've saved up over 300 black crystals. I will be able to go back in just over 3 months. Bai Qingqing made a rough calculation. It seems that the kings really wanted it. 1,000 black crystals. Vincent listened, scratching his head in confusion. Asked them how they know. So Bai Qingqing. That's what happened today. And they all told the people. After Qingqing finished speaking, Curtis pondered for a moment. I thought about the lifesaver. Judging by the smell that remains in this cave, it should be fungus. How could he be here? Just when I was about to ask, Parker winked at him, motioned for him not to speak out. Bai Qingqing saw Parker's strange expression, so he asked Parker, "What happened to you?" My face cramped. Then he reached out and pinched his cheek. "Do you still eat food that doesn't move? Then I'll go get some more, help you chew it up, and feed you." Parker just wanted to stop it. It can be seen that Qingqing has run away in a puff of smoke. He was greeted by Cody's eye, the eyes of the red people, seeing that the snake's tail was about to twitch again. Parker is busy with whitehead filial piety, hee. It's all a misunderstanding. With that, he snatched the jerky from Qingqing's hand. All of them were stuffed into their mouths. Can you believe it? The man hadn't drunk a drop of water in more than 2 months. Bai Qingqing was directly stunned. I only heard Parker say vaguely, "I've regained a lot of strength now. You are tired of eating. Let's take a break." Bai Qingqing rubbed her cheeks happily. The sourness that had been chewed for a long time was uncomfortable and swollen to death. Parker came to Curtis, silently gesturing, told him that Xiao Bai didn't recognize the fungus. Curtis thinks that the power of females is too bad. In the dungeon, they are basically blind. It's normal for Xiao Bai not to recognize the British beast. Come to think of this, he gestured to Parker. Before Xiao Bai recognizes the fungus, get rid of the fungus. Parker nodded excitedly. The two are surprisingly consistent in this world. Vincent in the distance, the animal leash on his shoulder was torn off, said that since he knew where the antidote to some poison was, then I don't need to mine for some kings. He casually threw the gold ornaments aside. Bai Qingqing looked at such a large animal leash. Curiously, he stretched out his little head and stepped forward. I flipped the leash open and looked at it. What catches your eye is a large bag full of black and gold jewelry. It's a shame to think it's just lost. Let's keep it for now. So he was ready to put the stone aside. But when he tried harder, he realized that it was too heavy. This weight is Vincent's sweat for more than a month. He could barely lift his hand. Vincent stepped forward to ask for help. But look at his haggard face. Bai Qingqing's heart was hurting fiercely. I thought I was obviously a king. It's only been a little over a month since I left, deeply tortured like a defeated captive. So he didn't care about the headrins. Pulled Vincennes to his luggage. Turned out all their jerky. Let Vincent hurry up and eat more. Seeing this, Vincent shook his head and said that there was no shortage of food here. You can keep these and eat them. Bai Qingqing was very unfortunate when she heard this. This is a desert. How can there be no shortage of food? Don't be pushy. Eat it. So Vincent explained it to him carefully. Says it's full of food. There is no need to worry about him starving at all. Parker's eyes lit up after hearing this. Ask where the food is available. Take me there. Vincent nodded, saying that there was no shortage of food here. But water is very economical. 1 black crystal can be exchanged for a bowl of water. Bai Qingqing was shocked when she heard this. I didn't expect crystals to be so expensive. He pointed to the golden age on the side and said, so much black quartz out there. It should be enough for your drinking water needs. You drink a bowl of water in a few days. Vincent shook his head. He had never drunk a single drop of water. Hearing Bai Qingqing at this time, I can't suppress my emotions anymore. Tears rolled down her eyes. He threw himself into Vincent's arms. I thought it was really hard for him during this time. This little leopard is so cute. Bai Qingqing threw herself into Vincent's arms. It's hard to think about this time. For him, Vincent smiled happily. Don't worry about calling Qingqing. I've gotten through it. Parker on the side. He yelled excitedly. Are you going to hunt for food? Walk around, but get too excited. I accidentally got a wound on my waist. He snorted. Parker then went out hunting with Vincent. Curtison had already eaten it, so he stayed behind to take care of Qingqing. A moment later, Vincent led Parker to a wide field. This is one of the places where the black lazuli is dug up. What catches your eye? It's rows of orcs hiding headlands. Vincent took on the form of a beast. Take a few steps forward and aim your goal ahead. Parker then understood. It also turned into a beast. Big fish eat little fish. It turns out that the food is these orcs. There's really no shortage of food. It seems that the dungeon is more dangerous than he thought. If he was alone, hurt so badly, I'm afraid it must be the target of predation. It didn't take long. The two of them returned to the cave together. Seeing this, Bai Qingqing stepped forward and asked, "Have you eaten enough?" Parker patted his round belly. He nodded excitedly. It seems that his injuries will heal soon. I saw that they had no food with them. Bai Qingqing pretended to be wrong to you, really. Eat for yourself. And don't bring me any jerky. I can't even taste it in my mouth. Parker jumped into the cave. I'll definitely bring it to you next time. After that, I saw that the beds were occupied by Curtis. Nothing was left for him. Had to lie to the side alone and snort coldly. It's time to rest. Vincent takes on human form. Said to Qingqing, I'll go find some kings to get the antidote. The temperature on the ground is too high. You go down and rest first. Be comfortable. Bai Qingqing nodded. Curtis behind him also stretched. A lazy yawn. But the space is too narrow. The snake tail accidentally put the stone wall on. The dirt was thrown in his face. Seeing this, Bai Qingqing couldn't help but snort. Laugh out loud. See Curtis correspondence. He pretended to be nothing, moved in and covered with a quilt. A battle is about to begin. The sword was teased by Qingqing. Curtis immediately got up. He said that he suddenly didn't want to sleep. It was decided to go with Vincent to find some kings. Vincent stepped forward to stop him. It's the trouble I've gotten into. It's up to me to figure it out. Curtis glanced at him in displeasure. You pulled Xiaobai in. It's not your own business. I'm afraid that the two will quarrel. Bai Qingqing blindly waved at them. Tell them to go with them. Of course, his heart supports them in his journey. After all, that Crab King is also a four-piece beast. Bai Qingqing was worried that Vincent would suffer from the Crab King again. It was reassuring to have Curtis in him. It's just that it's going to be bitter again, Parker. Bai Qingqing held the bead of light and looked at the two. After walking away, the body suddenly fell backwards. I saw Parker take it into his arms and say, "Great. It's just the two of us again." Looks like Parker is pretending to be asleep again. Seeing that Parker's wound was not healed, Bai Qingqing hurriedly moved away. Tell Parker to be careful with the wound. Then he hid the light bead in his hand. It's better to be careful. Don't attract anyone else. Parker pursed his lips reproachfully. I blame myself for not being strong enough. It's insecure to let Qingqing stay with you. No, I have to be strong. That's how you can protect him. And the other side of this time, Curtis and Vincent were walking towards King Xie's residence. The area of this dungeon is very large. It's a world of its own. Last time I looked for Vincent, the Cordy Temple took a day. It took more than half a day to find it and rush back. 2 days later, the two finally arrived at the exit of the dungeon. There is no daylight or starlight in the dungeon except in the sky. Not on the ground. The outside of the plant is no different from the outside world. Listen to Curtis say they've been gone for 2 days. Vincent looked at him in surprise. No one has a sense of time here. I didn't expect Curtis to be able to tell the time. It's pretty impressive. Then he looked up at the light coming from ahead. It seems to have arrived. Curtis asked if he had the only exit. Vincent shook his head. It's the only one I know. King Xie guarded against him and didn't tell him about the exit from the outside world. He had stumbled upon it. I saw him yell at the entrance of the cave. A rope was thrown from it. There are a few orcs guarding the perimeter of the cave. Vincent climbed up the rope first, when Curtis was ready to go up as well. But he sensed a burst of murderous aura coming from behind him. He glanced back coldly. It seems that a battle is inevitable again. Suddenly, a snake beast emerged from the ground. What an experience it is in front of you. Curtis glanced back. There was a burst of harmful microcharges all around him. People were so frightened that they immediately stopped. Don't dare to go any further. Curtis then turned his head and looked at the entrance of the cave. Seeing that Vincent had already gone up for a moment. How come there is no rope to throw down? It turned out that the text at this time, Mori was discussing with the guards at the entrance to the cave. The guards only recognized Vincent. Didn't know Curtis. They did not agree to let him out. Then I thought about it again. Isn't there no snake beast in the dungeon? How he got in? So he glanced at his companion. Xiaowei tapped a few times on the ground to convey the message. Vincent immediately. I keenly heard that there was a group. The sound of the scorpion beast rushing towards it. Thinking about how hard it would be. It is bound to stand on the opposite side of the entire Yinqing. That's what I don't want to see. But Qingqing is also below. They will always go out from here. That day will come. Just as he thought, when I saw a pair of hands on the entrance of the cave. Curtis jumped out of the hole in a leap. Frightened, the guards retreated. Wait until they react. Hurriedly aimed at Curtis and attacked him. I saw Curtis grab the scorpion tail. One rolled over and threw it into the hole. The orcs guarding the cave have long been eyeing each other. After all, he is a hunter with average ability. Immediately pounced on it like a wicked man staring at the food. The guards also wanted to pull it up, but it was already too late. What they saw was a mess. The companion is gone. Vincent and Curtis made their way to the city gates. The guards led them to report to King Xie. And the other side of the time, Parker is constantly leading. The orcs drove towards the neighborhood. But after luring away a group of rootless beasts, that's when Parker returned to the cave. He had inquired that the roof of the dungeon was full of stones. Can't get out. Suddenly, he smelled a familiar scent. Immediately remind Qingqing not to make a sound. He immediately ran out of the cave to check. Sure enough, it was the corpse beast that had fought him before. Found here. When Qingqing found out, hurriedly told Parker to come in. We can't be discovered. Parker axed his head. Softly said no. Qingqing is for your safety. I've got to get him away. You stay here. Don't be silent. With that, he prepared to leave. Bai Qingqing hurriedly reached out and grabbed him. Choked up and said no. You're going to get hurt. Don't go okay. Parker shook his head and Shisho searched around here. You'll find it soon. I had to get him away. With that, he gently withdrew Qingqing's palm. Tell him to rest assured and wait for him to come back. He turned around and left. After Bai Qingqing saw him leave, turned around and stayed by An's side. I thought they all had to come back safely. Right now. He heard footsteps behind him. Scare. As for An in his arms, his blind father-in-law protected him. Hope not to be discovered by others. The king of crabs saw this. Can't squeeze forward. Pursed his lips and smiled, curling such a seductive figure. Is it to greet me? The beauty Bai Qingqing immediately stood up. I didn't expect it to be discovered. The woman has gone through 1,000 dangers. Finally found the antidote. Half an hour ago, Bai Qingqing was so frightened that she immediately stood up. I didn't expect it to be discovered. When he looked up, he saw that he was sitting down at the entrance of the cave. He raised the pillar of light and asked, "Why are you here? Or should I ask you to fix it?" As soon as I heard this, King Xie's necklace on his chest immediately. There was a blinding glow. He felt that throbbing heartbeat again. It turned out that the gene he picked up was called shame. See the expression on King Xie's face. Bai Qingqing knew that he couldn't be a cultivator. There is no doubt that it must be King Xie. so I wondered why he came so punctually. Parker had just been lured away by the corpse beast, and he appeared. I saw that Xie Wang Minshun, filial piety, and longevity were attracted by me. Your partner chased him. Bai Qingqing gritted her teeth in displeasure after hearing this. Relying on being respected, he also knows how to adjust the tiger and stand on the mountain. But Qingqing's little expression, it made King Xie feel like a coquette. It's also a little cute. No wonder it's so popular. But the mood came quickly and violently. Some can't tell if this is the emotion he should have, or from this soul crystal in the chest. Stone's emotions. The Arrow King turned and stroked his chest. Bai Qingqing nervously asked, "Hey, are you hurt? You haven't given me the antidote yet. It can't be okay." Only then did King Xie remember the purpose of his visit. Immediately open the package on your side. Look what I brought you. I saw the wrapping interior. A small medicine surrounded by a pile of ice cubes. Bai Qingqing immediately stepped forward excitedly to investigate. Actually use ice cubes to keep it fresh. Is this the antidote? King Xie of the Sword answered. Bai Qingqing hurriedly snatched the package. Great, now Anin is finally saved. Let's talk about it. Immediately turned around and ran in the direction of Anin. The evil king looked at his palm with unfinished eyes. Heart. This was the first time he had come into contact with a female, although it was only a momentary touch. But the warm touch made him unsatisfied. And Bai Qingqing on the side. The matter has been pulled out of the pincork. I turned around and asked what to do with it. Do you drink it all at once? Only then did King Xie come back to his senses. Just go back and drink it right away. I'm not sure about him. How much toxin remains? To be on the safe side, I set the dosage of the antidote very low. 1 dose may not completely detoxify the toxin. The woman actually gave birth to a bunch of scorpions, and the child's father is the famous Crab King. Bai Qingqing nodded in response after hearing this. Immediately, the antidote was fed into Anan's mouth. After the Ministry of Safety and Security has finished drinking, Bai Qingqing couldn't help but poke his little face. At least the next poison won't be so painful. With that, he lowered his head and prepared to lightly light An's cheeks. Hearing King Xie shout anxiously, "Beware of poisoning." Only then did Bai Qingqing react. Hurriedly raised his head and thanked King Xie. King Xie told him that his name was Mitchell. Seeing that Bai Qingqing didn't hear clearly, he couldn't squeeze forward, hooked Qingqing's chin and said, "Remember, my name is Mitchell." Bai Qingqing turned her head and understood. I want to see it for the sake of the antidote. I can only endure it first. Then he looked at it dotingly. I think it's still important for his recovery. King Xie looked at the woman in front of him. My heart was pounding again, seeing that Qingqing's whole body exudes the brilliance of motherhood. I thought to myself, if it was the mother of my little scorpion, it must be a warm picture. Bai Qingqing suddenly remembered something. Turning around, I asked, "Yes, you didn't see me." 2 companions. They're looking for you. King Xie nodded. I met Bai Qingqing. Suddenly, they were even more puzzled. Why didn't I come with you? King Xie turned around. Say they have 2 days to come back. Bai Qingqing. I thought that King Xie had let them work again. I saw King Xie bend over and sit down. He said, "How dare I let them work?" But that's not the end of the story. Xiaowei's place was stolen by Brother Shitzi. He jumped up in pain. I thought to myself, this is really embarrassing. Bai Qingqing saw this. I couldn't help but laugh and said that the antidote was extracted from Xiaowei. Will it hurt you? King Xie was suddenly full of grievances, and that was affirmed. I used a stone cone to break open the carapace of the tail. It took a lot of effort to come up with those antidotes. Even if you become a humanoid tailbone, it still hurts. After hearing this, Bai Qingqing flipped through the luggage on the side, took out some jerky from it, handed it to some kings, It was said that this was the food we brought from the tribe. In exchange, you taste it. The taste is very good. Xie Wang. First time trying this jerky with condiments. Suddenly his eyes glowed with gold. I didn't expect it to taste so good. But after learning that the food was made by Parker, he had a yearning for the jungle. There must be a lot of strange things out there. Bai Qingqing continued to ask him, why didn't Vincent wait 2 days for them to come back? Only then did King Xie recall it hesitantly. The scene at that time. At that time, he was working on an antidote. A snake's tail suddenly twitched in front of his eyes. I saw Curtis roll him in the air. He is a generation of scorpion kings. Recently, it has been attacked by various powerful people one after another. Is this a hornet's nest? I saw Curtis roll the scorpion king in the air, forced him to hand over the antidote. Seeing that King Xie was not born, the snake's tail couldn't help but tighten a little more. The guards outside the door saw this. They all pulled out their weapons and pointed them at Curtis. But they all stopped. The body trembled in place. Don't dare to step forward. King Xie saw that Curtis had no animal tattoos on his face. The strength is so strong. It must be the same as Moore. It is also a level above Sven. But King Xie is the lord of a city. He must not lose his position. So he opened his mouth and said what? Can't afford crystals. Do you want to come to the antidote? Even if you get the antidote, there is no way to save the disaster. The words are not finished yet. Was thrown out by the snake's tail. The crab king crashed into the stone wall and slid down. A mouthful of blood gushed out of his mouth. Seeing this, the guards finally couldn't bear it anymore. Pluck up the courage to rush forward and want to fight with the two. Blood Sword Xie Dynasty, they fought by show. Wiped the blood from the corners of the lips. The guards retreated to the door. And then guard. King Xie got up slowly. He said as he walked towards his seat, "You're thinking too simply. The poison in that hen was very light. Directly with a high concentration of antidote. Not only can't you save the hen, we'll also directly kill him." Curdy looked around and stepped forward to teach Vincent a lesson. Stretched out his hand to stop him and said, "We are coming to you today. I don't want your life, just the antidote." Xie Wangxie had already shown a look of hesitation on his seat. "I promised Bai Qingqing's other suitor. We'll give you the antidote as soon as possible. Go back and wait." Kurdiston's eyes sank. Ask him when he gave the antidote. King Xie smiled helplessly. "I can't guarantee this. The concentration of the antidote must be adjusted slowly." Impatiently, Curtis turned around and lingered. "Done before the full moon. Otherwise, I'll pick it up myself." With that, he left with Vincent. After the two of them are gone, King Xie hurriedly bounced up from his seat. He couldn't figure it out. Damn this Bai Qingqing's partner. How a pervert stronger than the other. Only that leopard is not as good as me. The man accidentally injured the girl. It's a self-blame film. Before the moment, King Xie was still reminiscing. Curtis looked for him on the day. Suddenly, a small hand shook in front of his eyes. Pulled back his wandering thoughts. The Crab King grasped the small hand in front of him. I felt a soft and warm touch coming from the palm of my hand. Qingqing's hands are small and slippery. He couldn't help but pull out the rope. Until Bai Qingqing screamed in pain, "You let go." Then the king came to his senses. Hurriedly let go of his hand. Bai Qingqing's painful cold sweat came out, while rubbing his red and swollen little hands. He said, "I just want to know where my two partners are." King Xie told him they were fine. "Just won't cut corners. It's just 2 more days. Your hands are fine." Bai Qingqing shook her head. "It's okay. It turns out that this dungeon is alive. King Xie only needs to enter the special entrance. You can go anywhere in the dungeon." After explaining, King Xie asked uneasily, "Are your hands really okay?" Bai Qingqing glanced at him angrily. "You didn't get it." "Okay, that's my question. Go back. King Xie showed a look of self-reproach. He has never touched females. I didn't know that females were so soft. I'll be sure to pay attention next time. Bai Qingqing pouted his lips, and there will be next time. Don't be. I'm fine. You go. If you're idle, it's okay. Just help me get Parker back. It's the leopard you tricked away. As soon as the words fell, I saw King Xie turn around and say no need. He's back. Bai Qingqing listened, immediately showed a happy expression, trotted up to the hole and looked. Blood spattered. Xie Wangjing was still sitting on the edge of the cave and did not leave. Very confused. I only heard King Xie smile, evilly haha. I'm afraid you miss me too much. Let you look at it a little longer. If you think of me, remember to come to me. Bai Qingqing was speechless. These kings look quite burly. I didn't expect a moment of verbosity. Parker dragged his tired body back. White crystal connection. Hurriedly stepped forward to check on Parker for injuries. And told him about King Xie. I just came to deliver the antidote. Parker immediately turned into a humanoid when he heard this. Surprised, thank you, the king really sent the antidote. Bai Qingqing nodded. Probably text. Sun and Curtis had already spoken to him. After that, Parker was silent and did not answer. A few strands of blood slid down his forehead. Then he fell to the ground with a thud. It can be caused by redness of the jaw. It's already red and swollen. Bai Qingqing was busy explaining that it was not, and drooled a lot when she cried. We've rubbed it red. He cried for a long time without eating, drinking, or pulling. P4. Have you ever encountered an unin situation in the word? Harvey only gritted his teeth and said with difficulty, the newborn porcelain boy is too delicate. There are often unexplained premature deaths. If you keep crying like this, I'm afraid I can only resign myself to fate. Bai Qingqing's pupils suddenly dilated. I was shocked into a cold sweat. How can it be? Parker immediately stepped forward and asked anxiously, what does it mean to leave it to fate? Aren't you a veterinarian? Think of a way. Harvey looked back in embarrassment. Bestiology is limited in medical skills today. Many diseases depend on illness and thinness to fight by one's own body. Parker gritted his teeth. Understand the gravity of the situation. And still thinks so. How is he going to take the test? Seeing that Bai Qingqing was already crying, she couldn't cry. When Sanqing patted him on the back, comforting Dowan and will be fine. Bai Qingqing choked up and said, it's fine during the day. Why at night? Could it be because of the move? Let's move back. Maybe Inan agreed. We'll go back to the tree hole and he'll be fine. Parker shook his head disapprovingly. If it is confirmed. Inan had already cried. Anank suddenly woke up after falling asleep. Bai Qingqing's body trembled. Bean-sized tears flowed from his eyes, like pearls with broken threads falling to the ground. What the hell happened to Inan? Who will save him? Vincent gritted his teeth, withholding the pain in his heart. He reached out and snatched Inan over to me. I took Inan back to the tree cave. Let's see if he'll cry. Bai Qingqing also got up to follow. Parker stepped forward and said I'd better go. I've been in the longest time. He and I are the closest. You're here to take care of Qingqing. It's cold outside. Don't let Qingqing get sick too. What exactly did this girl go through? Eyes rolled. I fainted. Parker offered to take Inan onto the tree hole. Let's see if he cried because he recognized his brother. Vincent handed Inan to Parker. Saying goodbye to him was too painful. Parker took it solemnly. Nodded yes. He turned around and took Harvey with him. Bai Qingqing still wants to catch up. Was stopped by Vincent. Parker will take care of Inan. We were waiting for him at home. Bai Qingqing looked at the figures of the two leaving. And then we'll be fine. Right, Vincent? Back I don't know. And it may also be more auspicious. We need to be mentally prepared. Bai Qingqing heard this. Push Vincent away. How can you do that? And then we'll definitely be fine. He turned to look out the window, my mom said. That's how I cried all night when I was a kid. And it must be with me. Moon, moon. Please bless Anan and get better soon. Vincent, however, communicated behind him. Knelt down. When I was poisoned by a scorpion. The poison is most severe on the night of the full moon. I heard that scorpion venom may be passed on to cubs. It seems to be true. Bai Qingqing's eyes suddenly widened in horror. A handful rushed forward. The guard who grabbed Vincent yelled, "How could it be? How could the scorpion venom reach Anan? He's not a full moon yet." Vincent helped Platinum to the mansion. As long as I can get through tonight, he should recover. He'll make it through tonight. My poor Anan will be fine. It's going to get better. Early the next morning. At dawn, the two of them who had not slept all night were lying on the bed, looking forward to Anan can survive the golden horse. Suddenly, I heard the sound of hurried footsteps outside the door. Bai Qingqing immediately stood up. Could it be that they are back? I saw Harvey in a hurry. An arrow ran in, panting, and said and Bai Qingqing were about to die. Hurriedly grabbed Harvey. Shake down in vigorously. What the hell is wrong? You're going to finish it all in one sitting. Harvey was shaken and fainted. Vaguely said that An's death was unanswered. Dead something. Platinum Gold Shield felt a sense of suffocation coming to his face. I rolled my eyes in an instant. Fainted backwards. Vincent hurriedly reached out to catch it. The mother had just lost her child. Painfully, almost suffocating. Heart-rending, yelled at my poor Anan. Mom can't bear you. Bai Qingqing suddenly felt a sense of suffocation coming to his face. I rolled my eyes in an instant. Fall backwards. I only felt that my heart was broken. It's like falling into an abyss of ice. He lost his most important treasure. At this time, a pair of big hands grabbed it strongly. Vincent calls to you over and over again. Qingqing. You must not be fine. You still have me. And Parker. And Curtis. And 3 cute grumpy guys. They are also your children. We will always be with you. Everything will pass. Bai Qingqing snuggled in Vincent's arms. Choked up and remembered his October pregnancy. And the joy and excitement of meeting An for the first time. Screams of pain to my poor Anan. Mom can't bear you. Vincent was just as painful. But he knew he couldn't. There is also Qingqing who needs to take care of herself. And he continued to comfort him until it was over. Everything will pass. Then, Harvey asked, puzzled, and I said I had slept peacefully. What are you crying about? Vincent immediately went back to sleep. Anan is still alive. Didn't you just say he was dead? Harvey immediately turned his head in vain. When did I say Anan is dead? I'm talking about sleeping. Harvey seemed to think of something. Scratched his head embarrassedly. It must have been when he changed me. I said it was bad. You misheard that Chang'an was dead. As soon as I heard that An was dead, Bai Qingqing cried out in pain again, and Anan died. My Anan. Harvey hurriedly explained that no, you heard it wrong again. Vincent reacted completely. He gently patted Bai Qingqing's chest. Help him follow the soft voice until Qingqing is fine. Anan just fell asleep. Bai Qingqing's eyes widened violently. Immediately sit up. Anxiously asked, what did you just say? Vincent held out his palm. Gently picked up the tears from the corners of Qingqing's eyes. Speaking clearly, Harvey said that Anan didn't cry. I fell asleep just now. In order to treat the scorpion venom on An's body, Vincent prepares to travel to Salt City to ask the Scorpion King for an antidote. Vincent gently brushed away the tears from the corners of Qingqing's eyes. Speaking clearly, Harvey said that Anan didn't cry. I fell asleep just now. Bai Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief at this time, which was great. Great, Anan is fine. But Harvey pouted, saying it's the first time I've seen it. Someone like you can cry. You're in too much of a hurry, aren't you? I'd better listen to the words clearly first. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, Bai Qingqing stepped forward one by one, grabbed Harvey by the neck. A loud bang in the cold winter. He slammed him against the wall. Vincent also hurriedly ran forward to dissuade him. Harvey was almost out of breath. Trembling body. I'm sorry in a dumb voice. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at you. But in his heart he secretly gave up. Even Vincent's power was used. How much you hate me. Hearing the blood, Bai Qingqing said with a low face, don't say it. Yes. Harvey didn't react to anything for a moment. Blood splattered, Bai Qingqing raised her blushing face. Again, it's not allowed to say anything about it. Bai Qingqing felt bitter in her heart. It's a shame, isn't it? If only Parker and Curtis knew they were wrong. I heard that Chunganan was gone. Crying heartbreaking. Wouldn't it be to laugh off the big teeth? Harvey seemed to react as well. That's when I got back to understanding. I won't say it. Vincent stepped forward and patted Qingqing on the shoulder. Don't worry, we won't say it. Everyone knows you're too nervous. I'm too afraid of losing Anan to be like this. You are a good mother to Anan. Bai Qingqing let go and Harvey said yes. Now that Anan is fine, nor is it a reason to move. Let's go and get Anan back. He cried all night. Hungry for sure. But he didn't notice anyone beside him. Unprepared, he fell headlong to the ground. The defense immediately stood up. Running for your life outside the house. Go inform Parker. Bai Qingqing was still a little worried. Anan is not every full moon night in the future. It's going to be uncomfortable. Does he usually see hallucinations? Is there any difference between a full moon night and usual? Vincent recalled earnestly. The night of the full moon except for illusions. There is also physical suffering. The head will hurt. I'm not sure if I usually say it. But the toxicity will be weaker and weaker each time. Anan should be able to get through it. It's just that. The thought of Anan having to experience this pain repeatedly. Vincent's heart was like a knife. If only it could ease his pain. But suddenly I thought of something. Vincent's eyes lit up. Grabbed Bai Qingqing's mobile phone and moved the knife. This is the poison of the Scorpion King. He definitely has an antidote. This man has countless eyes on his body. It was King Xie. He was suspicious by nature. Moodiness. Extremely eccentric. Vincent remembered that it was King Xie's poison. King Xie must have an antidote. He excitedly held Bai Qingqing's little hand and said, I can go to King Xie and ask for an antidote. Knew that Anan could still be cured. Bai Qingqing also immediately became excited. Really, then you go now. Vincent thought about it for a moment, returning to the Crabber King's suspicious nature. It is not possible to give an antidote easily. Think about it. The Scorpion King Vincent couldn't help but be on guard. His personality is moody. Extremely eccentric. Thinking of what he might do when he got angry. Vincent looked at Bai Qingqing worriedly. Shaking his head with a serious face, I can't go now. I thought that the number of acceptances was huge. If they all gather. With the current size and strength of the tribe. It definitely can't be beaten. I must not let Qingqing and the people anymore. In danger. Bai Qingqing was a little lost. But he asked. So what to do next? Vincent patted Qingqing's shoulder gently. Said that it was the light rainy season. I'll go on my own. As for the way, it's a time to think about it slowly. Then, I only heard Parker's voice coming in from outside the door. We're back. The two hurriedly looked back and saw that Anan was fine. Bai Qingqing hurriedly opened her arms. Took Anan into my arms, my baby. You suffered. Seeing Anan, although he had already slept. But there were still tears in the corners of his eyes. The small brow was also tightly furrowed. It's not hard to imagine how much pain he suffered last night. Seeing this, Bai Qingqing thought to herself, "You hold on for a little longer. Moms and dads will definitely find a way to save you." And then suffered a night. In the end, I was tired and hungry. When I came back, I slept and drank milk. At the moment, it seems that he has not suffered much damage. Parker learns that Anon has been poisoned. Jumped up angrily and beat Vincent. Bai Qingqing didn't stop when she wanted to. Since going through this turmoil, everyone's love for Anon has risen to a big level. Even me, who originally aspired to be a tiger mother. I also began to spoil it. The weather is also getting colder. Bai Qingqing couldn't help complaining that it was too cold in the room. Parker looked back confusedly. Didn't you say that this was just right? Too warm people to be easy. Inundate. Have you ever seen a leopard and a tiger burrow together? Vincent and Parker actually dug up the ondal together. Parker looked back confusedly. Didn't you say that this was just right? Too warm and easy to flood. Bai Qingqing looked at An in her arms worriedly. It doesn't matter if I'm there. But what should I do if An has a cold? The tyrant on the side saw this. Pat yourself in your arms. Whimper, whining. As if to say, give me my sister quickly. I was warm in my arms. Bai Qingqing slapped him angrily. You can't stay under the covers all the time. If only you could dig a hole under the house. Burn a fire inside. Then make a hot Kong. You should be able to warm up the house. So that the room warms up. Maybe I'll recover faster. Vincent and Parker listened. Immediately the interest came. It's been a suffocating time. Immediately geared up to ask where to dig. Tell us how to dig quickly. See this stance. Bai Qingqing was speechless for a moment. You're in too much of a hurry, aren't you? Start in the corner of the room. Dig a hole deeper than one person into the ground. But I don't know if the floor will collapse like this. Vincent said confidently. The slate of this ground is very large. As long as the pit is smaller than the slate, it will not collapse. That's it. At the back is the garden. Easy to dig up. Parker, let's dig down from the outside together. Parker excitedly immediately agreed. Qingqing, you just stay in the room. We dug it up quickly. After that, the two of them incarnated together into longevity. Went to the garden to dig the soil. Bai Qingqing couldn't help but think. Haven't you seen leopards and tigers digging holes together? It must be interesting. Think of this picture. He immediately got up and said, I will go with you. Parker talked about his forehead. You are going to confinement. Can't go out to blow the wind. Bai Qingqing suddenly screamed in pain. Why do you hurt so much? I thought about being angry. How is it so big? My forehead is going to be swollen. Parker hurriedly leaned down, gently blew on his forehead. Said you have a good confinement in the bedroom. Blowing the wind is not good for the body. Bai Qingqing's heart is called a ruin. I shouldn't have told them that. One misstep becomes 1,000 years of hatred. Parker then turned to the tyrants and commanded, Little cubs, good afternoon for Qingqing and An. Don't let them catch a cold. Also, it's not allowed to let Qingqing go out to play. The leopard gulls shouted excitedly in agreement. Immediately formed a circle. Protected my mother. Bai Qingqing wrinkled her little face and hummed angrily. Don't think that's going to trap me. Look at it. Bai Qingqing turned into a fox. Cute wagged her tail. Bai Qingqing was hugged and stopped in the house. He wrinkled his little face with a huff of anger. Don't think that's going to trap me. Then the three little leopards squatted at the door. Embattled. Suddenly, there was a loud pouring of water. The leopards immediately widened their eyes and looked forward. I saw Bai Qingqing take out a bowl of milk in her hand, dangling in front of the leopards. A fox expression was revealed. Said which baby wants to drink milk. The leopards immediately rushed forward at you. Stretch out your hand to indicate that you want a drink. Bai Qingqing smiled. He rested the bowl on the floor. He stretched out his hand and said, "Come and drink." The leopards rushed forward like a gust of wind. I saw the boss hold it and make two loud noises. And he pressed his brothers to the ground. Ate poisoned food. Bai Qingqing was helpless for a while. I didn't expect milk to be so tempting to them. It's time to wean early. A few seconds later, the boss who finished eating the poisonous food was looking at him. Happy licking of paws. The second and third are, of course, sitting on the ground. A sad face. Bai Qingqing kissed her throat. He asked, "Do you still want a drink? Do you need to ask?" The three leopard cubs immediately nodded with golden light in their eyes. Bai Qingqing immediately played on her body. He held his forehead. "Weak, but my mother is so bored now. There is no milk left. You have to go out to breathe." The huggers immediately opened the curtain, whining and whining. It's like saying, "Mom, go shopping." Bai Qingqing was speechless for a while. "It doesn't have to be so fast. I still have something to explain to you." Turned his head to look at Anon on the side. "Look after your sister in the house. Put your paws away. Don't hurt your sister. Don't be noisy either. Wait for Mom to come back. When the time comes, it will be changed to customs insurance." We were looking forward to it immediately. It's not too rosy to think about. Immediately came to An's side. A look of a promise to complete the task. Bai Qingqing smiled. Then An will ask her brothers. Only then did I feel relieved to open the door curtain first. Walk towards the garden in the backyard. What catches your eye? It is a tiger and a leopard crazy shaved sand scene. Fortunately, the sound of sand shaving was too loud. They didn't notice the appearance of Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing cushioned her neck. Cautiously step by step, he ducked behind the tree. The probe looked at the two figures in front of him. How to feel them in this position? It's like a weasel stealing chickens. He couldn't help but snicker twice. Girl hiding behind a tree and peeping. I didn't expect to be caught as soon as I turned around. Bai Qingqing looked at the two figures in front of her. How to feel them in this position? It's like a weasel stealing chickens. I couldn't help but snicker twice. The two alert beasts heard laughter. Immediately he raised his head, turning to look at the tree. The two beasts only need a simple sniff. I knew that the person who came was Bai Qingqing. Didn't I tell him to stay in the house? Why did you run out again so restlessly? Bai Qingqing immediately hid behind the tree. He looked like he was palpitating. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. I almost got discovered. After a while, he slowly came out again. You'll have to be careful with the Kong this time. Don't let them find out. Unexpectedly, when he turned around, he pounced. A lifetime crashed into a strong chest. It hurt so much that he exhaled in pain. A look up. I found Parker and Vincent coming over, half incarnated into human form, staring at himself with a full face. I thought it was bad. I've just come out. I saw Parker talking all over the place. Why did you still run out? It's going to catch a cold. Come back with me. Bai Qingqing immediately lifted her sleeves. You see. I added clothes. It's not cold at all. With that, he reached out and shook the big palms of the two. La 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 said, and there was no wind in the yard. Just let me see from the side. Good no good. Showed a pitiful expression. Please. Vincent and Parker looked at each other, thinking if there was no wind, it should still be possible. Vincent lifted the hair from his hand. I saw that he had not moved at all. It looks like there's a fence in the way. There was really no wind in the yard. That's when he turned his head and agreed. Right next to us. Don't run around. Bai Qingqing immediately jumped up excitedly. I can finally watch the two dig holes in the open. With Qingqing's refueling, the progress of the two has improved a lot. In a few moments, the hole was dug. Bai Qingqing raised her feet and walked into the cave to check. Vincent stepped forward and said, dig one up and try it out. If it's not warm enough, another hole can be dug on the other side. Looking at the huge potatoes in front of me, Bai Qingqing couldn't help but sigh. It's like a sock shaken. You might even be able to burn ceramics. But I turned my head and forgot to forget. The two of them thought to themselves that they had been making requests. Won't they think I'm a nuisance? But if it can really burn naughty, life will be much easier. Just as he squirmed. Very tangled time. Parker stepped forward with a confident smile. Laugh, don't talk nonsense. How to make ceramics. I'll make you whatever I can. Bai Qingqing was also infected by this self-confidence. It's not very troublesome either. It's just burning mud. Have you ever seen a tiger and a leopard playing in the mud together? It's just that this shape is really unbearable to look at. Well, Bai Qingqing said, relieved to the two. Firing ceramics is also not very troublesome. It's just burning mud. Bursts of laughter erupted in Pudong. I saw Parker can't help but clutch his stomach and twitch the island. Burn mud to play. Qingqing, you're so interesting. Bai Qingqing stepped forward and blocked the mouths of the two. Don't laugh, listen to me. Dishes made of clay can be used to hold food. The pot can also cook rice. Parker was surprised. I didn't expect your bowl to hold food. Won't that get you touched? Bai Qingqing said categorically that it won't. Trust me, just use a delicate clay. Pinch it into various shapes. Then put it in the kiln and burn it. Do this out of the finished product. It will be better than stone tools. Vincent was the quickest to believe Qingqing's words. Immediately turned around and said, "This sounds like it's not difficult. I'm going to look for a clay with a delicate texture. You go back to the house and wait." Bai Qingqing immediately nodded with relief. It's a while. Vincent came back with a bucket full of clay. The crowd began to play happily with the mud. And it has 3 people holding our hands, so don't worry. Bai Qingqing stepped forward to look at it curiously. I really don't know the skills of the two of them. It's going to come up with something. I can't bear to look at it. Bai Qingqing shook her head. It's just ugly. Forget it, let me give you a sample. With that, he reached for the dirt. Unexpectedly, Parker blocked back. Parker immediately turned his head and said no. You said you can't touch cold water. This mud is also cold. No touching. Vincent also hurriedly pasted all the dirt. It's right to compound. This one is too cold. Bai Qingqing roared indignantly. But you're too ugly. It's not easy to pack things like this. And this look. It's just a lump of hollow goose. Parker disagreed. He also held the baby wet. I think it's good. This will be used for you in soup later. Bai Qingqing suddenly felt a chill, so I don't want to use it. I thought to myself, if this was done, it's better to use stone tools. Forget it, it seems that you can only use tools. Then he told the 2 men to go and bring the graphite. After a while, the graphite was carried over. Under Bai Qingqing's patient guidance, the 2 of them also started to flee in style. This look is indeed incomparable to the previous one, Parker said excitedly, holding Qingqing's arm. This one works so well. Qingqing, you're so smart. Parker showed 2 small tiger teeth and laughed foolishly. You are my partner. It's as it should be to be nice to you. After listening to Parker's praise, Bai Qingqing smiled happily. You have to listen to me. Easy to use and fun. I want to try it too. With that, he reached out and prepared to touch the clay. Unexpectedly, it was opened by Parker again. Also asked Qingqing to play while playing. Bai Qingqing's eyes suddenly turned red with anger. It's really unbearable to lose. Get up immediately. Slap the table hard. What if I let me rub one? What are you doing so stiffly? You're bullying. But I thought in my heart that if I could beat you. I did it a long time ago. Why bother? The 2 of them were really angry when they saw Bai Qingqing. I can't help but panic. Vincent opened his mouth to persuade him. We are afraid that your body will be damaged. This mud is really cold. Wait until the confinement is done. Shall we play with you? Bai Qingqing pursed her mouth and couldn't help it. Who called this confinement his own request? They are also doing it for their own good. Then hold on for a few more days. Thinking of this, Bai Qingqing turned white. Bai Shi sat down and said, "Forget it. I'm not going to rob you today. Not for a while." Rows of delicate little bowls are ready. It was neatly laid out on the stone slabs. Vincent and Parker carefully placed these earthen bowls. Moved to the kiln. According to Bai Qingqing's description, they made cups, plates, vases, and other shapes. Then the timber was thrown in, directly ignited a fire. Plumes of smoke billowed out of the kiln. Not for a while. Bursts of heat came up along the stone slabs. Bai Qingqing looked at the ground excitedly. "It's really hot and sweaty." The leopard also stretched out its little paws to probe. I was very surprised and curious. Parker lifted the curtain and asked, "The fire is already burning. Is there any warming?" Seeing Bai Qingqing nodded again and again. Parker walked in excitedly. "It's good to have an effect. We had a lot of firewood. It can be burned for a long time." Bai Qingqing stepped forward and thanked you for your hard work. Parker stepped forward and pinched the tip of his nose. "Fool, you are my partner. It's as it should be to be nice to you." Seeing Parker's serious face, Bai Qingqing couldn't help but think that he seemed to have become calmer. But he turned his head and saw his snapping, wagging his tail non-stop. I couldn't help but burst out laughing. "I thought I was restraining myself. The tail has betrayed you." Then, Parker also turned his head to see that he couldn't control himself. "The tail that wags all the time. Hold it down embarrassedly. It's so embarrassing that there is so much ash in this room. I'll kiss the blood later." The leopard on the side let out a cry. The two looked back. I saw that his two little paws had been burned red. Curtis was lying on the ground in a hot state, a dehydrated image. Bai Qingqing was roasted by the 5 flowers. I heard the cries of slaughter on the side. The two turned back. Look. I saw that his two little paws were smoking. Bai Qingqing hurriedly stepped forward to check. It turned out to be water on his paws. Smoke evaporated by roasting. Only then did everyone put their minds at ease. The leopards also played unscrupulously. Bai Qingqing also smiled with satisfaction. "It doesn't look very hot." He sat down with a thud. "This winter can finally be warm. It's so hot. I'll sleep on this from now on." Parker said when he saw this, "This ground is too hard. I'll go get a piece of animal skin and put it on and sleep again." Bai Qingqing turned around and commanded, "By the way, I want to fetch a basin of water and put it on the Kong. Add some humidity to the room. Don't dry in skin." After laying out the mat, Bai Qingqing lay down on it and fell asleep. The dream was full of crackling fires. He was constantly sweating. I vaguely heard someone calling out to me, "Qingqing." He looked up. It turned out to be Curtis. I was amazed. Curtis asked suspiciously, "Why did you wake up so quickly? Is it a hot festival now?" "It's so hot, I need to change into thin clothes." But that's not the end of the story. A quilt was put up. Just listen to Vincent say no. You're still in confinement. Cover more. Parker used a rope to tie it up. That's right, the tightness of the clothes. No air leakage. Vincent kept clapping his clothes. Curtis collapsed directly to the ground. A pair of dehydration tanks. Bai Qingqing felt that she was about to be roasted. Desperately yelling goodbye to Ad. "Don't add it. I'm going to die of heat." He snapped his eyes open. Woke up, wheezing and panting. He quickly sat up. Fanned the 3 winds. "It's so hot in the room." Parker asked Qingqing back, "When you wake up, do you want to drink some warm water on the Kong?" Bai Qingqing wiped the sweat from her face. "No need to go back. I went to the backyard to get some air. It's so stuffy inside the bedroom." He should open the curtains. A cold wind whistled in. Curtis hibernates for the first time by a fire pit. What an experience. Bai Qingqing felt that the bedroom was too stuffy. Then he opened the curtain. Prepare to go out and breathe. Just opened the curtain. A cool breeze blew in. It's very refreshing. Bai Qingqing took a few deep breaths greedily. Look around. I saw Vincent also in the courtyard. So he stepped forward and pushed his north. Vincent, what are you doing? But my heart suddenly chuckled. Why is Vincent's back so cold? Like ice cubes. Vincent heard the voice. Turn around immediately. Looked at Bai Qingqing happily. Qingqing's little hand touched his chest. I was chuckling in my heart again. Your back is as cold as ice. But his chest was as hot as coals. How not to get a shed to block the wind? This is hot and cold at the same time. The blood circulation will be broken. Vincent looked unimpressed. I touched his head and said it was okay. I have a thick coat. The body is also very strong. Bai Qingqing looked firm. You can't spoil yourself so much if you're strong. The shed must be large. And I'll come to see you often, too. I don't want me to wear snow in my cloak. As soon as I heard this, Vincent immediately nodded in agreement. I'll answer later. Bai Qingqing smiled. This is about the same. Then he turned and walked in the direction of the kiln. He looks like a leader in the inspection work. I'll see how the mud burn's going. But I was surprised to find out. Vincent actually made a smoke on the top of the kiln. Chimney was delighted when this was done. It's quite effective. It's amazing. Vincent scratched his head embarrassedly. Black smoke continued to come out of the stove. It is inconvenient to add firewood. I was also worried about the smoke drifting into the house. I opened a cigarette outlet. I didn't expect it to work well. Bai Qingqing hurriedly applauded. You are so smart. I thought about the beast food that didn't even have a stove here. Vincent was able to figure out the chimney on his own. It's so clever. The mud pellets in the kiln are also burned crystal clear. The two squatted by the kiln, looking at the porcelain inside. Waited a while. Bai Qingqing said, I don't know what the clay bowl has become of. Why don't we take it out and take a look? Vincent asked suspiciously. You mean take it out now? That's a no-no. It's too dangerous. When Lady Luck falls from the sky, you'll choose to hug your thighs. Or hug your thighs. Bai Qingqing proposes to take your bowl out. Let's see what it's like. Vincent's face was serious. Absolutely not. It's too dangerous. The bowl is made of mud after all. Forcing it will break it. I'll wait until the fire is out before I climb in. Bai Qingqing spread her hands. Said that if he was so vulnerable, there was no need to be him. Trust me, he won't break so easily. You just go and get him out. Vincent looked at him suspiciously. After thinking about it for a while, he nodded and said okay. Then take the outside one out and take a look. You don't have to pick it all up. Thereupon, Vincent found 2 sticks and pulled the bowl out. Tell Bai Qingqing to get out of the way. Okay, the girls suddenly ran 100 meters away. Naiwen was successfully removed. Cut on the snow. There was a clang. Both of them stepped forward curiously to investigate. There was still puffs of white smoke rising from the bottom of the bowl. Bai Qingqing's eyes widened in surprise. I couldn't help but exclaim. How is it so beautiful? It can't be fired directly into ceramics. Hurriedly picked up the branch on the side. Pushed your bowl. The surface of the bowl is smooth. It's like a coat of paint. Is this because the temperature has not dropped completely? Vincent picked up the bowl. Want to take a closer look? Bai Qingqing nervously reminded to be careful. Fortunately, the stone bowl is already cold. Vincent brought the bowl closer to his eyes. I was surprised to find the texture of the bowl turned out to be different. It becomes very hard and smooth. Bai Qingqing couldn't help but stretch out her curious little hand. Let me touch it. It's really smooth. Daniel fetish are fired out of the efficiency of glazing. The silt at the bottom of the river that made this is simply amazing. I couldn't help but feel ecstasy. I'm just a gourd and try to burn it. Porcelain was fired in one go. I was so lucky. I turned my head to the side and found a flaw next to the bowl. It must have been printed when it was clipped. The rest is still waiting for the fire to go out. Let's take it out after cooling down and setting the shape. Vincent looked at the porcelain tiles in front of him. I couldn't help but think about it. Dirt can be burned into a harder object. If it's harder than dirt, when it is strong. The girl crosses over to the beast room. What it's like to be a woman who is king. Vincent pondered. Dirt can be burned into a harder object. That if it's a stone that's harder than dirt. Bai Qingqing couldn't help but feel emotional when she heard him say this. What are you doing? I thought of something harder than stone. Isn't it steel? Bai Qingqing couldn't imagine it. A picture of a group of people being struck with iron. Vincent wants to make steel at a master's degree. That's too difficult, isn't it? Vincent looked down and pondered for a moment. I remembered the nail clippers Qingqing had used. The material is extremely hard. I've been wondering what kind of stone he will be made of. Can it be used to make more utensils? But he searched the whole stone mountain. Acacia stones were also found. Come on now. It might have to be like my girl's night. Put the stone in the fire and burn it. To get that kind of material. Bai Qingqing looked at Vincent's serious face. I couldn't help but feel relieved. Unexpectedly. Vincent was such a visionary and inquisitive man. There is such a spirit in Vincennes may have led the rapid development of the master's degree. Become a hero who changes the status quo of backward masters. If only I could help him achieve this ideal. It's also my pleasure. Thinking of this, he spoke. Nail clippers are made of steel. In my original world, extremely dependent on steel. Steel makes our lives easier. It's also safer. It is derived from a metal ore. Refined. Steel will be several times harder than stone. A knife made of steel. As sharp as Curtis's scales. Vincent didn't expect steel to be so powerful. Surprised, even the bowl in his hand fell to the ground. Grabbed by Qingqing's shoulder. Excited. If you can make weapons and defensive tools out of steel, that tribe would be safer. You'll also be safer. Tell me how steel is made. Bai Qingqing saw such a Vincent for the first time. I was so scared that I shuddered. I couldn't stop trembling. Only then did Vincent react. I chuckled in my heart. Quickly let go of his hand. Take a step back. Apologized at a loss. Didn't I scare you? I'm sorry I'm so excited. I really want to knock myself with a stick. How can you be so tempted in front of Qingqing? Bai Qingqing often lost 2 breaths. It's so embarrassing that it's okay. One grasped Vincent's big hand. You are my partner. Of course I won't be afraid of you. About iron making. I don't know much either. Only a little bit learned. You'll have to figure it out. Vincent, however, looked satisfied. You gave me an idea. Has helped me a lot. The two hit it off. Vincent went to find the ores containing the metal first. After that, the two studied refining together. I'm also joining. A voice came in suddenly. The two looked back sadly. Parker pointed to his self-confidence island. How could such a challenging thing be without me? Don't say men can't. Otherwise, the goose will bear the consequences. Parker hears that the two are going to make steel. He pointed to his self-confidence island. How could such a challenging thing be without me? My sense of smell is sharpened. Let's take turns looking for $10 now. Vincent and I joined forces. Sure to find it soon. Thought. Finally has the opportunity to show his hand in front of Qingqing again. Unexpectedly. Listen to Vincent get up and arrange for you to stay at home. I went out and looked for $10. Parker was stunned. Randomly reacted and yelled why. I thought to myself about Vincent. Recently, it has become more and more arrogant. I really don't teach you a lesson. I have forgotten who I am. Only to see Vincent pointing at Parker with a policy answer. I can order the people to find 10 yuan together. Can you? Parker, Ton, and Thursday. Embarrassed, he froze in place. Vincent then arranged for me to go and instruct the people. Parker took care of his home while prospecting. Wait until the fire is out before taking out all your bowls. With that, He turned and left. Parker's face was black. Looking at Vincent's back, there was a kazakaz grinding sound in his mouth. I secretly cursed this dead fox beast in my heart. What a drag. Bai Qingqing on the side heard such a loud grinding sound. I'm afraid he'll wear out his teeth. She stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. Comfort goodbye, grinding. Be careful to smooth out your teeth. Parker was even more aggrieved. I thought to myself, even Qingqing has to underestimate herself. No, I've got to be stronger. Thinking of this, he picked up Bai Qingqing directly on the shoulder. The big lady didn't go back to the house. In a few moments, the hot meal was ready. The leopards were the first to rush out. He ate in his own bowl. Bai Qingqing knocked on the porcelain bowl in her hand. There was a crisp sound. I thought it was great. And the masters can actually use a clean porcelain bowl. The soup tastes even more delicious when you drink it in this bowl. Then he turned to Parker. You bring me a few vases tomorrow. I want to replace all tin vases in my house. Parker nodded yes. Eat it. The barbecue is going to be cold. Bai Qingqing picked up the wooden block in her hand and looked at it. This chopstick is really ugly. Why don't you bring me another pair of chopsticks? No problem. Parker agreed to look at our dexterous hand. Vincent wouldn't let me look for the stones. Somewhat jealous of my abilities. This girl. I am preparing to start the Industrial Revolution in my master's degree. First of all, you need to find the ore to make steel. It didn't take long. Vincent returned with a large bag of stones. A look of tiredness on his face. Bai Qingqing stepped forward excitedly and asked, how did the stone grow? Sure, Ting Dong made a loud noise. Vincent will be the beast on his shoulders. The leather bag was placed in front of Qingqing. Bai Qingqing was taken aback. One bounced up and took 2 steps back. Vincent immediately crouched down. The leather bag was slowly unwound, and the samples were inside. I picked it for a long time. There should be a suitable rough stone. I'm going to pour them all out. Only then did Bai Qingqing notice a look of exertion on Vincent's face. I thought I had found these stones so quickly. He must have had a hard time. He stepped forward and grabbed Vincent's arm. Don't rush to say this. You've had a busy day. I finally got home. Eat well and rest first. Heard the word home. Vincent looked at Qingqing's little face. A look of satisfaction and happiness was revealed. I thought I was all alone before. Now I have a home. It feels so warm. The tiredness of the day has also disappeared for the most part. But I heard this voice. I saw Parker put a big chicken leg. It was placed on Vincent's plate. He pushed the plate and said, you all come over and eat. The meat is going to be cold. Dead tiger counts you lucky. I'm doing more. If it weren't for the fear of waste, I wouldn't give it to you. The two looked at each other, smiled knowingly at a glance. After a while, the table was swept away. Parker went to wash the dishes. Vincent, on the other hand, wiped the table neatly. Bai Qingqing came to the spacious place on the side. Pick up the stones. I don't know if there will be metal in these stones. Vincent stepped forward and returned. I asked my people to find the right stone. Then I handpicked. These stones all have a metal-like smell. Bai Qingqing asked suspiciously. Metal also smells. Then you can help me get some nail clippers. I asked. Vincent immediately took the nail clippers. Bai Qingqing took the nail clippers. Put it on the tip of the nose and make a show of strength. But I still didn't smell it at all. Parker picked out a stone. It was handed to Qingqing. There must be metal in this self-confidence island. It's heavy, even if it's not. It's also definitely something harder than metal. Bai Qingqing hurriedly took it over and took a closer look. He also took out the light beads sent by Lan Zhe. I want to take care of what's inside. When he looked closely, but his eyes widened in surprise. This is not supposed to be. Have a love. What an experience it is to be a troubled leopard. It's really not a day without fighting. Go to the house and uncover the tiles. Bai Qingqing took the stone and looked at it carefully. but his eyes widened in surprise. I saw a bright light from the inside of the stone. Crystal clear. This is not metal. Could it be jade? Bai Qingqing looked at it carefully and suspiciously. Parker snatched the stone from him. What's so hard about this? Smash it open and take a look. So saying, he lifted the stone. If you do something, you have to smash it. Bai Qingqing immediately panicked. Hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop him. Don't smash it. It can be described as a knight. Just listen to the clang. The stone was slammed into the ground. Shattered. Bai Qingqing was annoyed for a while. What are you doing pounding Parker's arm? You've smashed everything inside. Parker showed two small tiger teeth. Black smiled darkly. Raise your hand for Qingqing to take a closer look. Bai Qingqing's eyes lit up instantly. Such a large grain was smashed, and it was not broken. I wondered if this could be a diamond. There are exactly 7 of them. Such a big diamond. If you put it in modern times, all of them are worth a fortune. Hee, keep it for an as a dowry. But again, I heard a clang. I saw Parker pick up the stone again. Smashed down again. I also regretfully said, oops. The bottom of the stone seems to be flat. It looks like it's smashed this time. This thing really doesn't smash. Bai Qingqing looked at the scene in front of her. There are 100,000 grass and mud horses galloping in my heart. This was followed by a roar of a lion in the east of the river. Parker, I said don't smash it. Do you have to smash a stone to be happy? Parker's head of 5 aching was aggrieved. I just wanted to see how hard he really was. Anyway, the metal is going to be burned and reshaped. What does it matter if it is smashed? Bai Qingqing tugged at his bower and said, this is not metal. It's useless if the gem is smashed. I thought to myself, this is not a diamond. It is also a precious gemstone for sure. It's really a loser to smash it like this. Parker's face was aggrieved. Begging for mercy, I'm sorry, Qingqing. Forgive me. I'm going to find you more and better. Only then did Bai Qingqing let go of her hand. You don't have to look for it. Just to remember. Don't smash it for me again in the future. Parker Dancy fell to his knees. Diamonds in both hands. It's a lively proposal scene. At this time, Vincent was holding the remaining 6 gems. It was handed to Qingqing. Don't be angry. Gave you Parker only smashed one. There are 6 left, all of which are in good condition. Looking at the mature and steady tattoo, Bai Qingqing's chi disappeared immediately. Boldly reached out and took the gem and thanked you. Looked at the 2 close people in front of him. Parker thought to himself, apparently I smashed the gem out. Qingqing was actually angry with me. Instead, he said thank you to Vincent. The little beast inside was already angry, staring at only the 2 of them. Bai Qingqing stared at the gem in her hand with regret. Originally, there were 7 of them. It's a pity that it's all Parker's fault. Plunge you to clean up all of this place. Parker leaned over aggrievedly and picked it up. I just wanted to help you. But when he picked up the stone, suddenly it tightened. Immediately pointed to the ground excitedly. Qingqing, look at it. Everyone looked sideways curiously. I saw that the gem smashed into the ground intact. The ground cracked open several cracks. Bai Qingqing's eyes suddenly widened. I can't believe it. This gem is so hard. Parker slammed into it, and he squeezed out the gem. Holding the xianbao room with both hands, he handed it to Qingqing. It's just this half-kneeling position. How to have a feeling of proposing. Bai Qingqing took the gem. The joy on his face was great. One more. I've got to collect it. Later, it was passed on to an. Parker looked up triumphantly. I knew it. The stone I chose won't be so easy to break. Vincent, who was beside the blood ting, spoke. I dug this stone. Chaipak dismissively looked away. Vincent turned his head to look at Bai Qingqing. Said he had discovered a very deep place. The stone is just below that place. I found it, and I'll look for it myself tomorrow. Maybe there's more. Bai Qingqing smiled and nodded. But there was a burst of ecstasy in my heart. I thought it was great. The more gems, the better. Sword Bai Qingqing likes Parker so much. He also stepped forward and asked, "Hey, wherever I have time, I try my luck." Vincent just turned his head to look at him. Silent. Parker said why he was looking at me like that. I don't want to make Qingqing happy. I won't ask this tiger beast. Forget it. I'll find it myself. I didn't ask him, but I heard Vincent speak. It's the closest thing to the Rocky Mountain. At the foot of a rocky mountain in the sand. Pointed to himself, and then said, "I can take you." Parker was stunned. I didn't expect Vincent to say that. Awkwardly patted the herd of hides. "Sit up straight." I replied with a word of thanks. Looked at the two people who were in harmony in front of them. Bai Qingqing smiled with satisfaction. I thought that their relationship was getting better and better. This is much more precious than a gemstone. Mr. Bai's master's class opened. The tiger and leopard in the audience listened intently. Bai Qingqing was in the stone that Vincent had come to visit. 7 gems were found. It's worth a lot of money at first glance. He carefully packed them in a leather bag. I'm wondering where to put it. After thinking about it, he lifted the pillow he was sleeping on. The leather bag was placed under the pillow. Don't forget to pat it. Such a precious gem. Of course, you have to hide in the safest place. After hiding, Bai Qingqing turned her head to look at Vincent. Is the metal or all sorted? Vincent nodded. Tomorrow I will go and gather my people. Build an iron-making room to experiment with. Bai Qingqing opened her mouth to remind. By the way, you have to burn charcoal first. The two beasts used to make iron suddenly looked puzzled. Does iron smelting still have anything to do with charcoal? Of course it does. So Bai Qingqing gave a lesson to the orcs. How steel is made. In short, carbon monoxide is used in iron smelting. Iron oxide in iron ore is reduced to a normal solid. Charcoal contains a lot of carbon monoxide. It's not hard to burn charcoal. Just put the timber in the pit and burn it halfway. Then seal the hearth. When cooled, it turns into carbon. Bai Qingqing looked at Vincent. There was a look of anticipation. I'll go with me tomorrow. I roughly remember some steps. Vincent helped him pull the quilt. I nodded yes. You go to bed early. I'll pick you up after I've built the iron-making house. Bai Qingqing lay down happily. Ever since there was a fire pit, the whole bedroom becomes. It's so warm. If only the fire pit had been made earlier. Curtis doesn't have to sleep. Just in the house. I can still see him every day. I miss him so much. Parker leaned sideways and touched his little face. Rest assured, the cold season is only a few months. It will soon pass. You still have us. I will always be there for you. Bai Qingqing fell headlong into Parker's arms. Hold him tight. Sniffed. His face was full of happiness. Parker's cheeks were also dizzy from the sunset. He gently stroked Qingqing's little head. I looked down and found out. He fell asleep so quickly. The breathing also becomes even. What did this person say to Bai Qingqing? The heart, liver, and lungs that excited him. The heart of gossip is bursting. Parker bowed his head, looking at Bai Qingqing's peaceful and sweet sleep. I thought it was good that Curtis hibernate early. In that case, I can sleep with Qingqing every day. Come to think of this. And his heart was overjoyed. Hugged Qingqing in his arms tighter. Bai Qingqing, who was sleeping, trembled slightly. I felt like I was surrounded by the sun. The heat made me sweat. Hurriedly subconsciously pushed Parker away. Turned around and rolled into Vincent's arms. Vincent saw this. Hurriedly raised his hand and lifted in and up. Parker's face was depressed. I want to cry without tears. Qingqing actually ran away. But listen to Bai Qingqing's mouth in his sleep. Could it be that the Sheng family is at home? The two were stunned. I thought to myself, Qingqing, this is talking in a dream. But in the long time since they knew Bai Qingqing, I have never heard the name of the Sheng family. Could this be Qingqing? Someone you know from a place where you previously lived. Early the next morning, two people, none of them mentioned the name. Vincent took his people with him early in the morning. A hearth was dug up in the forest and built an iron-making house on top of the hearth. Vincent's comprehension is very strong. Bai Qingqing roughly said the steps he knew. He was quick to understand and made an iron-making scheme. The clansmen were led by Vincent. There is an unsteady movement in their minds. Everyone's enthusiasm is at an all-time high. Youth in the tribe, in addition to the partner's pregnancy, needs to be taken care of. Almost all the others came to help. Bai Qingqing came to the mouth of the earth. Look down. I didn't expect it to be just one day. Vincent did all the preparations. He's too efficient. Just as he watched intently. But I heard a person behind me say that it would be troublesome. I'm going down to deliver charcoal. Bai Qingqing hurriedly nodded and prepared to get out of the way. When I turned around, I found that it was Jasmine's partner. Edgar, Bai Qingqing asked suspiciously, "Why don't you take care of Jasmine at home? She's about to give birth." The Ed family bowed their heads back to Jasmine was born in just over 2 months. Alva at home takes care of her. Bai Qingqing immediately stood up excitedly. A series of questions were sent out to Alva. They have been robbed again and again. It's when. Edgar was embarrassed to overdo it. It was yesterday. What Bai Qingqing excited heart, liver, and lungs trembled. The heart of gossip is bursting. But a peacock turned into a human form. A pair of emerald eyes that hooked the soul. Lifted up slightly. He smiled wickedly. Intoxicating. White crystal from Edgar's mouth. Learned about Jasmine and Alvagera. Instantly excited heart, liver, and lungs tremor. The heart of gossip is bursting. Time goes back to a day ago. The group leader took Alva to Jasmine's house. Raised his hand and said to Jasmine, "Now that Alva has made a request for you to save the trip, you have to accept it. Because there is a rule for ordination. After the bear beast rescued the female, the right to offer to travel with him. The female cannot refuse. From now on, Alva is your partner." I disagree. Jasmine strongly refused. He's just trying to use me to escape mining. The team leader's face was righteous. There's no doubt that he saved your life. There is a right to ask to be your partner. No one can break the rules. Jasmine thought of Alva, probably just taking advantage of yourself. I involuntarily shrank back. A look of reluctance. Edgar understood the rules, too. Can only helplessly comfort Emily. After the group leader left, Edgar and Alva. Then came a duel between men. In the end, it was decided that Alva would guard Jasmine at home. Edgar went to help with the mines. Jasmine patted the hide shop dissatisfied. I thought that even my father was looking for the green peacock. Why do masters have such a rule? Look at the peacock that got carried away on the side. Immediately he was even more angry. With one punch, he crushed the mashed potatoes in his hand. He shook his hand, picked up another piece of potato, and turned it upside down. See Alvana. As soon as Dish shook his feathers, he was angry. So he pushed the potatoes in his hand hard. Towards Irva smashed. The peacock easily dodged as soon as he raised his head. Jasmine yelled dissatisfiedly, "You're transformed. Green peacock." Alva twisted his face and smiled wickedly at him. "You're sure? I'm afraid you won't be able to stand it." Jasmine looked into Alva's eyes. How can there be a kind of bad encounter? Could it be that this guy wants to do something bad again? The blood-spattered peacock turned away, shook the feathers off his body, transformed into a handsome and dashing human form. A long green hair fluttered down. A pair of emerald eyes that hooked the soul, lifted up slightly. He smiled wickedly. Intoxicating. Jasmine was directly stunned. The heart beats like a rib. His cheeks were also stained with the fire of the sunset. Even the man had already walked in front of him. I don't know. It's handsome for only 3 seconds. Alva stabbed him in the waist. How are you satisfied? Jasmine came to her senses. Hurry up and don't go over the face. He replied with a disgusting look. Hurry up and get dressed. Naked to whom? After the girl is molested. Angrily, he grabbed the potatoes on the side. Like a pea shooter. Smashed at the man. Jasmine turned her face away. Pretending to be disgusted replied. Hurry up and get dressed. Who is it for naked? Alvard, who saw through it at a glance, smiled meaningfully. Hee, a duplicitous female. When I duel with Edgar, accidentally broke the animal skin skirt. I don't have to wear it now. Noni glared at him indignantly. Then you can make your own. Alva paralyzed his hand. I'm your male now. You don't care about me. It doesn't matter if I wear it or not. Jasmine's face was covered with black lines. Angry eyes reddened. Grabbed Edgar's first skirt on the side. And they threw it at his head and put it on. Alva took off her first skirt and looked at it. Jasmine turned her head and said that she was ugly, and she would do it herself. Put it on for me. Otherwise, don't come near me. In a few moments, Alva put on the animal skin skirt. Jasmine turned her head. Saw Alvar pulling a baggy skinny leather skirt. I couldn't help but laugh. Malicious teasing. Or is Edgar stronger than you? Your waist is much thicker than yours. Alva laughed instead of being angry. He patted the herd of hides on his body, strode in front of Jasmine. Lean over the wild rain road, but I can make you happier. Jasmine looked up. I was stunned by his sudden approach, but I heard him say such tiger and wolf words. Turning his head, he poked a mouthful. Get the hell out of here. With that, he grabbed the potatoes on the side. Like a pea shooter. Slammed into Irwa. Because they were too close. Alva was defenseless again. Was smashed enough. He couldn't take it anymore. One grab of Jasmine's hand is enough. Now it's you begging me. You already have a bad reputation for abandoning your partner. If I leave you again, there's no masculinity for you. Jasmine was undaunted. It didn't matter if you looked up to meet Alva's gaze. The kind of male who cares about a bad reputation. I don't like it either. You can't threaten me. Get out of here now. Alva was stunned. Suddenly it was like a deflated ball. Lie down on the bed. I'm not leaving. Akira does not mind to play. I'm not leaving. Suddenly there was a roar of Jasmine from the tree hole. You get up for me. Who let you sleep in the nest? Sleep in the corner. The screen turns. Came to the iron-making room. People are busy going back and forth. Vincent was staring at the crackling furnace in front of him. Mars is like an arrow. Smoky. Blood splattered behind him. Bai Qingqing slid down. Chow Vincent was so excited that I would tell you a big gossip. But I haven't had time to say it yet. Choked on the smoke and coughed. Vincent's face was nervous. Are you okay? One can't see the money. Hugged by Qingqing. How did you get down? I'll carry you up. Bai Qingqing raised her face to look at Vincent. By the way, you know what? Jasmine and Alvar Jalen. Vincent nodded. There are so many things going on. However, these 2 days have been busy mining and making iron. Didn't ask much. Bai Qingqing lowered her head and pondered. Look at Edgar's face is not good. I didn't ask much. Wait for the coal to end. I'll have to ask. Mori's voice just fell. He coughed a few more times from the gun. Vincent hurriedly carried him to the outside of the iron-making room. Bai Qingqing patted her chest. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Feels so much better. But the air down there is too bad. Burning charcoal produces toxic gases. The cellar needs to be ventilated. Otherwise, after being in it for a long time, there will be a lack of oxygen. Or even poisoning. Vincent was taken aback. Parker picked the girl up. Rushed to the side of the bed in a hurry. Bai Qingqing reminded that the air in the iron-making furnace was too poor. Burning charcoal produces toxic gases. If you stay in it for a long time, you will be deprived of oxygen or even poisoned. Vincent thought to himself, to make improvements. So he sent Bai Qingqing back to the castle first. When I first walked to the gate of the castle, I heard an ant snoring. Inside the castle, Parker looked anxious and coaxed in. Mommy will be back to feed you right away. The voice did not fall. Vincent walked in with Qingqing in his arms. Bai Qingqing hurriedly opened her arms and woke up peacefully. Definitely hungry. Give it to me. Parker breathed a sigh of relief. If Qingqing doesn't come back, are you going to find it yourself? Immediately handed an into Bai Qingqing's arms. One is Mom. An immediately stretched out her fleshy little hand, pulling Bai Qingqing's clothes. Vincent lifted the curtain, said back, I'm going to open a ventilation duct in the cellar of the iron-making room. Luckily, Qingqing, you reminded me. This matter still cannot be delayed. See such an efficient Vincent. Bai Qingqing nodded with satisfaction. Don't worry, just ventilate down there and you'll be fine. Parker on the side was confused. What are you talking about? Ventilation. Bai Qingqing turned around and explained. It's just that the iron-making cellar is too stuffy. But that's not the end of the story. I couldn't help coughing a few more times. Parker panicked when he saw this. I thought Qingqing had a cold. These are the last days of confinement. But nothing can go wrong. Hurriedly hugged Bai Qingqing, rushed towards the bed. I want to keep him warm as soon as possible. Bai Qingqing stretched out her hand. I want to explain that I don't have a cold. But the words have not yet been spoken. Parker carried him to the leather mat. Don't speak with a nervous face. Illness during the confinement period will leave the root of the disease. That's a good thing. Thereupon, then he took the quilt one by one towards Qingqing's head. Bai Qingqing was covered with hot sweat on her forehead. How this scene feels so familiar. Parker turned around and said no. I'm going to add some firewood. Then call Harvey. Bai Qingqing saw this posture, hurriedly reached out and grabbed him and waited. I didn't catch a cold. It can be hot in the iron room. I'm just breathing a little uncomfortable. I'm afraid to turn back. Then this one won't leave the root of the disease. Bai Qingqing shook her head. She wouldn't flow. You can rest assured that this will be fine for a while. Parker squatted down in peace of mind. In the future, I am not allowed to go to the iron training room again. Bai Qingqing nodded obediently. I thought to myself, I have already seen everything I want to see anyway. It doesn't matter if you go or not. What secrets are hidden inside this gym? Why did Anan cry when he held him? An Anan on the side cried nonstop. The big-hearted parents are still chatting on the sidelines. Bai Qingqing lowered her head and thought about it. But I've been staying in the house. It's closed, too. He immediately looked up. I still have some Curtis hair. Parker thought he was going to make clothes. Hurriedly stopped hurting his eyes like this. Bai Qingqing shook her head. I'm going to string Jims. You can also give in as a toy. The two chatted happily. Parker suddenly thought. By the way, Anan, why didn't she cry? Aren't you hungry? Look down. Anan was speechless. A tired expression was revealed. I was tired of crying before I was remembered. It's the first time I felt the powerlessness of being a human being. After a boring feeding, Bai Qingqing also strung all 7 gemstones. Hurriedly brought it up. Don't forget to ask if it's pretty. Parker immediately gave a thumbs up. It's so beautiful. Qingqing, you're really the most ingenious magnet in your hands. Wear it for a while. Bai Qingqing took them down. These 7 are really heavy when worn together. Do not wear it for a long time. After playing the violent guts of going home, frolicking to the bedroom. As soon as I saw the sparkling gem in my mother's hand, the third child was immediately attracted. Eyes lit up. Reach out and want to touch. Bai Qingqing saw that he liked it so much, and they brought it to him. The third child looked at the jewel in front of him happily. Immediately burst into laughter. Love. Unexpectedly. The next second, he was strangled from behind. With a thud, he fell to the ground. I saw the eldest and second child biting the rope hard. Scramble. The third child raised his neck. The gem was bounced out, thrown directly into the air. The eldest and second were staring at the gem. The boss crouched back. To do things is to bounce. All I heard was a whoop and a roar. The boss kicked his legs, jumped up with a whoosh. It's time to get your hands on the gem. That's when it happened. The second child immediately stood up, grabbed the boss's thigh and bit down. Good guy boss didn't expect it. My paws have touched the gems. He was even dragged back, a face of unwillingness. The gem also fell in front of Parker with a thud. He reached out and picked it up. Don't rob y'all. This one will be played by an first. See sparkling gemstones. Anin also widened her eyes. I looked at it curiously. But in the next second, he pouted. He looked scared. Bai Qingqing took the gem from Parker's hand. Don't shake it. It should have dazzled An's eyes. He gently handed the gem into An's hand. Obediently take it and play with it. Anin stretched out her chubby little hand. Grabbed the gem in his hand. It was as if I felt something. Suddenly, he burst into tears. I'll say baby eyes. Being able to see something unclean. Bayani is no exception. Anin stretched out her chubby little hand. Grabbed the gem in his hand. It was as if I felt something. Suddenly, he burst into tears. Everyone suddenly became nervous. Hurriedly comforted Anan. Don't cry, don't cry. Anan threw away the gem in his hand. I couldn't help but tremble. Bai Qingqing also broke out in a cold sweat. A nervous face. Could it be that the scorpion venom has flared up again? But not today. It's a full moon night. Parker turned his head to notice the gem that Anan had dropped. And they took him up. Said probably because of the necklace. You hide it and try it. Bai Qingqing hurriedly stretched out her hand to take it. I'll try it. He placed the necklace under his pillow. Don't forget to turn around and say to Anan, look at Anan. Mom hid the necklace. Reached out and patted the pillow. Cover it tightly. Completely invisible. At this time, Anan really stopped crying. Sobbing slightly. Bai Qingqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Anan really didn't cry anymore. He sighed again and lifted the pillow and tried it. As a result, Anan burst into tears again. Bai Qingqing put the pillow down. Anan stopped crying again. It's just not amazing. He smiled brightly. It seems that it is really because of the necklace. Don't all cubs like this shiny thing? Bai Qingqing reached out and pinched An's little face. It's really a crying bag. Parker doesn't think so. He immediately took An into his arms. An is the most well-behaved. There must be something wrong with that stone. You hide him. Don't be seen by An. Bai Qingqing reluctantly returned to no. I put it under the pillow. If you don't take it out, it's fine. 3 days later. Outside the iron-making room, a group of people were sitting in a circle. Vincent raised the iron in his hand. Excited. This was the first piece of iron we successfully trained. Prove that we have chosen the right ore. With iron, we will be able to build harder weapons and workmanship to better defend our homeland. Grow your tribe. Build this place into a tribe that is bigger than Wanshou City. It will be just around the corner. This woman is the king of Nuhan who has traveled to the world. This man is the monkey king who rules the world. Vincent finally developed his first piece of iron. He wanted to build it. Become a tribe bigger than Wanshou City. This will be just around the corner. The orcs were also encouraged by Vincent's words. All in high spirits. Energetically rushed to carry the cannon. There was a roar in the woods. Qingqing and Parker are inside the stone castle. I could clearly hear the roaring outside. Bai Qingqing turned her head to look at her suspiciously. What a sound this is. Parker understood as soon as he heard it. This is the group of tiger beasts. It's been howling for a long time. I don't know what excitement is. Bai Qingqing lowered her head and thought. Vincent hasn't been home for 3 days. I don't know if his body can handle it. Have you eaten? When I was thinking about it, the curtain of the door was suddenly lifted open from the outside. Vincent mysteriously walked up to Qingqing. I am back. Bai Qingqing looked at Vincent, although haggard. But he still couldn't hide his happy face. Got up and asked, did Vincent come out of the chain? Vincent smiled at him. Stretched out the hand hidden behind his back. You see. Bai Qingqing's eyes widened in surprise. It was Iron who hurriedly reached out to take it as a result. I didn't expect you guys to actually practice it. This feels very hard. Although it cannot be compared with modern metal. But the texture is already more crystalline than white. It's so much better than I imagined. I just don't know if it's going to be extracted. It broke when it fell. Then you can't use it. So Bai Qingqing raised her hand and asked, can I take a fall? Vincent didn't think about it, and replied confidently. Bai Qingqing held the iron block high. If you want to be able to make iron tools, it has to be hardness and toughness. Success or failure is at this rate. Refers to the emptiness with a loud bang. The iron was slammed to the ground, and it didn't break. It's a good piece of iron. When you're bored, the animal on the side suddenly turns into a human form to play with you. What an experience. Bai Qingqing saw that Parker had never had such a dream. Then he turned to Vincent. Vincent shook his head, not dreaming of it. Bai Qingqing lowered her head and thought, perhaps only those who are close can dream of it. So he will. The dreams I had in the past few days told Vincent and Parker. They all doubt that this is possible. Something to do with that Kim necklace. Vincent was going to sleep with the chain for a few days. Parker listened and served with bad intentions. You don't want to be a female. Ha-ha. But the laughter frightened in and on the side. Parker quickly covered his mouth. Bai Qingqing stretched out her hand and took it over. Calculate the time. You should be hungry by now, too. Then, the leopards outside the door ran in happily. They all poked their little heads out, looked at it in her mother's arms. The boss stretched out his little furry paws. I touched my sister's head. Straight tail flick in excitement. Bai Qingqing smiled and said, are you dancing? It's so bewitching. Okay, don't touch it. My sister was full and went to sleep. Go and play. The well-behaved hugs rubbed their mother's little face. He obediently left. Vincent was also ready to go to the iron room. Bai Qingqing said, you haven't slept all night. Don't go today. Rest at home. Vincent looked down and kissed him on the forehead. I wasn't sleepy. Sleep again at night. Bai Qingqing knew that she couldn't twist him. I had no choice but to agree. After telling him to be careful, Vincent lifted the curtain and walked out. He went first and picked up the gold and stone necklace outside the castle. Place him on the top floor, which is further away from the bedroom. Then he went to the iron-making room. Bai Qingqing kept coaxing and in to sleep at home. Gradually, I fell asleep. I yawned boredly. He turned his head and asked Parker if he wasn't sleeping. Parker came back, and they hadn't come back yet. I'm here to watch over it, and I'm not going to be sleepy. So, Bai Qingqing proposed to burn pottery together. Before, I was worried about it, and I haven't had the heart to do this. Parker stepped forward and said, if you're just trying to create boredom, do I have a better way than to burn pottery? Bai Qingqing had to smile kindly. I thought it was Parker. Bai Qingqing pinched out Curtis, who was in half-beast form, Vincent in a roaring state, and Parker stir-frying with a spatula. Parker says he has a better way to beat boredom. Bai Qingqing stroked his face and said, but I want to burn pottery today. I'm not interested in anything else. If you don't accompany me, forget it. I'll go on my own. Parker hurriedly sat up and walked around. Who said I wouldn't go? So Parker moved the millstone into the house. The two sat up on the porcelain. Parker gently lifted Qingqing up again, hugged into his arms. He wanted to hold Qingqing like this. Then we slowly do naughty together. Bai Qingqing was helpless, so you can help me turn the grinding plate. The two of them sat together in this way. And the porcelain. Sit quietly with your partner like this. Both of them involuntarily swelled up in their hearts. A sense of well-being. It's a good day when the years are quiet. Bai Qingqing held the finished porcelain in her hand. Parker wondered what shape it was. It's so special. Bai Qingqing told him that it was a vase. Parker turned his head to look at the porcelain beside him. So, what are these? Bai Qingqing smiled kindly, and the shape was a little strange. The main thing is that I don't know what to do. I just messed up some of it. Or let's just pinch the villain. It's like this. After a while, Curtis in half-beast form, Vincent in a roaring state. Parker, who was stir-frying with a spatula, made it. Parker, who was on the light side, was full of praise. Then he was puzzled. How do you dress me in magnetic clothes? Bai Qingqing shook her head. This is our apron over there. Parker, who specializes in cooking and trying on, was excited. I'm going to make myself one to wear later. Then his villain was also pinched. It is a white crystal made for the wonderful. In the end, he also made a violent slaughter of little snake, and an inn. They are cautious. Take the naughty to the fire to prevent burning paper. Because the weather is too cold. After putting the porcelain, Parker hugged Bai Qingqing and prepared to go back to the house. Qingqing didn't want to go back. He finally finished his confinement. It's rare to sleep peacefully during the day. He wanted to go somewhere else to play. Parker peed, but he had to agree. Where do you want to play? The stump inside can burn for a long time. Let's take a walk around the tribe. Bai Qingqing decided to go and see the blacksmith room first. Then go to the cave and look for the little snake. You might find one. Parker is surrounded by a raging fire. After putting the porcelain down, he came to Qingqing's side. Bai Qingqing decided to go and see the blacksmith room first. Then go to the cave and look for the little snake. He ordered us to be held and watched at home, and then put on her coat and went out with Parker. After leaving, Bai Qingqing was still not very relieved about an inn. Parker offered to call Vincent back to take care of it later. The two of them went to the iron-making room. Vincent agreed as soon as he learned about it. Also instructed Bai Qingqing to play more. Don't rush back. When An woke up, he screamed. Bai Qingqing stood on tiptoe happily. A sweet kiss was printed. You're so good. I'm always at ease with you. The establishment scene behind him is envied. The Tiger King is really a slimming winner. Strong partner and love him. He also gave birth to a Sazai. Vincent's cheeks flushed slightly. Qingqing raised her hand to wipe the sweat from his face for him. Parker just couldn't stand it, pulled Bai Qingqing up and hurried away. Qingqing didn't forget to turn around and wave her hand to Vincent. In fact, Vincent also wanted to hang out with Qingqing. The screen turns. The two of them came to the outskirts of the tribe. Bai Qingqing wanted to go by herself, but it's always stuck in a snowdrift. He looked at the bark to the side. Tell Parker to take him and tie him to his feet. When I looked back, I saw that the leopards had also run over. I thought it must have been Vincent's arrival. The leopard sniffed and came to him. Just tell us to hug us. Pick up the bark and rot tan along the way. The third child is simple and rude. In one bite, he bit off a large piece of bark. It's just that the way this landed was not predicted. Plunged headlong into a snowdrift. Was mercilessly ridiculed by his brothers. In the end, I had to throw myself into my mother's arms. The aggrieved sprinkled coquettishly. Bai Qingqing touched his little head. Comfortingly, it's okay. Don't cry. Mom has to thank you for helping me pick up the bark. The cubs are the most well-behaved. Subsequently, Bai Qingqing tied the bark to her feet with rattan. In this way, the area of insect infestation increases. It can effectively alleviate sinking. He was supported by Parker. Liang stood up in a choked voice. But he was just thinking about not sinking. I didn't expect it to be a bit difficult to walk. Parker was worried too. Or I'll take you with you. This leopard's tail is his sensitive part, and at the moment he is being pinched in his hands. Bai Qingqing has tree bark tied to her feet. With Parker's support, Liang stood up in a choked voice. It shook for a while. I finally found a balance. He turned to the leopard beside him. Would you like to give it a try? It's fun. He looked at Parker again and said, You go and pull a big piece of bark over there. We dragged the cubs along. Parker nodded in agreement, rushed out with a single lunge. Bai Qingqing couldn't help but marvel. It's so amazing that it's so fast that it's too late to go offline. It's like walking into a martial arts drama scene. Parker's skill is light. Ha came to one of the largest dead trees, raised his hand, and tore his life. He tore off a large piece of bark. Even the rattan from the tree was torn off. Hugged Qingqing together. Bai Qingqing praised Wow. You also prepared rattan. I forgot to tell you. Good thing you remember. Parker smiled confidently. I'm a smart, strong male. I'll run fast. Bai Qingqing touched his head. Hurry up and turn around. Use your tail to sweep the blood off his body. Prevent moisture from penetrating clothing. Looking at Parker's side face, Bai Qingqing thought to herself. Usually Parker sees himself like this. It's an amazing feeling. He stared at Parker's wagging tail. It's so much fun to catch him with a curious handful. Finally got you. Parker, on the other hand, was a wit. A wave of heat hit his cheeks. He turned around and said he wasn't allowed to pinch my tail. Bai Qingqing looked puzzled. I just want to touch it. He suddenly remembered last year, after pinching his tail, inexplicably discordant. Look at Parker's shy face now. Bai Qingqing suddenly realized. It shouldn't be Parker's sensitivity. Parker turned around and picked him up. Say, I know what you mean. Bai Qingqing was suddenly embarrassed. I don't know what this stupid leopard is making up in his own brain. Just listen to Parker continue. You're done with your confinement. Then we can mate. A man digs in a cave. But digging and digging suddenly stretched out a hand. Scared him aback. Parker said to Bai Qingqing, You've done your month. Then we can mate. Just listen to the sound of winter. Bai Qingqing gave Parker a slap in the head. You want to freeze me to death on this snowy day. And there's a kid by the side. Parker had no choice but to give up. Tell Qingqing to let go of her tail. Bai Qingqing let go of her hand with hindsight. Then they told the cubs to go to the bark. Turn them on. My first ski trip in my life. Bai Qingqing turned around and smiled with satisfaction. It seems that the cubs really like it. After sliding for a while, Bai Qingqing sneezed. His hands and feet were all full of cold. Parker immediately took him in his arms. Say, I'll find a place. Build a fire to keep you warm. Bai Qingqing rubbed her little hands. Thought, this must be the range of the little snake's activity. He wanted to find the little snake to live first. Parker touched his hot body. Only then did I reluctantly agree. So the two of them began to look around for the little snake. The leopards hear their mother calling for the baby snake. I was very unhappy. I thought that my mother only called them, and will use such a gentle tone. Who is that little snake? He was so gentle with him. So they went up and hugged her mother's feet. Pounced on him. I don't want him to keep looking. That's when it happened. Parker suddenly made a promotion gesture. I saw a cave in front of me. He was peering inside. Then he turned to the leopards and commanded, I'll check it out first. You protect your mother. A leopard cub buried in the snow with only a small head left. He stretched out his paws in response to his father. Parker walked into the cave and showed off. Bai Qingqing also looked into the cave, but it was pitch black inside. Nothing can be seen. Parker crouched down, smelled a small snake on the ground. He dug down along the scent. But the more I dig, the more I feel wrong. How did the body odor of the little snake become so strong? That's when it happened. Suddenly, A small, white hand came out of the hole. Parker was taken aback. He hurriedly took a few steps back and let out a roar. Bai Qingqing immediately became nervous when she heard this, not sure what's going on inside. Anxiously changed to Parker. Parker immediately turned around and comforted me. But when he looked back, the hand was gone again. You can believe it. Can a 2-year-old grow up to such a size? Even his mother didn't believe it. Parker only had a turn of his head. The hand I had just seen was suddenly gone. He was puzzled. That hand looks tiny. Males are not possible. But females. It is even more impossible to make such a murderous move. He gritted his teeth. Then you have to dig him out. Thereupon, Parker continued to dig down, until it is dug through. He lifted his foot. One jumped over. I only heard the crackling sound of a fight coming from under the cave. After a while, the sound stopped. Parker hugged the struggling snake and walked out of the cave. Bai Qingqing looked at this little back. I wonder if it's a female. What a small one, but he's so aggressive. The little snake heard Bai Qingqing's voice. Immediately turned to look at him. Bai Qingqing was looked at by him like this. Some shrunk their necks uncomfortably. I saw the little snake shouting at him excitedly, Xiao Bai. Then the whole body was dragged out by Parker. Only then did Bai Qingqing see clearly. His snake's tail diameter is exactly the same as Curtis's. Hurriedly born to remind Parker that he is a small snake. Parker was stunned. I looked at it carefully in disbelief. He was then released. This smell is really snaky. A little snake that has regained its freedom immediately slipped back into the cave. Parker wiped his nose, wondered how he had glided so quickly. No wonder the taste is so strong. My nose hurts from the sting. I didn't recognize it. Parker forgot about it in the cave. He seemed to be molting. So Bai Qingqing suggested that Mr. Bai, let him warm up. Maybe he'll have more strength to molt. Parker immediately nodded yes, okay. It didn't take a while. I gave birth to Poop. Bai Qingqing pondered. I don't know how the little snake suddenly became a human. He was only 2 years old. It should be the appearance of a 2-year-old birthday. Parker didn't know why this was happening. Males are only able to migrate when they reach adulthood. This marks the maturity of the male body. The baby snake is clearly not mature yet. Bai Qingqing sank her face. A look of concern. Parker immediately reassures you not to worry. Both male orcs have a short juvenile period. A small snake as a stray beast. It is normal for 2 years of age to enter adolescence. Or maybe he ate something by mistake. Let him have the ability to transform in advance. There are a lot of things that are mysterious. Like what? The internal meridian of carnivorous Jesho can enhance physical strength. Chlorine in the body of herbivorous recipients is prolonged. Longevity and so on. The boy had just come out of the dirt, was stared at by a group of people. He should keep coming out or go back. Parker continued. There wasn't a fight. The energy in the body will grow. The more intense the war, the more energy grows. Bai Qingqing looked curious. I didn't expect to be able to escalate after being beaten by someone. Parker touched his head. Sometimes often, too. It was rumored which orc had eaten what. Animalistic patterns increase or decrease. It's all the norm. Bai Qingqing was relieved. Think about it. It's actually pretty good, so that he can talk to the little snake. But the leopards on the side were not very happy. Drooping little head. Seeing this, Bai Qingqing immediately touched his head. The boys are also very well behaved. Parker reminded. It seems that he hasn't told Sai about the little snake yet. Bai Qingqing slapped her head after hearing this. I actually forgot to say such an important thing. It's really a dereliction of duty on his part as a mother. So he put the identity of the little snake. I told the boys in detail. Unexpectedly, the leopards became even more angry when they heard this. They thought to themselves, I actually have a bewitching brother who fights for family property. The atmosphere has to go straight to the mouth of the small snake cave, calling for a demonstration downwards. There was a rustling sound from under the cave. It turned out that the little snake's repulsion was finished. He crawled out along the hole, sticking out a small head and looking out. Everyone looked at him in amazement. Only the leopards glared at him with angry expressions. The little snake was disdainful. Unhurriedly, he walked out of the hole. Bai Qingqing was directly stunned. I thought, what a beautiful boy. I didn't dare to confidently call the little snake. The little snake was staring at the leopards beside him. As soon as I heard my mother's voice, immediately happily walked forward. It was Bai Qingqing's face full of excitement after hearing this. I didn't expect it to be him. He reached out and touched his arm. Oh my God, it's so icy. Unfasten your coat immediately. Say sit down and roast the fire. It's cold. After a while, it will be warm when I put on my mother's clothes. Parker disapproved of him, worried that he would catch a cold. Bai Qingqing turned back to Parker and smiled. I have you. If you hold me, I'm not cold. It doesn't matter if you take one off and give it to the little snake. Parker blushed slightly. Only then did he nod his head in agreement. Just a moment after Qingqing undressed, the little snake sat down beside him. In its unseen places, swept all the leopards with their tails. How can the leopard stop? As soon as he got up, he immediately threw himself at him. But the disparity in strength between the two sides is too great. I haven't had time to get close yet. He was swept into the cave by the tail of the little snake. Look at it. The father was going to kill his child. The reason is heart-wrenching. The leopards were swept into the hole by the tail of the snake. At this time, Bai Qingqing also happened to take off her coat. He draped him over the body of the little serpent. The little snake smelled the little white on his clothes. Hold him tight. I can't put it down. After a while, the leopards finally crawled out. But they also understood the strength of the little snake. Don't dare to come forward and provoke again. Only then did Bai Qingqing notice the leopard cub, beckon for knives to slaughter. Why are you running so far? Come on and report that we still haven't moved. Look at the little snake's strange face. The two of them could roughly guess. It should be the little snake who bullied them just now. Parker turned around and yelled at them angrily. Come and sit here. I can't even beat a snake. Is this also hereditary? Then Bai Qingqing held the little snake's hand and asked, how did you transform in advance? Did you eat anything weird or not? There is no discomfort in the body or body. Mom went back and asked the veterinarian. The little snake was held by Qingqing and blushed slightly. But then I thought about it again. I seem to have eaten a strange thing. It was last year that he seemed to have eaten a ball. I thought it was an egg, but after swallowing it, it can't be squeezed out. Occupy his stomach all the time. He couldn't eat for a few days. It's hard to digest it. He's hungry. Ate a very, very large prey. I didn't forget to reach out and gesture. Bai Qingqing laughed loudly. I thought the kid was bragging. Then I heard the little snake continue. My appetite has been so great ever since. It's also growing a lot faster than before. Parker, who was on the side, pushed his head away unhappily. Speak well. Why are you so close? Bai Qingqing had a motherly smile on her face. When I think about it, it seems that the hour does not have a name yet. I'm thinking about what to give him a name. I saw the little snake shake his head. He hadn't figured out what to call it yet. Said to tell Qingqing when he thought about it later. That's when it happened. The boys of the tribe roared. At first glance, it was Vincent's voice. Bai Qingqing immediately stood up. I thought that an inn must have woken up. He also told Little Snake about an inn. I was ready to go back. He took the little snake's hand. Asked him if he wants to go home with him. Little Snake really wanted to go back with them. But I thought of my father. I couldn't help but tremble with fear. Ruthless, He still shook his head and said, I won't go back. I'm right here. Bai Qingqing saw his concern. Reassures Curtis that he is hibernating. He won't find out about you. The little snake shook his head firmly. No. He'll find out. He's going to kill me. The boy fell in love with his mother because he inherited all the memories of his father. The little snake knew that if he followed Xiaobai back, father will definitely kill him. So he took off his coat. Put Qingqing back on. Bai Qingqing also wanted to persuade him to go back together. The little snake shook his head firmly. I can't really go back. The words are not finished yet. Saw Bai Qingqing kiss his forehead gently. Said, since you don't want to go, then I won't force you anymore. We'll see you next time. With that, he turned around and prepared to leave. The little snake suddenly remembered that there was something else. Tell Qingqing to wait a while, and he will go get something. Just listen to salsa a few times. The little snake turned and went into the hole. Bai Qingqing turned her head curiously. I don't know what he'll bring with him. Not for a while. Then he saw the little snake come up with his snake leg in his arms. Saying this, I'll make you clothes to wear. Bai Qingqing hurriedly refused. No, no. This can't be given away casually. Do you know? The little snake looked puzzled. Father Snake Retreat is also for you to wear. Bai Qingqing didn't know how to explain it. I had to say, embarrassedly, because your father is my companion. You're still young. Don't tell anyone who you don't know. It's better to bury it. Dig it out when you reach adulthood. But the little snake misunderstood what he meant. Thought that Xiaobai wanted to make himself an adult. Give it to him again. Immediately blushed slightly and said, I know. Then Bai Qingqing took off her coat again. Clothe the little snake with this garment, and you keep it. Sleep with a cover point. Mom will bring it to you next time. First skirts to come. As soon as I heard him say that he would come back next time, the little snake immediately shook Qingqing's hand excitedly. Then, I won't be dormant, waiting for you right here. That's not going to work. Bai Qingqing patted him on the shoulder and said, You're still going to have to sleep. I won't be coming out anytime soon. And he can't live without me. Then he was picked up by Parker, urging him to go back. He strode towards the tribe with Bai Qingqing in his arms. The leopards also obediently followed. The little snake reluctantly waved at him, chased to the outside of the cave. Bai Qingqing was tickled by Parker. I couldn't help but laugh. I didn't notice anything else. The little snake stood at the mouth of the cave in frustration. He was really reluctant to let Xiaobai leave. I want to be with him forever. I just hope that Xiaobai will remember to come early next time. Can the little fox have any bad intentions? It's just that I want to eat someone. Bai Qingqing returned to Shirbao after seeing the little snake. He didn't have a coat, shivering in the snow all the way through the cold. I finally got back home. He rubbed his hands coldly. Parker immediately brought him a quilt and covered him. It's going to be warm. Wei Wensin hugged in and over. I wonder why you came back so late. Saw Bai Qingqing only sneezing coldly. I was trembling all over. Anxiously stepped forward and asked Qingqing, What's wrong with you? Is it frozen? Show me. Parker thought he hadn't eaten in so long. I want to cook first. Vincent touched his cold little face, wondering how he froze like this. The coat on his body is gone. Bai Qingqing said truthfully the coat was given to the little snake. I'm fine. He figured Vincent must be worried right now. But I heard it on the side. Suddenly, there was a loud cry. Igis, I'm hungry. Bai Qingqing hurriedly wanted to breastfeed him. But I found out why my hands were so stiff. I don't have any strength at all. It was frozen. Such. In the end, I had to comfort with the help of Vincent. I put my hands on the Kong to warm up. Bai Qingqing couldn't help but think. It's really reassuring to have Vincent here. It's really cold outside. Vincent's warm and cold little hands were a little displeased. Dao knew that it was cold and gave clothes to others. Bai Qingqing could see that he was a little angry. I thought I'd have to change the subject. So he told Vincent about the transformation of the little snake. Vincent was also amazed when he heard this. I didn't expect it to be so fast. You can think of the small body of the little snake. Bai Qingqing couldn't help but feel sad. The little snake can't be like his other children. You can stay by your side. It's really distressing. So he looked up and said to Vincent, "So don't talk about me. Do it all over again. I'll still give him the clothes." Vincent sighed helplessly. He took him into his arms and said, "I can send it to him next time." Bai Qingqing nodded happily. Suddenly turned his head and saw one. Senna kept shaking his beard. Tail. An evil thought suddenly surged into his heart. I saw Bai Qingqing's small hand hook back. He grabbed his tail in the palm of his hand. I thought, ha. Unexpectedly, Vincent was the same as Parker. Is this a sensitive area that feline orcs have? He also pretended to be innocent and turned his head to ask Vincent, "What happened to you?" Vincent, however, forcibly returned to Mei. At this time, Qingqing's heart had already blossomed. Thinking about Vincent's stuffy character. It's fun to be funny. The girl hid under the covers, looked at the two men in front of him who were fighting for him. Bai Qingqing's heart has already blossomed. Thinking about Vincent's stuffy character. It's fun to be funny. After playing with the bearded tail for a while, Bai Qingqing found that this would not work. If you keep playing, something will happen. So he quickly let go of his hand. But it's too late. I saw Vincent leaning forward in person. Boldly locked his lips. Bai Qingqing couldn't help but think that Vincent seemed to have changed. It is no longer as humble as it used to be. I'm really happy for him. Not for a while. And then in his arms was satisfied. The two hurriedly got up, placed an in next to the bed, and then looked at the two with red and swollen lips. Curious to eat and play with your fingers. That's when it happened. Parker, who had prepared the food, just walked in. I also saw this scene. A happy kick slammed into the door. White crystal. Jing was startled by the sudden voice. Go back immediately. Parker lifted the curtain, rushed forward, and yelled at Vincent. He was sick, don't you know? He also bullied him behind my back. Vincent quickly stepped forward to catch the fallen water glass. Put him back in place. Before he spoke, I just did what a partner should do. Then the two of them argued violently. Bai Qingqing had to hide in the quilt in embarrassment. I thought it was my partner. How can there be a kind of shame of being caught stealing? I really want to find a crack in the ground to get into. And Parker's face really stinks. It looks like a coax. Qingqing was then carried to the table by Vincent. He immediately clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Wow, today's food looks so delicious." Parker looked disdainful. This acting skill is inevitably too fake. Bai Qingqing immediately picked up a large piece of meat, gulping and boasting while eating. Parker saw that he was eating so with relish. Finally smirked. Vincent lulled an end to sleep. Then he was ready to go out to work. Bai Qingqing waved goodbye to him. Parker hoped he never came back. So the two began to fight against each other again. Just when Bai Qingqing didn't know how to persuade her, I saw Vincent turn around and say, "For Qingqing's sake, I'm too lazy to bother with you." Bai Qingqing turned her head to look at the back of Vincent leaving, secretly thanking him for his understanding. The girl turned out to have 23 children. Bai Qingqing turned her head to look at the back of Vincent leaving, secretly thanked her for her understanding. Parker said, touching her head, "You're eating quickly. Take a nap after eating. When you wake up, you'll see the doll." After Bai Qingqing was full of food and drink, turned around and lay down on the spacious and comfortable bed, hugging it on the side. Sure enough, it's easy to get sleepy after eating. After a while, he fell into a deep sleep. An hour later, he opened his eyes slightly. A bunch of dolls appeared in front of his eyes. He excitedly held it in his hand. Each one is very cute. It's very delicately rounded. Parker didn't know. One appeared behind him. Stroking his head, he asked if he liked it. Bai Qingqing doesn't just like it. I just can't put it down. He's going to put them all at the head of the bed. Parker was entangled in the left side of the station. It's better to stand on the right. Bai Qingqing thought for a moment. Let any of them stand on the outermost. It's going to be unhappy. So he decided to put Vincent and Parker on his side. Curtis on the side stands in the middle. Parker was displeased when he saw this. Why did he stand in the middle? He's too positional. You should stand next to it. Bai Qingqing smiled. It is precisely because of the position in which he stands. That's why he stood in the middle. I was just right in front of him. This is the most harmonious. Parker had no choice but to agree aggrievedly. Naturally, none of the cubs could be left behind. When everything is laid out, Bai Qingqing happily looked at the puppet in front of her. I want to count them carefully. Himself has been for the world. Added 23 lives. Before I knew it, I had already given birth to so many. It's kind of scary. If there are more cubs later. But he saw Parker pick him up, said that the next child must have given birth to me. Okay, but he thought about it again. What if it's life and death again? He didn't want Qingqing. I am experiencing the pain of a last round. Then he shook his head and said no. Forget it. I still don't want children in the future. Bai Qingqing also thought so, but it can't be said so absolutely. Who can guarantee that there will be no accidents for decades to come? Parker waved his hand firmly. It's better not to have one. Your health is more important than anything else. Bai Qingqing smiled with relief after hearing this. I want to be able to reproduce again as a glorious master. Taxi is understood. He was really happy. So, he tapped his toes, kissed Parker on the cheek. Parker was beaten like a chicken. Rushed to find the production doll. The material of the chassis went. Bai Qingqing was amused by him. The tail twisted like an earthworm. Before you know it, a day has passed. Vincent returned to the stone castle after his work. I don't know. The leopard will not trouble itself. When I opened the curtain, I found that they were all asleep. Afterglow out of the corner of the eye. I noticed that there seemed to be something next to the bed. When he took a closer look, only to find out that it turned out to be a puppet of their family. The meditation is so vivid. A neat family. Curtis has finally ended hibernation. He lifted the curtain and walked in. Early the next morning, they took it in together to breathe on the top of the school bag. Bai Qingqing stuck to Vincent on the side. I'm ready to get busy again. Concerned people stepped forward and asked how their work was lately. Is it still going well? Vincent smiled and struck the iron, which went quite smoothly. It just stuck on the design. So, Bai Qingqing proposed to be at home to Dianan. Parker went to help with the design, but I saw Parker's reluctance. Bai Qingqing hurriedly praised him. He must be there. It will definitely make the tribe build iron. Set up to the next level. Parker immediately became excited. Said that he must live up to expectations. That's it. Parker stepped out and joined the iron striking team. Join Vincent as he discusses crafting and designing weapons. The two of them are usually noisy. It's surprisingly consistent in the face of tribal building. Gradually, time passed. It's come to the end of Hanji in a flash. On this day, Bai Qingqing was coaxing an in the house. I only heard Parker shouting loudly outside the door. I have great news for you. I finally do. Created the first full-fledged weapon of the Horde. I saw him incarnate as a beast. The claws are all equipped with sharp gear. Circled around Bai Qingqing excitedly. Showcase your work. Bai Qingqing was almost fainted by his constant spinning. Reflexively grabbed Parker. Parker immediately stood up, but neglected the weapon on his claws. I almost caught Bai Qingqing. Vincent saw this, hurriedly stepped forward to protect Qingqing. Yelled at Parker, "Do you know what you're doing? You now have iron claws. That's when Parker reacted, immediately frightened, and took a few steps back, thinking of Jingjing's wrist being so thin. If this claw is on Jingjing's hand, he's going to get seriously hurt. He hurriedly transformed into a human form, suddenly stepped forward to worry about Dao Jingjing. "Are you okay?" Bai Qingqing felt so guilty when she saw him. Persuaded Vincent not to murder him anymore. "It's okay to be on your own." He also jumped twice. I thought that the relationship between the two had finally eased. "You can't collapse again because of yourself." Vincent then carried him to the bed to rest. Parker picked up the iron claw. "Tell Jingjing that there is a mechanism on this iron claw. Sharp fingertips can be retracted, and it's also very easy to wear." Bai Qingqing took it curiously and took a look, but I didn't expect him to be so heavy. Vincent said it was a scripture. A lot of thrashing. Pop all the bubbles inside. Such a piece of iron will be much stronger. So it's heavier. These two are a couple they haven't seen for a long time. How will you interpret Xiao Biexing's newlyweds? Bai Qingqing proposes to hang out as a family. By the way, test the power of the new weapon. So Parker quickly summoned the gear. Vincent, on the other hand, took care to bring him a coat. You can think of a family going out to play. Bai Qingqing couldn't help but sink her face. I thought it would be nice if Curtis was here. In this way, it can be regarded as a real family going out to play. That's when it happened. I saw a violent movement under the stone slab. Bai Qingqing almost fell to the ground. When the vibration stops, Bai Qingqing is indispensable. The letter saw a man open the curtain and walk in. He immediately rushed forward excitedly. One threw himself into Curtis's arms. "You're finally awake, and I really miss you." Curtis looked at the man in his arms dotingly. "I miss you too." The two hugged like glue for a long time. There was a look of happiness on his face. Then Bai Qingqing pulled him to the edge of the bed and sat down. "I wonder where he hibernates." "Probably under this bedroom?" Curtis nodded at him. The two chatted like no one. Parker behind him gritted his teeth angrily. I thought that Curtis would grab Qingqing with him as soon as he returned. Vincent patted him, persuaded that they were partners they hadn't seen in a long time. It's normal to express your thoughts. Let them reminisce. So Parker had to endure it on the sidelines. Suggest yourself not to be angry. Bai Qingqing asked curiously, "Where exactly did you sleep?" Curtis stretched his tail. He pointed to the underside of the stone slab at the head of his bed. Bai Qingqing looked puzzled. "Why did you choose there?" Curtis whispered back to his face, "Because this is the closest to you." Seeing him so close. "I haven't seen you for too long." Bai Qingqing was a little uncomfortable. I coughed nervously and lay down twice. The bedroom is just 3 stone slabs. Your location is quite close to the Kong. We burn a fire in the ground every day. Do you feel hilarious? Curtis shook his head. Didn't feel hot. Just felt a little dry. Let's talk about it. He stroked Qingqing's little face with a finger. Bai Qingqing suddenly realized. Pointing to his lips, he said, "No wonder your lips look so dry." But his face turned red honestly. He immediately got up in embarrassment, ran to the side and said, "I'll go and pour you a glass of water to drink." Curtis looked at his back. I couldn't help but chuckle twice. I thought he was still so cute. Bai Qingqing poured water on one side. He breathed a sigh of relief. I thought to myself that he was lucky not to bring the little snake back. Such a close distance. Commodore Curtis will find out. After a while, he came over with a glass of water. Was taken into his arms by Curtis. The man stretched out a sharp insistence. It's about to be the hunt. Curtis took Bai Qingqing into his arms. I saw him say affectionately for me. Bai Qingqing's little face was immediately dyed red. Rosy clouds. He hurriedly turned his face away and said, "You let me down first." It's embarrassing. But Curtis was willing to let go. I saw Bai Qingqing handing out the water cup in her hand. Pour it into his mouth. Then you can drink it. But that's not what Curtis says about the stomach. Bai Qingqing had to push him in embarrassment. He said, Curtis, have you slept too long and are suffocating? There's someone watching from behind. Stop it. At this time, Parker was snatching back and forth. My heart is already broken, and I can't help it. Front. The sharp iron teeth were constantly grinding and piercing on the ground. Zizi sounded Bai Qingqing uncomfortable, covering his ears and yelling at Parker. What are you doing? I know I'm most afraid of this kind of sound. Parker heard Qingqing call himself. Hurriedly turned around. Bai Qingqing saw him raise his hand. Remind him to be careful not to hurt himself. Parker scratched his head and said, I'm just tickling. But I saw that Qingqing cared about herself. The mood suddenly became a lot happier. He scratched. Suddenly, I couldn't help but sneeze. I saw the hairs flying down the sky. It must have been scraped off by the iron claw just now. Bai Qingqing almost didn't hold back her laughter when she saw the picture. Quickly covered his mouth and said with concern, I didn't hurt myself. Don't worry, I'll show you. With that, he came behind Parker. The scene in front of him made him tighten suddenly. I saw the Parker Terrier. A large piece of hair has been shaved off. I can't bear to look at it directly. Bai Qingqing had to regretfully compare with her hands. It's a shame you're bald. It's such a big bald piece. Parker fell to the ground with a thud. Flood of tears. I want to die for a while. Is it so ugly and faceless to see Qingqing? Bai Qingqing hurriedly stepped forward and comforted her, saying that it was okay. Why don't I fix it for you? This can be trimmed into a pot lid. It's very popular in our country. Parker looked skeptical. Bai Qingqing had to show her cuteness, really. Lie to you is a puppy. So he succeeded in convincing Parker. Bai Qingqing thought to herself that it was so ugly anyway. A dead horse is a live horse. He took the iron claw. But this one is too heavy to operate at all. It's also easy to injure Parker by mistake. So he handed the iron claw to Vincent. Ask Vincent to hang with him. That's when it happened. I saw Curtis on the side, snapping his fingers. Say I'm coming. Bai Qingqing trampled on a look of rage. Sympathetically looked at Parker. I thought that Curdy was wanton and unhappy. It's entirely possible to just click off Parker's head. So he patted Parker and said, hold on. Parker was in a hurry when he heard this. Are you sure you don't stop him? I saw Kitty stretch out his sharp fingers. It's about to be the hunt. This man is like a fish on a chopping board to be slaughtered. But the result was unexpected. Curtis is about to give Parker a haircut. Parker fingered his hands folded. Pray that this little life will not be lost. Bai Qingqing stepped forward to teach Curtis where to hang. Parker then turned back to the two. Otherwise, I'd better forget it. Curtis couldn't have missed such a good opportunity. He reached out and pressed Parker. After listening to Bai Qingqing's explanation, he stretched out his sharp fingers. Pressed down on a shivering Parker. Tell him not to move. Otherwise, there is no guarantee for turning off the head or hair. I saw him raise his hand and brush it gently. It is easy to shave off a lot of hair. After a while, Curtis said it was fixed. Bai Qingqing hurriedly stepped forward to check. Parker covered his face in embarrassment. I thought to myself, though, I didn't have a life. But I must be ugly now. Who knew that? Bai Qingqing exclaimed, wow. The handsome Parker suddenly turned around. The general asked suspiciously whether it was true. Bai Qingqing hurriedly nodded yes. I think it's very beautiful. Parker picked up a strand of hair and looked at it. Fortunately, my hair is not green. Otherwise, it's like a nest of grass. Is it really nice to have such a little hair? Bai Qingqing hurried. He pulled out the small mirror in his bag. Let Parker look at you. Isn't it not bad? Obviously, I just changed my hairstyle. But it feels like you're getting cooler. I also have a lot of spirit. As soon as I heard this, Parker snorted triumphantly. Seeing this, the leopards also gathered around. They all rushed to get the same hairstyle as their father. Parker slapped them away mercilessly. While playing, "When you grow up, call you the maid of the substitute." Bai Qingqing picked up the aggrieved leopard cub on the side. Comfortingly, "It's okay. If we don't make a fuss, we should go out." Turning to Curtis to the side, he asked Curtis, "You're just out of hibernation? Or just wait for food at home?" Curtis shook his head no. "That would be great." Bai Qingqing thought to herself, "It's finally time for the whole family." Turn around and ask Parker to take his iron claws. The time has come to show his majestic figure. Today's food is all up to Parker. Parker listened, immediately excitedly agreed. Then the family packed up and set off. Parker shouted excitedly at them, "You're too slow, aren't you? Keep up with this haircut since you got this haircut." Parker suddenly felt a lot more vigorous. Pay attention to this baby, held in the arms of a giant python that had been hungry for months. He seemed very excited. Since cutting this hairstyle, Parker suddenly felt a lot more vigorous. Bai Qingqing wanted to rush out and run with Parker. Was stopped by Curtis. Persuade him not to go crazy with fools. It is easy to be mistracked. So Bai Qingqing smiled. Decided to just watch Parker from behind. But when he looked at Parker from behind, I couldn't help but laugh. This pot-lit head, how like a matchstick growing on a stick. At this point, Parker turned his head and wondered about Qingqing. "Are you calling me? What's wrong?" Bai Qingqing hurriedly waved her hand. "There's nothing to compliment you on how beautiful your new hairstyle is. You keep playing." I slowly breathed a sigh of relief in my heart. There is nothing more joyful than sorrow. I thought about it for Parker's physical and mental health. It's better to tell a white lie yourself. This is probably the blessing of fools. It's good to let him be so happy. And then on the side stretched out his hand. "Yawn. Wake up slowly." Bai Qingqing stepped forward. "I'm worried if he'll wake up from freezing." Turning his head, he thought of Tis and said Tis again. "You haven't seen him in months. Why don't you hug it?" Curtis nodded, stretched out his hand, and took it over, and then looked at the beautiful father in front of him. Excited, she stared at him with wide eyes and stretched out her hand. Curtis couldn't help but praise Anin for becoming pretty. Vincent hugged Bai Qingqing. Reminder that it's cold outside. Don't let Anin put her hand out. So Curtis wrapped him tightly. "It's quite mummy." The family walked forward with a smile and a smile. Parker opened the way ahead. A breeze blows. Bai Qingqing couldn't help but think. The breeze that has been moistened by hemolysis is sweet. It's so comfortable. The view around is also nice. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw Vincent suddenly stop. Bai Qingqing turned her head and wondered what was wrong. Vincent let out a low roar of warning. "Say that there is an enemy ahead." Bai Qingqing suddenly looked forward in surprise. After only a sparse sound, several wild wolves appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Apparently they were taken as prey. Parker chuckled disdainfully. Foraging does not look at the object. I saw him leap up one by one. He pounced on the wolves. With the help of Iron Claw, he quickly twisted a wild wolf with a single punch. There was a sand glow in his eyes. This was followed by a few more punches. The wolves haven't had a chance yet. Was directly sent out. There was a scream. Bai Qingqing looked at the scene in front of her, thinking about what Parker looks like. In a trance, I remembered the moment when I first arrived at the beast market. At that time, Parker's killing was a raw bite. Bite your opponent to death. Brutal as a true beast. And now it's clean. It harvests the lives of wild wolves like machines. The combat attitude is the same. The difference is that Parker is more powerful. He seemed to keep all the wolves in check. They just have to wait quietly for the end. But when he turned his head and skimmed into Curtis on the side, I couldn't help but shudder. thinking about Curtis, who had been dormant for months. It seems more like the hungry wolf staring at its prey. The python patted its belly. Satisfied, he played a bag. Curtis, who had been dormant for several months. It seems more like the hungry wolf staring at its prey. So Bai Qingqing stretched out her hand and took it over. Curtis stretched a little. Transfiguration into the form of a giant python. The wild wolf in front saw this terrifying, murderous aura. I was taken aback. Before he could react, he was clicked. Instantly severed the bones. A life. Parker's side is also killing Zhengwang. The land was full of wolves lost. The rest of the wolves saw the scene. How dare you continue to attack? They all turned and fled. Parker snorted disdainfully. I haven't practiced it yet. Curtis opened his bloody mouth, swallowed an entire wolf in one bite. Bai Qingqing couldn't help but sigh. Curtis must be starving. Then he stepped forward, asked how Parker's iron claws are used. Parker raised his hand and retracted the iron claw. It's not bad to use. It's just too sharp. Not used for hunting. However, it can definitely be used to fight with orcs. Vincent asked him, iron claws can be used. The way of making is passed on to the tribe. Parker doesn't care about knocking down casually. But I don't think this paw is flexible enough. And to improve, you can wait until I'm better and then teach them. Bai Qingqing looked at the two of them who were so harmonious. I couldn't help but smile. It's a family that works together, yes. Turning his head to the side, Curtis, who has already eaten a few wild wolves, satisfied with a full burp. Bai Qingqing looked at the remaining wild wolves. I don't know how to bring it back. I saw Vincent cover his ears. Remind him to cover Anne's ears as well. Then there was a sound, the roar of the quartet. The trees around me shook. Bai Qingqing couldn't help but sigh. It's still super scary to feel at such a close distance. When I was worried about weather, Anin would be scared. But he just stared at him and froze. Nothing else isn't. Bai Qingqing was relieved. It turned out that Vincent was informing the people of the tribe. Then they will come and drag away the wolves. No food is wasted. Bai Qingqing smiled and said that this is fine. When I first came, Parker killed a lot of wolves and didn't catch me. Now I feel like a pity. Parker thought Qingqing was blaming himself. Hurriedly stepped forward and explained that we were enthusiastic at that time. There is no shortage of food for everyone. If you call them, they won't come. And the corpse will not disappear out of thin air. There will be other beasts to eat. Bai Qingqing saw that he had a serious face. Sideways explained, I'm just talking about it. Nothing else. That's when Parker was relieved. Silly laugh. The man was glad. Having this skinny is the best magnetism. That's when Parker was relieved. Silly laughed. In the blink of an eye, they had been out for a long time. An animal in his arms began to cry. Bai Qingqing hurriedly reassured, unfastened his collar, and fed it in. The howling cold wind followed the unfastened collar, poured into the body. Bai Qingqing couldn't help but shudder, shivering with cold. Curtis saw this, immediately turned into a human form, and said, "Go back. It's cold outside." Bai Qingqing was a little reluctant when she heard that she wanted to go back by herself, because there are a lot of leaves growing on the outside. Maybe there's something to eat. I wanted to find out. Parker immediately patted his chest. When it comes to food, leave it to me. You take Qingqing back first. Bai Qingqing had no choice but to be obedient. I thought it would be hard to come out once. I didn't expect to have time for the next doll yet. I'm going back again. After a while, a group of people returned to the lost treasure. Bai Qingqing hurriedly wrapped Anin in the quilt. Give him a warm meal first. Curtis picked up the quilt and covered Qingqing. Vincent opened the curtain first and said, "I'll go live." Bai Qingqing turned back and smiled at him. Good. Curtis, who was on the side, suddenly noticed something. Puzzled, he leaned forward. I saw him pick up Bai Qingqing's doll. His eyes lit up. What is it? See us as such. Bai Qingqing nodded. They said they burned it with mud from the bottom of the puddle. It's called porcelain. There are also a lot of porcelain bowls and the like at home. Curtis smiled happily, touching it repeatedly. I can't put down the puppet in my hand. Well done. Much like you, Bai Qingqing pouted in displeasure. The one you have in your hand is made by Parker. Curtis nodded. But it's still the same love that can't be put down. Bai Qingqing saw that he liked Parker so much. Unhappily got into the quilt. Dr. Qingqing said, "You did it by me." Curtis picked up his words. I was stunned for a moment. Then he carefully held him in the palm of his hand. I put it on my cheek and said it's good too. The fruit is strict and solid. Bai Qingqing didn't hear this. He hid under the covers and thought unhappily. Do you do it yourself? It's not as good as Parker's. I've done it in a super detailed way. Parker did himself well. The cubs were a mess. After drying, it was refined to be presentable. By this time, Vincent had already rekindled the fire. The fire grew more and more intense. Bai Qingqing felt the temperature coming from the ground. It warmed up a lot. It's really hard, Vincent. But it seems to be getting hotter and hotter. He broke out in a hot sweat. I thought I would go out now. Wouldn't it be very shameless? Curtis, on the side, watched the heat coming out. Curious about what it is, so he stuck out his tail and touched it. But when his tail was next to the ground, but it sent out a sizzle, the sound of barbecue. Bai Qingqing listened, hurriedly got out of the quilt, asked what sound. Is it burned? Show me what's hot. Strict is not serious. He immediately lifted Curtis's tail, carefully checked, a look of concern. Curtis looked at his partner, who cared so much about him. I'm glad I met him. I saw him stretch out his long arm, took Bai Qingqing into his arms. The temperature doesn't hurt me. The girl had just been frightened. That's why he was aggrieved and held the quilt in his mouth. I saw her stretch out her long arms. He took Qingqing into his arms. Saying this, the temperature doesn't hurt me. Bai Qingqing was relieved and just scared her. It's okay. Then see Vincent. I brought in the last Kim necklace. She asked curiously. How did this chain get it back? Curtis, come and see. This Vincent found from a great depth. It's hard. You're looking at the hole in the floor. It was that stone that made it. Later I put it under my pillow. Nightmares every day. But as soon as you take it, you don't dream. 80% is the problem of this stone. Vincent also felt that this stone was not simple. That's why I showed it to Curtis. He had listened to what Qingqing had said. He also put the stone under his pillow, but it didn't work. Curtis looked carefully for a moment. Suddenly a shogi was squeezed. Bai Qingqing was taken aback when she saw this. Hurriedly stepped forward to stop Curtis. Don't crush him. So I checked it out carefully. Luckily, it didn't break. I thought Curtis's strength was too great. Just looking at it, it felt like the Kim family was about to collapse. Vincent's eyes lit up, raised his hand, and said, It is suspected that this is the same substance as gold and green crystal, because they're all so hard. Bai Qingqing heard that it was related to transparent crystal green crystal. Does that mean you can also eat one? Give it a try. Then he shook his head again. I dispelled the thought I had just now, but this is not going to work. Just a few of them, or don't use them. Wait until you find more spirit. You can feed it to the beast to test the effect. Curtis touched his head dotingly. Say whatever you want. You've dreamed about something before. Bai Qingqing smiled. Start drawing. Seiki described his previous dream to Curtis. Half an hour after love, Bai Qingqing finally finished his dream. Vincent and Curtis listened, but they looked at each other and nodded. Seems to understand something. Bai Qingqing is a question mark on her face. I wondered what they were talking about. Love that I don't understand. But Vincent said that the spar and the crystal were transparent. Green crystal may be a substance, and crystal translucent represents power. Green crystal represents longevity. So what will this octahedral gold ornament represent? He suddenly remembered. But it should represent memory. Vincent listened, said he didn't dream about anything. Maybe Qingqing's dream was just a coincidence. But Bai Qingqing doesn't think so. So he decided to sleep again today. Because he dreamed of a female. Maybe this memory is only valid for females. The two of them listened, suddenly shouted in unison. Bai Qingqing's frightened hair stood up, turned around, and said aggrievedly with the quilt in his mouth, "Why are you yelling so loudly?" "It scared me." "It's a clingy little leopard." He couldn't help but rub it on the girl's little face. Bai Qingqing thought about it carefully. Both green essence and permeable essence can be directly applied in the human body, but those are all appendages of living beings. Memory is the foundation of life. If this memory is like a gold filter or a filter, it worked on people. It may represent the use of the body to be plundered. Come to think of this, he suddenly tensed. I thought, no, I'll have to try again. So he put the gold ornament under his pillow again. Turning around, he smiled at the two of them. I don't eat him. Just press him under the pillow. There won't be a problem. Just give it a try. Vincent, however, stepped forward and snatched the gold ornament. Said no. It's too risky. I'll take the necklace upstairs anyway. And it is vulnerable. The female is only 3 months old. Life is even more fragile. If this thing is really the condensation of a person's memory, that's too dangerous for an inn. Bai Qingqing still wanted to insist. But as soon as I heard it, it was dangerous for an inn. Immediately compromised. Then another idea came to mind. Smiled and said, then you go. Let me go upstairs and sleep at night. Actually, I think the power of this memory is very weak. It doesn't have any effect on my mind. And it doesn't seem to react during the day. And it is sleeping well now. Besides, and it was only 7 days old. It didn't affect him much either. What's more, I'm already an adult. There will be no problem. Curtis, who was on the side, sighed helplessly. He knows it well. Don't let Qingqing play enough. He won't give up. So Vincent had no choice but to sigh and say that it was okay. The screen turns, came to the outside of the tribe. Parker was showing off his new hairstyle. The orcs on the side don't understand this fashion. There was a lot of talk about it. Look at the bald leopard over there. Parker was unaware. Also struck a pose proudly. Say to the cubs, look. Father is not particularly majestic now. But I don't want the leopard cubs next to me to feel too ashamed. They all turned away. Angry, he stomped his feet and yelled at the stinky cubs. Always so disobedient. What's wrong with complimenting me? The leopards ran all the way back to the castle. Bai Qingqing saw them return. Asked Parker why he didn't come back with him. I saw the leopards with a bitter face. He looked behind him. Bai Qingqing stepped forward suspiciously. I wonder if Parker is causing trouble again. He poked his head out and looked back. I saw Parker walking triumphantly forward. The orcs behind him were one after another. Cast a strange look at him. Bai Qingqing couldn't help but snicker twice. Thinking to myself about this stupid leopard. Haven't you noticed that everyone is looking at him? That's when Parker noticed Qingqing's little head sticking out. Immediately, Qingqing ran towards him. Bai Qingqing also beckoned to him. Hurry up and come back. Shame is all thrown home. But the wind is too strong. Parker didn't hear what he was saying. But he thought to himself, I must have missed myself so much. So he immediately quickened the pace of his feet. Jumped forward and hugged Qingqing. Rubbed it on his little face. Look at it. The girl actually gave birth to a bunch of scorpion eggs. Parker jumped forward and hugged Crystal. Rubbed it on her little face. Bai Qingqing thought to herself, it's good that this stupid leopard didn't notice the criticism of others. so as not to add to the troubles. Seeing that he was still wearing iron claws, Bai Qingqing persuaded him to take it off, so as not to be uncomfortable. Parker actually wanted to take it down a long time ago. It's just that the iron claw sometimes gets stuck. It's hard to put on, so I just wore it all the time. So Bai Qingqing stretched out her hand. It took a lot of gold to take him down. It seems to be really stuck. I heard Parker say that he still needs to improve the iron claw. I'm going to keep this iron claw as a souvenir. Parker nodded in agreement. Then he said, I'm going to make your dinner. The leaves want to be eaten fried or boiled. Bai Qingqing fanned and smiled. How convenient for you to do. Parker happily went to cook. He couldn't help but feel small-hearted. The same is a vegetable, and the master called him a leaf. Why do you always feel weird eating? Gradually, night fell. Bai Qingqing said to Parker, I will sleep upstairs today, and it will be handed over to you. Parker listened, immediately stepped forward and pulled Qingqing so cold at night. There is no Kong upstairs. Don't go up. Bai Qingqing reached out and shook his big palm. I'll just go up and sleep all night. I'll come down tomorrow. I hope that it doesn't get up today. Parker sighed helplessly, okay. Turning to Vincent, he said, Give me the quilt in your hand. Vincent was puzzled. Aren't you still holding it? Saw Parker immediately snatch the quilt and filial piety. Your daughter will be left to your own care. Vincent looked at the well-behaved and in his arms. He nodded happily. The three of them went upstairs. Bai Qingqing just entered the house. I felt a chill coming over my face. So Parker decided to warm up the bed first. After a while, Bai Qingqing came to the warm bed. Parker held him in his arms. Look at his pleasing and relaxed appearance. So I advised him to go to bed early. So Bai Qingqing obediently closed her eyes. After a while, he fell into a deep sleep. Curtis was coiled up next to the bed and slept together. It didn't take long. Bai Qingqing, who had fallen asleep, began to pant nervously. The whole person also trembled slightly uncomfortably. Curtis and Parker immediately became alarmed. I thought to myself, Qingqing, this feeling is another nightmare. They carefully guarded Qingqing's side. If you see that he can't stand it, he was ready to wake him up immediately. And at this time, Bai Qingqing, sure enough, I came to the dream before. But what he saw this time was, Chris is in labor. Bai Qingqing looked at her in surprise. Dense crab eggs. I couldn't help but sigh, oh my God. Giving birth to so many crab beasts is more powerful than snake beasts. This woman killed her own child. And how to face the anger of the child's father. Just when Bai Qingqing was still amazed, I heard the sound of hurried footsteps. He turned his head to look behind him. Something is coming. I saw Sheng Zhajiali suddenly appear in front of him. Patient Chris with a gleeful face. Thank you for your hard work. The man reached out and wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Bai Qingqing saw that he had the luck of being a father on his face. Lung Hungdao took these things away from me. Sheng Zhajiali was originally a happy face. Suddenly, there was more sorrow. He said in a sad tone, if you want to be angry, you can be angry with me. This is your cub. Don't be angry with them. Chris turned his head. Unceremoniously, said their father. It's a rootless beast. They will be born rootless. It's better to be dead. Sheng Zagari listened. His hand slammed into the stone bed. Shout, if you don't like it, kill them. Chris thought he was going to whip himself again. Frightened, he turned around and protected his head. The body couldn't help but tremble. Tears also fell. Sheng Zhajiali saw him like this. Immediately withdrew his hand, sighing helplessly. Turning around, he said, you lie down and rest first. I'm going to get you some food. Chris saw him go. That's when I gradually fell in love. Said with hatred on his face, the Sheng family beauties. Apparently you still love me. but we'll never go back to the way we used to be. You have earned the love of your partner, but lost to his own conceit. Your rank is already above the king. There is absolute conceded capital, but feelings are not something that can be exchanged for these things. Bai Qingqing listened. Suddenly, I felt pitiful. This scorpion beast was originally the pride of the sky. A head fell into a pitiful worm. He was thinking about it, but he saw Chris pick up a stone beside him, lift him up in the air, punch it down. Bai Qingqing was directly stunned by this scene, immediately pounced on him to stop him. And at this time, Chris turned around and shouted, "Why not?" Bai Qingqing was taken aback. I wondered if he could see himself, but I can't do that much for the time being. He lunged forward and just wanted to stop Chris, but he pounced directly. Just listen to Chris. They shouldn't have spoken out in the first place. I want to destroy everything that I don't leave behind. That's when it happened. Just listen to the sound of cooking. It was the sound of a stone basin falling to the ground. Sheng Zhejiali looked at the scene in front of her, incredulously rushed forward and yelled at Chris. "Do you know what you're doing?" He stepped forward and pushed his anger away. "These are our children. They're all ruined by you." His hands trembled, unable to believe what he saw. Hands slammed the city bed. After several collapses, the man had just lost his child. The next second, I lost my lover again. Sheng Zagari's hands slammed into the city bed. After several collapses, he turned around and yelled that these were our children. "You're not done yet." But to the horror of the discovery, Chris fell on the stone. The blood on the forehead stained a large area red. Sheng Zhejiali couldn't care about anything else. Hurriedly rushed forward and hugged him in his arms, calling for Chris over and over again. I couldn't help but tremble. Bai Qingqing looked at the scene in front of her. It's all so unknowable. I thought to myself, they are all so pitiful. I thought about it again. How could Chris have seen himself just now? Isn't that a memory? But I saw that the picture in front of me suddenly shattered. Bai Qingqing hadn't had time to think about it yet, and the whole man went backwards. It's like traveling back in time. After a while, it was back to reality. He snapped his eyes open, gasping for air. Parker and Curtis see this, hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Qingqing, you're finally awake." Parker took him in his arms in distress. His face was full of nervousness and worry. Bai Qingqing only felt some pain in her head. I didn't expect it to dawn so soon. But I was still very tired. It felt like I hadn't slept long. Parker said, "You're really scaring me. I watched you fall asleep and your face turned white. I threw that necklace out a long time ago, but I still can't wake you up." Bai Qingqing looked surprised when she heard this. Hurriedly lifted the pillow and looked for it. There was indeed no trace of the necklace. Parker told him he had lost it for a while. Curdy Four Arrows Crystal cares so much about the necklace. He stepped forward and touched his head. The comfort necklace was lost before dawn. "Did you have terrible dreams?" Bai Qingqing nodded immediately. "In my dreams, I was really scared out of my mind. I thought I would dream all along. Think of it as a memory, a death." But Chris could see himself. Proof that this memory is still conscious. Where is this memory? It's a human soul. If only this soul was haunted by ghosts. Wrap yourself in words. That would be terrible. Come to think of this. He couldn't help but tremble. Curtis saw this. Asked with concern, "Are you cold?" Parker also grabbed Qingqing's small hand. "Why are your hands so cold?" "No, I can't stay here any longer." So the two hurriedly wrapped Qingqing into zongzi, hurriedly hugged the downstairs room to the fire. Vincent saw the crowd come down. He stepped forward and asked, "I see the necklace you left behind. How is the situation? What exactly is a baby?" Made the three people in front of him look so fond of it. Vincent saw the crowd come down. He stepped forward and asked, I see the necklace you left behind. How is the situation? Parker shook his head. Qingqing was frightened. Haven't moved yet, let's say. Then he carried Qingqing to the bed. It was indeed a lot warmer downstairs. And then on the side also began to stretch. The first thing I did when I woke up was, of course, crying and looking for food. Don't forget to stretch out your chubby little hand and beg for a hug. Vincent hurriedly took him in his arms and comforted him. I saw that he was wet. I was going to change the animal skin mat before feeding him. Parker immediately found a clean hide. Wrap and in. Feed him first. No noise all night. It seems that it was still very well behaved last night. All three stepped forward, looked at the wrapped and in with relief. What a good girl. After a while, Curtis asked Qingqing with a tilted head, "Why don't you tell us about last night's dream?" So Bai Qingqing sighed slightly. Begin to recount last night's dream. Everyone who came to listen was also nervous. I understand the gravity of the state of the world. Parker immediately got up and said, "I'm going to smash the necklace." Bai Qingqing hurriedly gave birth to stop it, which was also a soul. You smash people for no reason. There are many wrong people. Let's just throw it back where we picked it up. Vincent nodded. He also didn't think there was a need to smash it. Let's put it up first. Maybe in the future. Bai Qingqing smiled after hearing this. What can this thing be used for? Is there an enemy attack? Let go of the past to disturb others. And that's only useful for females. Vincent touched his head. Or decided to take the necklace with me first. Put it in a safe place and talk about it later. Bai Qingqing nodded obediently. I promised that time would pass slowly. In a blink of an eye, spring has arrived. The last grain of ice on the ground also melted. Plants also change day by day. A few days, and the world turned from yellow to green. Now is a good time to grow wheat. Parker and Vincent. I was also going to go down to the ground and plant the wheat first. Wheat planted in heat last year. It doesn't seem to be thoroughly dried. There are some worms, but they pick some of the sprouts and plant them. It should be enough. Bai Qingqing heard that she was going to plant wheat. Immediately excited, I'm going too. Parker looked at the sky. It feels like it's going to rain today. Let Qingqing go next time. But Bai Qingqing again. I hope to miss out on such a fun opportunity. Hurriedly leaned over and sprinkled a coquettish Parker. Are you going to take me with you? I'm really suffocating to death when I'm home alone. It's not good. Parker pinched his little face. I was afraid that he would get sick, so I still firmly said no. Bai Qingqing searched for the little snake alone. Experienced wind and rain on the way. Parker pinched Qingqing's little face. He was afraid that he would get sick in the rain, so I still don't agree with him going out to plant wheat together. Curtis stepped forward as well. Roll up the wheat seeds on the ground with your tail. Turning back to Parker, he said, let's go. Seeing Curtis, he was going out with him. Bai Qingqing was very surprised. Curtis said he could go out and plant faster. And the current climate is also very suitable for him to travel. So Bai Qingqing had to ask aggrievedly, what about me? Will it really rain later? Sword Curtis nodded affirmatively. Bai Qingqing immediately panicked. Then, I'm the only one left at home. Vincent hurriedly comforted. The three of us were able to finish it in no time. We are with you. We'll bring you tender grass to eat when we come back. Bai Qingqing heard that she was eating grass. I couldn't help but have black lines on my face. Please, ask for the wild vegetables. Thank you. Vincent scratched his head in embarrassment. Hurriedly changed his words. Bring you wild vegetables back. In this way, the three of them said goodbye to Qingqing, and they set off together. Bai Qingqing stayed at home to play with the leopards. He kicked the lion on the ground without jumping to vent his anger. The leopard on the side saw this, stepped forward and grabbed the hem of my mother's skirt. Want to play with him? The other leopards also gathered around. Bai Qingqing hurriedly squatted down to stop him from scratching. Mom's clothes were all dirty, but the leopards were unmoved. Bai Qingqing had no choice but to lift them away with her hands. Now it's grown up. Are you all mother's fancy earwind? He couldn't help but think to himself. The child is really getting naughty the older he gets. Especially the boys here are strong. It's only been more than a year old, and I can't be cured. It's infuriating. He lifted the soiled hem of his skirt and thought about it. The clothes are dirty anyway. Then let's just go out and play. Tell us that we're going to go out and play. Suddenly, his eyes glowed with gold. Excited, Bai Qingqing decided to take them to see the little snake. Just enough to put. I gave him the hides that I had secretly made for the little snake. Hope to find him. I also have to bring it in again. When all is ready, the group set off happily. But it didn't take long for it to start raining. The rain is getting heavier and heavier. Bai Qingqing looked at the banana leaves on the side. It can be used to keep out the rain. And he reached out to pick it. Unexpectedly. Skinny plants are so tough and sharp. The life of the palm brush was scratched. Bai Qingqing hurriedly retracted her hand. I didn't expect the leaves to look emerald green and soft. It looks as tough as cowhide. The third child saw this, stepped forward and licked his mother's wound in distress. If the basileism all look like this, are you still afraid of snakes? The leopard cub stepped forward and licked his mother's wound in distress. Bai Qingqing hurriedly comforted her mother and said that she was fine. It's raining heavily. You guys are fast. Go to the cave and hide first. Mom came then, but the leopards shook their heads firmly. I want to be by my mother's side. Bai Qingqing saw that they were so determined. I had to sigh, promised them to follow. He pulled out the scales of Curtis that he had with him. Scratch off the plantain leaves. This is the addiction for an inn. At this moment, Bai Qingqing, who was embarrassed, couldn't help but think, OMG, I really regret that I came out and my waist was about to break. I also saw several small wild snakes on the way. There is no need for ferocious beasts. A few small poisons alone can kill you. It seems that next time I will have to travel with my partner. It's safer. After running for a long time, breathless, he finally made it to the cave. I just feel like the bones in my body are about to fall apart. But fortunately, nothing happened to an inn. I don't know if the little snake is in the cave or not. Bai Qingqing shouted loudly to the little snake inward. But I didn't hear back for a long time. And he commanded the leopard, let's go to the inside of the cave and look for it. See if the little snake is inside. He also followed behind the leopard cub, constantly calling the little snake. I've been looking for a long time. There is still no sign of the baby snake. It seems that he is really gone. Bai Qingqing shivered with cold. I thought it would be better to warm up and keep warm first. He rubbed his cold little hands. Tell the tyrants to find some firewood. The tyrants also raised their hands figuratively, a received expression. Then he quickly brought a pile of dry firewood. Bai Qingqing put down the package on her shoulder. When the fire was taken out of it, I thought I had to get the fire up quickly. It was too cold, but unexpectedly. I haven't had time to light the fire yet. The flint and steel were in it, unintentionally crying and slapping off. Bai Qingqing didn't care about picking up flints. Coax and in his arms first. A look of scrambled hands. Thought, why should I have nothing to do for myself? Obviously, it can be very at home. Take care of an inn and comfortably. It's all their own fault. He hurriedly untied his clothes, thinking that Anin should be hungry. He hurriedly fed him. Seeing that Anin didn't cry anymore, he breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, I heard the leopards at the door let out a roar. He looked up suspiciously and asked what was wrong. Could it be that there is a beast? I saw only leopards. The boys kept barking into the grass on the other side. There was a rustling sound in the grass. Not a while. The big red python appeared in everyone's eyes. Before that, he immediately transformed into a young and Hanzolmaman. The little snake looked at the entrance of the cave suspiciously. Bai Qingqing hurriedly stretched out her hand to greet him, and the little snake was greeted. "I finally see you." The little snake was stunned. He couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. I wondered if Xiao Bai would really come to see me. Bai Qingqing saw that the little snake did not react for a long time. "I'm worried that I've mistaken the snake. If it's another snake beast, that's bad." At this time, the little snake finally reacted. Happily waved his hand at Qingqing. Walked towards the cave. The boy mistakenly ate a fruit that grows quickly. He grew as big as his mother. The little snake waved happily at Qingqing. Walked towards the cave. Bai Qingqing hurriedly put the group of animal skins in her hand. "Hand it over. Call the little snake to give it a try." I thought of myself again, Han Kiri Jean. Parker sent two to the little snake. I asked him if he had received it. The little snake showed a surprised expression. After thinking about it, he said that he saw Bai Jing. Jingying is untying it for an Anne's jacket collar. It was a little awkward. Immediately urge you to take it quickly. Mom's hands were sore. After hearing this, the little snake hurriedly reached out and took it, only to find that Jingjing actually had a wound on her hand. He immediately grabbed his little hand. "Worried? Are you hurt?" Bai Qingqing was pulled and stung. Hurriedly told the little snake to let go quickly. "You're pinching me." The leopards also thought their mother was being bullied. Scolding at the little snake is a roar. The little snake turned and smiled wickedly at the leopards. Bai Qingqing hurriedly persuaded the cub not to make trouble. "Go and gather firewood." The leopards also know that they are no match for the little snake. In the end, I had to shrink back aggrievedly. I went outside the cave to collect firewood. Bai Qingqing raised her palm and looked at it. That's what it just was. The wound cracked. The little snake blew gently for him. So I told Qingqing to wait. "Go and pick herbs for him yourself." I didn't expect him to know herbs at such a small distance. I thought that the little snake was only 2 years old. He was not a genius baby. The little snake seemed to see through his thoughts. He explained that he had the memory of his father's inheritance. Fathers will, and they will. So he asked Qingqing to wait here. "I'll be back soon." Bai Qingqing smiled and waved her hand at him. Thinking about Curtis, I did tell myself that there is a memory inheritance ceremony. But the little snake understands these things at such a young age. I was a little surprised, and he looked aside. The tyrants who came in with firewood in their mouths with a resentful face. Only then did Bai Qingqing notice their emotions. I thought I must have yelled at them just now. They must have been wronged. So he persuaded them not to bite again. Firewood is enough. But the leopards still have a bitter face. Turn around and get ready to step aside. Bai Qingqing looked at their unhappy little faces. I thought to myself, it seems that the leopards have really wronged themselves. You have to do something you need to do. Thereupon, he laid the well-fed beast aside. "Arrange your clothes on leather mats." Pretending to be puzzled, he asked, "Do you know how to light a fire?" "Mom won't do anything." Bai Qingqing has finally returned to modern times. He also brought Curtis and the rest of his companions. Bai Qingqing pretended to be puzzled and asked, "Do you know how to light a fire?" "Mom won't do anything." Hugs listen, immediately excited. Plopped to Bai Qingqing's feet. Woo Woo whining taught her mother how to use flint and steel. Bai Qingqing smiled awkwardly. I thought I didn't understand a word. But it's right. So he reached out and rubbed the little head of the hug boy. Nodding his head, Mom knows. It's to take 2 stones and collide. Right? Cubs are so smart. Then he took out 2 pieces of flint and steel, constantly colliding with each other. But there was no spark at all. It should be that the stone is damp. I fought for a long time. Bai Qingqing spread her hands helplessly. It's so hard to complain. I thought I'd better forget it. Let's wait for the little snake to come back and fight again. The leopard stepped forward and rubbed their mother's little hand. Comforted by Qingqing. Touched his little head, cub behaved. Later, brother snake will come back. Don't fight. The leopard listened. Don't look away if you're displeased. Snorted. Unexpectedly, Qingqing reached out and hugged him. Bai Qingqing hugged him in her lap. Said, you 3 fight snakes. One brother. How unfair. Are you embarrassed to bully your brother? And you guys fight. It's easy to hurt mom and sister. The leopards heard the same thing. Only then did he wag his tail happily. Nod yes. Sure enough, the little boy loves face. It's super coaxing. Not for a while. The little snake came back with herbs and water. Gently wash Qingqing's little hands clean. There was no bloodshed anymore. Bai Qingqing took back the washed hands. Smiled and teased that mom was fine. You'll be healed when you come back later. The weather was too cold. You put your clothes on and keep warm. The little snake nodded. I'm also looking forward to wearing a leather dress made by my mother. But when he took it in his hand and began to wear it, I realized that I didn't know how to wear it. It's still stuck in the herd of animal skins. The leopards see this. They all fell to the ground laughing on all fours. The tears are coming out. The little snake saw this. His face darkened. I thought that Xiao Bai was still here. How dare these leopards laugh at me? Xiao Bai must be laughing at me. Saw Bai Qingqing step forward. Gently help him untie the animal skin skirt. Don't be in a hurry. That's not how the animal skin skirt is worn. Mommy is here to help you. The little snake looked at her mother. There was not the slightest hint of ridicule in his smile. There is only endless tenderness. He couldn't help but blush slightly. Bai Qingqing rearranged the group of animal skins. Let him put his feet on. No. Put the tail in. In the end, the little snake put on the animal skin skirt very smoothly. He touched it again and again with delight. Love. The leopards also turned from ridicule to envy. I thought to myself that I had to transform sooner. It's good to wear clothes made by your mother. The little snake then came to the herb. Tell Qingqing to reach over and give him some herbs. Bai Qingqing obediently stretched out her hand. Seeing the little snake so careful and focused, thoughts couldn't help but wander. I thought about such a big son. Is it really self-born? I'm not even 19 years old now. If you hadn't come here, it's time for my freshman year now. No matter how deranged, it is impossible to have children. It is even more impossible for such a big son to emerge. Look at him like this. It's more like his brother. The boy had just been burned by the fire, is begging for comfort with an aggrieved face. Bai Qingqing looked at the appearance of the little snake. I think he's more like his brother. See the little snake carefully crush the herbs. Applied to Qingqing's hands. He gritted his teeth in pain. Small snake side smear. This herb is a little painful, but it works well. When I'm hurt, I'm going to roll around in this plant. Bai Qingqing only felt the pain in her palm. With the increase in herbs, it becomes more and more intense. I couldn't help but tremble and let out a cry of pain. The little snake saw him like this. Does it hurt to tense up immediately? It's all my fault that I should have used gentle unloading of the plant. I'll wash it off for you. Let's talk about it. He took Qingqing's little hand and prepared to wash it off with water. Bai Qingqing hurriedly withdrew her hand and said no need. As long as it works, I can bear this pain, and it doesn't seem to hurt very much now. The little snake hesitated. Only half convinced agreed to Bai Qingqing, and asked him to help his business get on fire. It's a little cold. The little snake hurriedly agreed. He turned around and picked up the flint. Bai Qingqing said very apologetically, I'm sorry. Mom is really useless. I have to ask for your help. The little snake doesn't think so. As long as it can make Xiao Bai happy. Willing to do whatever you want. Bai Qingqing smiled with relief after hearing this. I thought to myself for my age, there was such a dutiful son. It's a good fate. But I heard 2 clicks. The little snake broke the flint into several pieces with a single rub. See this scene? Bai Qingqing was speechless for a moment. I couldn't help but shout in my heart, it's not this kind of laughter. If you go on like this, it will be completely scrapped when you start the fire. I don't want to freeze to death here. I heard another click. A cloud of sparks popped up from the time of the fire. The firewood ignited in an instant. The little snake scratched his head in embarrassment. He said that he was also the first time to make a fire. It's a little rusty. Is this still in the memory of inheritance? After hearing this, Bai Qingqing spread her hands helplessly. On racial fouls. It's got to be you. The little snake axe went down and blew it towards the firewood. But unexpectedly, the fire grew stronger. The little snake's face was burned by the flames. Immediately stepped back, covering his cheek with his hand. Bai Qingqing was also frightened. Hurriedly stepped forward and asked the little snake, "Are you okay? Let Mom see where the burn is." Baby snakes belong to cold-blooded animals. The most feared thing is fire? It looked at Qingqing aggrievedly. Bai Qingqing immediately pulled him up, said, "You bear with it first. I'll give you a compress with ice water." With that, he brought water in his hand, gently applied it to the little snake's face, and asked if it still hurts. The little snake looked at Xiao Bai, who treated him so gently, still showing an aggrieved expression. "It still hurts to come back." This girl, he gave birth to a son about the same age as himself. The point is that he is also handsome and filial. The little snake still showed an aggrieved expression, said that he still hurts. Bai Qingqing was even more worried. "I'm worried that the little snake won't be burned directly." He hurriedly reached out and touched it. "It looks like it's fine." Saw that the little snake couldn't help but snicker twice. Only then did Bai Qingqing understand that she had been deceived. Raised his hand and knocked on his head, "Filial piety, little liar." The two frolicked for a while. The little snake took Qingqing's little hand, said that his mother's hands were very warm. Bai Qingqing didn't understand anymore. "My hand was just connected to the ice water. Where is it warm?" But he saw the little snake on his cheeks. It was attached to Qingqing's little hand. A look of happiness on his face. It is said that it is warm in the heart. There aren't many such opportunities. Just let me feel it for once. Bai Qingqing's heart was deeply affected by the words of the little snake. Touched. I thought that I really rarely met him. Little ever cared about him. He replied by gently touching the little snake's cheek. "Good mom doesn't go." And the other side of this time, Curtis, Parker, and Vincent. The three of them were braving the heavy rain to plant wheat in the field. The rain-soaked land becomes unusually soft, convenient for sowing. It's been a long time. Parker saw that the rain was getting heavier and heavier. I thought that Qingqing could only play at home. It must be boring. He turned his head to Vincent on the side and said yes. Vincent on his way over. "It's up to you to say that you have something to talk about. If you have anything to say, just say it." Vincent turned his head and thought about it. Hesitated for a moment. Still spoke. "You know what is happening these days. About necklaces and strange dreams. There are also soul crystals that can carry memories. I have a hunch. The body of the female is too weak. In case we didn't take care of something accidental." The words are not finished yet. He was interrupted by Parker. He said angrily, "What are you talking about? I'm sure I'll be able to take care of it." Curtis was silent. He thought about it seriously, although it sounds ridiculous. But the male in that dream was too similar to himself, because he almost walked on this road. When I first met Qingqing, he never thought about it. Share it with others. He has lived with Xiao Bai for several years. The life of females is also found far more vulnerable than you think. If you change to the way you used to take care of yourself, I'm afraid I will have to follow the old path of my ancestors, like the scorpion beast in the dream. Come to think of this. He immediately turned to Vincent and said, "You go on." Vincent continued, although now it seems to be a stable life. But in this perilous world, for the safety of Qingqing, we have to plan ahead. Otherwise, if something happens, there will be no regrets. So I'm thinking, if the soul still exists after death, if one day Qingqing encounters an accident, we can still find him, even just listen to Curtis go on and even resurrect him. Vincent and Parker both looked back in surprise. That's right, that's exactly what Vincent had in mind. This girl traveled to a world full of orcs. A snake and 3 leopards were also born. His mates were discussing how to get him. Resurrection Parker shouted in surprise resurrection. Come to think of this. He quickly covered his mouth. I yelled too loudly for a while. You must not let anyone else know about it. They had to study it in the shadows. Luckily, there's no one around. Vincent nodded in agreement. This naturally cannot be divulged. Curtis on the side was sowing wheat, while thinking, if there really will be that day, in order to keep the situation under control, they better be able to bring all the souls. The headron is all in his hand, and then look for the moment that belongs to Xiaobai. After a while, and they saw that there was not much wheat left in their hands. Dispatch speed. The agile Parker goes back to take care of Qingqing first. Curtis stayed with Vincent. Plant the rest of the wheat. Parker randomly transforms into a bestiality, running quickly towards the stone castle. He had just arrived outside the stone castle. I sensed something was wrong. How can it be so quiet? He looked upstairs in confusion. A catapult jumped through the window. I looked around. Qingqing. Sure enough, they weren't there. Thinking that Qingqing must have run out to play again. Also brought in the hugs. And the only place Qingqing can go, it's just going to be a little snake. Come to think of this, he hurriedly jumped downstairs. Run towards the place where the baby snake lives. I thought about such a heavy rain. Qingqing, don't get drenched. Prone to illness. And the other side of the time, the little snake is happily nestled in its mother's arms. Bai Qingqing touched her head lovingly. The leopards are also playing in circles on the sidelines. And then on the side stretched out his hand. Gradually waking up, then he cried uncomfortably. Bai Qingqing hurriedly turned around. I thought that it had just eaten enough. Now it must be pulled. Seeing this, the little snake wanted to come forward to help. Was stopped by Bai Qingqing. Thinking so dirty. Let's clean up after ourselves. Little Snake thought it was Qingqing who didn't want to help him. He looked very lost. Looking at Qingqing, who was busy on the side. He really wanted to do something for him. That's when it happened. Outside the cave, there was a sudden roar of a leopard. The little snake immediately became vigilant. Hold crystal behind you. Bai Qingqing listened to the familiar roar. Hurriedly said, it seems that Parker is coming. Have a snake man who spoils himself to the sky. What an experience. Bai Qingqing listened to the familiar roar outside the cave. Hurriedly said, it seems that Parker is coming. Parker heard the sound of crystals in the cave. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Sure enough, it was here. He immediately transformed into a human form. Said, how did you come out alone? I didn't see you when I got home. I was so scared that my soul was about to fly. The little snake saw this momentum. I thought he would bully Xiaobai. Hurriedly stood in front of Xiaobai. A murderous aura of spiritual power emanated from his body. Bai Qingqing thought that the little snake was scared. Hurriedly stretched out his hand to comfort the little snake and said that it was fine. There's Mom here. Don't be afraid of the little snake listening. Suddenly his face was surprised and speechless. Then Qingqing turned to Parker and said, wheat. You all plant. Is it over, Curtis? Is he back? Parker thrust back in displeasure. Curtis came back while he was still in the field. As soon as I heard this, Bai Qingqing and the little snake are both at the same time. Breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Parker walked over to Qingqing. Persuade him to hurry home. Curtis will really be back later. So Qingqing didn't stay any longer. Get up and say to the little snake Mom will come to see you next time. Leaned over and kissed him on the forehead. You have to take good care of yourself. Let's talk about it. He was held in Parker's arms and turned away. Only the little tongue was left alone. Lost thought that he was gone again. Every time, it is always yourself who is left behind. It didn't take long. Parker took Crystal back to the stone castle. Luckily, the rain stopped. Otherwise, they will definitely be drenched in soup. I haven't entered the stone castle yet. Parker put Qingqing down. Speaking of you, it smells like snakes and beasts. Gotta take a shower. Otherwise, Curtis will definitely smell it when he comes back. With that, he turned around and went to boil him bath water. Bai Qingqing turned her head and embroidered vigorously on her body. I wonder if it's such an exaggeration. Why didn't you smell it? But I haven't had time to think about it yet. The leopards grabbed their mother's skirt excitedly, climbed up, hanging like a sloth on Bai Qingqing's body. The other leopards saw this. They all pounced on their mothers and hung them on their mothers. Bai Qingqing told them to go down many times, but they don't listen. In the end, I had no choice but to give up. Well, I can't really take them. I'm like a Donald Duck now. It didn't take long. Bai Qingqing finished taking a bath. Parker also washed all his clothes. Dried up. Curtis Verson also came back from planting wheat. Looked at the two people who were drying their clothes on the side. Bai Qingqing hurriedly waved her hand to greet them. You're back. Because of mistakes. That's why he's so attentive. Immediately stepped forward and grabbed the arms of the two of them. Let's go into the bedroom. It's warm inside. But Curtis still noticed a little bit of an anomaly. He asked, how can there be a faint smell of snakes and beasts in the air? Bai Qingqing was a little weak-hearted, but he didn't dare to show it on his face at all. Look up and say that the snake beast is not you. Okay, don't guess, you're tired all day. Come with me into the house and rest. Curtis thought for a moment, although I knew that there was a small snake nearby. But no matter how bold the little snake is, it is impossible for them to come to my territory. Plus the weather is bad today. Xiao Bai shouldn't go out. Come to think of this. He nodded in agreement. Touch Xiao Bai's head. Walk with him into the house. Look at it. A group of men gathered around to deliver the girl. The child is about to come out. Curtis touched Xiao Bai's head. Walk with him into the house. And at this time within the tribe, a man is striding a meteor. Seeing this, passers-by stepped forward and asked Harvey, where are you going? Harvey gasped. While running, I went back to the leader's house. His daughter Jasmine's word boy is about to be born. I saw Jasmine lying on the beast's bed. I was shaking with pain. Constant painful exhalations. Companions are anxiously guarding on the side. Seeing Jasmine in pain like this, they couldn't help but get worried, wondering how it hurts so much. Will his life be in danger? Harvey was born comforting. Life and death are like this. Don't worry about Jasmine coming out. But what I'm going to say next, he swallowed it deeply. I thought that raw porcelain boy is not like raw bear boy. Even females who have given birth to several litters will be life-threatening. Inexperience for females who have given birth. The body is not ready either. The danger is higher. But at this moment, in order to soothe the emotions of the partners, how dare he tell his partner the truth? They were also slightly relieved after listening to his words, guarding his partner every step of the way. But I saw that Jasmine was getting more and more painful. The whole person couldn't help but start convulsing. The man was immediately anxious. It's like it's all right. Turning to Harvey, he asked Bai Qingqing again, is he like that too? Harvey nodded and replied yes. When Alva heard this, he immediately transformed into a beast. Fly out the window. He's going to find Bai Qingqing, thinking that he has the experience of life and death. Should be able to help. I can't care about the pouring rain outside. Harvey wanted to stop it, thinking of such a heavy rain. Don't put Bai Qingqing into gonorrhea anymore. But Alva was long gone. All he could think about was how to do Jasmine. When Bai Qingqing heard the news that Jasmine was going to give birth, without saying a word, he cut off the dishes and chopsticks. Promised to go with Alva. Curtis glanced at Alva in displeasure, reached out and grabbed Bai Qingqing. Tell him to finish the meal first. Bai Qingqing wanted to refuse. After seeing Curtis's serious and determined expression, I didn't say anything more. I had to sit down and eat. Seeing that Vincent kept adding vegetables to his bowl, Bai Qingqing was displeased with Dao Vincent. Even you stopped me. And Parker. I don't know where to drive Alva to. I saw Parker at this time. Alva was driven to the gate of the stone castle. Ava was no match for him, but he still said firmly, even if he was expelled by you, I'm not leaving. I'm waiting for him here. The white crystal was full of drifting. Curtis on the side just dared to be angry, but didn't dare to speak. Can you believe that this is a woman who has just given birth? The white crystal was full of drifting. Curtis on the side only dared to be angry, but didn't dare to speak. So I could only devour my food. Not for a while. I finally finished a full bowl of rice. He puffed out his cheeks and was happy. Showed Curtis the empty bowl. Ready to go. Vincent hurriedly raised his hand and said, Qingqing, you wait. There is oil on the mouth. Go ahead. He gently wiped the oil stains from the corners of his mouth. Bai Qingqing thanked her. It suddenly occurred to me who sent me over. As soon as the words fell, Parker walked in from outside the door and said, let's go. I'll send you. So the group set off in a hurry. When Bai Qingqing came to Jasmine's house, Jasmine was still crying. The pain is unstoppable. One thing Bai Qingqing came, he immediately turned around and said, Bai Qingqing, you didn't even tell me that life and death hurt so much. Bai Qingqing was stunned for a moment. Then I thought again, seeing Jasmine look like this, then I will be much more relieved. I breathed a sigh of relief, and then I came back to it anyway. It would hurt. Tell you earlier, can you still raise a baby without pressure? Jasmine suddenly felt a little more. Intense pain came. I couldn't help but shiver. Tears slipped uncontrollably like beads of broken thread. When everyone was panicking and overwhelmed. But I heard Harvey say that he was born. The dead boy was born. Bai Qingqing was taken aback. I didn't expect it to be so easy. Why did I hurt so long when I was born? But fortunately, Jasmine is safe. After collapse, Jasmine spread weakly on the animal skin hall. I asked, what about this boy? Show me. The partner hugged the boy over, said with a little embarrassment, it's kind of ugly. Jasmine waved her hand weakly after hearing this, and it didn't matter. Show me. So everyone poked their heads in curiosity. Bai Qingqing looked at the villain in front of her. A look of doubt, this is still called ugly. I thought to myself, although my skin is a little dark, but Bien's flesh was red when he was born. Much better looking. The skin is smooth. It's not at all like the little old man and was born with. I couldn't help but say to Jasmine on the side, don't look at an Anne's beautiful appearance now. When he was born, he was ugly. It's the same as a little old man. Jasmine took the hot little hand. I still think he looks really ugly. Bai Qingqing was speechless for a moment. With a wave of his hand, he prepared to go back. Jasmine hurriedly stopped him. I thought we would finally meet once. Why did you just come and leave? But I heard Bai Qingqing pretend to be angry and returned. I'm afraid I'll beat you up if I stay any longer. You're a good-looking kid. It's much better looking than an N, who was just born. You're pure to be angry with me, isn't it? Jasmine couldn't help but snort and laughed ha-ha. Yes, I didn't mean to be angry with you. I haven't seen any other words either. For the sake of both of us, we are both pretty boys. Mom, can you forgive me? Bai Qingqing is not easy to install anymore. He smiled and forgave him. Looking at Jasmine, she seems to have regained some of her spirits. Bai Qingqing couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Thankfully, Jasmine is safe. Two men became fathers at the same time, but the children are not their own. Bai Qingqing couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Thankfully, Jasmine is safe. Then he remembered something very important. Immediately said to Jasmine's companions in a serious manner, "Do you know about confinement?" Seeing that both of them cast puzzled glances at him. "I don't know what confinement is." But Harvey understood. He smiled silently from the sidelines. "I thought that this was to make Bai Qingqing's family. Something that has tasted the bitterness. Now it's Jasmine's turn." Thereupon, he encouraged the two new fathers to work hard. So he went down to the tree first. "I want to stew a nourishing soup for Jasmine. Bai Qingqing is strict." Su told them about the necessity of confinement. If you are not confined, it will leave the root of the disease that cannot be cured. Everyone saw that it was so serious. Immediately tense up. I anxiously asked what the confinement was. "Is it easy to find? Where did you find your confinement?" Bai Qingqing listened. I almost couldn't hold back my laughter. But he still endured. "Make a serious face." Explained. "Confinement means that you can't go out for a month. You can only stay at home." Edgar was relieved to hear this. I didn't expect confinement to be so simple. But then I heard Bai Qingqing say again, "You can't touch cold water yet. No bathing, washing of hair, and hair blowing. You can't smell the smell of firewood smoke, or so on." After that, I didn't forget to cough twice. Said that he just couldn't sit still during the confinement period. Smelled smoke in the iron-making room. Now I can't even smell a little smoke. When I smell it, I cough badly. After Ed's family listened, said with a serious face, "I will definitely take care of Jasmine's confinement." Jasmine looked at him with such a serious expression. I couldn't help blushing slightly. Born with Crane Road Edgar, he must be able to. Bai Qingqing looked at Jasmine, who was so unswerving. I can think of it. Edgar must have been very fond of him. Plus bar after a while. Jasmine often stretched. He had been lying down for a day. I felt like my whole body was getting stiff. So he quickly sat up and moved his muscles and bones. Bai Qingqing saw this. Surprised, he stepped forward and asked Jasmine, "Why don't you get up and change your clothes yourself? Why is there such a big gap with me when I was a magnet? Please pretend to be weak in front of yourself." After Jasmine changed her clothes, look at the children in the walled fort. Stretched out his finger and touched it. But he still thinks this kid is so ugly. Not at all like myself. After hearing this, Bai Qingqing stepped forward to persuade him to rest assured. The dead boy will look better the longer it grows. And it was called ugly when she was born. But it's pretty now. Jasmine turned her head curiously. I want Qingqing to bring an in to show me. He'd never seen an in before. This girl is the little princess of the beast room. She was strolling freely with her mother in the flower fields. Jasmine wanted to make. Qingqing brought in to show herself. Bai Qingqing showed a little embarrassment. Hesitantly said yes. Well, I'll have to see if Parker is back. Then he came to the mouth of the tree hole. He poked his head out and looked down. However, Qingqing is not gone yet. How could Parker leave alone? He had been waiting quietly under the tree. Orcs have very sensitive ears. He was perfectly able to hear their conversation. So he looked up at Qingqing and shook his head, said that he refused to hug an in. Bai Qingqing hurriedly rubbed her hands. A pleading expression was revealed. Parker finally sighed helplessly. Turned around to pick up an in. It didn't take long. Parker hugged an in over. As soon as I saw my mother, an in opened her hand to him. A look of delight. Bai Qingqing hurriedly took an in into her arms. Puzzled, Curtis didn't say anything. Parker nodded and replied no. After all, we have benefits. Let's get on good terms with Jasmine first. Our stinky boys have a better chance. It's done. Bai Qingqing couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing this. I didn't expect them to think about it quite thoughtfully. So he hurriedly got up, hugged in front of everyone. As soon as everyone saw in, their eyes widened in surprise. Call it too pretty? Jasmine hurriedly stretched out her hand to hug her, seeing in Anne's appearance. They can imagine it. He must be a great beauty when he grows up. Bai Qingqing smiled, said, "You don't know how ugly he was when he was born. After laborious birth, I was so scared that I wanted to stuff it back in my stomach. Generate a new one. So, your child will look better and better in the future." Jasmine saw in Anne's changes. "I don't think my children are ugly anymore." And gave him a nice name. "It's called Anna. I thought about waiting for myself to finish my confinement. It's time for the Tianxin grass to bloom. Later, even if Bai Qingqing was not accompanied, I'm no longer alone." Bai Qingqing also imagined that kind of picture. Wait for an end to walk. The scene of leading him for a walk in the flower field. It's really desirable. Then he reminded everyone, prepare a little bit of skin. Will be used more often in the future. After some explanation, Parker suddenly leaned out. Remind him that it's time to go. So he turned around and said goodbye to Jasmine, hugged in and left. As they passed by the puddle, Bai Qingqing stretched comfortably. The air near the water is just good. I couldn't help but look at the clear water on the side. But I saw that the water was bubbling and bubbling. The woman's mouth was wide open. A school of small fish swam towards his mouth. Bai Qingqing looked at the clear water on the side, but I saw that the water was bubbling and bubbling. Suddenly, a handsome man sprang out from under the water. Bai Qingqing was taken aback. One but sat on the grass. But I heard Lan Zhe say Qingqing excitedly. "Long time no see." Bai Qingqing showed a mouthful of his white teeth. I wanted to kiss myself with Lan Zhe's little white bait. Lan Zhe hurriedly agreed. I turned around and went to fetch the little white bait. It didn't take long. Then he took a bubble full of fish. "Tell Qingqing to stick her mouth in." Bai Qingqing suddenly hesitated. "Do you want to just put your mouth shut? That should be weird." "I'm a little embarrassed, though. But for the health of your teeth. Shoot to death." Come to think of this. He opened his mouth wide and plunged in. But the little fish was as if they had been hungry for a long time. The crowd rushed towards Qingqing's mouth. Bai Qingqing was taken aback. Quickly shut up, but accidentally swallowed it into his stomach. He suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. "I don't know what to do." Lan Zhe saw this. He waved his hand at Qingqing and said them. "Very fecundity. Don't worry at all. I still have a lot of them." Bai Qingqing rolled her eyes speechlessly. I wondered if the point wasn't to swallow the fish alive. Who cares about the quantity? Lan Zhe suddenly saw the quilt on the side, and then who Vincent was holding. Hurriedly beckoned. "Is it Han Geely, the little magnetic boy you showed me? Let me take a look." Vincent turned his head and glared at him in displeasure. Bloodsplatter Crystal waved her hand. It was he who brought it in. Vincent stepped forward reluctantly. Lan Zeben was still a little afraid of Vincent's majesty. But at the moment I saw in, it was as if time had stood still. He seems to be prettier. Lan Zhe thought, only their own race. It has the most beautiful magnetism in the world. If you don't stay in the tribe all the time, you would have thought, this is the subload of a merfolk. But he opened his mouth wide in surprise, said he grew up so slowly. Vincent and Parker gritted their teeth in anger. They're getting bigger every day, okay? Vincent immediately got up and took it away. It was said to be windy outside. I'm afraid of blowing in it. Only Lan Zhe was left looking at him in disappointment. I haven't seen enough yet. Bai Qingqing saw this, also sighed helplessly in his heart. Lands are lanes. Let's have some eyes in the future. Then Bai Qingqing also finished cleaning her teeth and prepared to go back. Lanze saw that he was about to leave so soon. I want to invite Qingqing to go underwater to play. Bai Qingqing should go home for an inn. He politely refused. Wait for an inn to be bigger. He can take an inn to play underwater. Lanze immediately smiled happily when he heard this. I just hope that this day will come sooner. The girl who came to the ratings unexpectedly is being chased by a group of hugs. The girl's name is Bai Qingqing. In the morning, she was staying with her partner by a puddle. Bai Qingqing said that when an inn grows up, took an inn with him. Let's go under the water of lanes. Then he went back to the stone castle with the others. He had just returned home. It began to rain heavily outside the door. Bai Qingqing planted her head on the animal skin cushion. It's still warm on the bed. He played with his hair boringly. I wonder when the weather will start to get warmer. As the light, rainy season continues, the climate is getting warmer and warmer. I have to hurry up before the heat. Lose the little fat on your belly. And so, after a few months, I can wear it as I wish. Thin and beautiful little skirt. And Parker versus Vincent. It is to devote himself to ironwear. Career above. Now I can take it in by myself. There was also Curtis at home to help. When you are bored, take your children for a walk around the tribe. It's a bit boring to live a small day, but also leisurely. The only thing that doesn't go well, it is the night of the full moon every month. It's an uncomfortable day. On this day, Anin cried all night again. The whole person collapsed. Fortunately, he gradually fell asleep the next morning. Bai Qingqing couldn't help but wipe her tears. I saw that I slept peacefully. I thought it wouldn't be so uncomfortable. Vincent placed and on a bed of hides. Said that he decided to go to Yinqing today. Bai Qingqing lowered her head and was silent after hearing this. He understood Vincent's reason for going to Yinqing. Everyone is equally distressed about an inn, so he didn't object. Get up and prepare some more hides for Vincent. It's cold at night in the desert. When everyone saw him so readily, they agreed. They were all very surprised. Vincent stepped forward and wondered, "Don't you ask me why I'm going to Yinqing?" Bai Qingqing carefully collected the animal skin. He replied that I believe you have your own arrangements. I don't need to ask. I just want you to come back safely. Vincent saw him reply. I knew that I was going to be strict. The city is looking for an antidote for Anin. Has been guessed by Qingqing. He didn't say anything more. I'm glad to have this kind of understanding from my partner. Bai Qingqing took out another thick animal skin. Sew them together. It can hold 4 or 5 caddies of water. Command Vincent to hang him around his waist. Vincent smiled and said that there was no need to bother. I don't take anything with me every time I go. There's an oasis there. You can drink water when you arrive. Bai Qingqing was very distressed. He remembered Vincent saying that. It takes 3 or 4 days to get there on the road. Is he going to go without water for 3 or 4 days? Vincent, however, disagreed. So you've always been like this. Bai Qingqing stroked her lower body. Seriously, he said to Vincent that the past is the past. Now I want you to learn to take care of yourself. So you have to put it on. Vincent's cheeks flushed slightly. Faced with a partner who treats himself like this. And why shouldn't he say yes? Curtis stepped forward to take the heavy hose as well. In 3 or 2 clicks, he was sewn up. Bai Qingqing smiled with relief when she saw this. It's a family that loves each other, that's right. Look at the stitches neatly. A drip-proof water bag. He hung his own hands on Vincent's waist. Patiently taught him how to use it. What exactly happened? We'll let a woman watch 3 times in the middle of the night, running in the rain with a baby in your arms. Bai Qingqing hung the water bag on Vincent's waist with her own hands. Patiently taught him how to use it. Vincent wrote down everything he said. There was reluctance on his face. Then he turned around and handed over the ironware to Parker. In the security of the tribe, I asked Curtis to look at it. Parker and Curtis readily agreed. Finally, it is to say goodbye to Qingqing. He didn't dare to look back. I'm afraid that I won't give up like this again. He didn't dare to take another step to leave. Seeing that Vincent had already walked a few steps away, Bai Qingqing stood in place reluctantly. I couldn't help but shout, "You must come back safely." Vincent was waved at him. The hand is also his reassurance. Bai Qingqing chased after him outside the stone castle, looking at his vanishing back. I thought about this one. I don't know how long it will take to get back. He finally sighed helplessly, turned around, and went back. In a blink of an eye, it was the third day of Vincent's departure. Bai Qingqing often forgets the fact that Vincent has left. Occasionally, when you need to pick up something, don't forget to call Vincent to come over and help. But I suddenly found out. It turned out that he was gone. It was the 10th day of Vincent's absence. Parker catches a big fish, made a fishball feast for Qingqing. Bai Qingqing eats delicious fish balls. Don't forget to say, we'll keep a copy. Let's wait for Vincent to come back and eat it. Tender fish balls. Vincent liked it too. But as soon as the words were spoken, both fell silent. Gradually, Vincent has been gone for more than 20 days. It wasn't the night of the full moon yet, and then suddenly had a seizure. The body is getting hotter and hotter. Bai Qingqing had no choice but to take him to Lanze. Use ice cubes to cool him down. And today, there is another flood in the tribe. Curtis and Parker both went to help and haven't come back yet. Who can help themselves now? If only Vincennes were still around. He didn't care about anything else. Had to brave the rain to take it in. Run in the direction of the puddle. In the blink of an eye, Vincent has been gone for more than a month. Bai Qingqing looked at the cubs with cheeks. How do you feel like they're foxy? It's getting more and more like Vincent. When it was over, he thought that he was probably sick with thoughts. But I heard the roar of animals coming from outside the tribe. Bai Qingqing raised her head excitedly. Could it be Vincennes back? I saw only a large number of beasts. The people are all in the direction of the gate of the tribe. It was as if something big had happened. Bai Qingqing looked at so many tiger beasts in the tribe. Gathered together, there must be hundreds, to say the least. But Vincent couldn't be found. He waved his hand to the group leader next to him. Ask what happened. The team leader turned to tell him. It's out there that there is a group of young males who want to join the tribe. Bai Qingqing was immediately excited after hearing this, and it was great. What about Vincent? The team leader said that Vincent had already sent him a message. Tell him to let the young males in, and it is up to him to arrange. Bai Qingqing lowered her head in frustration after hearing this. It turned out that he hadn't come back yet. Parker patted his hand at this. And I'm here. Just when Qingqing was lost, I saw groups of orcs in their direction. There are corpse beasts coming. Wolves, beasts, and beasts. Apparently they all came from neighboring tribes. There are probably more than 50 of them. It's all young and sturdy beasts. For the horde. But the basics are getting stronger day by day. Women here are very rare. They were riding orcs. Huge to choose a partner. A new group of young males has arrived in the tribe. Bai Qingqing said excitedly by pulling Parker's ear. Parker, take a look. There is a violent weight loss. You got a companion. I saw not far ahead. A group of emaciated people were walking towards the tribe. Suddenly, a thin man saw Parker on the side. A look of surprise suddenly appeared. Parker was more intense. He gritted his teeth. There is a powerful discriminatory emanation all over the body. Be vigilant ahead. Bai Qingqing saw this. Puzzled, he asked if you knew each other. Who are they? Seeing that they were tortured, the elder was so similar to Parker. Bai Qingqing boldly guessed. They won't be your compatriots. Only then did the three leopards notice Parker. Qingqing behind her. Immediately, my eyes were full of tears. It's like being shot by Cupid. Immediately, ran excitedly in their direction. Parker hurriedly blocked Qingqing's face. A fierce force erupted from all over his body. Bai Qingqing saw that they were so enthusiastic. I had to say hello to them in embarrassment. But I saw Parker stretch out his claws. "Sink your eyes," fiercely said, "You dare to beat my crystal idea. Don't blame me for being unkind to you." At this time, the leopards behind him also ran over. Maybe it's a blood relationship. As soon as the leopard saw 3 leopards, he threw himself at them excitedly. Only then did the 3 leopards stop rushing forward. "Touch this cute leopard cub. I wonder if you have cubs." Parker smirked, and he didn't need to ask. "Can't you smell it?" As soon as I heard this, the 3 leopards hurriedly lowered their heads and showed off carefully. At this time, the team leader also came over. It's being welcomed. Young orcs who have just joined the tribe. Don't forget to say it. Females of the tribe. It's definitely a lot more than you guys think. Each beast has a great opportunity for both. As soon as I heard this, the new young bears immediately howled, a look of anticipation. But they haven't seen a large number of females yet. When I wonder if the team leader is cheating. The blood-sword patriarch waved his hand. Said the female behind her, "Come out." As soon as the words fell, I saw groups of females sitting on their partners' backs. He walked out of the woods. The team leader didn't forget to break his fingers and calculate. The tribe currently has exactly 180 magnets. Oh no, 2 new magnetic loads have been added this year. Counting them, they have 182 magnets. The horde could have continued to expand its magnetism, just because there is currently a shortage of males. I just didn't go on. Even if it's the Beast King who dominates one side, I will still be at a loss when it comes to bringing children. The group leader said that there are more than 180 females in the tribe. It can continue to expand. I could only hear the blood boiling of the males present. Bai Qingqing was so noisy by this sound that her eardrum collapsed. Hurriedly grabbed Parker and said, "Anna may have been woken up. Let's go back." Just walked outside the stone fort. I heard Anne's loud cry. It seems that Anna was really woken up. The 2 hurriedly returned to the stone castle. I saw Curtis guarding Anne's side. A look of scrambled hands. Said that he didn't move Anne. But I don't know why he kept crying like this. I don't know what to do. Bai Qingqing hurriedly stepped forward to pick up Anne. Said he was supposed to be woken up while sleeping. It's normal to cry for a while. Curtis let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's not my own problem. Anne's mother is back. Stretch out your chubby little hands. Touch my mother's cheek. Only then did he gradually stop crying. Bai Qingqing checked the animal skin cushion for him, while telling Curtis, "Today the tribe has joined 4 or 5. 10 young males." Curtis nodded disapprovingly. Bai Qingqing looked at Anne in front of her again. I can't help but think to myself, he's 5 months old now. His arms and legs have also grown. Come to think of this, he hurriedly ordered Parker on the side. "Go put last year." He helped Anne find out the little clothes he made. At the very bottom of the wooden box, Parker turned and began rummaging. It didn't take long to find it. Bai Qingqing picked out a pink dress in Parker's hand. It's one of his favorites. Hurriedly took him out and put it on for Anne. This is what he did when he was pregnant with Anne. But unexpectedly, the newborn baby was better than himself. It's much smaller. The clothes are a lot bigger. Now that Anne is older, I was able to wear the clothes just right. Anne was well-behaved and run Qingqing fiddling. It didn't take long to get it on. Anne in a small skirt. It's getting cuter. Parker said, gesturing to his arm. Look at Anne's arm. The clothes they wore were all open, like a bird. I couldn't help but laugh. Bai Qingqing glared at him unhappily. Parker saw this. Hurriedly changed his words. It doesn't look like that either. Bai Qingqing ignored Parker, turned around, and held Anne in his arms. I thought to myself that he had really suffered during this time. It must be boring too. So I decided to take it out to play. A group of men fought for it. The female she likes and fights. Bai Qingqing decided to take it out to play. He turned to ask Curtis on the side, "Do you want to go out together?" Actually, he just asked politely, because Bai Qingqing knew that Curtis didn't like to go out. Usually they don't come out with them. Such, he can go to the little snake generously. Unexpectedly, I saw Curtis nodding and agreeing to go out together. Bai Qingqing suddenly smiled embarrassedly. I wondered if Curtis hadn't been reluctant to go out all the time. It seems that I can only meet the little snake next time. When they came outside the tribe, I saw groups of male orcs fighting each other. The scene was very lively. The new additions will fight each other, run for a stronger bear. In this way, they can be chosen by the females of their choice. Middle. I heard that there are also several female suitors in the tribe. The competition is fierce. Bai Qingqing. At a glance, I saw the figure of Jasmine in front of me. I saw Jasmine turn her head and wave at him. Call him over loudly. Jasmine's cries. It attracted the attention of the male in the battle ahead. They looked back sadly behind them. Bai Qingqing witnessed his gaze. Hurriedly turned around and covered an An's yin-yin after the wreck. Unhappily, he said that Jasmine was so loud. And it is still young. You can't be targeted by unscrupulous people. Jasmine lowered her hand in embarrassment. I guess that's too nervous. Bai Qingqing covered up an Manhwa. Only then did he come forward to ask Jasmine if her confinement was ready. Jasmine nodded. Of course. Didn't you say that if you don't do it well, you will get the root of the disease? Bai Qingqing was very suspicious after listening to it. Didn't Jasmine wash her hair and take a shower for a month? Saw Jasmine knocked down with a relaxed face. What's so hard about this? I usually wash my body once a month. I don't wash it when it snows. Bai Qingqing was shocked when she heard this. Hurriedly stepped forward and showed off carefully. I didn't smell anything. Then it suddenly dawned on him, and Madara scratched his head. I wondered why I was so stupid. Noni is a tiger clan. None of the female orcs have those head oils. Dandruff troubles. Wild animals don't even have the consciousness to take a bath. Contrast. Jasmine is washed once a month. It seems to love cleanliness a lot. Jasmine saw her expression and explained again. Said that it was because it was cold during confinement. When it's hot, I still take a shower every day. I can't stand it if I don't take a shower for a month on a hot day. Bai Qingqing smiled softly after hearing this. It seems that I am thinking too much. The two were chatting. But I heard the roar of the fight behind him getting louder and louder. The girl looks at her best friend's partner. I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. The two were chatting. But I heard the roar of the fight behind him getting louder and louder. The dueling arena seems to be getting more and more intense. Bai Qingqing was about to leave with an in. Go somewhere else to play. Seeing this, Jasmine wondered, don't you look at it. The males were strong this time. Parker heard this. Suddenly a fierce force erupted, glared at Jasmine angrily. Jasmine saw the momentum, hurriedly turned around and changed his words. It must be exciting. It's very ornamental. It's a shame not to see it. Then I'll go and see it. Go play. With that, he waved his hand at Qingqing. Hurry up and slip away. I thought to myself that Bai Qingqing's partner was really terrible. Bai Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. He turned around and grabbed Parker's arm, laughing and laughing. Where are we going to play now? Parker looked doting. Let Qingqing decide. Bai Qingqing thought for a moment, decided to go to the mine to have a look. Curtis stepped forward, grabbed Qingqing's arm, and said, let's go. There is no land in the mountains and forests where females can lay their feet. I'll carry you away. Bai Qingqing's face flushed slightly. Slightly, shyly nodded in agreement. The group walked in the direction of the mine. It was noon. The sun was also very hot. There is very little shelter on the mine. Bai Qingqing was a little dizzy from the sun, hurriedly stretched out his hand to block it. Seeing this, Curtis suggested taking a break. Parker said, pointing not far ahead, "It seems like that's where Vincent said. There's also a rest next to it. Let's get over it." Bai Qingqing was stunned after hearing this. The thought ahead is to find the soul crystal. Stone Place. I can't help but send something out. Parker thought he was coming over today. He wanted to go down to the ground and take a look. And there's a big rock next to it. Great for resting. Bai Qingqing couldn't say more after hearing this. It's worth compromising and agreeing. The group came to the crack in the stone. Inside the cave, Curtis helped Qingqing to sit down on the stone. Parker stepped forward and touched Qingqing's head. "So you have a good rest here. I'll go down and take a look." Bai Qingqing was a little worried after hearing this. Thought he was just talking and playing. "I didn't expect to go down." Parker said, "I just want to go down and get to know the soul. The golden stone is only one piece. There's still a lot of blocks. Advise him not to worry." After saying that, he lowered his head and kissed Qingqing's cheek. Before Curtis made a move, he turned around and ran away as fast as he could. He came to the crack in the ground. One jumped over. Bai Qingqing looked at the dark crack in the ground, a little annoyed that Parker hadn't told him sooner, so that he could come with the orb of light. Curtis told him that leopards have very good night vision. Don't worry about persuasion. In a dark place, the light beads are too bright and conspicuous. If there is a beast with a light source, it will only make him more dangerous. Bai Qingqing also felt very reasonable after hearing this. I didn't think much about it. That's when it happened. I saw a hawk beast flying overhead. There was a loud chirp. The two of them looked up in unison. Bai Qingqing suddenly lowered her head. "Look at your empty hands." Mil inisid anun. Come to think of this. He suddenly screamed violently, "Mayanin." A group of 10 Shiring is facing a female classmate. But he didn't know it. He also stretched out his little hand curiously. Seeing this, Bai Qingqing exclaimed violently, "Mayanin." When I turned my head, I saw a group of stones scurrying, flying in the direction of the big rock behind them. At this time, and it was lying on a big rock. He saw the flying scurrying coming. Curiously, he stretched out his little hand with an excited face. Bai Qingqing broke out in a cold sweat when she saw this. I can't think about anything else. Desperately running forward, protected in front of an inn, trying to drive them away. Scurrying saw this. Stretched out a sharp. The claws slammed down on Bai Qingqing, just as they were about to get closer. But I was afraid of being made a loud noise. A snake-tail draw. Scurrying screamed and flew several meters away. Slammed into the stone wall. Bai Qingqing was just about to breathe a sigh of relief. But Curtis said angrily, "You don't want to die. I haven't pursued the last injury. Do you really think of yourself as a male?" Bai Qingqing saw this. A little ashamed, he replied, "I see and in danger. Didn't take into account so much either. Just take care of it and be safe." Curtis shuddered. A layer of self-reproach and sorrow floated in my heart. He reached out and held Bai tightly in his arms. Speaking of which, I didn't expect there to be a stone lion sound here. It's me who didn't protect you. Speaking of which, his voice choked. After calming down for a while, Curtis slowly explained, "Embarking is specialized. Eats prey that the predator has not finished, or cubs with no attack power." Bai Qingqing nodded after hearing this. As long as an inn is okay. He also realized, I can't act so recklessly in the future. And I saw that the birds were very large. Turning to ask Curtis, "Can I pick it up and eat it later?" Curtis shook his head and said it wasn't tasty. Bai Qingqing will be skeptical, so he asked Curtis to guard an inn. I took a small wooden stick for myself. Curious, I stepped forward to take a look. He poked the stone lion eagle hard. Seeing that he didn't react at all, "I guess I'm dead." He turned him over. Unexpectedly, a huge stench came out. Bai Qingqing was smoked and immediately retreated. It's okay for that. Curtis grabbed him from behind and said, "Be careful." Now do you believe it? Bai Qingqing covered her mouth and nose tightly, nodding his head again and again. Can't help but be a little nauseous. But it's full of rocks. There are few animals. How could there be a stone lion eagle? And at this time, inside the crack in the ground, Parker had groped his way a long way. I thought about the position according to Vincent. It should be here. Walking and walking. Suddenly, I felt a cold snap ahead. The temperature is getting colder and colder. Parker, who is usually not afraid of the cold. I couldn't help but shrink back. I saw some light in front of me. Look ahead. I didn't expect this world to be here. And there's a big slice. It's like a sea of stars. The man found one inside a crack in the stone. Pretty ice beads. But I don't know the most fascinating and dangerous. Parker found a large patch of headrons. And ice. It's like a sea of stars. I thought it was still the cold season when Vincent first came down. He should have ignored this normal cold snap. That's when I missed this large piece of spar. As he walked inward, a huge blue ice bead was also found, flashing with dazzling light. Parker's eyes lit up. Curious, he ran forward. After a few steps, he came to the ice beads. Curious, what could such a beautiful blue ice bead be? I thought that Qingqing would definitely like it. Come to think of this, he was ready to reach for it. But when his hand was about to touch the ice beads, I felt a sense of meaning that hit my heart. Parker stopped instantly, hurriedly withdrew his hand. I thought this is not going to work. His instincts told him not to be so reckless. So he picked up the stone and turned it upside down. I was going to use him for enlightenment first. I saw him throw the stone at the ice bead and exclaimed in this life. The stones froze instantly, bounced backwards at breakneck speed. Parker hurriedly dodged. I almost hurt myself. It's also too dangerous. He sat down on the ground. He patted his chest in fear and said that he scared me to death. Let's go up first. Tell Qingqing what good things I've found. So he crawled out of the crack. When he climbed out of the cracks in the rocks, finally, the sun that had not been seen for a long time was frozen just now. His body gradually relaxed. Bai Qingqing came up with a Parker, immediately stepped forward and asked if he had found it. Parker nodded confidently. That's nature. Then he pulled out the ice cubes from the animal skin bag. I showed it to Bai Qingqing. He said that when he went down, he found it cold. I deliberately searched for a circle. As a result, a large block of ice was found. There are also a lot of headrons. This stone is full of headrons. Then he threw the stone to the ground. One by one, the headrons rolled out of it. These are all found by Parker in this neighborhood. There's a lot more down there. When these headrons are revealed, and then turned around in fear and hugged her mother tightly. Bai Qingqing was born strong and comforted in Unin. Don't be afraid. There's a mom here. Thinking about Kim, it's exactly the same as Vincent picked it up. It is also 7 shiny and shiny headrons. Parker pulls one out and looks at the sun. Just feel in the sun. The headron doesn't have any sense of banking. It even glows with a rainbow of colors. Flickering and flickering. It's beautiful. Bai Qingqing stepped forward and took a closer look. Tell Parker, this astonishing light. It's just the refraction of the sun's rays. Parker didn't seem to understand it. He looked up again and leaned in to take a closer look. Bai Qingqing saw this. Hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop saying goodbye to his eyes. Be careful of being burned. Blue fires lit up all around the girl. In a short time, it burned to the ground. Bai Qingqing hurriedly stretched out her hand to stop saying goodbye to her eyes. Be careful of being burned. Parker listened. The headron was immediately removed. I'm confused. Does it really burn? Bai Qingqing saw that he was unlucky. He handed an end to Curtis. I'm going to demonstrate it for him. I saw him pick up a spar and face it to the sun. Focus on the back of Parker's hand. Ask him if he feels the heat. Parker nodded. It was really hot. Now I finally believe it. Thereupon, Parker was going to take 2 more gold stones to try, thinking about whether the 2 would be hotter when stacked. But when he picked up the golden stone, I saw him light a puff of blue smoke. The volume is gradually getting smaller, until it disappears. Parker saw this, immediately panicked, thinking I didn't do anything. Why is the spirit completely gone? I don't know why. Curtis and Parker. There's a feeling of sadness in my heart. I always feel like someone's death. I thought that if I was killed, the soul will turn into transparent crystals. Then this moment, it is the true death of this soul. Seeing that the 2 people around him fell into sadness, Bai Qingqing couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong with you 2? Blutton Parker whispered that he was dead. Bai Qingqing suddenly looked surprised. Look at the stone in your hand. I thought it was so hard in this life. Even stones can be broken. But it was sunburned. In modern times, ghosts can't see the light. Maybe the soul spar doesn't see the light of day. And Parker shines with a focused light. Allows the hedron to receive more light. We'll burn it. I saw Parker punch the ground hard. It's all my fault. Bai Qingqing stepped forward and touched his head. Comforting, it's not your fault. Then he changed the topic and asked, and the stone crack was lowered. An ice. Parker replied absent-mindedly. There's a big one. See divert topic invalid. Bai Qingqing had to sigh helplessly. Then something came to mind. He patted Parker and said excitedly, I'm in Chris's dream. I've seen this kind of ice cube too. Parker listened, but he didn't think so. Isn't this ice cube very common? Blood splattered. Bai Qingqing shook her head and said no. It was the hot season, and it's surrounded by desert. Parker was shocked. I wonder if someone is left in the calorimeter. Ice cubes were saved. Bai Qingqing's ship successfully changed the topic. Get up immediately, pretending to be mysterious. The bizarre landscapes of nature are always amazing. For example, a natural refrigerator or something. If only there were no such soul spirits, then we'll be able to get troops here. The girl was chased by a group of men and hid in a flower field. I thought it would be safe. Unexpectedly, Bai Qingqing couldn't help but sigh. If only there were no such soul spirits. Then we can come here to get the ice on the hot timer. Parker stepped forward and patted Qingqing on the shoulder. Said what kind of heat meter there is. When I came to pick up the poop. If you can't eat the ice in the cracks in the ground, I can bring water in. Bai Qingqing looked at the dark place. Hidden inside are countless souls. Come to think of this. He shuddered. I couldn't help but shiver all over. Immediately turned around and threw the ice cube to Parker. Forget it. The temperature at the bottom of the puddle was also chilly. To eat something iced, I'll just go find Lanzer. Parker was annoyed. I thought if I couldn't touch the ice beads. I really want to bring him back to the tribe. Bai Qingqing walked towards Anin. Reaching out and taking him into his arms, he said, let's go home. After a while, the group returned to the tribe. By this time, the duel in the tribe was over. Succeed? The males of the festival traveled to the female's house. Not selected. I started building my own house. As soon as the leopards saw their mother's back, one by one, they howled excitedly. Lunged at Mom. Bai Qingqing just wanted to tell them to slow down. He was thrown to the ground with a thud. But luckily, it didn't rain today. The land is dry. Bai Qingqing sat up, stroking the head of the tyrant. It's very intimate. Parker stepped forward and said, I took him back to sleep. You can play outside. I don't forget to tell you for a while. Be sure to come back for dinner later. Bai Qingqing nodded happily and understood. He turned to Curtis on the side. Do you want to go back? But I saw him staring in a certain direction. A look of reluctance. Bai Qingqing looked at him suspiciously. I saw a group of orcs who were not chosen. I'm talking around. The female line still wants to make a final struggle. Bai Qingqing suddenly understood. Lost a breath. Turning to Curtis, who was on the side, he said, "Okay, let's just go back together." Seeing Qingqing compromise, Curtis was a little unbearable, and he touched his cast. "Say yes, you can play casually in the tribe." I went back. As soon as I heard this, I saw that Qingqing was really happy. Said happily, "I'm not going to talk to any other male." It didn't take long after saying goodbye to Kitus. Then he saw a male orc coming forward behind him, waved his hand to Bai Qingqing and said, "Bai Qingqing, long time no see. I'll just pick some fresh fruit. Do you want to eat?" Seeing that, Bai Qingqing ignored him. Then he stepped forward and said that. "I knew there was a cool spot up ahead. Why don't we go for a walk together?" At this time, Bai Qingqing was distressed. I wondered what I could do. I'm really afraid of something. So he hugged the boy and ran forward, shouting loudly as he ran. I suddenly forgot that I hadn't taken something. "Go back first. Come with me, cubs." After that, he kept running without looking back. I ran like this for a long time. Finally came to a field of flowers. No males were seen. Bai Qingqing stopped, breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the male orcs who were not chasing after him. I thought I could finally have fun now. The little princess with his 3 older brothers. We are playing happily in the flower field. Bai Qingqing looked behind her, seeing that the male orcs did not pursue. I thought I could finally have fun now. The leopards had already pounced on the flowers. It's a lot of fun. Bai Qingqing looked at the sea of morning glories all over the ground. I also think it's very beautiful. If you transplant some in your own yard, too. Morning glory. That should be a very nice picture. Come to think of this, he decided to take these morning glories, transplant a portion into the yard where the treasure has been lost. He looked up at him. A plump morning glory held out its hand to him. "It's up to you, but you're just about to pick it." But I heard a man behind me say, "Do you need me to help you?" Bai Qingqing looked back in surprise. "See people coming to Parker." Immediately said happily, "You've cooked the food so quickly." The man rolled his eyes. "I haven't opened my mouth yet. I think it's still early. I don't think I'll do anything again." Bai Qingqing looked up into the man's eyes. I wondered why Parker's eyes were a little dull. It's not as good as before. And his hairstyle has become normal. It's because of the long hair that was shaved off. Did it grow another layer? But the shape of the pot lid should also be there. And this is an ordinary leopard hairstyle. It always feels weird. Bai Qingqing suddenly thought of something. Hurriedly ducked back. Thought, could this man be Parker's brother? Parker's face didn't have his rank. The pendant on the chest is also missing. He looked at the 3 animal patterns on the man's face. I wonder if Parker said that. Is he the strongest in the copper nest? How did his brother become a Sarmon too? The man reacted when he saw this. Suddenly, I was at a loss. I wondered if I had been discovered all of a sudden. He turned away in shame and said, "Wait for me. Be right back." I saw him running to a large tree nest behind him. The man behind the tree glanced and ducked. Another man with short hair. I picked up a freshly picked morning glory. Smiling, he walked towards Bai Qingqing. Said, "I just saw a flower. It's nice to give it to you." Bai Qingqing clasped her hands on her shoulders. He turned around and refused. But suddenly I saw it in front of me. The beast pattern on the man's face. It seems to have faded. My hair was suddenly much shorter, and the hides he had just had were all tiger skins. How did it turn into a bearskin now? After hearing this, the man turned around in embarrassment and fled. Don't run away and say, "Wait a minute. I was mistaken." Have you ever seen 3 brothers fall in love with a woman at the same time? The ending was unexpected. The man fled in embarrassment. As he ran, he said, "Wait a minute. I was mistaken." He hurried behind the tree. Right now. A man also dodged and sat on the trunk of a tree, just about to say hello to Bai Qingqing. Blood soared. He covered his mouth and was holding back a laugh. Whereas, at this time, Bai Qingqing saw that there was another one on the tree. I just think it's so funny. I couldn't help but want to laugh out loud. In the end, I couldn't hold it back, so I simply couldn't bear it. Ha ha ha, laughed to the ground. So the man didn't have time to step forward, was ashamed of this merciless ridicule, and fled. Bai Qingqing lay in the flower field and laughed for a long time. I didn't expect them to look exactly the same. And the leopard on the side. The boys didn't understand what their mother was laughing at. They all threw puzzled glances at each other. It's been a long time. Bai Qingqing finally stopped laughing. He sat up and wiped away his tears. Shout! Come out. I've seen through it all, so I don't need to hide. 3 men after surgery. Only then did the concubine come out. They really look almost identical. But in the end, it was the males of Majeri. No, Parker matures. It's like when Parker was young. A man stepped forward and asked Qingqing suspiciously, "How did you recognize them?" I only heard Bai Qingqing answer with a smile. "As soon as you were the first to speak, I could hear the difference. You have a lot of similar voices, but the tone and attitude are different." I thought that Parker would not be respectful to himself. Even if you want to help, it's also a dragging. See, Bai Qingqing know Parker so well. The 3 of them all showed envious expressions. It can be seen that Qingqing likes Parker very much. Bai Qingqing laughed twice in a slightly embarrassed way. "Say what you have to say. Come dig up some morning glories for me. But please let us know beforehand." I told my partner that I was okay. There will be no more companions. You are fellow Parker. We're relatives. You can walk around each other later. The man listened, said a little anxiously, "Don't you really think about us? We could do a lot of work. It's all Irwin beasts. I'm sure I'll be a salmon in the future." Bai Qingqing still politely refused, said that the tribe has a lot of females. With their abilities, they should be very popular. The 3 of them listened, suddenly showed a smug expression, and said, "Of course. This is exactly the same as the 7 Taoists and Parker." Then I heard the man go on and say, "But we like you. I like it in Wansho City. But Parker always stood in our way. We have never had a chance. Appears in front of you." Bai Qingqing was a little annoyed after hearing this. I thought to myself, though curiosity was satisfied, but it's not going to end well. But at this moment, I saw a dark shadow appear overhead. Everyone looked up. It was the agile and strong Parker who caught his eye. The 3 of them saw this. They were so frightened that they took a few steps back. He looked very nervous. Just hear Parker howl. Landed firmly on the ground. There was a murderous aura all over his body. Bai Qingqing witnessed the driving. It didn't feel good. Parker was really angry. It feels like something big is going to happen. This leopard is not ashamed. It turned out to be the girl's partner. The 2 were frolicking in a field of flowers. Just hear Parker howl. Landed firmly on the ground. There was a murderous aura all over his body. Powerful micropressure. The 3 leopards in front of them had to bend down, struggled to retreat. Parker pressed for it. Lung Lee's warning is not to let me see that there will be a next time. Otherwise, you will never be spared. Bai Qingqing was worried that they would fight. Hurriedly shouted at Parker, "Come down and help me." Parker listened, hurriedly turned around. A few steps came to Qingqing. Asked him if he's okay. I don't know if his compatriots have deceived Qingqing. Did you do anything excessive to him? I didn't forget to show off carefully beside Qingqing. Bai Qingqing glared at him, dissatisfied. I can't even recognize you. Then we've spent all these years in vain. Hurry up and help me dig morning glories. I want to plant them in the yard. Parker breathed a sigh of relief. Happily rubbed his cheeks. Didn't smell anything else. The mood immediately became happy. I was busy digging morning glories on the side. Bai Qingqing was shaved with mud on his face. Hurriedly spit out a few mouthfuls. Birth reminds you to be careful. Don't get him bad. Parker is like a puppy. Stepped forward and licked Qingqing's cheek. He stopped when he saw that there was no more dirt on his face. I promise that I will be careful with my digging. Then he called the cubs. Come to a place farther away from Qingqing. Dig up together. Bai Qingqing touched her wet face. I wonder how I feel like I'm being licked by a dog. Jinzai, let's hold the morning glory we dug up one by one. Bai Qingqing gently touched their heads. Said the boys were great. These morning glories are almost enough. Let's go home. So he wrote on Parker. Let's go to the castle together. After going home and planting morning glory, Curtis looked at the tired Qingqing, gently lulled him to sleep. But I saw Parker Town on the side. Don't know what I'm looking for. Curtis reminded unhappily to Hay. The dead leopard Xiao Bai just fell asleep. You give me a stop. But I saw Parker happy. Lai pulled out a mirror. Look left in the mirror. Look to the right and then say hey to Curtis. The snake beast shaved my hair. Today my compatriots pretend to be me to deceive Qingqing. Fortunately, Qingqing was not deceived by them. Curtis frowned in displeasure. There was a hint of anger in his eyes. He reached out and stroked Qingqing as she was sleeping. Parker saw that he didn't move for a long time. And then he said, my hair is going to grow. Soon it will become like them. Hurry up and help me shave off the excess hair. Curtis hesitated, still sticking out their sharp claws. Parker couldn't help but scratch his head when he saw this. I thought about the familiar feeling, though I had experienced it. But it's still a little scary. If there is such a beautiful snake demon sleeping beside him, will you be tempted? Curtis stretched out his sharp claws, started to send for Parkery. It's been a long time. Bai Qingqing yawned. Wake up slowly. When I turned my head, I saw Parker's bare neck. He asked Parker, confused, what's wrong with your hair? Parker immediately transforms into human form. Holding Qingqing, he said proudly, his hair is grown. I asked Curtis to help me shave it. Bai Qingqing was a little speechless after hearing this. I thought I would finally wait for Parker's hair to grow. Why did you kick it again? Turning to Curtis, he shouted to Curtis. He's messing around, and you're messing around. Curtis didn't explain. Resting on his own, Parker pointed to his hair. Tell Bai Qingqing to shave off, so that he is distinguished from his compatriots. It's even less likely to get it wrong. Bai Qingqing shook Parker vigorously after hearing this. Yell at you, idiot. I thought I had managed to fool Parker. It's coming to an end. Unexpectedly, it fell short. After the thought of Parker becoming a bestiality. The bare neck. I can't bear to look at it. He pointed to Parker to warn him. In the future, in the tribe, it is not allowed to turn into a leopard and run around. You know, Parker looked puzzled. Bai Qingqing had no choice but to explain angrily. Because you switch patterns back and forth. Clothes are easy to break. You can't wear it outside. Parker thought it was Qingqing. It's because I'm afraid that he will be placed on by other females. Immediately blushing and nodding in agreement. Parker was still smug on the sidelines. Bai Qingqing turned her head and saw Anin on the bed. He blinked at a pair of large Carslan eyes. Was looking at him with a fluttering fan. Bai Qingqing hurriedly stepped forward to pick up Anin. I didn't expect him to wake up. He didn't say a word. Thinking, Anin must not have recovered from the poison last time. Although the scorpion venom will be weaker and weaker each time. But Anin is so small. The heart is not strong enough. Bai Qingqing was still a little worried that he would suffer from it. Mental illness? I wish Vincent could come back sooner. In the nearest tribe. It's a lively scene every day. Males are subjected to fights between humans. It seems to have become the norm for the tribe during this time. Thinking about the last year, the tribe frantically increased the number of females. This year, The number of males has increased exponentially. It seems that the tribe is getting stronger step by step. And Parker, as soon as he has free time, he will go to work in the blacksmith room. I don't know how the work is going. Bai Qingqing took an in to visit the class. But as soon as I arrived at the door of the iron-making room, and was steaming with heat, it's so smoked that I can't open my eyes. He took a few steps back. Curious, his eyes widened, and he looked inside. I saw Parker dripping with sweat, stretching out all powerful arms, is tapping intently, iron plate in hand. Have you ever seen such a handsome blacksmith? He will soon put on the armor he has forged with his own hands. Parker stretched out his strong, powerful arms. He was tapping the iron plate in his hand with a focused face. Each hammer goes down. It's as if they weigh 1,000 pounds. In the face of such a muscular hunk, Bai Qingqing's eyes couldn't help but shine. My heart was pounding. Parker saw them coming. He turned his head and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Said Qingqing to Bai Qingqing with a smile. What are you doing here? It's too hot here. You are not fit to come here. Bai Qingqing's cheeks turned red. Turning his head sideways, he said that slightly embarrassed. I'm here to see your armor. Thereupon, Parker told Crystal to wait for her outside under the tree. The air in the ironworks was too muddy. Not good for the body. Bai Qingqing nodded in agreement. Hugged an in and ran out. They came to the iron smelter, under a big tree not far from the house. It does cool down a lot in the shade. And in her arms was also dancing happily. After a while, Parker clattered on his armor, ran over with a bang. Bai Qingqing heard the sound, hurriedly looked back, tell Parker to slow down. He walked in front of Qingqing in a few steps. He put down the armor in his hand. This one still needs to be assembled. Bai Qingqing saw that he had worked for so long. I sweated a lot too. Reach for the glass of water next to you. Let Parker drink some water first. He wiped his sweat with animal skins. Parker was lonely. He drank the whole glass of water. He was anxious to show Qingqing the results of his forging. It didn't take long, and he put together the heavy armor. Parker immediately transforms into a beast form. With the armor on your body. After a domineering howl, ask Qingqing how her armor is. Bai Qingqing's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. I didn't expect Parker to be able to make such a complete outfit. Prepare all the key points that are vulnerable to attack. They were all covered with iron pieces of armor and protected. Even the tail is covered with a layer of iron. It's really all round. See Parker raise his paw again. As soon as he pressed the mechanism, sharp claws stretched out. Bai Qingqing couldn't help but exclaim. Even an in his arms was dumbfounded. Seeing this, Bai Qingqing teased haha. Even an doesn't know you anymore. Then everyone burst into laughter. This group of people are competing for the beloved woman. Duels are being fought against each other. An hour ago, the family was talking and laughing in the shade of the trees. The atmosphere was very pleasant. Bai Qingqing suddenly thought of something again. That's right. Is it convenient for you to wear armor? Will it not be inflexible? Parker jerked to his feet. I heard some movement in the woods behind me. He looked warily in the direction of the sound. Then there was a loud yell. Bai Qingqing followed his gaze. I saw a big tree not far away. A leopard walked out slowly. It's Parker's compatriot. The three leopards were discussing at this time. Now that the tracking has been discovered, then why don't you go down and fight? The armor on his body didn't look like that. So saying, the three of them jumped under the tree together. Make a picture of a state of readiness. Bai Qingqing saw this posture, hurriedly hugged an in and hid behind a tree. I thought to myself what they were going to do. Is it going to be a fight? Parker is a salmon, and they're all two-dimensional beasts. And it didn't take long to upgrade. Certainly not Parker's opponent. But it's really hard to guess which of the three fights and one will win or lose. Parker was undaunted. I saw him stretch out the sharp blade of his claws. The hind leg kicked violently. Then he pounced on the three beasts. There was an earth-shattering roar. The momentum is so stubborn. With one move, he knocked a leopard in front of him to the ground. Seeing this, the other two leopards pounced together, crushed Parker underneath him. He raised his mouth and bit down on him. Parker jerked his head to his feet, broke free of the two leopards on his body. The leopards were not reconciled either. Immediately stretched out the sharp claws. Rap at Parker. But I only heard a few clicks. All of them were beaten down by thick iron plates. I saw Parker leap over. He kicked the two beasts several meters away, hit the ground hard. Parker turned his head and poured out disdainfully. Bai Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is armor for protection. Otherwise, if Parker is pounced on by the other party, I'm going to have to get a little scratched. At this time, I heard the sound of a fight. The surrounding orcs also gathered to watch. Gradually, there were more and more onlookers. Even the hugs rushed over like a lively one. Gradually, it was the parents. They immediately sensibly protected Bai Qingqing's side. Be vigilant against these four types. And was a little afraid of such a scene. Turned his head and hid in his mother's arms. Bai Qingqing comforted Anin. I wondered when it would end. The woman is looking at her, looking forward to the triumphant return of the partner. Just as Bai Qingqing was worried, I don't know when the battle will end. I saw that the fighting on the battlefield became more and more intense. Parker has the upper hand, beat all three leopards to scars, collapsed to the ground. It's hard to get up again. I just heard Parker shout loudly that you lost. Let's stop talking. With that, he got up and left. Bai Qingqing also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. See Parker win. I thought that there was finally a truce. That's great. And the role of this set of armor made by Parker. It has also been released. Weight has little effect on sensitivity. However, it can effectively defend against opponents' attacks. With this layer of armor, it is completely possible to go on a rampage with impunity. It's not bad to use the boar battle mode. He also headed for Parker, who returned victoriously, stretched out his chubby little hand. At this time, the three leopards behind him also gradually climbed up. They looked at each other. Then he nodded in agreement. Bai Qingqing also saw the actions of the three leopards. I feel a little puzzled, but I saw that the three leopards suddenly tried their best. He lunged at Parker again. See that Parker has not yet reacted. Bai Qingqing immediately nervously reminded Parker loudly. Watch your back. At this critical moment, I saw a dodge from Parkleman. Generosity avoided the other party's claws. The three leopards were also stunned. I didn't expect Parker's skills to be so agile. Bai Qingqing comforted Anin in her arms. A look of concern was revealed. I thought to myself, isn't this a friendly exchange? Why continue to attack when the fighting is stopped? But I heard the orcs talking on the side. It seems that this situation is really fighting. Look like this. It should be the new leopards, determined to snatch Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing lowered her head reproachfully after hearing this. I wonder if it's because of myself. No, we can't let them fight like this anymore. It will hurt. I saw Parker subduing a leopard. Then he opened his bloody mouth. He took a sharp bite and bit downward. All I heard was a scream. The other leopards also pounced, biting Parker's iron plate. Almost all of their teeth are about to be broken. There was a muffled snort. Beasts on the side. People were nervous and excited about it. There is speculation about which side will win, although Parker's strength is the strongest. But the persistence is consumed by the three-headed weight loss. The siege physical strength can't keep up. He must have been the one who lost. And another person thinks otherwise. He looked at Bai Qingqing. The orcs in front of them are fighting for their lives. The ending is either to win. Either the other dies and doesn't think so. He looked at Bai Qingqing, said that we are all from Wanshou City. There's a rule there if pursuing a sibling partner. After defeating your compatriot, you have to accept the victor's pursuit of your partner. So Parker will most likely kill them. It can also be said that these 3 leopards should be beautiful. Either die. Bai Qingqing couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat after hearing this. I thought that Wanshou City still had such strange customs. No wonder these 3. The leopards suddenly seemed to be a beast. Bai Qingqing looked at the 4 people who were fighting for their lives in front of them, thinking about whether you win or lose in the end. In the end, as long as you don't accept it, you can do it. Thinking about it, after all, it's with Parker, brothers who have been together for more than 10 years. He believed that Parker would not recognize his compatriots. I also believe that they must have a heart-to-heart connection. So no more worrying about it. Waiting for the fight to end with peace of mind. When after a few rounds, Parker also looked a little exhausted. At this time a leopard came from again. The flank went to Parker. I saw Parker turn around. The 2 hind legs kicked at each other fiercely. After another fierce fight, Parker knew he couldn't go on like this, so he suddenly sped up. A final general assault was launched on the 3 leopards. I saw him to the side. The 2 leopards, who were still slumped to the ground, quickly pounced. The leopard behind him didn't see well, just wanted to remind the blood sword. Parker leaped several meters high. Sharp claws stretched out, pounced on a leopard in front of him. The sharp claws cut blood marks on his back. Immediately after that, the right arrow Parker subdued him. Another bite on his neck, above the terrier. The leopard behind him saw the situation and felt bad. You have to evacuate first. If all 3 of them are defeated at the same time, it will be thorough. If you lose at the bottom, you will no longer be able to pursue Bai Qingqing. So, just as they were about to evacuate, I saw Parker's light flash with a fierce force. As soon as you turn your head, you will. A leopard in the mouth. It threw itself at the 2 beasts that were about to flee. At this time, it was too late to cultivate it. The scene in front of me, I just saw that everyone in the audience was terrified. This is the happiest girl I've ever seen. She had 3 powerful fathers, and the most beautiful mother in the world. His father turned his head, then put the leopard in the mouth. It threw itself at the 2 beasts that were about to flee. After another fierce fight, Parker managed to knock all 3 leopards unconscious. There is no way to fight back on the ground. He roared in anger. Successfully ended the battle. The orcs on the lookers also cheered. The leopard cubs were even more excited to see their father win. Happily ran towards his father. Bai Qingqing was excited with tears in her eyes. He also ran towards Parker. He knew Parker could do it. I saw Parker lying on the ground complaining that I was exhausted. But their faces were also full of joy. The family talked and laughed like this. After a while, the 3 leopards also gradually woke up, licking and wiping the wounds on his body. Bai Qingqing turned her head and saw that they were awake. Ask aloud if you're all right. A leopard replied, they don't have to worry about their lives. With their male physique, it will be healed in a few days. They will also fulfill the regulations. I won't come to pester Bai Qingqing again in the future. Bai Qingqing listened. The filial piety with an excited face is too good. You finally figured it out. Parker also looked up and licked Qingqing's cheek and said, finally held on again. Bai Qingqing's cheeks flushed slightly after hearing this. I thought to myself that he was really a stupid leopard. 3 leopards behind him. It was so happy to see them. Then they realized that their actions were annoying to them. They are with Parker-style compatriots. Feelings can affect each other. It is precisely because Parker loves Bai Qingqing very much. His feelings for Bai Qingqing are too strong. That's why his compatriots can't control it. Bai Qingqing was stunned when she heard this. I didn't expect it to be like this. He reached out and stroked Parker's head. Very. I'm glad to have met a partner who loves me so much. I only heard the three leopards continue to say to Bai Qingqing, although it has caused you trouble. But don't worry. Wait until we are doomed. This induction will be broken. There are a lot of females in the tribe. We should be able to solve it quickly. Bai Qingqing smiled. That's fine. Wait until you have been robbed again. We can also go to relatives. When the three leopards heard this, they were dumbfounded. A greeting on the face. Bai Qingqing was amused by their appearance. Poof, laughing. I wonder how they are like my leopards. Silly and silly. He explained aloud. Relatives. It means eating together on a happy occasion. The mermaid blew a bubble. Pretending to be a beloved girl, she came to the bottom of the water. Bai Qingqing explained to them what it meant to go to relatives. Three leopards are now bright birds. Then he said goodbye to them and left. Parker also stood up. It seems that the vitality has recovered a lot. But right now, I saw several wolf beasts coming out of the grass. Tilt your head and laugh. I also want to challenge Parker in doing things. Parker didn't show any weakness either. A sharp momentum erupted all over his body, came forward and yelled. Bai Qingqing saw this posture, hurriedly hugged an in and ran away. It's too bloody to think about it. You have to take an out to breathe. They ran and ran to the puddle. The water surface of the summer day is shining with a sparkling light. Bai Qingqing placed it in the grass pile next to her. Tell him to wait here. Go and clean the dust off your face first. He came to the puddle. Pick up the cool water and float it on your face. There was a chill. In this hot summer day, I suddenly felt a lot more refreshed. But I didn't notice. Silence behind you. Accidentally rolled off the haystack. But the good thing is that there is soft grass all around. And there was no harm. On the contrary, he climbed up excitedly. It didn't take long to climb to the puddle. Bai Qingqing only cared about closing her eyes and washing her face. Didn't notice an Anne's arrival. And then also followed her mother's example. Reached out and shaved peanuts in the water. Attracted by Qingqing's attention. That's when he opened his eyes. I looked to the side. But I was surprised to find out. Quietly turned over and turned into the tide. Bai Qingqing exclaimed in fright. But at this time, I saw a pair of blue palms rising from the water, picked in and up from the water. And it was already so frightened that she closed her eyes. But I didn't feel it for a long time when I fell into the water. Only then did he open his big watery eyes. What catches your eye? He was a handsome and extraordinary man. Anin's wet eyes glowed, reaching out and grabbing the shell pendant on the man's chest. Lanze hugged Anin in front of Qingqing. Bai Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. It scared the hell out of him just now. I didn't expect Jing to crawl over on her own. Orchid. Zay is looking at the villain in his arms with a full face. Reached out and poked his chubby little face. Some don't open their eyes. Bai Qingqing saw this. He opened the man's hand and said, "Don't poke him in the face. It's going to be drooling." The words are not finished yet. Saw that and was really drooling. Bai Qingqing was embarrassed and hurriedly asked Lan Zhe to wash first. Lan Zhe put on a white head and said filial piety haha. It's okay. I said I'll take it down to play. Are you coming now? Bai Qingqing hesitated. I was sweating all over my body when I thought about it. It's sticky and greasy, and it's very uncomfortable. Washing is good too. So he nodded in agreement. I saw Lan Zhe blow out a big bubble. Put Bai Qingqing and into it. Holding the bubbles, he steadily swam towards the bottom of the puddle. Go! And it was very curious and lay on the bubbles. Look at the novelty around you. Bai Qingqing was rarely so happy to see Anin. I couldn't help but smile. I thought about this time. It's sure to be an amazing journey to remember. The girl was taken underwater by the mermaid prince. The man blows a bubble. pretending to be Bai Qingqing and an in to play underwater. After 10 minutes, Anin was tired and resting on her mother's lap. Bai Qingqing got tired of playing so quickly when she saw him. I heard Lan Zhe step forward and say again, "And it should like the little white bait." Or, I put it in a small individual bubble, then put some small white bait in it. Let Anin play with the little silverfish. You say it's good or not? Bai Qingqing thought for a moment. I decided to give it a try. Let Anin stay alone first. See if he's afraid. Lan Zhe nodded in agreement. So he let go of the hand holding the big bubble, turned around, and blew a slightly smaller bubble. The big bubble was after he let go. It gradually sank downward, and then raised her eyes to look at the light that was getting farther and farther away. His eyes widened in horror. Bai Qingqing saw him like this, and then asked worriedly, "What happened to you?" I saw, and Anne's whole body began to tremble. Tears welled up in his eyes, whimpering and crying. Bai Qingqing hurriedly waved her hand and shouted at Lan Zhe, "Take us up," and then seems to be very afraid of the dark. Lan Zhe saw this, quickly swam to them, hold up the bubbles and swim quickly towards the water, and then snuggled tightly in her mother's arms. I still couldn't help but tremble. Whimpered quietly. He curled up in a ball. It was as if I had been greatly frightened. Bai Qingqing reached out to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes, comforted Anin softly, not crying. "We don't go to dark places anymore. Don't be afraid," and order Lan Zhe on the side again. "Take them to a bright place. Don't go any further." Lanzer dragged them to the surface. "Tell Qingqing to wait here for a while. You want to fetch something. We'll be back soon." With that, he plunged headlong into the water, and then came to the back of the water. Only then did he stop crying. But I was still nervous and a little trembling. After a while, Lan Zhe came out of the water. He also holds a small bubble in his hand. The bubbles are full of tiny white bait. Thinking that Anin likes light, Lanzer also put his own light bead into the bubble, given into play, and then saw this shiny little fish bubble pounce on it immediately. He stared at them. Lan Zhe saw that he liked it so much. He smiled dotingly, placing it into a small bubble. He put the little bubble in the small silver filled with it, fish in large bubbles, and it immediately blossomed, happy hand dancing. The mermaid lay on the shore and looked at the woman she loved. "Ask for it, but you can't get it." Lan Zhe putting it into the white bait bubble. I saw a small silverfish with a shining quality swim past his eyes, and Anne's oily eyes lit up. Then I saw a bright bead of light on the side. I couldn't take my eyes off it, staring straight at the beads of light. "I love it." Seeing this, Lan Zhe picked up the light bead and asked, "Do you like it?" Seeing an in, he immediately rolled the bubbles and stepped forward, holding out his little hand towards the light bead. Lan Zhe put the light bead into the bubble. It was handed to Anan's hands. Unexpectedly, he quietly put it in his mouth. Favorite kin shakes up. See this scene? Lan Zhe couldn't help but scream. "But my beads are for my companion," Bai Qingqing said apologetically on the side. "I'm so sorry. I'll wash you later." "Do not worry. Seeing him like it so much." Bai Qingqing coughed embarrassedly. "That's what I'm good at. I'm afraid I won't return it to you when Huinan is safe." Lan Zhe suddenly became a little anxious after hearing this. "But look at the slimy bead of light in front of you." I couldn't help but sigh. Said that love shouldn't coax and in with light beads. Now it's all right. Partners are not yet married. I lost the orb first. Bai Qingqing saw him like this. I couldn't help but laugh. Said, "I won't wear your light beads. At most, let him take it back first. I'll bring it to you when he's asleep." Lan Zhe had no choice but to nod and agree. I wanted it to be lighter, but then it occurred to him that he didn't understand it. I had no choice but to forget it. Bai Qingqing looked at the hot sun. Thinking about myself was sweating all over. So he asked Lanze to let him out and wash his body. Lanze wanted to push him to the shore and release him again. Bai Qingqing waved her hand. Just say it's okay to break it on the surface of the water. You can swim on your own. I heard Qingqing say that she can swim. Lanze had a skeptical expression. Bai Qingqing raised her face and said, "Don't underestimate me. I'm a good swimmer." So Lanze raised his hand to pop the bubble. I just heard a bang. Bai Qingqing opened her arms and walked towards the moon in the water. There was a big splash of water. Lanze jokingly said to an Haha, "Your mom doesn't want you anymore. Gave you to me." I saw Anin turn his head angrily. Ignore him at all. Lanze couldn't help but be filial. I didn't expect the villain who couldn't speak yet. Still have a temper. Zay knew how to put on a shelf at such a young age. It's amazing to grow up. I saw Bai Qingqing wave at him again. Ask Lanze to release the little silverfish. Clean up for yourself too. So Lanze swam to the bottom of the water. A lot of small whitebait were released. They happily swam towards Bai Qingqing. Cleaned up for him. Before I knew it, I was dumbfounded. Bai Qingqing floated comfortably on the water. He hadn't swam like this in a long time. After playing for a long time, I found that Lanzijing was still underwater. Hurriedly turned around in embarrassment and yelled at Lanze. "You won't come up for me." After hearing this, Lanze hurriedly came to Qingqing's side. Seeing that he was angry, I thought I was just watching it for a while. And there are clothes in the skirt. All you can see is a pair of beautiful legs. But why did I feel weak when I was discovered? He buried his face in the water in embarrassment, grunting and spitting bubbles. Bai Qingqing said to Anin on the side again. We went home. He carried Anin to the shore, but Anin returned the light bead to Lanze. Saw Anin pouting, showed a look of resolute disagreement. Bai Qingqing had no choice but to say to Lanze, "I'll return it to him later." At this time, Lanze's cheeks were still slightly red. He nodded obediently, looking at their figures as they drifted away. But there is a little loss in my heart. If the basilismos all look like this, are you still afraid of snakes? Lanze looked at their figures as they drifted away. It's inevitable that there will be some loss in my heart. It didn't take long. Bai Qingqing returned to the lost treasure. Anin, who had been playing for a day, soon fell asleep. Only then did Bai Qingqing stretch out her hand, took away the slimy beads of light. I really had to wash it clean. I'll pay it back. Not for a while. I saw Parker come back in the dust. As soon as he got home, he dragged the armor on his body. After the drag, he fell asleep. I only saw Bai Qingqing stunned. But look at the dirt all over him. There was also a stench. Bai Qingqing stepped forward and persuaded him to take a bath before sleeping. Parker was tired and coquettish. I want to wash it later. The smell is getting louder and louder. Bai Qingqing was worried that he would wake Anin up. He straightened Parker's tail. Tell him to wash it right away. And don't forget to slip on your fur skirt. Parker scratched his head aggrievedly. Nodding in agreement, Bai Qingqing handed the washed light bead to Parker again. Tell him to return the light bead to Lanze along the way. After Parker took the light orb, tired and walked out the door. Look at his back. Bai Qingqing couldn't help but laugh shamefully. It's really tired of being a dog. Buddha. He turned to Curtis in the room and said, Curtis, the people of the tribe are building armor for themselves. Why don't you try? Curtis shook his head, claims to have scales on his body. Bai Qingqing suddenly realized. I almost forgot. Curtis's scales are sharper than an iron blade. The tenacity should not be low. He looked at the snake's legs. Shovel's sister said, the scaly Mr. Snake. Can you make another dress for it? He picked up the snake leg on the side. With an excited face, he handed it to Curtis. Curtis was unmoved. because an already has 2 sets of clothes to wash. Bai Qingqing continued to say coquettishly, "This snake leg is too thin. Not for me to wear. Just help me guess." Curtis looked at Anin, who was sleeping soundly. "I thought that the snake retreat was all for my partner. Can it be used for cubs?" Although Anin is a female cub. Finally he sighed, nodding in agreement. "Call this the last one." So he took up the serpent and withdrew. "Seriously can't sew it up." The woman misses her partner, looking at the night sky and crying silently. Kitties is making new clothes for Anin. It didn't take long. Anin gradually woke up. However, the first thing to wake up to, it's rummaging around for your own light beads. Bai Qingqing saw this. I thought it was bad. He wouldn't be thinking about that big pearl of light. From the cabinet behind him, fetched the small light bead that Lan Zhe gave him. Handed to Anin to play. Anin looked at the ordinary bead in his hand. Showed a look of disgust. He threw him away. Then he began to rummage hard in bed. The Bai Qingqing sword was seen through by him. Thinking about finding things on your own at such a young age. I don't ask adults to help. It's too self-reliant. It feels like something is wrong. It can't be autism. Although, and beat from in the stomach. It's quiet. After birth, he does not cry or make trouble. There is no need for anything. I didn't find anything out of the ordinary. Seeing that he searched for a long time, he did not find the light bead. Sat on the bed and hummed unhappily. Gradually, night fell. Bai Qingqing once again raised the wooden stick towards the small bead of light. Handed it to Anin. Against the backdrop of the night, he shone with a little light. Anin saw the light as soon as he saw it. Immediately, his eyes widened. Affectionate stretched out his hand to him. Bai Qingqing saw that he loved it so much. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. It turned out that it was just not bright enough. It's okay, it's okay. Think about this teething stick that once belonged to the leopards. Just send it to Anin. Over time, the night was getting darker. A bright moon hangs high in the night sky. Today is another full moon night. Bai Qingqing looked at the sky. Tell Parker to take the food away. I can't eat it myself. Parker touched Qingqing's head in distress. I had to wait until he was hungry to warm up the food for him. On this difficult day, there is no way for anyone to eat a meal in peace. But when he turned his head, I found that Qingqing was gone. And at this time, Bai Qingqing is holding it on the roof in a daze. He thought, it's been more than a month since Levinson went out. The tribe has also reached the size of 2,000 males. Everywhere there was hope and laughter. It started to be lively. Vincent, though it's your wish, it is being realized gradually. But I can't make you happy. Tonight, and I had to think of this again. Tears can't stop sliding down. It dripped onto An's cheek with a click. Be wary of the woman you love. What an experience. And it is going to be poisoned again tonight. Bai Qingqing thought of this. Tears can't stop falling. Seeing in Anne's little face, he frowned. Bai Qingqing was busy shaking and coaxing her. Pretended to be happy and said, what's wrong with Anin? Anin has teeth. The front teeth are so beautiful. And Anne's mood finally eased a lot. He stretched out his chubby little hand. I want to wipe the tears from the corners of my mother's eyes. Bai Qingqing hurriedly passed away with tears in her eyes and smiled ha-ha. I don't cry. But looking at Anne's so well-behaved and sensible appearance, Bai Qingqing was very distressed. At this time, a fiery body was pasted on. Parker wrapped himself around Bai Qingqing. Whisper, don't be upset. Bai Qingqing often exhaled. Vincent has been out for a month. It stands to reason that he should have come back a long time ago. And today is a special day. If he can come back, he will definitely come back. Bai Qingqing was very worried. Parker glanced at Qingqing's arm. Clear tiger stripes. Said that the beast text is still there. Don't worry. Bai Qingqing shook her head. We should have gone with him. Blood listened to the priest twice. At some point, Curtis also went up to the top floor. Here, by Qingqing's words, the momentum cooled down. He said, "It's dangerous if you go." Bai Qingqing was a little frightened when she saw this momentum. But when I think of an in, he firmly said that as long as he could cure an in, no matter how dangerous it is, I'm not afraid. Curtis's pupils narrowed. At this time, he was looking at an in. Suddenly, I felt unusually unsightly. And it also seemed to sense the danger. Shrunk back and hid in her mother's arms. Bai Qingqing lay in tightly. Vigilantly asked what you want to do. Parker also stood in front of Qingqing. The highest alert was raised. Legs slightly bent, always ready to bounce up. Curtis looked at the few people who were so wary of him. My heart couldn't help but hurt a little. I just want you to be good. After saying this, he silently turned away. Bai Qingqing thought about it. Curtis's attitude towards an unjust now. Degrees so indifferent. He took Parker's hand and said, "Parker, be sure to help me." Parker nodded firmly. "I'll do whatever you want me to do." Bai Qingqing leaned against Parker's chest. "Say thank you gratefully." The two snuggled up quietly like this. One stop is half a day. The eyes of the cold snake king were full of the girl in front of him. There is no room for him to slip up. Little by little, time passed. Bai Qingqing handed the small light bead to an in. It turned out that an in regarded light as hope. If you think it's dawn, you won't be in pain. He took an in into his arms. Gently soothed. The toxicity is about to kick in. Bai Qingqing suddenly had an idea. Thinking about this poison maybe, and the sea-tide beast. The gravitational pull of the moon is on a similar principle. But a shorter place may be good for an in. Come to think of this. He quickly hugged an in and ran downstairs. At this time, an in also happened to have a seizure. Wow! He burst into tears. Parker was worried that Qingqing would fall if she ran too quickly. Seeing an in struggling in pain, Bai Qingqing turned her head and shouted Parker. An An's strength was too great. "You help me get him under control. I'm going to dig out all the beads." With that, he rushed to the cabinet, rummaging around. After rummaging for a long time, he found out that Curtis was also in the house. Bai Qingqing saw Curtis. Suddenly I panicked. An An's cry was sharp and piercing. He was afraid that Curtis would be impatient. Solve An's problem now. Come to think of this. He immediately pounced. Said Curtis by the neck around Curtis. "Please don't hurt an in, okay?" Curtis saw the tears in his eyes. The tone was also a little softer. Said before he hurt you. "I won't hurt him." Bai Qingqing thought to herself. Doesn't that mean that? If you insist on taking an into the desert to find it, Vincent Curtis, and it will not be tolerated. He sighed bitterly, forced back the sourness in his eyes. Whisper hard, yes. I'm not going to let myself have anything to do. Bai Qingqing, just stabilize Curtis first. Let him just sit and wait for him to die. He couldn't. The long night was finally over, and then also fell asleep. Bai Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief for the time being. But my heart is more determined. I must go to the inspection of the city. The sooner the better. It's just Curtis's attitude that makes him feel uncertain. He wondered whether to turn to him for help. Until one day he made up his mind. It was a sunny morning. After the morning dew dries thoroughly. Bai Qingqing carried an into the blacksmith room to find Parker. In the calorimeter, the heat of the iron room is like a stove. Parker was young, but the work is very serious. Bai Qingqing came, and he didn't find out, until the person next to him reminded Parker, "Your partner is here." Parker immediately looked up. Only then did he discover the existence of Bai Qingqing, wondering how he got here. Just when I wanted to go up and take him out, But I heard Bai Qingqing say that I want to go to Vincent. Maybe Vincent needs our help too. Let's go to the desert. The smile on Parker's face froze. Golden eyes. The sub is tightly locked to her partner's face. After a long silence, he nodded solemnly. The girl hit her head on a tree. The reason is that people can't laugh or cry. Parker was silent for a long time. He nodded solemnly. He took Bai Qingqing outside the house again. Said that the smell of smoke in the house was too strong. What about Curtis? Going to the desert is how he reacts. Seeing Qingqing shook her head, Parker went on to say that the snakes were cold-blooded. The more he loves you, the more selfish he becomes. I won't let you take risks for an in. Let's go on our own. Curtis won't catch us. The desert has high daytime temperatures. It was inconvenient for him to travel. The temperature is very low at night. He will flood again. The time to chase us is very short. Don't be afraid of him. Bai Qingqing was a little displeased after hearing this. If we're all gone, leave Curtis alone. He's going to be sad. Parker turned his head and snorted. He's done this to you. You still care what he does. You have to think about it. If Curtis disagrees, none of us know what it will do. Bai Qingqing looked at Anin in her arms with some hesitation. He must not let Curtis hurt Anin. So he said to Parker, I'll think again. You go and strike iron. I'll make a decision in the evening. Parker touched his little head. Say softly, don't worry too much. Whatever you want to do, I will support you. Hear your partner support you unconditionally. Bai Qingqing was moved. He reached out and hooked Dopark's neck. Standing on tiptoe and kissing it gently, Parker's face exploded, and then deepened the kiss. After a kiss is over, Parker asked, breathless, Are you on a period? Bai Qingqing was a little surprised. No. I thought that I had only given birth to an in for more than 6 months. Didn't wean either. I don't usually have a period. Orcs have a keen sense of smell. Parker is so easily emotional. 80% is really going to have a period. Parker carefully showed off on Bai Qingqing's body. I couldn't help but swallow. The hoarse voice said, Your taste is very tempting. He quickly shook his head. I want to sober myself up. Be sure to hold back. It wouldn't be good if Qingqing was pregnant with Sazai. Bai Qingqing was irritated and hit the big tree on the side. He really doesn't want to have a period. Parker was startled when he saw this. Immediately reach out and block it for him. Look at it. The man actually kidnapped his mother. Bai Qingqing hit her head on a piece. On the fiery palm. He raised Parker's hand apprehensively and examined it. But I heard Parker say that it was okay. Everyone else wants to have a period every day. Our family is good. Menstruation has become a troublesome wight. Qingqing blinked and said that this was originally a trouble. With us. There's no girl who doesn't hate this. But thinking about the 3 years he has been here, the number of menstrual periods is indeed only a handful. What a blessing. Parker gestured to the cotton field behind him. I'm going to pick some more white quilts for Qingqing. Bai Qingqing nodded. Tell Parker to step on it a little more, enough to step on for a year. So he was ready to take it home, and was reluctant to go back. He pouted and snorted. Parker wanted to send them home first, but I heard Bai Qingqing say, I'll take it in to relax first. It's even more boring when he goes to the house. Then he said goodbye to Parker. I took it in for a walk alone. The leopards don't know where to run anymore. Bai Qingqing proposed to go to Aunt Jasmine's house to play. By the way, check out little Anna. Bloodsword and kicked his calf to show resistance. Bai Qingqing had no choice but to change her words. And doesn't like Aunt Jasmine. Let's change places then. They walked around the tribe at will. Before you know it, you have walked out of the tribe. Bai Qingqing was still a little worried. But looking at Ann's mood is getting better and better. I didn't think much about it. Walking and walking. They entered the mouth of the cave where the little snake lived. Bai Qingqing stepped forward and called a little snake. A few more steps towards the cave. and I saw a red python, thin in the haystack, sparsely busy. As soon as I heard Bai Qingqing's call, the little snake immediately took on a human form. Bai Qingqing saw this. Tell him to go and put on the animal skin skirt first. The little snake hurriedly agreed, but just ready to go. I smelled a strange smell. He turned his head to sniff at Qingqing's body carefully. Bai Qingqing is strong. I wonder if I smell so big. Hurriedly reached out and knocked on the head of the little snake. Say you go get dressed. The little snake answered. Turn your head and swim towards the bottom of the cave. Bai Qingqing looked at the mess. Thought to the cave. The little snake lives in this cold cave every day. When the wind blew, all the miscellaneous things came in. Then I'll help him clean up. Come to think of this, he immediately started cleaning up. In a short time, the cave was cleaned. Turning his head, he saw the little snake come out. Bai Qingqing opened his mouth and asked, Why have you been there for so long? Why haven't you worn a fur skirt yet? The blood-spattered snake scratched its head. So you don't know how to wear it. Bai Qingqing couldn't help but be filial. Go and bring up the animal skin skirt. I'll help you. Mom could spend a little more time with you today. Or go dig out a nest of eggs. I'll give you steamed eggs to eat. The little snake said that he wanted to go out with Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing hesitated a little after hearing this, thinking that Parker didn't come today. It seems dangerous to go out. Let's go back next time. The little snake was a little disappointed when he heard this. But then there was a flash in his eyes. He slowly swam behind Bai Qingqing. With a raised hand, he knocked him unconscious. Just listen to the plop. Bai Qingqing fell to the ground before she could call for help. The man's heart ached so much that he almost choked. How deep the love is. How painful it is. As soon as the little snake raised its hand, it knocked Bai Qingqing to the ground. Then, Parker, who was stepping on white cotton, suddenly felt a tightening. A bad premonition arose. He immediately rushed towards Sherbang, thinking that Qingqing should be home. What can happen in the tribe? I must have thought too much. But when he came to the stone castle, I didn't see Bai Qingqing's figure. He looked at Curtis as if nothing had happened. And he didn't bother. Maybe it's because I'm too worried. I was going to go and find Bai Qingqing alone. There are only two clues he can rely on at the moment. One is Qingqing's footprints. One is telepathy between partners. But strangely, Parker followed the direction telepathically directed. I didn't see Qingqing's footprints all the time. Only then did he realize the seriousness of the matter. But when he reacted, already outside the tribe, there's still no clues at all. Qingqing must be in danger. But then go back and inform Curtis. It will be a lot of time delayed. Come to think of this, he gritted his teeth and left it alone. Instantly transform into a beast. Killed life in the direction of the stone fort. He chased the telepathic position. Run away at a fast pace. You have to find someone first. The roar reached the stone castle. Curtis woke up suddenly. He could hear it being Parker's voice. I wondered if something was wrong. Curtis immediately activated the energy in his body, sensing Xiaobai's breath. Suddenly opened his eyes. Pupils constricted violently. He sensed that Xiaobai's breath was far away from him. Far away, his heart suddenly became nervous. He searched all over the ministry like crazy. Fall in every corner. Shouted loudly for Xiaobai. Where are you? Until all the places within the tribe will be. I've searched them all. Xiaobai was also found. He lowered his eyes in disappointment. Remembered that Xiaobai said that he was going to find Hun's son. There was a pang of pain in my heart. I couldn't help but tremble. I thought to myself, Xiaobai, this is leaving himself. Don't do it yourself. Just when he was in pain and could barely breathe, immediately cheered up again. Because he won't allow it. You can't lose Xiaobai. Come to think of this, he immediately transformed into an all-beast form. Rushed towards the speed of light in the direction of the sense. He must find Xiaobai. Have you ever seen such a cute basilisk? It's all to blame for this damn imagination. Let him misunderstand his partner. He transforms into an all-beast form. Rush towards the speed of light in the direction of the sense. Just about to rush out of the tribe. But he heard the cry of a small beast behind him. When I looked back, it was Xiaobai's 3 leopards. He immediately killed the running body, looking at the leopard in front of him in disbelief. I thought they were still at home. Xiaobai is absolutely won't leave the cubs behind. Maybe I misunderstood. It turned out that Xiaobai did not abandon himself. So where can he go? Then he quickly traveled in the direction of the sense. 3 leopard cubs saw this. We are having a pleasant discussion. Daddy Curtis, this is going to hunt. Then let's go home and wait for food. Look at the momentum. There will definitely be a lot of good food. And the other side of this time. Bai Qingqing slowly opened her eyes. What I saw was a completely unfamiliar environment. He was lying in a log cabin. The little snake saw that he was awake, hurriedly stepped forward to hold his hand, and said, "You are awake. You'll call me Curtis from now on." Bai Qingqing was stunned when she heard this. Immediately slapped his hand away and said, "What are you talking about? And why did you bring me here?" I wondered what was wrong with this kid. Could it be that he was possessed by Curtis? The little snake looked at the hand that was slapped away by Bai Qingqing. Some displeasure. Then he stepped forward and cupped his face and said, "Hee. I'm Curtis." Bai Qingqing was really angry this time. The backhand gave the little snake a slap in the face. Tell him to sober up? Then he turned his head. Only then did he notice that an in was also beside him. Hurriedly hugged an in into his arms. Seeing that he was safe, only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He turned his head and glared at the little snake again. I don't know what it is. But what's even weirder is that the little snake can't. I have to leave here quickly with an in. He quickly got up and ran towards the door. A small snake after a workout. There is no intention of chasing and stopping. Just when he wondered. What you see is a huge ocean. There are also many mermaids swimming happily in it. Bai Qingqing didn't expect it. The little snake actually brought him to the merfolk clan. The little snake stepped forward and pointed to the lake. Say they won't hurt you. Look over there. Bai Qingqing looked in the direction of his finger. I saw a handsome one. The blond man walked out of the water and went ashore. This person Bai Qingqing knows. It is the love companion Jing. After the 2 men went ashore, bent over and helped the woman behind him slowly walk ashore. Love ashore. He lifted the hem of his skirt. With an angry face, he strode towards Bai Qingqing. This woman has 4 handsome partners. She walked slowly ashore. He lifted the hem of his skirt. With a murong on his face, he walked towards Bai Qingqing. Seeing that the people and elders around Qin were all vortex beasts, Bai Qingqing couldn't help but worry. Don't know about Curtis. Can one person fight 5 4-man beasts? It's a pity Vincennes wasn't there. It's really not going to end well. At the same time, as Bai Qingqing looked at the piano, Qin also looked at Bai Qingqing critically. It's been a long time since I've seen you in a haughty manner. Bai Qingqing was not shocked. Smiled calmly and said that it was a long time since I saw it. Qin was enraged by Bai Qingqing's peaceful attitude. The sweetness of the disguise faded from his face. Showing viciousness, "You have hurt me so badly. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you?" After saying that, Qin said. The little snake pulled Bai Qingqing behind him, exposed to the piano under his chest. Qin was startled, hurriedly hid behind Kim. Kim is the same as any other mermaid. There is no emotion towards Bai Qingqing. There is no disgust and no favorability. It's like looking at ordinary people. He opened his mouth lightly. You don't have to worry. We will not break our promise with Curtis. Just stay here. Bai Qingqing heard Kim say Curtis. There are some doubts. But when he turned his head, he saw the little snake pointing at himself proudly. It was instantly clear. It turned out to be an agreement with the little snake. Thinking to himself, the enemy is now, so don't make trouble. Randomly turned his head and said to Jean, I am not afraid of you. Curtis will come to my rescue. I can fill him up right now, too. I'm talking about Curtis as his father. You should remember, Curtis came to me in an instant. Kim smiled when he heard this. He pointed to the small tongue on the side and said that he was there. You don't look at the little snake next to you. I really hesitated. If he summons Curtis at this moment, he will definitely kill the little snake immediately. Now, this is a gamble with the life of the little snake. It's despicable. Bai Qingqing immediately shouted, What do you want to do? He waved his hand proudly. Kill your mates one by one, of course. Your partner is killed. I am a mermaid of hundreds of thousands of people. Also killed my only land partner. I also want to give you a taste of what it's like to lose your partner. The man was furious. For the red face. Qingqing single-handedly wiped out the entire mermaid clan. Whoever hurts my woman, said very emotionally, I also want to give you a taste of what it's like to lose your partner. Bai Qingqing was also shocked when she heard this. He didn't know that Curtis had killed all the merfolk. I wonder if it was last time. Curtis sent himself ashore after that. Another trip to the sea. Said to solve the problem between him and Mermaidfoot. Originally, that time, he actually directly killed the mermaid's foot. Such a deep hatred. No wonder Qin has always refused. Excuse us for trouble. Qin Jian, Bai Qingqing didn't react at all. So quietly. It's like he's punched the cotton. No, I thought to myself, this is my home turf. He had to be more composed. So he waved his hand and said filial piety. For the sake of Curtis Jr. and the Golden Thrones deal. In the end, I won't kill you. With that, he took Kim's arm and turned around to leave. Bai Qingqing said in a disdainful, cold voice, Curtis is better than you. I'm afraid you won't be able to kill him. Xing waved his hand disappreciably. You don't have to worry about that. I advise you not to think about running away. The plants in this water are all water killers. Magnetically going into the water will die faster than a small fish. Bai Qingqing shrank back in surprise after hearing this. Can look at an in his arms. He immediately calmed down again, thinking about it, and then still needs to protect herself. I can't be afraid. So he carried it in and walked towards the lake. I want to test it. The little snake hurriedly stepped forward and pulled him away. There are a lot of times in the water. Bai Qingqing avoided his touch in disgust. Since learning about the little snake's thoughts, I didn't want to make contact with him. The little snake was also stunned. Only Bai Qingqing came into view. A disappointed expression. Strange after getting Bai Qingqing. There was no expected takesing. But then he thought he was Curtis. Xiaobai will get used to it one day. Curtis had won in the world. He stretched out his hand and said to Bai Qingqing, I just want to live with you. Those lonely days in the cave. Looking forward to one for I don't know how long. To see your deadline. I've had enough. Can you just stay with me? The red-haired man smiled wickedly, wrapped around the girl's waist from behind. He stretched out his hand and said to Bai Qingqing, You stay with me. Good, no good. Bai Qingqing was in a dilemma. I thought I couldn't summon my partner right now. Let the little snake die. There is no way out of this isolated island. Just when he didn't know what to do. And then in her arms suddenly cried. The little hand clutched Bai Qingqing's closed tightly. Bai Qingqing hurriedly whispered to Anin not to worry. Mom, that's what you're thinking about. Now at a critical juncture. It's to find a way out. The little snake should not hurt itself. Anin. Why don't you stay and find out? Then he walked to the cabin and started in it. The little snake squatted on the side and guarded them. Bai Qingqing's face was vigilant and wary of the little snake. Time passed slowly, unconsciously. Bai Qingqing was already sweating all over. I didn't think of a place where the mermaid lived. It's so wet and dry. He gulped for hot air. Suddenly, I felt a cool breeze behind me. I saw the little snake, a large leaf picked from nowhere. Fan the cool breeze for Bai Qingqing. Seeing this move, Bai Qingqing also understood. Seemingly, the little snake really didn't mean to hurt them. I'll have to ask myself about the situation quickly. So he asked the little snake, "What the hell is going on? How do you know a mermaid?" The little snake saw that he finally accepted himself. Immediately got up excitedly. Said, "Do you remember that strange fruit I ate? The fruit didn't just make me into a human form in advance. It also awakened me to the memory of reproduction in advance." With that, his eyes were stained with confusion, with an intoxicating lump of red on his face. Reaching out to touch Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing hurriedly turned around and dodged. "The atmosphere is there, so you arrested me." Unexpectedly, the little snake actually stopped him from behind. He has inherited all of Curtis's memories, including feelings for Xiaobai. He leaned close to Bai Qingqing's ear. Muttered Xiaobai, "I have all his memories. I'm Curtis." Bai Qingqing grabbed the little snake's arm hard. "I have long abandoned the zen of the heart, liver, and lungs." Intimate acts between a woman and her partner. They were all peeping on. When he learned, the woman grabbed the little snake's arm hard. The heart, liver, and lungs that were already angry trembled. He exerted all his strength. Finally pushed the little snake away. Hurriedly took a few steps back. I thought to myself that the little snake was very abnormal now. What the hell is wrong with him? Could it be the reproduction of memory? I couldn't help but look at it. The little snake, which was inherited from him, and Curtis had all of her foster care before she gave birth to her child, including the things I've done with Curtis. All of them were seen by the little snake. It's really embarrassing. And the little snake is still so young. My own subjective consciousness is not strong enough. That's why it's being manipulated by Curtis's memories. Come to think of this, Bai Qingqing hurriedly turned her head and said to the little snake, "Listen to me. You are not Curtis. Don't be controlled by legacy memories. He just lets you learn from the experience. I can find my partner better." It wasn't the little snake that interrupted Bai Qingqing's words loudly. Slowly walked towards him. Bai Qingqing slowly put down in her arms. "Get up and think about when you were a kid. Your memory of Curtis's legacy ends with your birth. That's the best proof that you're not Curtis. Curtis was born without you. After experiencing those memory." After hearing this, the little snake emotionally denied that it was wrong. "You're not right. It's not that the little snake doesn't understand. It's just that I don't want to understand. Because he wants to be Curtis. I want to have a white crystal." He clenched Bai Qingqing's small hand and continued, "Xiao Bai. I'm Curtis." Little Bai Qingqing saw the little snake coming over. In desperation, he used Parker's power. Knocked him to the ground. There was a loud bang. The little snake writhed. I exhaled in pain. Bai Qingqing listened to the little snake's painful voice, standing aside in a panic. I don't know what to do. Just as he hesitated to come forward and check. But I felt dizzy in my head. He fell down with a thud. Bai Qingqing only felt that her body collapsed for a while. Gradually I fainted. And Parker at this time, I also felt that Qingqing used her own energy. Look up in the direction of the center of the lake. He sensed that Qingqing was there. The snake beast raised its tail and poked the leopard in front of it. "Hey, it's dead." Parker looked up in the direction of the center of the lake. He sensed that Qingqing was there. So he jumped into the lake without hesitation. I want to swim to the opposite side. Unexpectedly, he just got out of the water. His body was entangled in stingers. Bloody marks were drawn on his body. Parker let out a howl. fluttering and swimming towards the shore. But the stinger can grow. Wrapped tightly around Parker's waist. Force him off and pull him underwater. Parker climbed to shore with all his might, only to sink into the deep earth. The bloodstains were shocking. He must not let this fall. The thought of Qingqing was still waiting for her. He rekindled his fighting spirit. Hold on to a big tree in front of you and never let go. You can't stay on shore alone for too long. Seeing that he couldn't move Parker for a long time, I had no choice but to give up. Who was returned? At this time, Curtis also happened to be in time. He lifted the snake's tail and poked Parker. Hey. Dead no. Parker weakly reverted back to human form. Wailing in pain, pain. Don't poke me. Curtis turned to look at the island in the center of the lake. He knew that Xiaobai was there, just about to swim over. But Parker reminded him to be careful. The water is full of thorns, and it's highly toxic. I can't move anymore. Curtis hesitated for a moment. He put his tail into the water again and probed it. A moment in time. The tail was already scarred. Curtis didn't expect it. These plants are so small and dense. Even your own scales can't defend against it. What should I do if Xiaobai is entangled? At this time, Bai Qingqing was lying on the ground weakly. The little snake hurriedly climbed forward and cared about Xiaobai. Are you okay? I'll take you to lie down and rest. Bai Qingqing shook her head weakly. I don't know what the little snake is going to do. But when he saw the abnormal expression of the little snake, I can't help but worry. He wouldn't want to be like Curtis. Do you use the stray beast way? Absolutely not. The man knew that the water was dangerous, but he jumped without hesitation. Bai Qingqing looked at the little snake's abnormal expression. I'm worried that he'll pick you up the way a stray beast picks you up. He immediately turned around. Go and avoid the sight of the little snake. Change the subject. How did you get involved with these mare folks? They are not good people. The little snake wiped her lips. Recall it carefully. He ate that strange fruit. It didn't take long to meet King Yuan. Come on now. That fruit should have been induced by King Yuan to eat it. Bai Qingqing was a little worried after hearing this. Unexpectedly, he also had a relationship with King Yuan. I listened to the little snake go on again, but I didn't care. All I want is you. Then I woke up to the memories of reproduction. Realized that you can't get out of the tribal wall. So he went to them. Bai Qingqing thought of her other snake cubs. I don't know if they ate the fruit or not. The little snake shook his head. He didn't know this. After being thrown away by his father, and they all scattered. But if they want to rob Xiaobai? He killed them all. Bai Qingqing shrank in fright. I thought it was crooked. This son is completely crooked. That's it. Bai Qingqing lay on the bed and gradually fell asleep. The little snake was guarding him. Early the next morning, Bai Qingqing slowly got up. I touched my head, which was a little dizzy. Strength was finally restored. The little snake hurriedly stepped forward and said with concern, Are you all recovering? Let's stop lying down and sleeping. Bai Qingqing dodged the little snake's touch track. I don't dare sleep with you. As soon as I heard this, the little snake withdrew his hand in frustration. I heard the sound of water splashing outside. Bai Qingqing hurriedly went to the window and looked. I saw waves on the calm surface of the lake. You can faintly see a figure on the other side of the lake. Bai Qingqing lay on the windowsill excitedly. It must be Parker and Curtis coming. Come to think of this, he hurried out the door. The little snake grabbed him and said anxiously, Where are you going? Of course, Bai Qingqing wanted to get out of here. He was untapping the little snake's palm. Quickly rushed out the door. Shouted to Curtis across the lake. Curtis's vision and hearing. All are far more than ordinary orcs. I heard Xiaobai's call. His face was shocked. Immediately come to the lake. Unsure, he looked across again. I really saw that petite figure. His pupils constricted violently. I can't think about anything else. Immediately plunge towards the opposite side of the lake. If the partner and the child can only live one, how will you choose? As soon as Curtis saw Xiaobai, and he could not care about anything else, immediately plunge towards the opposite side of the lake. The white crystal ship is really Curtis. Immediately get excited. But then I thought that there was danger everywhere in this lake. I was worried that Curtis would get hurt. If only the lake was just a stinger. Curtis with scales. As long as it's fast enough. There's also a chance to rush out. But how could the mermaid set him on fire like this? I saw Qin smile coldly. Brushing the ends of his hair, he said, Curtis. Sure enough, you're here anyway. We've been waiting for you for a long time. With that, he raised his hand. The merfolk soldiers behind him took up arms, rushed towards Curtis in the lake. A fierce fight ensued on the water. Curtis guards against the underwater stinger, while dealing with the mermaids, bears, and beasts rushing up. It turns out that they have already set up an ambush here. Just wait for yourself. Curtis sneered. At that time, I really shouldn't have let those fish slip through the net. But he could destroy them once, and they will be able to destroy them a second time. Let's talk about it. The snake's tail curled up a huge whirlpool underwater. Vortex Bai Qingqing clenched her fists. The sweat that was already nervous was drenched in a large area. Look at the large number of mermaids. The bear beast cried at Curtis. I thought no. Curtis suffered too much in the water. He was hesitating to summon Curtis. Then he turned his head and said to the little snake behind him, You go quickly. I'm going to summon Curtis. He'll kill you. The little snake shook his head firmly, and I won't go. There is only one of me and him who can live. You choose. Bai Qingqing was stunned for a moment after hearing this. One is his own son. One is their own partner. Will I eventually lose a dream? And to this point, it's all your own fault. If you do it again, he'll definitely listen to Curtis. No more dealings with the little snakes, so that the little snake will not grow up to this. Looking at more and more stingers, and the merfolk surround Curtis. Bai Qingqing immediately made a decision. Although summoning Curtis over the little snake will be dangerous, but I can't look at it myself. Curtis died like this. Bai Qingqing only hesitated for a moment. Finally, he was ordered to leave quickly, seeing that the little snake still doesn't move. Bai Qingqing immediately began to summon Curtis over. The girl has a partner who loves herself to the bone, but she never knew how to cherish it. Bai Qingqing's line of sight was blocked. I can't see Curtis inside. Thinking about the danger in the water, she was ready to summon Curtis. As for the little snake, after all, it was his flesh and blood with Curtis. Bai Qingqing believed Curtis is not really going to be a killer. But when he was just about to summon, but I found that the lake was quiet. There is no trace of Curtis and the merfolk. Bai Qingqing was suddenly shocked. Thought it was too late. Curtis has had something to do. Seeing the love again, he strode over, laughed arrogantly, ha ha ha. Your Curtis officer is dead. He shook Kim's arm again. I want him to give an affirmative answer. The goldfinch looked at the lake with a serious face. There was no sound. Qin returned his brother with both hands. Bu has said to Qin that it is still the best for Yuansho. He never snubbed me. You just go down and see if Curtis is dead. Together with you, who is the most powerful in battle, he will definitely not survive. Qin reached out and took Qin into his arms. Say, I won't leave you. Since the recovery of Qin, the Golden Palace stood by Qin's side every step of the way, for fear that he would leave him again. The Sword Sutra didn't make any moves. Bai Qingqing thought that he had a chance to win. He confirmed his conjecture even more. People in times of great sorrow, the brain is usually blank. I can't think of anything else. Bai Qingqing collapsed and fainted. When I woke up again, it was night. Corpses gradually floated on the surface of the water. Bai Qingqing hurriedly stepped forward to take a closer look at him. It's all the corpses of merfolks, bears, and beasts. That's when he remembered. If Curtis is dead, the snake stripes on his legs will disappear with it. Immediately lifted the hem of the skirt and looked at it. I saw the familiar snake pattern. Bai Qingqing has the hope of the left and the right. At this time, Qin Eugene was in the opposite mood to him. Jean Ilian stared at the lake vigilantly. More and more mermaid corpses helped up the sword. Kim shouted loudly that they had failed, and we went. Bai Qingqing immediately applauded excitedly, which was too good. Curtis won. Parker also joins the fray. Bit off the mermaid's neck in one bite. The man used a snake tail. Tied his son in the air. Parker also joins the fray. Bit off the mermaid's neck in one bite. After hearing Bai Qingqing's voice, Parker quickly pricked up his ears. Look in Qingqing's direction. See that it's really him. Parker immediately stepped on the mermaid's corpse. Run towards the shore. Bai Qingqing turned around and pushed the back of the novel. You go now. Curtis will be here later. If you don't leave, it's too late. Seeing this, Qin on the side pointed at them. He said to Kim, and none of them wanted to leave. Kim, go and kill them. After hearing this, the little snake immediately blocked in front of Bai Qingqing's body, vigilantly on guard. At this time, Jean hugged his love, to prepare to leave. Love angrily pounded Kim's chest, yelling, "You don't listen to me. Are you really going to let them go? Stop me and kill them." Kim didn't follow the piano again this time. He knew Curtis would be coming soon. Rebelled regardless of emotion. Quickly left with him. The little snake saw this. It was also a hard sigh of relief. Turned around and held Bai Qingqing's hand and said, "Xiaobai, don't be afraid. I won't put you in danger." But the voice did not fall. Then he saw a huge snake with its tail rising towards the little snake. One rolled it up and tied it up in the air. Curtis slowly stepped out of the water. The cold eyes glanced at the little tongue. His body was covered with wounds cut by stingers. Bai Qingqing was very distressed when she saw it. He hurriedly stepped forward to watch Curtis. You okay? The wound doesn't hurt. Curtis shook his head. There were some minor injuries all over his body. It will heal on its own in a short time. See, Curtis is fine. Bai Qingqing persuaded him to put the little snake down first. If you have something to say, it's good to say. Curtis glanced indifferently at the little snake in the air. There was no sound. The little snake was strangled and clenched its teeth. The muscles are protruding all over the body. Feel the power of Curtis. I thought to myself, maybe in a few minutes. Suffocated to death. More likely before choking. It was pinched into 2 horses. That's what his father was capable of. He couldn't help but press his eyes. Xiaobai, my Xiaobai, can I still keep you with me? Seeing that the little snake was really about to suffocate, Bai Qingqing hurriedly broke Curtis's snake tail. Change lanes, Curtis. Don't ask you to let him go. The little snake is about to be starved to death by you. Curtis, I beg you. You let him go first, okay? Bai Qingqing had already burst into tears. And so on. The little snake is really going to die. Curtis pulled Bai Qingqing into his arms. Bow your head and show off the taste of a little snake. When I thought of the little snake fire, I was in one. Take your own life. Also snatch Xiaobai. The snake tail couldn't help but be another policeman. The little snake hurts. There was a heart-rending scream. Bai Qingqing immediately panicked. Hurriedly grabbed Curtis's arm and said, Curtis, I was wrong. I shouldn't have listened to you. I promise you, never to see the little snake again. You just let him go in last time, okay? A handsome red-haired snake demon walks slowly towards the shore. The tail of the snake is curled with a small snake. The little snake is the crystallization of their love, after all. Bai Qingqing asked Curtis. Give him one more chance at the end. I will never see the little snake again in the future. Looking at the tears that kept sliding from the corners of Xiao Bai's eyes, Curtis's heart ached as hard as he could. How could he be willing to let him suffer half of the grievances? The strength of the snake's tail gradually loosened a little, thinking that he loves his cubs so much. If you insist on killing the little snake, he's going to be sad for the rest of his life. And at this moment, Bai Qingqing finally figured it out. The little snake has to leave itself forever in order to live a life that truly belongs to him, and not to be a copy of Curtis. For the sake of Xiao Bai, Curtis slashed the snake's tail back. The little snake was thrown into the lake. At this time, Parker also rushed over, carefully examined Bai Qingqing's body, seeing that he was not injured. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Don't kill the little snake this time. Already Curtis's biggest concession. And only this once. Sword Parker is coming. Curtis turned and went into the lake. Take care of some unfinished business. Bai Qingqing also exhaled fiercely. An unprecedented wave of self-blame and guilt welling up in my heart. If it's not yourself, the little snake won't go this far. Curtis won't fall for the mermaid's ambush either. Nearly killed. If only he had listened to Curtis earlier. How nice it would be not to meet the little snake. Parker held Bai Qingqing, softly comforted, and said goodbye to sadness. It's all gone. I'll help you see if the little snake is dead. With that, he jumped into the lake. But there was no trace of the little snake. It must have been run. See that the little snake is fine. Bai Qingqing also breathed a sigh of relief. Beckon Parker back. Seeing that Qingqing's clothes were all soaked with sweat, Parker changed him into a cool animal skin dress. I asked with some concern, "You're not going to go looking for the little snake again?" Bai Qingqing immediately returned to how possible. What I just said is serious. Never see the little snake again, even if you meet other little snakes. I don't admit it either. And the other side of the time, Jing took the piano to the stone cave deep at the bottom of the lake. Jean was packing up her clothes, while shouting surprise. Don't be stupid and stand there. Hurry up and pack your things and get ready to go. The man was abandoned by his partner for 10 years. After saying goodbye, he knelt down and said to the girl, "I'm tired. Please shout while cleaning up. Don't be stupid and stand there. Hurry up and pack your things and get ready to go." Kim remained motionless, whispered a word, and didn't leave. Chin was stunned for a moment after hearing this, turning his head and looking at his eyes in disbelief. Then put down the hole in your hand. Stepped forward and grabbed Kim's arm. Coquettishly said that I was too fierce just now. Don't be angry with me now. Let's run away. The snake beast will soon be chasing after you. But what Chin didn't know was too late. At this time, Curtis was already slaughtering their elders. The old will soon be able to catch up with them. Now knows he's no match for Curtis. It's useless to run away now. And he put the information on the soft couch, kneeling in front of him and saying seriously, "I won't go. You have no one else to command. Just the two of us. I'm going to be there for you. You can't deal with people you hate. So don't go." After listening to it, the black lines on Chin's face were all over the place. Thought Kim was going to get him killed by Curtis. Just about to get angry. Saw Jean shake his head. Dismissed his idea. It was the first time Jean had seen Kim with such an expression. It's terrifying. The piano trembled. Hurriedly flattered me and said that I would not trouble Bai Qingqing. Shall we go back to the ocean? We give birth to a new group of little merfolk. But the whale didn't answer immediately. Leaned down and touched Jean's long, soft hair. Bow your head and whisper in his ear that it's not good. I was tired and thought that I would do everything I could to be good for the piano. But he still chose to abandon himself. The time Chin left himself 10 years ago. He He was already heartbroken, and now he can find Qin again. His heart's wish with the bird these days are earned. With that, he immediately reached out and grabbed the stalk of Jin's neck. The strength of the hand is constantly clamping. Jin was strangled and unable to speak or breathe. I can only struggle desperately. But how can he be Kim's opponent? After struggling for a long time, still swallowed his last breath. There was a sudden silence in the cave. Kim slowly let go of his hand. With tears in his eyes, he kissed him affectionately. He said he would never leave the piano again. If the basilismos all look like this, are you still afraid of snakes? Jin Fu kissed him affectionately. He said he would never leave the piano again. Stroking Jin's face, tears rolled down her eyes. Kim opened his mouth suddenly. Two sharp fangs were exposed. A bite into the partner's better face. Choked and swallowed. When Curtis finds a cave in the water, this is what catches your eye. Blood-drenched images. A strong smell of blood permeated the entire cave. Curtis couldn't help but cover his mouth and nose. After swallowing the piano, he also broke his neck. The two heads snuggled tightly together. Shocking. Curtis didn't stay any longer. He turned around and left. Night falls. Bai Qingqing was squatting by the lake, teasing an in who had just eaten. Parker was on the sidelines washing their clothes. See Qingqing between the neck stalks. There are some wounds in the areas that are hidden by the hair. It should have been accidentally scraped when it was taken away by a small snake. Bai Qingqing didn't care too much. Parker saw this. I hurriedly went to find the herbs, put them in my mouth and chewed them. Gently apply to the stomach. Some distressed reproaches. Why are you so careless? You don't even feel the pain in such a big wound? Blame me for failing to protect you. Bai Qingqing hurriedly comforted. I didn't feel any pain. And Parker can't be blamed at this time. It's all your own responsibility. Parker took Bai Qingqing into his arms. Secretly vowed to protect him in the future. Can't let him get hurt anymore. Bai Qingqing also nodded happily. His head leaned against Parker's chest again. I heard the sound of rushing water behind me. Bai Qingqing immediately turned her head to look behind her. See, Curtis was slowly swimming out of the water. But because of the force, he tore open the wound on his neck. Bai Qingqing, who was in pain, cried out in pain. Parker immediately nervously stepped forward to examine the wound. Curtis subconsciously transformed into a human form. I wanted to see the white crystal sword. Parker had already preemptively examined his wounds. Curtis's footsteps froze. Just stand aside and release the cold air. Parker lifted the herb and looked at it. The wound was torn open. A few strands of blood oozed out. Parker said in a panic that it was bleeding. This kind of injury is certainly not worth mentioning in males. But females are different. It usually takes several days to heal. In severe cases, there will be scars. The woman is worried. How to coax the cold male god in front of you. Seeing that Qingqing's wound was torn open, Parker said in a panic that it was bleeding. He really wanted to put it. Qingqing's wounds are transferred to herself. Bai Qingqing said thank you gratefully. Parker was immediately happy. I saw the two laughing. Curtis's eyes narrowed. Displeased, turned away. Said to the two behind him, don't go ashore soon. With that, he turned and walked into the house. The two people behind him also obediently followed. Bai Qingqing looked up at the sky. Suddenly said that. Do we need to go home sooner? There was no one at home. The leopards must be starving. Parker looked disapproving. You're still hurt. I'll rest here tonight. The leopards are all 2 years old. Do not worry. Bai Qingqing is still very worried. I imagine them hungry. Look for the way your parents look. Someone in the tribe must have given them food. In fact, it was in the corpse castle of the tribe. The leopards are holding the bones that have just finished gnawing on raw meat, sleeping in a grass nest. The smell of flesh attracts a lot of flies. Mosquitoes focus on their noses, which are not protected by fur. Tickle them. The boss is woken up by a fly. Shook his head. I nibbled on the chicken again. Chew it, chew it. I tilted my head and fell asleep again. The screen turns. It's back to Bai Qingqing's side. Parker's birth interrupted his train of thought. Don't think about it. Not good now. If you go back, you have to have a hug, and you have to report in it. I can't run fast. It's better to rest tomorrow and go home quickly. Bai Qingqing had no choice but to nod and agree. The two returned to the house. Curtis is preparing for life on the sidelines. Parker placed and on a nearby haystack. Put him to sleep. The firewood next to it was also lit by Curtis. The room was suddenly much warmer. Bai Qingqing sat quietly beside Curtis. The atmosphere became a little oppressive. He stole a glance at Curtis on the side. He shifted his body in Curtis's direction again. Reaching out and putting it on the back of his hand, he whispered softly, "Curtis, don't be mad at me, okay?" Curtis was silent with his eyes closed. Bai Qingqing stepped forward again and grabbed Curtis's arm. "Say I'm sorry. And thank you." Curtis didn't understand what he was divulging about. Listen to Bai Qingqing continue again. "Thank you for not chasing the little snake. I know if you want to kill him. No matter how much I try to stop it, it's useless. I just want to get a little snake to survive. A chance to live. In the end, I have to let him go. Thank you, you have feelings for him, too. I shouldn't have missed you that way." Curtis sighed helplessly. Said I was nothing but angry with him. There are no feelings. Don't kill him just so you don't break your heart. Bai Qingqing listened. One threw himself into Curtis's arms, happily rubbed against his strong chest. I was just about to tell him about going to inspect the city. It occurred to me that this would not work. Curtis's anger was not yet gone. I don't want to hide it, but at this time I want to talk about going to inspect the city. I'm afraid it will be counterproductive. He swallowed the words that came to his mouth again, quietly snuggled in Curtis's arms. Then I remembered something and asked, "Did you catch up with Jean?" Curtis nodded. Told him that he had eaten the piano today. Bai Qingqing was suddenly shocked. Monty Python curls a girl with a snake's tail, just about to swallow it in one bite. Curtis told him about today, the news that the piano was eaten. Bai Qingqing was suddenly shocked. I can't help but feel a little puppety. I actually ate it. Curtis patted his quilt. Explained, this is not surprising. Many males love their partners very much. Will want to eat their partner. Keep him forever. This is normal. Bai Qingqing shrank her neck in fright. Imagine Curtis trying to eat himself. Put it this way. Could it be that Curtis also has an appetite for himself? Seeing him scared like this, Curtis curled the corners of his lips, leaned over and comforted Xiao Bai. Don't be afraid. I just like you alive. It doesn't eat you out of appetite. Bai Qingqing just wants to end this topic quickly at the moment. Pointing out the window, he asked Curtis, "Are there no plants in the water?" Curtis looked at his sharp fingertips. Those plants were a threat to him, and it's too widely distributed. Originated from the use of these plants several times. Nearly hurt Curtis's vital point. Fortunately, there are only a few taproot tendons in this plant. Tear it off and die a natural death. Gone are those plants. The merfolk have nothing to fear. Bai Qingqing listened, immediately showed a look of adoration. It turns out that our Curtis is still so powerful. Curtis stuck out his tongue. Heard Xiao Bai boast about himself like this. I couldn't help but blush my cheeks slightly. The red pupils were stained with a blur. He gently lifted Bai Qingqing's chin, leaned over and kissed it. Although it is good that there are no more cubs, everyone is also ready to be absent. But when the love is strong, it heats up. It's irresistible. And right now, Parker ran in with 2 bags of food, happily summoned Qingqing. "Look what good food I brought you back." But just stepped into the hut. I felt the strong, ambiguous atmosphere of the two. Curtis glanced at Parker. A pair of snake eyes were as cold as brittle ice. Parker didn't notice it. "Immediately throw down the food in your hand." Thunderstorming. "Can be a second." He flew out of the hut, a distance of 108,000 miles. Time passes slowly. In the blink of an eye, it was the next afternoon. Parker is pitiful. Baba took it to lie at the door of the hut. The man stretched his waist in recklessness. Yesterday's displeasure has also vanished. The next afternoon, Parker was pitifully taking it in, lying at the door of the hut. It's not too early to see the sky. Then he turned and went into the house. Bai Qingqing from the secret snake tail. A hand was stretched out. Struggling a few times, he gradually crawled out of half of his body and asked Parker, "Do Pack and Anna." Parker immediately transforms into a circle. Pitifully said that he was sleeping outside. I kept a watchful night outside. Bai Qingqing slowly crawled out of the snake's tail. I looked at my body. His face was immediately stained red. Hurriedly told Parker to move his clothes. Parker laughed darkly. A restless hand was stretched out. Bai Qingqing pushed it away. "Why don't you go get me my clothes?" Parker had no choice but to do so. Carried it in back to the haystack. Removed the first skirt he was wearing. It was handed to Qingqing. Bai Qingqing saw the animal skin skirt. It was wrapped around an Anne's body. It should be cold to dismiss him suddenly. I wanted Parker to continue to wrap it in. Saw An wake up. Stretch out your chubby little hands and grab them around. "I guess I'm hungry." Bai Qingqing immediately turned around and changed her clothes. Took it in from Parker's hands. Prepare to feed him. But his stomach is at this time. There was a gurgling sound. Parker snapped at his head. Qingqing's last meal was yesterday morning. "I'm going to be hungry by now." Immediately turned his head to Curtis on the side and yelled, "Hey, it's time for you to hunt the snake beast. It's cold today. I'll be warm later." Curtis slowly propped himself up, stretched comfortably. The mood is very good. Parker's rant was then ignored. He tilted his head and kissed Xiao Bai's face. Then he turned around and prepared to go out hunting. Before leaving, he didn't forget to wave his hand to Bai Qingqing. "Wait for me to come back." Parker suddenly shouted angrily. Bai Qingqing is intoxicated. He touched the slightly cool side of his face. I thought that this time I had finally escaped. The man is pro-ancient and buys a house. Peerless. He stretched lazily. He tilted his head and kissed Xiao Bai's face. Then he went out hunting. Parker stepped forward. "I want to take Qingqing to sit on the bed next to her. This will be a little more comfortable for an inn." Bai Qingqing blushed and shook her head. "Still not. The legs are wet. Don't want to sit and get the bed dirty." Parker tilted his head and pouted, whining aggrievedly. Immediately picked up Bai Qingqing again. "I want to take him to wash." Bai Qingqing glanced at an inn in her arms. He didn't seem to have eaten enough. "Let's wait until he's done eating before washing." Parker nodded. After agreeing to the unfinished inn, Parker carried Qingqing to the lake. The lake is cool in the summer. The surface of the lake is flooded with starlight. After slowly placing Qingqing into the pot, Bai Qingqing asked with a red face, "That mermaid last night is gone." Parker wiped himself for Qingqing. While returning, it may have been gnawed clean by some carnivorous fish. On the aquatic weeds on the shore, they still have their beautiful long hair. Looking at Qingqing in front of him, Parker's breathing grew heavier and heavier. The clarity in his eyes is also fading. He bowed his head and showed off the charming smell of Qingqing's body. It's very rich. The tip of my throat couldn't help but feel dry. The sweet taste was tempting to Parker. Just when Parker was about to take it anymore, he jerked his head up. I thought this would not work. He had to restrain himself. Qingqing was already very tired last night. He couldn't afford to burden Qingqing anymore. After a strong psychological and physical struggle, Parker finally finished washing Bai Qingqing, holding a herd of animal skins, trotted all the way back to the cabin, looking at his back in the distance. Parker patted his chest. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Then he looked at it quietly. Parker discovered, it's a great place to live, tranquil and elegant. There was no other noise to be heard. It's going to be a wonderful place. It's just that there is no protection of the tribe. Too dangerous for females. This kind of thinking can only be thought about. If when no one in the world can threaten anymore, Qingqing's life is fine. The man looked down and thought, if when no one in the world can threaten anymore, Qingqing's life is fine. But it's also impossible. If only there were no carnivores. Qingqing, this glutton, I'm afraid I'm going to go hungry again. Parker was just about to go back, but he saw a red snake on the side, a vicious dog with a tail from the bottom. Parker looked at Curtis in surprise. I saw him roll up a fat prey. I am swimming towards the shore. There was a splash. Parker briskly ran towards Curtis. Haha, Qingqing can eat fatty meat today. Bai Qingqing was also overjoyed to see this. Who would have thought? A girl who has been eating lean meat for 16 years. After a few years in the thin thing, fat meat has become the supreme delicacy in my heart. Bai Qingqing immediately went out, running briskly towards the two of them. Curtis saw this little gluttony at a glance. Cat's mind. Tony touched his head and said, let's go. He went into the house and took an in. Bai Qingqing found a wooden stick, squatted down beside the prey, raised his hand and poked. Look at how tender this prey grows. Bai Qingqing asked curiously, what kind of animal is this? Chubby for nothing. There must be a lot of fat on the body. You can make a lot of animal oil. Parker laughs and explains that it's a tree bug, squatting in the hollow of the tree all year round and only eating without moving. Of course I was obese. When I heard it, it was a worm. Bai Qingqing immediately withdrew her hand. Can you eat it if you hesitate? But look at this tree worm, has 4 legs. It's just shorter. It looks like an ordinary mammal. Parker expertly set up the fire. Of course you can eat this. There is no such thing as a female that the female does not like to eat. It's just too hard to find. They have been together for 3 years. I didn't even let Bai Qingqing eat it. Parker touched Crystal's head guiltily. Bai Qingqing didn't care. He smiled sweetly at Parker. Pick him up here. There are so many things that I haven't eaten. Follow Parker. I can always eat delicious new foods. So Comfort Parker doesn't have to worry too much. Parker lowered his head and kissed Qingqing's forehead. That's fine. Then he busily set up a fire. As the sun gets bigger and bigger, Bai Qingqing felt a little sunburned, so he prepared to go back to the house first. Parker turned his head and told him to hurry in. Don't get sunburned. And at this time in the house, Anjing looked happy, playing with a wooden stick studded with light beads. Curtis looked at an end to the side. I thought it would be nice if it was my own hen. He won't have a legacy memory. He and Xiao Bai can be like any other cub. Love him without worry. A man bathes a girl in the lake. Both of them had a blush on their faces. Curtis was left alone in the house with an in. Curtis will be on an in's back. I thought I just needed a little bit of force now. This little thing. I can't let Xiao Bai worry anymore. Seeing an in Renren, he excitedly broke the light bead in his hand. The face is innocent. Curtis couldn't help but be stunned, seeing that he has no sense of crisis. So quiet. It doesn't seem to bring a dangerous look either. Looked at his little face that was somewhat similar to Xiao Bai. Is licking the light beads in front of him with a happy face. Curtis couldn't help but smile indulgently, reached out and rubbed his silver hair, and then raised her eyes. Forget about the beautiful dad next to the show. He turned his head and played with his light beads again. Curtis saw that he ignored him. I wanted to tease him. So the snake's tail curled slightly, took him into midair, and was a little surprised at first. Then they danced and cheered. Bai Qingqing happened to come in at this time. Looking at the scene in front of you, busy white head said, Curtis, you're going to make him uncomfortable. Curtis gestured to an in, who was smiling happily. Doesn't he look very happy? Bai Qingqing raised her hand and took an in down, said that half of an An's body fell below. The weight of the body rests entirely on the arms and chest. That is, an An's goodwill. It's going to be a mess if you change to a leopard. Curtis Wan told him like Bai Qingqing. This is not even uncomfortable on the full moon night of an in 1 out of 10. Speaking of the night of the full moon, both were silent. Curtis reached out and touched an An's little head. Bai Qingqing finally made up her mind about this matter. He looked up at Curtis. Curtis said with a serious face, I want to take an in to Yinqing to find Vincent. By the way, an in will be cured. But the voice just fell. I listened to him. It was the sound of a snake's tail slamming against the plank. Curtis turned his head and didn't answer. But look at his darkened face. Bai Qingqing also understood. But he still didn't want to give up. And then he said, Curtis, I feel that something is wrong with an in. Vincent also worries me. Let's go to Yinqing. It's better than waiting without hope. To please your partner, the man caught a fat girl's prey and stepped out. Bai Qingqing wanted to take an in to Yinqing. It's better than waiting without hope. Curtis said disapprovingly, You're in danger that way. Bai Qingqing showed a proud face. With you. Who can hurt me? Curtis was stunned, was amused by Bai Qingqing. A light laugh. Soon the face was replaced by a heavy seriousness. He sighed, touched Xiaobai's head and said, There is a sky outside the sky. There is a beast outside the beast. I'm not invincible. The desert is a place I have never set foot in. You're too dangerous. I said I was going to kill an in. It's really murderous. I don't want you to be in any danger. Bai Qingqing's eyes were hot, said as he tried to force back the tears in his eyes. But an in is like this. How can I bear to wait? Curtis's eyes darkened. I thought that being said, but I saw Xiaobai because of one. The appearance of a long-lost young snake in pain. It shook him. An in is a little white and pregnant for October. It was born after a lot of suffering. Take care of it like a baby. In Xiaobai's heart, it is far more important than the young snake. I can't imagine it. If you kill an in, what will happen to Xiaobai? And Parker at this time, holding the freshly fished muscle meat. With an excited face, he ran towards the hut. But as soon as I entered the house, he was keenly aware of the change in the atmosphere. Take another look at Curtis's eyes at an in. Everything is understood. He hurriedly stepped forward and pretended not to notice. He said with a big grin, Let me roast the muscle meat. Go aside. If there's anything, say it quickly. Hold on a little longer. The muscle meat is not eaten. Bai Qingqing then stretched out her little hand, hooked Curtis's finger. With his big eyes open, he pleaded with him. Curtis tilted his head away from his gaze. It's okay to be helpless. Seeing that he really agreed, Bai Qingqing showed a look of joy on her face. Excitedly hugged an in and walked back and forth. The two discussed and prepared to go to Yinqing as soon as possible. Parker on the side was also happy for Qingqing. But no matter how fast you are, you have to eat first. Soon the muscle meat was grilled. Picked out the bursts of fragrance. Bai Qingqing's greedy saliva was about to flow out. Curious why there is only muscle meat. And there are no tree insects outside. Parker laughed and explained that it would have to be roasted for a long time. No, you're greedy. I deliberately fished some river mussel meat. Let you satisfy your cravings first. With that, he picked up a piece of mussel meat. Feed it to Qingqing's mouth. Be careful to see Bai Qingqing eating with relish. Parker smugly asked if it was delicious. Bai Qingqing hurriedly nodded her head like a rattle. The two of them chatted while eating like this. The atmosphere is very lively. Curdy on the side. C is silently taking care of an inn. Bai Qingqing turned her head to see this scene. Hurriedly picked up a piece of mussel meat and blew it. Got up and fed it to Curtis's lips. You taste it too. It's delicious. Curtis took it. It's sweet in my heart. He nodded cooperatively. Bai Qingqing immediately laughed, ha ha ha. I didn't lie to you. And then saw this. He also stretched out his chubby little hand to taste it. But because he was too young to eat meat, Bai Qingqing handed him the chopsticks. And then took the chopsticks, put it in your mouth and chew it. A golden light appeared in his eyes. This is the happiest girl I've ever seen. She had 3 fathers who doted on her, and a mother who loved her to the bone. The girl took the chopsticks, put it in your mouth and chew it. A golden light appeared in his eyes. After eating and drinking, Bai Qingqing reclined on Curtis's shoulder, comfortably played a bag. It's almost time to go back. Pakti. Curtis took Qingqing and in first. I am staying. After refining the remaining tree worms into oil, bring it back again. Bai Qingqing was picked up by Curtis, turning his head and telling Parker to be careful. The oil in the pan is very hot. Then he left with Curtis. It didn't take long. The two returned to the tribe. Bai Qingqing began to call the cub from afar. But he called for a long time. I didn't see any response from the boys. I'm confused. The boys heard my call. I'm sure I'll run out to greet him. Nothing will happen to them. Come to think of this, I couldn't help but speed up my pace. Come inside the stone castle. Bai Qingqing pushed the wooden door open, happy to call the cubs. Mom is back. But what catches your eye is a mess full of houses. The ground is full of flesh and blood of all kinds of prey. It's emitting a foul smell. Bai Qingqing's face was suddenly covered with black lines. Angry teeth itch. Inside this house, Yanran became a slaughterhouse. Hug us and see that Mom is back. Immediately happily pounced on him, fluttering excitedly at Bai Qingqing's feet. If it weren't for the fact that the house was full of prey, Bai Qingqing, I really thought they had been greatly wronged. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth. A few messy on-site makers. It's been a great time these days. Curtis also looked at the mess in front of him. He covered his nose in displeasure. It seemed to be cleaning up for a while. So I was ready to put it in the bedroom first. After settling in, come and clean up the house. But when he lifted the curtain on the bedroom door, the scene I saw was as good as the living room. A strong smell of blood. Wrapped in the smell of urine, it sucked in. Curtis's eyes immediately narrowed in disgust. Withdrew. Bai Qingqing saw his reaction, curiously asked what was wrong. Curtis was silent, but the expression was gloomy and terrifying. The leopards couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He ducked behind Bai Qingqing. The girl found several wolf cubs under the bed. The leopards couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He ducked behind Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing saw this. He asked with a smile, "Is it that the cubs have made something wrong again? I'll take a look." With that, he was about to reach out and open the curtain. But as soon as he raised his hand, he was grasped by Curtis. Curtis didn't want him to see that. Bloody scenes. Fear scared him. Let Qingqing take it into play first. I'll be back later. Bai Qingqing saw his move. Suddenly, I was even more curious. He withdrew his hand and ran to the door. Want to find out? But when he opened the curtain and saw the scene in front of him, couldn't help but burst into a foul mouth. The leopard stepped forward in unison, holding Qingqing's thighs. The aggrieved sprinkled coquettishly. Bai Qingqing crossed her hands on her hips. Unceremoniously yelled, "Get out of the way. I'm out there worried that you're going to get sick hungry. It seems that you are all in good spirits. They also ate a room full of prey. I'm really worried about it day by day." The leopards were really angry when they saw their mothers, holding his leg and whimpering aggrievedly. Bai Qingqing had no choice but to bow down. "As long as you're safe." Then I started to get ready to start cleaning up. The leopards are also on the sidelines. The third one didn't pay attention. Stepped on a pool of yellow, unidentified objects. There was a strong foul smell coming from the tip of his nose. Frightened, he immediately yelled. Bai Qingqing kicked him away with a leg lift, thinking that this must not be his own son. "Take a trip. The son's also lost weight all the way." He pointed in the direction of the doorway. "Tell me to get out. Don't come back today." The leopards hurriedly stepped forward. Aggrieved, he hugged his mother's calf. Bai Qingqing immediately shook her legs. But they're like 3 dog skins that can't be shaken off. The plaster is general. Clung to his legs. Curtis on the sidelines is cleaning up the filth from the ground. Sideways glance at the tyranny on the side. The brow was slightly angry. The tyrants were all frightened when they saw this. Immediately, the cultivator ran out of the door. Bai Qingqing patted her chest at this time. After a long sigh of loss, "You still have majesty." They knew I couldn't beat them. Not afraid of me at all. Curtis touched his head dotingly. The two looked at each other and smiled. Then they cleaned up together. It's been a long time. Finally cleaned up the room. Suddenly the whole air felt much fresher. Bai Qingqing turned around and prepared to go upstairs to take a look again. Curtis stayed inside to take care of it. But as soon as I came upstairs, Bai Qingqing couldn't help but burst into a foul mouth again. The whole building was in shambles. Bandits crossed the border. It doesn't always work out. The experience of a child is unimaginable. Suddenly, I heard the cry of a small beast coming from under the bed. Bai Qingqing showed a face full of doubts, squatted down and looked at it. He just lifted the curtains of the bed. A few wolf cubs pooped, fluttering out from under the bed. Bai Qingqing was thrown aside, looking at the little wolf cubs in front of me. He clutched his forehead in pain. I thought to myself, hugging us, we were really having a party. When the domineering snake king becomes, what an experience it is to be a housewife. Bai Qingqing held her forehead in pain. "Looks like they're having a party." Bai Qingqing shouted angrily, "Cub." The leopards heard the noise, immediately hurried upstairs, holding Qingqing's calves back and forth. Bai Qingqing's face was calm. "As you walked, you said that you were really doing a ghost. I'm already angry. No matter how you rub it, I wouldn't forgive so easily." The leopards know they have made a big mistake, tearfully hugging his mother's calves. Bai Qingqing was made to not stand firmly. "Raise your voice and go back." Hurriedly shouted for help. Curtis immediately dodged forward, steadily dragged Qingqing's back. Bai Qingqing shrank tightly in fright, leaned into Curtis's arms. Curtis asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" Bai Qingqing is one thing. Curtis immediately reached out to hug him. It scared the hell out of her. Curtis touched his head. The soft voice reassured that it was okay. "I'm here. Go down and rest first. I'll clean it up here." That's when it happened. Bai Qingqing's stomach was sudden. There was a gurgling sound. Curtis wanted to go and cook him something to eat first. Bai Qingqing said with a smile, "I'll cook it myself. Leave me alone. I used to make my own food before I traveled with you." "No problem." I thought to myself, making your own instant noodles is a must. See him so confident. Curtis agreed. "Tell Qingqing to shout when she needs help." Thereupon, Bai Qingqing came to the vegetable garden in the backyard alone. The yard is planted with several edible vegetables and ginger and garlic. They are all very vigorous. The cooktop has been remodeled by Vincent. It's almost the same as the earthen stove in the modern countryside. The ingredients at home are also ready-made. There are both dry noodles and dried vermicelli. It is very rich. Bai Qingqing decided to make bacon-stewed vermicelli. So he turned out the dry vermicelli, put it in water, and soak it first. Thinking of this loving fan, after Curtis tasted, I'm sure I'll praise it for how delicious it is. Xiao Bai is really amazing. Bai Qingqing was immediately full of energy. It's time to show off your true culinary skills. He soaked the fans first, prepared bacon and shallots, ginger and garlic while waiting. It's just that this knife is too stewed. Bai Qingqing made a lot of effort. The bacon was also not cut. Unexpectedly, this iron knife looks like a modern kitchen knife, but it's very difficult to use. Looks like we'll have to wait for Vincent to come back and improve it. Let's use it first. He then scooped out the cooked vermicelli. Add green onions, ginger and garlic, and stir-fry until fragrant. I put in the bacon slices that were full of hardships. Then stir-fry vigorously. The woman is making a love meal for her partner. The vermicelli was also added with a seasoning flavor. Finally, it's the beautiful plating. It's been a long time. A bowl of fragrant bacon-stewed vermicelli. It's finally done. Bai Qingqing sniffed deeply. Add another vermicelli and put it in your mouth. It tastes spicy and mellow. The taste is very good. Immediately excitedly trotted to give Curtis a taste. He lifted the curtain. Happy to change to Curtis. Are you done with your work? Come and try my craft. Curtis immediately turned and stepped forward. Thinking about cooking for so long. I'm curious about what Xiaobai cooked. Bai Qingqing picked up a piece of bacon. Just wanted to hand it to Curtis's lips. The bacon slipped from the chopsticks and fell to the ground, and bounced a few laps on the ground. The two of them froze in place for a moment. Curtis doesn't boil the stone by the han. Bai Qingqing hurriedly explained, hee. It was just an accident. You try the rest. After that, he was ready to pick up a piece of bacon. Curtis stretched out his hand, gently wiped the stains off the little white's face. Wait until everything is wiped clean. Thinking that the room was also cleaned up, picked up Xiaobai and walked to the table downstairs. Bai Qingqing picked up the bacon in her hand, explained that this bacon is made from the meat of wild beasts, so it's going to be a little hard, but it tastes good. You taste Curtis's doting nod. I opened my mouth and tasted a piece. Bai Qingqing showed a look of anticipation. I asked how it tasted. Curtis smiled and nodded. Yes. But don't eat it. Let's wait for Parker to come back and cook it for you. Bai Qingqing snorted in displeasure. Pick up a piece of bacon and put it in your mouth. Thinking about Curtis. It's obvious that you're disgusted that you're not doing well. It must be that he doesn't know the taste of food. 10 minutes later, Bai Qingqing was still chewing the piece of bacon in her mouth. He dragged his cheeks in pain. This meat is really hard. Ate it for so long. A piece of tendon is still complete. Stay in his mouth. Curtis asked quips. Haven't you finished eating yet? Bai Qingqing narrowed her eyes. Swallowed the bacon in his mouth vigorously. Then he stretched out his hand and said that he had finished eating. Very tasty. See him so cute. Curtis couldn't help but chuckle. Then he reached out and rubbed his hair dotingly. Praise is really delicious. Xiaobai is really amazing. To make your partner happy. The man praised the girl's cooking skills in good conscience. Soon after, Parker also rushed back with a full load of insect oil. Bai Qingqing hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. I saw that the mussel shells on his back were not tightly matched. Treeworm oil leaked all over the back. Then he commanded Parker, after putting the oil in the kitchen, go to the shower. He's getting oily all over now. After Parker finished putting the insect oil, reluctantly raised his head. Ben still wants to rub Qingqing for a while. Bai Qingqing is strong. He sighed in disappointment. I wanted to hug you. But that's not the end of the story. Then I saw Parker running towards the lake with a strong stride. As he ran, he said that I would wash it up right away. After coming to the lake, he quickly jumped into the water. As soon as I thought of washing it, I could hold Qingqing. His face couldn't help but be dyed with a touch of happiness. After taking a shower, Parker strode towards Fort Sheba. As soon as the leopard saw Parker, then he ran forward. Parker called out in bewilderment, but the leopard still avoided him from a distance. Back inside the house, Parker asked Bai Qingqing suspiciously, "Why are the cubs so afraid of me today? Is it because I look majestic today? After all, it's like a spoiled little milk dog." Threw herself into Qingqing's arms. Bai Qingqing stroked Parker's soft short hair, said with a smile because they were afraid that you would hit them. So Bai Qingqing will be violent. The slaughterers told Parker about their crimes. Parker was furious. Angrily yelled, I said, "There is a strange smell at home. See that I don't peel off their skins." After that, he turned into a bestiality, ran towards Bao outside the momentum. Hug us and see Parker's momentum. I was so scared that I ran away with a duck. Bai Qingqing had no choice but to sigh helplessly. One by one, it is not worry-free. That's when it happened. Curtis reached out and touched Qingqing's head. Bai Qingqing turned her head and said filial piety. "Let's leave tomorrow." Curtis nodded in agreement. Glanced at the mischievous leopards outside the house. Bai Qingqing thought to herself, the leopards should not be brought. With their character, it would be safer in the tribe. I had to ask the team leader to help take care of it. So they found the team leader. Hopefully he'll help take care of the tyrants. After hearing this, the team leader agreed, "Of course. You are the king's companion. We'll take care of your cubs. You told them to come to my house every day to eat. I can still afford to keep a few leopard cubs." An eagle suddenly transformed into a handsome man. Just because the team leader promised to help Bai Qingqing take care of his leopard cubs. Bai Qingqing looked at the team leader gratefully, promised to return the food to him when he returned. The team leader hurriedly said no. The king has given us too much. This little help is nothing. So Bai Qingqing waved his hand to the patriarch. "Then please, I'll call the cubs." With that, he turned around and left. But Curtis was still standing still. Seeing this, the team leader scratched his head a little nervously. Asked Curtis if there's anything else going on. I saw Curtis say with a straight face, "My main purpose here today is to find the team leader. Borrow someone to protect Xiaobai." The team leader didn't react for a while. Stunned in place. Bai Qingqing hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Curtis's arm. "Say you don't have to. It's too much trouble. Now that we're home, let's go home." Seeing that the two of them were leaving, only then did the team leader react. Hurriedly stretched out his hand to change lanes, and the two of you waited for a while. "Maybe I can help you ask your counselors." Bai Qingqing asked in surprise, "Is it really possible?" The team leader grinned, haha. Happily. Then the group leader will be young in the tribe. The bears and beasts have all changed. I would like to ask you all about your wishes. Bai Qingqing is going to the desert. Needs our protection. Does anyone want to join? All the bears and beasts immediately raised their hands in unison. I thought to myself, this is completely creating a chance for myself. Curtis Dai glanced at the crowd, looking for the right person. Suddenly, his gaze rested on an eagle in the treetops. The beast on the beast was startled, immediately transformed into a human form. Feathers on Flofer's body, saying that we eagles can't fly into the desert. It's too hot. Our feathers will burn. It seems that I have to regret choosing someone else. Curtis pointed ahead again. He said, "You come with us." Bai Qingqing looked along his fingers. The sword turned out to be Alva. He said happily that the tribe seemed to be called Alva. Know the way to Yinqing. Alva shook his head like a wave. "Don't tell me I'm not going." I'm going to take care of Jasmine. The team leader saw this. Speak out to persuade Alva. Jasmine is my word. I will take care of him. You can help them lead the way. It can also be regarded as a contribution to the Tiger King. Alva looked up aggrievedly. Ben wanted to refuse, but thought about it. Still bowed his head and sighed and said okay. When to go? I'll prepare. Thinking about preparing more food for the house. The one in the direction of the sun. The fruit of the fruit tree should be ripe. Pick a bunch for Jasmine and come back. Otherwise, wait until you come back from Yinqing, and all the fruit of the tree is spoiled. You can't give Jasmine fresh food. Just as he was thinking. But I heard Bai Qingqing say excitedly tomorrow. We'll leave early tomorrow morning. Alvaro was so shocked that he almost fell to the ground, turning into a human form and yelling something. So quickly, the man found 5 rivals on his own. It's just because Bai Qingqing decided to set off early tomorrow morning. Go to the banquet hall. Then Curdy. See also selected 5 of the strongest from the crowd. Choose orcs. Accompany you. The 5 people looked at Bai Qingqing. It's all excitement and excitement. Bai Qingqing waved her hand with them. Thank you very much. Everyone's eyes suddenly burst into tears. Excitedly waved at Bai Qingqing. Curtis glanced at them in displeasure. Picked up Bai Qingqing. He turned around and went back to the stone castle. See Curtis's face stink. I look a little angry. Bai Qingqing leaned on his shoulder and asked Curtis, what do you call orcs? It's not enough for 5 fights. Blood. Curtis coldly spat out 3 words from his mouth. Carrying luggage, Bai Qingqing couldn't help but smile. I thought Curtis was so cute like this now. Find a bunch of males yourself. Ha ha ha, Bai Qingqing wanted to refuse these people. Finch listened to Curtis continue. Your safety is paramount. I want to protect you with all my heart. It's hard to think about anything else. You can't say a word to the males, though. Your heart is too soft. Bai Qingqing shrugged her shoulders and said filial piety. Well, I'll listen to you. The 2 then returned to the stone castle. Gradually, night fell. There was a clanging sound from the stone castle. I saw everyone moving with great effort. Out of a huge baggage. Bai Qingqing finally understood at this moment. Curtis's decision. So much food and supplies. If you don't have 5 helpers, I really can't move away. He crouched down. Worriedly, he told the tyrants. The leopard cubs all looked at their mother reluctantly. The 3rd threw herself into her mother's arms. Reluctantly sprinkled. Jolly Parker acted as an interpreter on the side. The cubs ask when you'll be back. Tomorrow won't work. Bai Qingqing picked up the 3rd child in her arms. Tell him he won't be back tomorrow. I'm not sure when I'll be back. When I miss my mother, I look at the moon. Mom misses you and looks at the moon. We look at the same thing. It won't feel far away. The leopard boy looked up at the moon in the sky. Someone who seems to understand or not understands responded. The group was about to walk into the desert. They were greeted by unknown dangers. Before you go, Bai Qingqing instructed the leopards. The inner pillar in the tree hole near the leader's house. It's more convenient to eat this way. It won't make too much of a mess with the treasure lovers. So tonight, Bai Qingqing spoiled 3 leopard cubs alone, carrying them to sleep peacefully. Parker on the side. It is indignant and clenching on the animal skin. I want to be occupied by snakes and beasts on Mermaid Island. When I went home, I couldn't even grab my cubs. Qingqing Tianxin became more and more unaware of the fact that she felt sorry for herself. Early the next morning, several tiger beasts of arrow beasts are heading in the direction of lion treasure. Slowly. Not yet close. I smelled a strong smell of meat. I saw Bai Qingqing walking out holding a bunch of porcelain bowls. Greet everyone to the tiger beasts early. Come in and have a bowl of broth. Everyone looked at Bai Qingqing in unison. There was intoxication in his eyes. I don't know if I'm fascinated by the beauty of females, or indulge in the milky aroma of food. just when they were out of their minds. But I understood a loud bang. Parker slammed the broth on the floor. Unhappily, he said that he would eat if he wanted to. It's ready to go. Only then did the tiger beasts come to their senses. Immediately transforms into a human form. Took the porcelain bowl handed by Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing smiled politely. This trip is a long way. It's hard for you to help take care of the blessings. I deliberately cooked some hot soup. Hope you guys will like it. Everyone was just about to say thank you. But he was biased against Parker's unkind gaze. It scared them out of their heads. I almost crossed out the porcelain bowl in my hand. Immediately honestly buried his head and drank it in a big gulp. Curtis also walked out with an Anne in his arms. The crowd was about to get ready to go, seeing that Alva has not yet come. So Parker went and called him. At this time, Anne also woke up. He stretched out his chubby little hand towards Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing decided to feed Anne again. Wait until he is fed and safe. Parker had almost returned with Ava. After a while, all the people were here. Parker distributes the baggage. I would like to advise everyone to be careful. Don't break it. Then he tied the burden with a rope, tied to the bodies of the tiger beasts. When all are bundled, everything is ready, and they all set out together. Over time, before you know it, you are almost on the edge of the desert. Bai Qingqing raised her hand and looked ahead, thinking about Vincent. I'm coming for you. Have you ever experienced the exotic atmosphere of the desert? Imagine that. What it's like to ride a leopard in the desert. Bai Qingqing and his party have come to the desert border. It's been another long journey. Finally walked into the vast desert. The weather was very dry and hot. Bai Qingqing rode on Parker's back. He looked up at the hunter above him. Then he turned his head and changed the Curtis on the side. Ask him if he's hot. It's okay to listen to Curtis. He suggested that Curtis turn his tail into legs. Then wrap the leg in animal skin. That way it won't get hot. Curtis flicked his long snake tail. Said it's okay. If you don't need Bai Qingqing, you won't be forced anymore. Tell Curtis to heat up when he can't stand it. Call yourself. Curtis nodded obediently. Then the group walked for a long time in the scorching sun. Bai Qingqing only felt in a trance. I was a little dizzy from the heat. He immediately leaned over and lay down on Parker. It's good to take a break on your back. I fell asleep in a shaky way. In a daze, he reached out hotly and grabbed the wrapping yarn at the back of his neck. His fingers were burned and red. There was also a sizzling sound. Bai Qingqing woke up from her sleep in pain. Scratched fever. I don't know how long I've been asleep. I don't know what happened to Anne now. He looked behind him with some concern. I saw Anne being wrapped tightly in Curtis's arms. It's like a mummy. Bai Qingqing patted Parker under him. Let him stop for a moment. Parker immediately made a quick kill. Momentarily stopped. The white crystal on her body was unprepared. Fell off Parker's back. Headlong into the sand. Good thing the sand is soft. Bai Qingqing was not fallen. Instead, a few rolls in the desert. He immediately sat up. The whole body was red from the sand. I couldn't help but scream. Parkins immediately stepped forward. Leaned down in a hurry. Let Bai Qingqing climb back onto his back. Qingqing's skin is already delicate. This roll almost turned into a barbecue. He shrunk his neck in fear. Look at your hot red feet. That's when it happened. A pair of cold hands caressed his little feet. The coolness came with the tiptoes. Bai Qingqing was stunned for a while. The pain in the soles of my feet eased a lot in an instant. The man entered the desert alone. Find an antidote for her daughter. Curtis with a cold palm, gently stroked Bai Qingqing's feet. Ask him if he's better. Bai Qingqing smiled and nodded. Say thank you. But he always felt that something was wrong. Something seems to be missing. Look back. The realm of Anan was thrown into the sand. Fluttering hands and feet began to scream. Bai Qingqing immediately shouted at Curtis. Pick up in it. It's going to get burned. Curtis hurriedly stepped forward to hug Anon into his arms, touched his back. Sure enough, it was roasted very hot. He turned his face guiltily, looked at the angry Xiaobai on the side. Some blame yourself. Bai Qingqing looked at the endless desert ahead. The environment here is even better than theirs. It's even worse than imagined. Many really don't know what happened to Vincent. He came out alone for so long. I must have suffered a lot. Bai Qingqing's eyes sank worriedly. I wish I could find Vincent soon. A tiger beast in front of him immediately transformed into a human form. Step forward. A thick animal skin mat was laid on the ground. Let Bai Qingqing and Sazai. You can rest on the hides hall for a while. Bai Qingqing smiled happily. Thank you to him gratefully. The tiger beast immediately blushed slightly, scratched his head embarrassedly. His face was all capitalized with happiness. But I suddenly felt a beam on my back, close to the gloomy Curtis Parker on the side. He immediately shuddered with fear, weakly retreated. Bai Qingqing then raised her foot and stepped on the animal skin cushion. The sword lost the burning heat it had before. He immediately opened his arms to pick up Anon. Curtis possessed and handed Anon over. Anon has been yelling nonstop since just now. It seems to be a little uncomfortable. Bai Qingqing took him into her arms. Uncover the shirt on his back and look at it. It was gradually burned red. No wonder he keeps screaming. Bai Qingqing hurriedly leaned over. Gently blow on his back. It's good that it's just redness, not burned. Curtis sat down next to Xiaobai. Thinking about Anon, he was burned like this. Isn't that little white? He immediately looked down. Sure enough, I saw that Bai Qingqing's feet were red. He immediately put the cold snake tail on it, above the soles of Xiaobai's feet. Bai Qingqing was taken aback. The familiar robe came from the soles of his feet again. He looked sideways at Curtis. Curtis raised his hand and rubbed his soft one. Hair whispered and said, I'll help you cool down. Bai Qingqing immediately smiled heartily. His smile was infectious to Curtis on the side. The two couldn't help but laugh. Curtis nearly fainted in the desert. The cold skin is also getting hot. Bai Qingqing's smile infected Curtis on the side. C2. Kiki couldn't help but laugh. Alva in the air. Seeing that the line in the rear stopped, he also slowly fell. He asked Parker if he wasn't leaving. Parker waved his hand. Tell him to take a break first. Qingqing needs to eat something. Turn your head right and tell everyone to rest their luggage first. Take a break. Only then did the tiger beasts let go of their heavy burdens. Transformed into a human form. One by one, they collapsed to the ground. Straight out of breath. The skin all over his body was also sunburned crimson. Bai Qingqing saw this. Busy. Tell Parker to fill up some water for everyone to drink. Parker nodded. Then the heavy hydration bag was opened. The water was poured into the porcelain bowls. Tell the tigers and beasts to come and drink water. They immediately trotted forward. In this dry and barren desert, crystals are sweeter than honey. The crowd immediately gulped down. It is very refreshing. Bai Qingqing couldn't help laughing. It's really much sweeter than the water you drink at home. After Bai Qingqing finished feeding Anon to drink water, Parker walked up to Qingqing with a bowl of jerky. There is no firewood in the desert. You can only eat some cold meat. This is what I did last night. I'm afraid that it will be broken by frying. Put a lot of salt. It may be a little salty. You try it with jerky. Bai Qingqing smiled and nodded, reached for a piece of jerky and put it in his mouth. I chewed it carefully. Vaguely said, where is this cold meat? It's hot. Parker hooked his lips and smiled, ha ha ha. Baking through the desert is always hotter. As long as the meat is delicious. Bai Qingqing thought while gnawing. This meat is a piece of sodium that his bacon has. Swallow a mouthful of meat into your stomach. The cheeks are sore. It's simply the best way to slim down your face. However, the oil residue loses its crispiness at high temperatures. Soft paste greasy. It tastes good with jerky. Then he turned his head to see the tiger beasts on the side. A big hole is being dug in the sand. I wonder what they're doing. And I saw them leap into the cave one by one. Buried himself in the sand. Only half of the head is exposed to the ground for heat insulation. This will cool your body a lot. Alva stood by and was embarrassed. I thought I was buried in it, and it was ugly to die. But his feathers were sunburned and had lost their luster. Forget it. If it's ugly, it's ugly. Feathers matter. So he also went into the hole. The temperature on the feathers slowly cooled. Suddenly I felt a lot more comfortable. Bai Qingqing saw this, and he commanded Parker beside him, and put their fur skirts over their heads. Block out the sun. It just so happened that he was about to breastfeed an. By the way, block the view. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Haha, Anan. I'm hungry, no? Parker Mary stepped forward, and covered them all with animal skin skirts. After all the swords are covered, Bai Qingqing hid behind Curtis. Started to be Anan. Parker stepped forward and touched Qingqing's forehead. Ask him if he is sunburned. Bai Qingqing nodded, which was really a little. So Parker was going to build a canopy for him, so as not to sunburn him. Come to think of this. He hurriedly turned around and waved at Qingqing and waited for me. Right away. With that, he picked up the water hole and began to get busy. I saw him raise the pool in 2s. Again in the water hole, a large animal skin mat was laid on it. Spread the mat around the perimeter again, anchored in a pile of sand. That's it. A simple canopy was done. Bai Qingqing couldn't help but praise Dao Parker. You're so smart. This water hole will not fall. Parker shook the pool. Tested it out. It doesn't matter. The mouth of the jar is sealed very tightly. Even if it does, no one will spill it. In this way, Bai Qingqing was at ease. I just ate a small bowl of jerky for more than half an hour. His entire cheeks were sore after eating. And also had enough to eat. He was taken into Parker's arms. After a while, when taking Parker to clean the dishes, Bai Qingqing wiped the beads of sweat from her cheeks. I thought it was too hot. He turned around and touched Moctus's snake tail. I saw that he was also beginning to radiate warmth. I couldn't help but ask Curtis, "You okay?" After a moment of silence, seeing that Curtis did not answer him, immediately worried, he reached out and shook Curtis's arm. Anxious Dao Curtis. What happened to you? Don't scare me. Curtis, wake up. In his shaking, Curtis slowly opened his hazy eyes. Raised his eyes to look at Bai Qingqing. Said I just fell asleep. Don't worry. Saw Bai Qingqing throw herself into her arms. I must have been frightened just now. He gently stroked Bai Qingqing's hair. I thought that Xiao Bai could hold back. Yourself a male can't stand the words. That's too weak. 2 men lay in the middle of a barren desert. Take on extreme challenges. Curtis's body was roasted by the desert and began to heat up. But for the sake of Xiao Bai, he had to endure it. Bai Qingqing looked at Curtis in her arms. It is proposed to rest here for a while. Wait until the evening is over. Parker agreed. Although it is a little colder at night, but they don't feel cold when they run. Then he turned to the tiger beasts and said, brothers, we can continue to sleep. Wait until the evening and then hurry. The tiger beasts should be in good time. Thereupon, and they rested in the desert. There is no sun exposure. Curtis gradually relented, turned his head and said to Bai Qingqing, why don't you sleep too? When you fall asleep, it won't be so hot. It will be cooler to stick it on my 0 day. After that, he took an in Qingqing's arms. Let him lie on his lap, looking at his sleeping side. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye, it was dusk. Bai Qingqing woke up and stretched comfortably. The sand on his body also fell. Some sand slipped into his mouth. Bai Qingqing immediately coughed, hurriedly spit it out. I didn't expect there to be so much sand for a good night's sleep. It's a really harsh environment. The wind blows in the desert, and the sand fluttered up like dust at one end. Parker and Curtis are also the same sand. I heard Qingqing's cough. Both woke up at the same time. Parker rubbed his eyes and asked, Qingqing, what's the matter? Bai Qingqing shook her head. It's okay. But when he lifted the curtain and looked, he was surprised to find that those tiger beasts were gone. Look around. It's all a desert. Under the sand heaps that they were fighting with, suddenly there was a rustling sound. Followed by, a few heads came out of the sand. They were all gasping for air. Bai Qingqing was taken aback. Parker saw this, yelled at everyone. Everyone has rested. The temperature has also decreased. Keep going. Tie all the luggage firmly with a rope. It's easier for you to drag it around. So everyone packed their luggage one after another, braving the moonlight and starting to hurry. Bai Qingqing looked at the tiger beasts hurrying ahead. I really think like a pack of sled dogs pulling carts. Being stared at like this by a man and a snake. Would you be scared? Bai Qingqing rode on Parker's back. Cerso hugged his body. The desert climate is really hard to fathom. Temperatures plummeted. Even the wind and sand became cold. He turned to Parker and said, Parker, I'll give me a coat in the cold. The sword has been gone for a long time. And should too. Hungry. Parker suggested that he stop and rest for a while. After putting Qingqing down, he waved his hand at the tiger beast in front of him. Shout out to everyone. Stop for a moment. It's time for us to eat too. Come over here. Bai Qingqing hid behind Curtis. For the sake of NN. The rest of the recipients sat together in groups. I ate jerky. This jerky looks small. It's actually huge. Enough to fill their stomachs. A tiger beast asked curiously what was added to this. It tastes so good. Parker smirked. A few spices are added to the meat before it is smoked. If you want to learn, I can teach you back to the tribe. Everyone immediately became excited. The atmosphere was very congenial. After feeding Anand, Curtis wrapped the white crystal. Tell him to stay with the crowd and not run around. I need to leave first. Go with Ava to familiarize yourself with the surrounding sandy environment. Seeing that he was leaving, Bai Qingqing immediately reached out and grabbed his arm. I want to go together, too. Curtis looked back and said it might be dangerous. It's better for you to stay in the team. Bai Qingqing pouted in displeasure, still nodded in agreement. With the passage of time, the night is getting deeper. Inside the calm desert, two figures were shuttling rapidly through it. Observe your surroundings. Suddenly, both stopped at the same time. Curtis lifted his front body. Keep your eyes on the front. Then he spat out a long snake nature, leaned over and embroidered. The second baby also turned into a human form and slowly landed. Said to Curtis on the side, you found out too. The two of them looked at the ground in front of them. Curtis slowly lifted the snake's tail, aligned in a certain direction. Suddenly, he stabbed down. The sand suddenly loosened, sucking the snake's tail and sinking inside. Curtis couldn't help but be surprised. I didn't expect it to be so sharp. Alva didn't see any clues. I thought there was no problem. Curiously, he stretched out his feet and poked forward. Want to try it? But when his feet just touched the sand and immediately fell into it, he exhaled in fright, immediately struggling with his hands. The letter did not stand firm. Snatched forward with a thud. The whole body sank down with the sand. He immediately reached out and shouted at Curtis for help. Help! The man fell into the quicksand river. He struggled desperately. Reach out and yell at Curtis. Help! Curtis was also surprised. But it soon occurred to him that he needed Alva to lead the way. Can't let anything happen to him. By this time, Alva had fallen into most of it. His expression gradually changed from nervous to frightened. The speed of quicksand is very fast. In just a moment, he was buried in his head. Seeing this, Curtis loudly congratulated and said goodbye. The more you struggle, the faster you sink. Alva didn't struggle any further. The speed of sinking has slowed down a lot. He raised his arms and waited for Curtis to come to his rescue. Curtis threw out a long snake tail. A handful wrapped around his arm. Push hard, and they pulled him out of the quicksand. Alva is finally out of danger. He coughed hard. The sand in my mouth is terrible. But he didn't come to his senses yet. The fingers began to slowly sink down again. He was so frightened that he immediately turned into a peacock, flew into the air, nervously flapping his wings. Tiger beasts resting in the distance. Seeing Alva's tense figure, I couldn't help but laugh. Bai Qingqing also saw this scene. I wonder if Alva is okay. Parker couldn't help but wonder if there was danger ahead. Will it affect Qingqing? I saw Alva slowly fly low again. I guess it's fine. So he turned his head and comforted that it was okay. I'll ask Alva when he comes back. Bai Qingqing nodded. The other side at this point. Alva looked for it from afar. A piece of normal sand fell. The sword is not sinking. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. He slumped to the ground. When I first came to the desert, he'd seen a lot of moving sand. Because I'm in a hurry, I didn't have time to take a closer look. I didn't expect it to be so powerful. There's definitely something pulling me in there. Otherwise, how could I not have climbed out? I only heard Curtis come forward and say that it was inertia. The sand is flowing. Nature forms a force. It's the force that pulls you down. Alva looked up in surprise and said, "Is there nothing in the sand?" Curtis nodded. Ask him if he can see the quicksand during the day. A snake demon that is most afraid of heat. I never thought of it. One day I will go into the desert. For the sake of the partner. He patrolled the desert with Alva. Encountered the quicksand river. He asked Alva if he could see the quicksand river during the day. Alva thought about it. Back to daylight. It's hard to see things clearly. I only know that the closer you get to Yinqing, the more areas of quicksand like this. We'll have to let them know. But don't step into it. Curtis nodded. Then they left in the opposite direction of the group. Ava asked suspiciously, "What are you going to do? Don't you want to go back?" Just listen to Curtis's return from afar. There are predators in the sand. I'm going to find out one by one. With that, he quickly left. Alva was left alone, looking nervously around in the sand. I didn't expect there to be martyrs. Why didn't he find out? It's so dangerous around this empty space. Alva was frightened and quickly stepped forward, trying to catch up with Curtis. For the sake of the serpent beast, you saved my life. I'm barely with you. Wait, my sword is about to run out of sight. Alva immediately took on the form of a beast. Fly forward with Curtis. After a long time, the two return to the team. Alva will encounter the stream. Everything about Shay was told to everyone. Parker immediately tensed. Busy pulling Alva. Ask him to take himself to check it out again. He wants to make sure that Qingqing is absolutely safe. Was stopped by Curtis. Curtis told him, "There is no quicksand left at the site of the accident." He searched all around. This quicksand river is moving. Parker was shocked when he heard this. Wouldn't that be even more dangerous? No one knows. Quicksand river. Will it suddenly move to the time we are born? There was also a commotion in the group of tigers and beasts behind him. Everyone was worried about their safety. I don't know what to do. Parker raised his hand. Signal everyone to be quiet. The danger is not yet there. We can't mess up the battle ourselves. From now on, during the break, everyone took turns to watch it. The tiger beasts also agreed. After selecting the person who is the first to the first page, the rest of the people also fell asleep. Recharge your batteries. The woman travels to the desert in search of her partner. Night falls. After a rest, Parker lifted the curtain and shouted, "Brothers, we need to keep going." Although it was only a short break, but because it is easier to see quicksand at night, it is better to rest during the day. The martial beasts all responded in agreement. Then I got up and repacked my luggage. Parker glanced at the sleeping Crystal. I couldn't bear to wake him up. Along the way, Curtis held Qingqing. "Be careful to hurry." The crowd walked from night to dawn. The sand was gradually scorched hot by the sun. Bai Qingqing sweated hotly, uncomfortable to wake up slowly. He looked up at Curtis, wondering how he slept in his arms. Curtis hooked his lips and smiled. "You are awake. It was cooler last night. You also slept comfortably. It's all drooling." Bai Qingqing wiped the corners of her mouth in embarrassment. "I didn't expect to sleep so deeply. I don't even know when they hit the road." I learned that Curtis had never rested. After returning from the inspection, I continued on my way. Bai Qingqing couldn't help but feel a little distressed. It's really hard for him. Parker saw Qingqing wake up. Immediately excited, strode forward. Blonde hair. Against the backdrop of the sun and sand, it looks particularly dazzling. Bai Qingqing saw this. I couldn't help but praise his hair. Parker smirked, "Haha. Of course my hair looks good. Are you hungry? I'll go get you some food." Bai Qingqing nodded. "Let's stop for a moment. It was too hot. Curtis hasn't rested yet. Let all be thirsty. Take a break and drink some water." Thereupon, Curtis stopped with a quick kill. Dust was kicked up. Parker quickly set up the shed. Alva also landed slowly. The red tiger beasts rested together. Parker lifted the heavy hide from Crystal's body. Bai Qingqing immediately exhaled. I felt a lot more comfortable. It makes people feel like they're coming out of the hot summer. It was as cool as a shade of trees. Anan also stretched out her little hand and slowly woke up. As soon as he woke up, he cried out loud from hunger. Bai Qingqing hurriedly took him into her arms and fed him. Unexpectedly, Anan didn't pull it on his body for the past 2 days. It was the luckiest thing on this trip. Then he turned to Parker and said, "Anan, just leave it to me. Parker, go to bed now." Parker shook his head. Seeing that the sun is not too hot now, they can go a little longer. The two of them were shoulder-strapping in the desert, just as they were discussing whose warrior it was. Suddenly, half an hour ago, Parker saw that the sun wasn't too hot yet. Prepare to rest for a while before continuing on your way. He pulled out 2 pieces of jerky and handed them to Qingqing. Bai Qingqing noticed the scar on his waist. It should be a stone rope for checked luggage. He came out and reached out and gently helped him. With a distressed face, he asked if it still hurts. Parker shook his head indifferently and didn't hurt. Right now, a pair of small hands rested on his neck. Bai Qingqing looked up. A pair of thin lips slowly covered it. Parker was stunned. His cheeks were flushed. Bai Qingqing then leaned down on his face. Said that it didn't hurt though, but also take good rest and recuperate. You don't want to rest. I have to let those tiger beasts rest, too. How embarrassed to make them too tired. See Qingqing like this. Parker agreed. Looking at the endless desert in front of you. Bai Qingqing, I don't know how long it will take to make such a difficult journey. Parker's waist injury will also get worse. Vincent, who hadn't seen her for a long time, didn't know what to do. The toxicity in Anun's body has not yet been resolved. Bai Qingqing slapped her head. It suddenly occurred to me that Ava was not the guide. Just ask how many more he has. Don't you just arrive in Yinqing every day? Come to think of this. He immediately shouted loudly at Ava. How long do we have to get to Yinqing? Ava looked down and thought for a moment. We're going too slowly. At least 10 days. It's been so long to hear the mirror. Bai Qingqing counted the days. There are still 15 days left before An's next poison attack. It should be able to catch up. I wonder if Vincent has found the antidote. Are you in danger? When I was thinking about it, Bai Qingqing suddenly cried bitterly. Curtis Wanxing immediately came in to check it out. It turned out that he was bitten by an ant. Ate it for so long, but he was not yet full. The expression looked very difficult. It should be that there is not enough milk. Bai Qingqing hadn't eaten well for several days. He sighed helplessly. I would have known that I would have stayed at home for 2 more days. Come back after you get your body well. Curtis handed him a huge sack. Bai Qingqing turned her head curiously and asked what this was. The sack was slowly opened. Huge eggs poured out of it. Roll to the ground. Bai Qingqing's eyes widened in surprise. What an egg this is. Did you look for it yesterday? Curtis nodded. This is what he dug out of the sand last night. Only Qingqing was full, and it only has something to eat. Bai Qingqing immediately got up excitedly to get the porcelain bowl, thinking about how hot the sand is. Crack the eggs in a bowl and maybe blanch them. But when his feet just stepped out of the shed, there was a sound like barbecue. Bai Qingqing immediately shouted, retrieved his red-burned feet. Curtis stepped forward to check that the sword was fine, and he axed his head and said, I will go. A moment later, an iron pan was taken. Bai Qingqing raised her hand and carefully cracked the egg into the pot. Pushed the pan into the sun again. The temperature here was even higher than he had imagined. All of a sudden, the egg wash began to solidify. There was a sizzling sound. This was followed by a burst of aroma. Bai Qingqing thought for a moment. To Curtis, you think this could be an orc cub? If yes, how can there be one? An N has become the feeling of the beast's plate of Chinese food. Come to think of this, he couldn't help but get up. Curtis comforted and said, let's eat. Even if it's an orc egg, the cubs will be stolen so easily. I don't think it's strong. Don't worry about getting in trouble. Bai Qingqing was speechless for a moment. Who is worried about this? The point is that orc eggs are good. The man is the beautiful red-haired snake demon of the Green King. The woman is a sweet and lovely ordained female. He saw Vin's sins for months without returning. I'm worried. And the other partners are reluctant to leave him. Go to Vincent alone. Bai Qingqing had no choice but to set off on her own. And they came into the desert. Frying eggs. It's just an orc egg. Curtis, of course, doesn't care. It's all food in his eyes. Bai Qingqing smelled the fragrance of eggs. The saliva is flowing fast. When I came out, I couldn't care about anything else. Immediately I couldn't step into the baggage on the side and took the salt. Wait to sprinkle with salt. The aroma of the whole egg is even stronger. He immediately opened his hands and prepared to eat. A unique and rich aroma envelopes his taste buds. Bloom in the mouth. See how much he likes it. Curtis picked up another egg. Hid in the pan. Bai Qingqing is strong. Stuck out his tongue and said with a smile, you still know me best. After eating 5 eggs in a row, Bai Qingqing lay comfortably on the water tank. If it weren't for the milk, he really couldn't eat that much. It didn't take long for it to really work. He hurriedly reached out and hugged an over and began to feed him. Seeing an An's rare food, it was so sweet. He was so young that he had to go hungry with everyone. And the torment of blasphemy. Bai Qingqing blamed herself for not taking good care of him. Curtis reached out and took him into his arms. Comforted Xiaobai. Don't blame yourself. You've done a great job. He won't feel bad when he's full. With the passage of time, the sun is almost setting. Parker got up and told the group that it was time to go. The group braved the sunset and slowly set off. After taking away a while, Curtis pointed to his right and said, going higher. Avoid quicksand and desert beasts. In this way, the people avoided all kinds of dangers. Successfully walked into the middle of the night. It's time for a break. Curtis made up some prey. Grilled fresh meat for Qingqing to eat. A few days later, it was noon. The scorching sun grew hot. Parker turned his head and ordered to wait until he had passed the high hill. We rest on the spot. But when resting, Bai Qingqing learned from Alva's mouth. They walked more than half the way. Soon it will be there. Bai Qingqing said happily from an in her arms. And in a few days, we will be in Yinqing. You'll be able to see your father soon. In the past few days, An has obviously lost weight. The second small appearance looks more delicate and cute. In the middle of the scorching desert, water is undoubtedly the most precious being. Parker looked at the tiger beasts in front of him, turned around and opened a water hole and shouted, "Brothers." All of them came to drink water. The tiger beasts immediately surrounded him. See Parker so. Bai Qingqing was also much more relieved. Turned his head and continued to change sides to feed An. An pushed his hand. Turned his face to the side. It should be full. Bai Qingqing suddenly became embarrassed, thinking that the hugs are not there. He eats a few large eggs every day these days. Superlactation. It's really not good now. What to do? The key milk also contains a lot of water. In the desert, water is so precious. If you want to express any excess milk, it's a waste of life. That's when it happened. Curtis handed over another prepared omelette. Bai Qingqing was busy and Bai Shou refused. He looked thoughtfully at Curtis. But under Curtis's strong dissuasion, he still obediently opened his mouth and ate a piece of fried egg. But when he finished eating, I turned my head sideways and realized that there were so many. I can't finish it at all. So he turned to Parker in the distance and shouted to Parker, "Come over here. Let's take the food and share it with everyone." Parker saw that it was an omelette. I want to give them such precious food. It's a waste. What is Qingqing thinking? When he learned that Bai Qingqing was eating too much. When the swelling is uncomfortable. This is the bright bird. I almost blamed him. Curtis listened. Tell Parker to give the eggs to the tiger beasts. Xiaobai will leave it to himself. Bai Qingqing was still ready to hold back. It would be nice to be happy in peace after a while, but under the constant persuasion of the partner. After thinking about it, I finally compromised. After an indescribable paragraph, the crowd embarked on a journey forward again. The man licked the corners of his lips unsatisfactorily. Then everyone embarked on a journey forward. The next afternoon, the group was resting. Bai Qingqing is the most beautiful tiger beast has ever seen, the most fertile female. So there was a lot of discussion. In the future, I will grow a female like him. Alva on the side listened, glanced at them disdainfully. Concubines are not good. It's beautiful to think about. That's when it happened. I saw that the luggage beside me suddenly went to the sand underground line. It's the quicksand river that came. Alva hurriedly jumped up. Pull the rope on one end of your luggage. But because of the disparity in power, in the blink of an eye, he was pulled by the rope and fell to the ground. The tiger beast saw this, immediately rushed forward and pulled up the rope together. Only then did it stabilize a little. There is no downline. The rope is very heavy. Everyone worked together. I didn't pull it up at all. Bai Qingqing saw that something seemed to be wrong on the side of the tiger beast in the distance. Hurriedly called Parker up to help. Parker immediately rushed over. Seeing so many people, they didn't pull their luggage up. So I joined the team. Pulled up together. Alva soared. The quicksand river is moving in their direction. If it's too late, they won't be able to get out. Curtis was out hunting again. Alva's sword couldn't pull his luggage for a long time. And turned into a beast. Decided to go and unpack the outside first. Now it is one to be able to save one. Although the last time he encountered the quicksand, there was no danger. But facing Alva again was still terrifying. And the ropes were tied directly to the bag. If the rope is broken, the food in the sand will never be recovered. You can only break your luggage, shrink the baggage, then pull it out and out of the rope. Alva thought about it. I secretly cheered myself up in my heart. Flew forward and scratched the animal belt. Successfully transported the luggage out. He went back and forth, and he successfully dropped 2 luggage. The rest was buried too deep in the sand. He was incompetent. For strength, you can only rely on everyone to pull it up. That's when it happened. Curtis, who had finished the hunt just in time to return. Parker meets Curtis. Immediately shouted at him, "Hurry up and help. The rope is breaking." The man turned back and gave the girl a reassuring look. Then he jumped into the quicksand river. Curtis stepped forward and pulled the rope in. "Stop the crowd from pulling." Parker asked unhappily, "Hey, Curtis, what do you do? If you don't help, forget it. Don't mess around." Before the tiger beasts, you can also feel the force on the other side of the rope. But now the rope is fixed at one point. I only heard Curtis say lightly and let go. Let me come and look at each other after hearing this. I thought of a snake beast that didn't even have a beast pattern. Can you really do it? Usually probe Bai Qingqing's face. I didn't feel bad. But this snake beast is inevitably too arrogant. None of the 7 of us were able to pull out our luggage. Is it possible with a stripless snake beast? Bloody Sword Parker let go of his hand in cooperation. Turning to the tiger beasts, "Don't worry. Leave it to Curtis." The tiger beasts nodded. "Loosen the rope." I saw Curtis standing firmly in place. The rope is only a very slow line into the quicksand. There is not the slightest sign of pulling. Parker looked closely. Only then did I realize that the direction of the quicksand river was wrong. Anxiously said that the quicksand was coming. "Curtis, be careful." I saw Curtis's arm force slightly. The luggage was quickly pulled out of the quicksand. The tiger beasts on the side were suddenly shocked. A rope that none of the 7 bears can pull. But it was easily pulled out by this snake beast. Curtis explained. "The reason why you can't pull the rope is that it's not that there's not enough strength. On the contrary, it is too much strength. Quicksand has a force of inertia. When pulled raw, he will be as solid as the ground. And you follow his movements. Inertia slowly makes the force work harder, but it can get twice the result with half the effort." The tiger beast slapped its head. It suddenly dawned on me. Curtis pulled back hard. The luggage was pulled out smoothly, thrown aside. After everyone can see the other end of the rope, only to find out that the rope was broken. There's only 1 pack of food left. Curtis reached out and picked up the severed end to look at it. There was still blood on the sword. It's torn off. It looks like there are orcs underneath this quicksand. Alva immediately transformed into a human form. I thought to myself, could it be the orcs who have been swallowed up by quicksand? If you were swallowed up by quicksand at that time, do you have to live under the sand? It's scary to think about. Parker bowed his head and showed off carefully. This blood is the smell of a male beast. But there is also the smell of wolves on it. It's like 2 orcs fighting for food. Parker looked sideways at the waterhole behind him. There was not much luggage left. Thankfully, the waterhole wasn't tied to a rope. It's even worse if the water runs out. Curtis turned to the tiger beasts and said, "Tiger beasts, you can go back. Now the food has been lost. We'll take care of the rest." The tiger beasts nodded. I was packing my luggage. Qingqing saw this. "Come and say goodbye to them. Thank you for their help during this time." The tiger beasts were suddenly in front of them. The eyes of the cute little magnetic fan are full of hearts. Reluctant to leave. But under Parker's obscenity, I had no choice but to leave sexually. Bai Qingqing will be another pool. The water was given to the tigers and beasts to drink on the way. At their speed, it takes up to 3 days to return to the tribe. After saying goodbye to them again, the tiger beasts officially embarked on their journey back to the tribe. Parker tucked away the pool, sighed helplessly. Now even the tent is not stable. Alva slowly fell. Urge everyone to hurry up and leave this quicksand. Curtis and Parker walked in the direction of quicksand. I'm going to go down and check it out. Bai Qingqing listened. Immediately lift the curtain and change lanes. Are you going down the quicksand river? It's also too dangerous. Curtis pulled out the rope. Say to Parker, come and hold on to the rope. I'll climb up on my own later. Bai Qingqing hurriedly stepped forward to stop it. I don't know what's going on under the quicksand. It's too dangerous to go down in a hurry. Curtis turned his head and gave him a look of reassurance. Then one jumped down the quicksand river. Bai Qingqing also wanted to stop it, but it was too late. This is the most unreasonable request I have ever seen. The woman asked someone to carry him up into the air. Fall down again. Bai Qingqing also wanted to stop it, but it was too late. I was also in a hurry to run. Accidentally fell. Parker hurriedly handed the rope to Alva, stepped forward and helped Qingqing up. After carrying him back to the tent, carefully examined his sprained ankle. That's when it happened. Just hear Alva yelling loudly, "Hey! Oh no, the quicksand river is going to disappear." Bai Qingqing disappeared when she heard this. I was so anxious that I kicked forward. I'm afraid Curtis won't be able to come back. Then it occurred to him that he could summon Curtis back. Immediately looked at his beast text. Silently muttered it in my heart. Come out. But no matter how he summoned him, he didn't see Curtis return. He was also in a hurry to use Parker's power. At this moment, he was dizzy and fell into Parker's arms. It seems that only in thrilling times. To summon Curtis back. After Bai Qingqing adjusted her mentality, tell Parker to go to the quicksand mouth and wait to see what happens. Parker nodded, came to Alva's side. The sword quicksand river is gone. He reached out to pull the rope up to take a look. Bai Qingqing was busy with her birth and interrupted to say goodbye. What to do if the rope breaks again? Maybe following the rope will dig Curtis out. Parker nodded, immediately transformed into a beast form. Running up the ground was full of dust. Bai Qingqing coughed up by the wind and sand gun. Alva saw this, stepped forward to block the wind and sand for him. Parker's speed is very fast. It didn't take long for a big hole to be dug out. Then I heard the sound of the wind. Alva turned his head to look. Parker was nowhere to be seen. Bai Qingqing also turned back nervously. What catches your eye is an empty desert. The two immediately stepped forward to check. Alva thought Parker was buried in the sand he had dug himself. Thinking he's right next to the rope. Pulling the rope out might pull him out with you. He tugged at the rope. Found a weight under the rope. Definitely Parker. So he pulled it up hard. Bai Qingqing also stepped forward to help, thinking about getting Parker out first. But when the two of them pulled hard, the rope suddenly loosened. Both fell backwards at the same time. Bai Qingqing assisted her head that hurt a little. Thinking about the weight just now, it must be Parker. But why did he suddenly let go? Could it be that he was attacked by someone from below? Wrong. If Parker does end up in a place where there are orcs, that Curtis must have been there. He wouldn't leave Parker's alone. Could it be that Parker was buried in the sand and suffocated? Come to think of this, he couldn't help but burst into tears. Alverden was in a hurry. I don't know how to comfort her. Hurriedly said, don't cry. Waste more water. Bai Qingqing grabbed a handful of sand and threw it at him. You roll. Alva stood obediently in place. Say I'm sorry. Bai Qingqing wiped her tears. Thinking about crying doesn't help. Now the partner is gone. It's all on your own. Since you need to be thrilling to summon Curtis. Then he turned to Alva and said, you take me to the sky. I want to jump from the sky. Alvith was shocked. What are you doing? You are crazy, but you see Bai Qingqing's face is firm. That's the only way to get thrilling. Man holding a peacock. Rescue the girl in the air. Half an hour ago, Bai Qingqing begged Alva to take him high into the air. Jump down again. See that he does not agree. Bai Qingqing grabbed his hand and whispered urgently, I beg you. It's too late. Only Curtis can save Parker. Alva shook his head anyway. Call that too dangerous. But at this time, Bai Qingqing, I can't care so much anymore. And he believed in Alva. You can definitely protect yourself. This method of agitation was very useful to Alva. He immediately patted his chest and reassured him that it was okay. I'll be sure to catch you. With that, he took on the form of a beast. Carrying Bai Qingqing flew into the sky. Then spread his wings. After Qingqing grasps on, he snorted. quickly speeding up into the air. See that the height is about the same. Alva turned his head and asked, "Are you ready?" Bai Qingqing looked at the air hundreds of meters in the air. I couldn't help but swallow. In the end, I gritted my teeth. He took a deep breath and nodded. "Then kick your foot." He jumped off Alva, shouting for help. Alva was close to him. "Protect him." Bai Qingqing tried to start summoning Curtis. But no matter how he summoned him, he didn't respond. I thought I'd really fall to my death if I went on like this. That's when it happened. I heard a loud bang coming from under the desert. Curtis jerked out of the ground. Reach out your hand to the music in the air, firmly wrapped around Qingqing's waist. The other hand, it was a peacock claw that grabbed Alva. Alvakin shouted. However, he couldn't break free from Bai Qingqing. Curtis. Nako's hanging heart immediately sank. A handful threw himself into Curtis's arms. "You've finally shown up. That's great, Curtis. Help, save Parker. He's going to die if he's buried. Right now." Parker's figure emerged from the sand. He shook his head, spat out the sand in his mouth. Then the atmosphere turned around and shouted, "I'm finally going to dig to the end. Why did you whip the rope for me?" But when he took a closer look, only then did he suddenly realize that there was no one around. Until the sound of Alva flapping his wings was heard. Only then did he look up, wondering how Qingqing could be in the sky. By Qingqing a sword. Parker was so excited. They're all right. The man investigates beneath the vast desert. There's a moving world hidden. When they come back from their investigation, seeing that they were all right, Bai Qingqing suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. So good. Curtis let go as well. The peacock landed steadily to the ground. It stirred up a lot of dust. After Bai Qingqing landed, she hurriedly ran towards Parker. Parker at this time also crawled out of the sand completely, looking at Qingqing happily. Seeing Qingqing, she threw herself into her arms. Parker looked down and asked what was wrong. Bai Qingqing choked. 2 tears slipped from the corners of his eyes. He thought he would never see them again. Parker stroked Crystal's hair, reassuring that it was okay. "You have to trust that we're going to be fine." After chatting for a while, the people went back to their tents to rest. Bai Qingqing then remembered to ask Parker, "You're obviously pulling the rope at first. Why did you suddenly let go again? I thought you were dead." Parker scratched his head, laughing. "Don't you know how to look at animal patterns?" Bai Qingqing was too anxious at the time. I forgot about it for a while. All he wanted was to get Parker out as soon as possible. Parker teased. "When Curdy tore it off just now, do you remember reading the beast text? I forgot how to change it. It's obvious that you're too stupid. I pulled the rope. I just don't want you to pull the rope out. Later, I found that I couldn't hold it and let go. But when you pull it away, by the way, I estimated the remaining length of the rope. Keep digging." After learning about it, Bai Qingqing then asked, "Did you dig anything?" Parker shook his head. Turning around, he asked where Curtis had gone. "I dug for a long time and didn't dig him." Curtis began to recall. "When I went down by myself, the quicksand river was very deep. The length of the rope is completely insufficient." He let go of the rope halfway through, so Parker can't dig him. Bai Qingqing wondered after hearing this. "That's how our food was just now. Took it away." Curtis gestured with his hands, explained that it was because the world below was also moving. "I went down and didn't smell the orcs on the rope." When everyone heard this, they were shocked. Listen to Curtis go on again. "The world below is Yinqing. We've arrived." Bai Qingqing's mouth suddenly opened wide in surprise. "I didn't expect Yinqing to be underground. Still mobile." The woman and Ing were also put into a leather bag, brought to the underworld. When Bai Qingqing and his party, after learning that under the quicksand river is Yinqing, so he decided to go directly through the quicksand river. It took half a day. Finally found a new quicksand river. Curtis took out the hide and wrapped the crystal. After saying goodbye to Alva again, he hugged Qingqing and walked towards the quicksand river. Parker hasn't had time to prepare, was hooked by the sudden snake's tail. Straight down the quicksand river. It's very dark down there. There is not a glimmer of light. Curtis blew the leash very loose. Leave enough space for Qingqing. After a while, it landed steadily. The white crystal grain boundary was silent. Then he opened his mouth and asked, "Have you arrived?" Curtis grabbed his hand and scratched it, motioned for him to remain silent. Bai Qingqing hurriedly covered her mouth. Beneath the quicksand is a dark world. It has access in all directions. This quicksand takes them to the center of the tunnel. Sweat all around. The smell of blood and decay. It's very muddy. A four-man beast stepped forward and asked you. We brought this letter. Parker looked at the scene in front of him. As soon as I thought about it, I met a four-piece beast. But he still replied without showing weakness. What's your business? Sven Show suddenly roared angrily. A layer of murderous aura ignited around his body, and he commanded them to be killed by those who were behind him. Don't let any of them go. There must be magnetism in their animal skin pouches. Curtis and Parkton also burst out with a murderous aura of spiritual power, spread in all directions. Sven Beast suddenly felt a terrifying slight pressure. He said with some concern, I can't even remember how long it's been since I've touched magnetism. If you have magnetism, even orcs coming down from above, I wouldn't care either. It's worth tasting a female before you die. Bai Qingqing and her arms listened. I couldn't help but shrink back. I thought they had met an outlaw. Parker gritted his teeth and glared ahead. It seems that these four beasts should be Vincent, the often-mentioned rootless beast. The rootless beast has no sense of loyal companionship and hates females. Retaliating treats females as playthings. Look at the orcs around you. All of them have a heavy force on them. Lifeless. There is no desire to survive. Like a bunch of walking dead. This kind of victimization is the most terrible. They are not afraid of life and death, and they have nothing to fear. No one knows what they're going to do. But this one, Svenmon, it seems that there is a fear of people who come down from above. So Parker waved his hand and said, haha, how could we possibly have females? Females are so delicate. If they had really taken them, they would have fallen out a long time ago. How can it be so quiet? Sven will be suspicious after listening. Doubt just that. The female voice may have been misheard. Then he sighed and said, actually, I'm tired of it. Mining are all day and night. Unknowingly, they have become four literal hands. The ore I have accumulated will be able to get me out in no time. But what's the point of going out? I just want to catch a very beautiful female. Let him bury me with me. Bai Qingqing's eyes widened in horror after hearing this. The man bent over the girl and smeared it with dirt. Cover up the breath for him. Parker told everyone. They came from above. The rest of the people did not dare to come forward and provoke them. See their status. They should all be locked up here for mining. Parker didn't expect Yinqing to make iron. And the battle is quite big. The foreman stepped forward and asked what they were here for. Parker said, gesturing at Curtis behind him. This is the rootless beast I encountered on the way. He wanted to come to Yinqing. Curtis's face darkened as soon as he heard this. Parker felt a chill behind him. Hurriedly pulled Curtis forward and strode away. When they passed by the four-winged beasts, just listened to him disdainfully. When will the snake beast also need to come to Yinqing? Shouldn't all snakes and beasts be used to not having a partner? Let's talk about it. He laughed uncontrollably with the orcs beside him. Curtiston's murderous sage. There was a terrifying micro-pressure around him. Even Bai Qingqing in her arms could feel it. He's going on a killing spree. Blindly, he patted Curtis's chest, hinting at him to dissipate. Don't bother with them. Curtis then restrained his murderous aura. Walk forward with Parker. The orcs behind him were frightened. Discoloration. I almost thought they were going to die. Wait until they leave. Sven was carefully put on a show. Smelled a sweet female smell. I'm sure they must have taken the female with them. So he turned his head and commanded to follow them. It didn't take long. Curtis and Parker came to a place. No man's land. Looked at Qingqing, who had been wrapped in her arms for a long time. He forgot to look around. After making sure there is no one else, Curtis put Qingqing down. Lifted the heavy hide. Bai Qingqing hurriedly poked her head out. Take a big gulp of fresh air. Curtis gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. Water Xiaobai. The dream is broken. Bai Qingqing shook her head. Call yourself okay. Parker behind him patted the stone wall and said, Hey. The orc just now must have been able to smell it. The taste of crystal. You quickly masked the smell of crystal. So Curtis grabbed a handful of dirt from the side. Gently wiped it on Bai Qingqing's body. Covered the smell of his body with a harsh eye. Bai Qingqing's cheeks were stained red. Don't look around and say there's no need for this. Behind him, Parker looked at the scene in front of him depressedly. I really want to beat Curtis up. That's when it happened. He suddenly felt a chill coming from behind him. Bai Qingqing hurriedly shouted Parker. Be careful that Parker immediately leaned sideways. Flexibly jumped to the side. Apparently dodged Sven's fatal blow. For when Beast suddenly glared angrily, there was an earth-shattering roar at them. The woman was carried into the cave by the serpent. I even encountered a corpse beast. The corpse beast roared at them. After Parker took a closer look, only to find out, this wasn't the Sven corpse beast they had encountered before. Presumably, I should have lived in this neighborhood. Met them unexpectedly. Curtis calmed Qingqing. Let him rest on the side first. I turned around. He glanced at the corpse beast that was coming towards him behind him. Just listen to the snap. A huge snake tail slammed towards the corpse beast. Curtis is relentlessly delusional about Shou. The tall and mighty body stood in front of everyone. Just listen to the loud sound of the wind. The poet beast was slammed into the stone wall. Blood gushed out of his mouth. After a while, he landed on the ground with difficulty. The limbs trembled uncontrollably. The hunter glared ahead. The paw stepped forward. He took a step and looked at Parker and Bai Qingqing. A roar was sent at them. Just ready to pounce. I felt a chill behind me approaching my heart. The corpse beast froze in place. I'm afraid that one will accidentally explain here. Hesitated for a moment. He immediately jumped off into the distance. Stick to the stone wall. Turn around. Say in your heart that you can't see me. Can't see me. There is a cave in the distance from the Curtis. That's when Parker noticed. This cave is not big. In the depths of the stone wall. It's very secretive. Curtis held Qingqing to the side. Ask him if he's better. Bai Qingqing nodded. It was very uncomfortable to be covered by animal skins before, but now it's all relieved. Parker came to the entrance of the cave. Beckoning to everyone, this move is really hidden. Let's stay here. Curtis picked Qingqing up, nodding in agreement. The corpse beast on the side listened. Still timidly walked over. Parker clenched his fist and warned him not to roll again. I'll bite you to death. The corpse beast immediately lay on the ground, trembling with fear. But I still opened my mouth aggrievedly and begged you. Don't kill me. I don't want this hole. Please give me back the ur inside. Parker looked around, pointing to a stone in the corner that shimmered with purple light. Asked if it was the one. The corpse beast immediately nodded. Yes, yes. That's it. Can you please give it back to me? Parker picks up the ore. He put it in his hand and looked at it carefully for a moment. Shou immediately nodded his head like a wave drum. Please, uncle. That's it. What it's like to anger a snake king. Shou immediately nodded his head like a wave valley. Ask Parker to give him back the ore. Parker lifts the ore. I looked at it carefully. Could it be that this or has any special use? thinking about the spar he found in the tribe. It's just a different color. I heard Sho say again. We're below. Food and river water are all exchanged for this, or save 1,000 and leave this place. Parker suddenly got up. The corpse beast on the side was caught off guard and fell to the ground. Parker brought Guangshi to Qingqing. Ask him what he means. Bai Qingqing smiled and nodded at him, motioned for him to return. Only then did Sho carefully see Bai Qingqing's appearance. Immediately excited eyes lit up, changed to a beautiful magnetism. Curtis's body. Suddenly a terrible flame ignited. With a dark face, he looked at the corpse beast in front of him. The corpse beast's frightened hairs stood on end. Tearful plea to you so much. A lot of, or will definitely be found soon. Give me back these few. Parker leisurely tossed the ore in his hand. This ore can be exchanged for food and water. Looks like you're doing well down there. Sho stared at the ore tightly. It's really better off at the bottom than at the top. But store 1,000 ores. It's still very tough. It's nice to have a successful exit in 10 years. How attractive this woman can be. 3 strong husbands, plus a strong suitor. There are also scorpions that want to get her for the siege of the city, responsible for getting the news of the successful water pipe. According to the plan, Bai Qingqing couldn't wait to hide. Don't get your partners in trouble. A hawk beast stepped forward at the risk of being killed by Parker. Let me do it. I can fly. If you want to pursue Bai Qingqing, this is his best chance. As expected, Parker gave a cold eye warning. But this kind of time, Parker knew he had to be there. Can only put Bai Qingqing. Let the hippogriff take it away. But cruel words must also be put aside. Qingqing lost a hair. You're dead. Turned his head to Bai Qingqing, but he was considerate and gentle. Stay safe on the road. In front of young Sho, a pair of reluctance, kiss and hug, made the innocent Sakuraman blush. After seeing Bai Qingqing leave safely, Parker goes into combat for a second. In an instant, he turned into a swift leopard and went straight to the battlefield. Bai Qingqing arrived safely at the tribal watering hole under the leadership of the eagle beast. A beautiful figure reflected in the water. The seduced Sakura spirit animal. There was a bump of fawn. It's not hard to understand. The scorpion beast destroys a city because of one man. At this time, Lan Zhe snorted and surfaced. To open his mouth is to ask who he is. Why is there another rival in love? Bai Qingqing was also defeated by Henin's straight ball. The explanation is that Vincent sent someone to protect him. Then he asked the eagle beast to go to the battlefield to help. But Ingshou obeyed Vincent's instructions. The lord of the city has told me to be by your side at all times. After all, in case of an accident, it still flies into the sky. Safely and successfully put Bai Qingqing into the bubble. Lan Zhe didn't forget to show off to the other party before entering the water. A slight look of silly expression. Directly Sakuraman and crashed on the spot. Bai Qingqing asked Nin for the first time. Isn't it still well-behaved? Is there any crying? Do you have? He wanted to ask Nin if he had any poop. But when he turned his head, he saw Lan Zhe with an expression of eating. I knew that it must have been pulled. Sure enough, it was just close to the cave. And Anne's dirty clothes confirmed his suspicions. Because there were not enough hides brought, Lan Zhe had no choice but to wipe her with Anne's clothes. Fortunately, the front of the newly chosen clothes. It's good to make sure that Anne is still clean. The head is the word. Bai Qingqing was speechless. Help me get some water in. I'll wipe him with a hide first. I watched a piece of animal skin was thrown in front of me. Lanzer was reluctant. But you have to do it obediently. As a clean and beautiful mermaid. She had never smelled such a stinky poop. But looking at Bai Qingqing, he wiped it in carefully and carefully. I don't seem to smell it at all. It was the first time he had seen the greatness of a mother. She reached out to her face again. I wanted to see if I could be a good father. But I was still so smoked by the smell that I vomited on the spot. At this time, the battle on the other side was fierce. The scorpion has just surfaced. Was punched by Vincent, who was waiting for the rabbit. The males rode up. The one that kills is called a pleasure. Morale is high on one side. Emotions are high. The other side was in a state of embarrassment. The army was defeated. The two sides won and lost. Adventure. Mitchell from high up saw the scene. I was so anxious that I stomped my feet. And Saint Zachary, who is the king of scorpions, is indifferent. Leaving a sentence, the ant turned around and left. After all, it was Mitchell who was soft-hearted. Father, we're gone. What about the clansmen? The lonely people are honored to die alone. But a king without a people is just a bare-bones commander. Mitchell is feeling sorry for his people. Saint Zachary took out the soul stone. Summons the ape king. I'm going to wipe them out. Rest assured. Do you know where female soul stones gather? The soul likes Een and generally gathers around the water droplets. The ape king, who is a soul, can naturally sense the location. They soon came to a crack in the ground that Vincent had deliberately covered. The smell here is a joy for lonely. At this time, only Mitchell was worried about whether the Scorpion clan would be wiped out. Earth. The aura of Een and cold is emanated. Santa Zagali was so excited that she got carried away. Didn't pay attention to the malicious smile on the face of King Yuan behind him. With the first rays of the morning sun, a roar of cheer. Bai Qingqing resounded under the tribe's water, knowing that it was the partners who came back. It also means that they have once again defeated the Scorpion. Lanzer caught a glimpse of Curtis on the shore, but the stinky birds around Curtis made him unhappy. More rarely took the initiative to speak once. How deep is it here? Curtis arrogantly gave a rhetorical question. I want to know if love is said or not. Birdmen who can't fly. You don't have to be strong. The two at this moment are more like two bickering children. I'll heal this wound. Won't drag you down. Didn't find Santa Zagjali last night. Qingqing's danger has not been lifted. An invisible current surges between the two guys. Good thing at this time, Bai Qingqing appeared in time. Interrupt their nervousness. Does anyone remember that Bai Qingqing is pregnant? Experience the thrill of the desert. He also suffered from the tribes hiding in Tibet. Bai Qingqing's little belly is still flat. Lan Zigong brought Bai Qingqing to the surface. Was swept away by Curtis's snake's tail. He has long been accustomed to this kind of strength-crushing. I could only sigh helplessly. Just one night apart. The little couple is newlywed. Shoo. Lan Zhe was busy all night. I don't want to be fed dog food anymore. Qingqing, I watched over you all night. Gotta go back and catch up on sleep. Thank you for your hard work. Rest well. I saw by Qingqing's gentle care for males. The fungus on the side was extremely crazy. In the beast world, females are gentle with males. I don't know how many people will be loved. What's more, she looks so beautiful. At this time, Parker a leopard descended the mountain. Enthusiastic like a stupid big brother. Kiss me back. Qingqing, you are haggard. A coquettish man is a good life. Kiss and hug. One meal. Directly knocked his wife down on the spot. There are also 3 little ones who also completely inherit the fine tradition of their father. Circling around my mother. Bai Qingqing took advantage of the respite. Hurry up and ask about last night. Parker had a pleading expression. Hurriedly answered, I'm glad you didn't know that those scorpions were so hard to deal with. But Parker is still brave, isn't he? That's me, but I'm pretty good. I'm in the fight. How can you not win? The 2 men next to him couldn't stand it. This shameless spirit. They can't learn either. Yes, yes, yes. Hurry up. It's crushing my stomach. You've been in this belly for 2 months too. I feel if it's big. See Parker's stray ball. Reach straight into your clothes. The innocent little white rabbit quickly turned his head. I have been silently reciting in my heart. They are the companions of the seal. Can't kill him. At the moment he wanted a knife. Parker's heart reached its apex. Why is it still so flat? Definitely no children. Parker's mind to do bad things. I can't hide it. Bai Qingqing didn't give him this opportunity. Food has been lacking lately. There was a lot of fighting. The belly didn't grow. Soon as Curtis of the main palace. Although Parker also comes to mind. But I endured it. He and Moore turned to leave, one after the other. Vincent arranges tribal affairs. When I first arrived, I saw a scene with spicy eyes. I wanted to leave silently, without disturbing them. But it was still seen by the sharp-eyed Bai Qingqing. Hurriedly explained, Parker was just touching the child. I'll bring the hose back. If you grow rice, you can bring it back with a hose and put it at home. I don't know when I'll be able to use it. At this time, Vincent immediately happily transformed into a human form. The males who had taken refuge in the tribe the other day had brought some rice seeds. Sow seeds next year. After leaving Wanshou City, Bai Qingqing never ate big white rice again. At this time, I also hurriedly asked, where is it? How much rice is so precious? People must have kept it for themselves. At this time, the atmosphere of the two bigwigs who left began to become tense again. What are you doing here? Moore looked at Curtis's back, silently bowed his head. Bai Qingqing and Parker were there. I don't have the right to stay there. He knew that he wanted to join Bai Qingqing's big family. Must have passed the Curtis level. With Parker by his side, Bai Qingqing doesn't have to worry about anything. The child has someone to bring food. Someone does. After eating and drinking, people also have a lot of spirit. It's just that from time to time there is the howl of the little ones in the food castle. Seeing that he was leaving, Parker grabbed his hand. You're going to tell stories to the cubs again. After all, it's boring for the cubs to nurse their wounds in our house. Just think of the suffering of the cubs. Bai Qingqing couldn't refuse them. What's more, the little ones are really cute. The three little ones have a story. All of them have gold stars in their eyes. Whoop. But he was poured cold by his father with a basin of cold water. What about your physical exercise today? You grown up? Exercise during the day. In the evening, Mom will tell you a story. The three little ones smiled again. At this time, the cubs in the lion castle couldn't wait to rush out. In their eyes at the moment, Bai Qingqing is closer than his own mother. How did you all run out? Thanks to you. The cubs have such a good environment to recuperate, Harvey. I've worked hard for you these days. So I'll start with the first story. Snow White Mermaid. No matter which story has been told many times. But the cubs never get tired of listening to it. Repeat over and over again. I also listen to it with relish. Bai Qingqing even thought about whether to teach them words. However, after practice, I still dispelled the idea. On the one hand, he is unable to communicate with male cubs. On the other hand, the paws of the cubs are also not easy to write. Every day, new males join the tribe. The tribe grew stronger day by day. The rainy season, which represents reproduction, is coming in anticipation of the beasts. The heavy rainy season is followed by the cold season. Bai Qingqing sighed that the year had passed so fast. He was keenly aware that Parker was unhappy. Because she was pregnant. Parker was always careful. Just wanted to be intimate with her. Was ruthlessly interrupted by him. Parker forced a sigh. It's the heavy rainy season. Presumably, Saint Zagali did not dare to act rashly. I'm going to hunt the beasts. When I heard that Parker was leaving today, he was surprised. I know you're still thinking about that bone-chilling tree. I'm sure I'll be able to bring it back to you this time. Leave today. I wasn't prepared at all. The heavy rain sends the giant beast more fierce and dangerous than usual. I'm a four-piece beast now. You have to worry and you should worry. The behemoth's departure is imminent. Bai Qingqing couldn't be happy anymore. But he knew Parker needed a workout breakout. Also return the filter of the fungus. How long are you going to be away? The heavy rainy season is over. I'll come back and change Curtis to hibernation. All he could do now was tell Parker to be careful. At home, wait for him to come back. Not seen for a few days. and it has two small troubles. Bai Qingqing's 3-month-old flat little belly. Are you pregnant or not? Parker suddenly wants to go hunting. Caught Bai Qingqing off guard. Even though he knew Parker was going to grow. But it's still full of reluctance. The same Parker is also reluctant to give up his wife and children. But I always told myself in my heart to be strong-willed. You like to eat fungus. Every time the tree trunk grows on the side of the rain pavilion, a lot grows. Tell Vincent to pick it. Not bad for this day. You can go again tomorrow. Good, no good. Bai Qingqing is rare to be coquettish like a little woman. Said to be strong-willed. Parker couldn't hold out for 2 seconds. Immediately agreed to stay for another day. Bai Qingqing decided to go home and cook a hearty practice feast. Dinner time called back the busy Vincent. A picture of a family in love with each other. Let the fungus that witnessed everything in the tree be envious. It just surprised him. Vincent took the initiative to come to him. It's going to rain. Why don't you go in and have a meal? But what qualifications does he have? You have protected our homeland. I'm just there to protect her. Under Vincent's persuasion, he decided not to twist anymore. Isn't it just a meal? I don't often brush my presents. How to hug the beauty. It's been a busy afternoon. Chickens, ducks, and fish are all served. Parker even opened a jar of daughters. The moment the red lid opens, the room was filled with the smell of wine. Bai Qingqing's little gluttonous cat can't wait to taste it. At this time, Vincent, who had just returned, also smelled the aroma of wine from afar. But Moore's appearance made Curtis's face change suddenly. Instead, Parker warmly invited Moore to enjoy the wine. Bai Qingqing spoke in time to ease the atmosphere. Tomorrow Parker is going out. Let's have a good meal today. I won't be able to eat Parker's craft for months. A glass of wine goes down. Bai Qingqing's whole person was refreshed. But just when he wanted to have another drink, was stopped by Curtis. Xiao Bai, you used to say that you can't drink alcohol when you're pregnant. Taking a sip is already an exception. Stop drinking. Looked at Bai Qingqing's blushing and stubborn little face. Moore couldn't help blushing freely. No one in the head of the family dared to resist. Only Parker is not afraid of death. Why don't you give Qingqing a drink? You look at Qingqing for 3 months. The stomach is still flat fungus. A sip of old wine was so frightened that it squirted out on the spot. Vincent, on the other hand, has long been accustomed to it. Even Bai Qingqing begged for Parker's blessings. What's wrong? I didn't talk nonsense. It stands to reason that she is 3 months pregnant. The belly should already bulge. Bai Qingqing guessed that she was not pregnant. It's just for Curtis's face. It has not been broken. A word from Parker. It's equivalent to saying that Curtis can't do it. Which man can bear this? Bai Qingqing, in order to alleviate the embarrassment. Keep adding color to Curtis. Parker muttered again. I can't say it yet. It's stingy. In addition, at this time, it took the initiative to get close to the fungus. Cute and cute. It hit Curtis's key point even more. Bai Qingqing's appearance at the beginning was completely different from now. She also realized that Bai Qingqing might not be pregnant. A heart that wants a daughter is broken again. I was always afraid that Bai Qingqing would not be able to have children if he ate too much. Now she began to take the initiative to add meat to Xiao Bai. Bai Qingqing's heart was secretly refreshed. Unexpectedly, Curtis, who has always been cold, was really stimulated. He didn't wait for his mouth to finish. Curtis sandwiched another piece of strong contrast. It made him want to laugh, but couldn't. I almost suffocated internal injuries. It's just like I've been eating all the time. Let Curtis succeed in misunderstanding. Curtis began to reflect on how hard he was usually. So there was a crazy move to pick up vegetables. Seeing the tall buildings rise from the ground. Bai Qingqing was choked and coughed. Suddenly, the 4 men were in a hurry. Curtis, you're crazy. All right. I've seen it. Curtis helped her out. While apologizing, Xiao Bai tells you to eat less food. It's me who is wrong. It doesn't matter what you eat anymore. Parker sneered on the sidelines. while rolling his eyes. What to eat less food? If you don't get pregnant, you don't get pregnant. Curtis just wants to save face. There was talk and laughter at the end of a meal. There are fights and fights. For the first time, the fungus felt the warmth of family. For Bai Qingqing to be able to smile all the time, he is not afraid of any hardship. At this time, Vincent looked at him like this. It's like seeing yourself, who once had low self-esteem. After the meal, Bai Qingqing handed an over to the three little ones to take care of. As soon as he climbed onto the leopard, and began to get sleepy, Parker looked at Curtis's expression of resentment. The stinky snake quickly returns Qingqing to me. Moore helped Vincent clean up the dishes. Although not cool Parker, but Curtis still took the initiative to leave Bai Qingqing to him. It's just not gone yet. I heard Parker's crooked voice. I really want to kill it and beat it up. That stupid fork. Fortunately, Vincent spoke in time. Parker was going to go away. Let him stay with Qingqing for a while. Curtis resisted the urge to punch someone. Walk away quickly. This scene surprised Moore. Vincent said, Curtis is not an unreasonable person, but eagles and snakes are predators. This is a chasm that is difficult to bridge. Ark left the city to hunt fungus to heal his wounds. Lose combat power. The city is guarded only by Curtis and Vincent. Will the scorpion beast take the opportunity to attack the city? Parker packed his bags and left the tribe early in the morning. I just left home. It's already like an arrow. The speed of the wind hit the bird that caught it off guard. The birds fluttered their wounded wings and flew back to the tribe. The fungus that is sympathetic to the same disease can see clearly. Even Parker is trying to improve his game. It's also time for him to treat the broken tooth. Harvey wasn't surprised to see him come in. I thought you wouldn't come. Running away won't solve the problem. Then you wait for me for a while. I'll get the medicine ready for a female. The fungus clearly remembers that there were 10 broken-winged birds. Now there are only 9 left, but they hardly fly. It can be seen that the success rate is not high. Harvey explained. 1 died during the recovery period. 7. Excessive struggle. The wings are completely useless. The remaining 2 struggled to secure the bones. But even if you fly, it doesn't matter. But it is also extremely painful when it is scolded. You've really figured it out. I can't guarantee a cure. You have to prepare for the worst. Now that it's already here, the fungus has made up its mind. This arm is long gone for me. The worst is to chop. As long as you control it, there is still a chance of success. The fungus did not hesitate to change back into the form of a beast. A pair of wide wings took up the room. Really see the broken wings. Harvey couldn't help but sigh. It's too late to regret it now. It will hurt. This moment, the fungus closed its eyes with unusually firmness. Come on. Based on the experience of the previous times, Harvey slowly adjusted his position along the wing bones. No matter how cautious you are, the fungus was still shivering in pain. It's just the spirit of the strong. He was not allowed to scream in pain. Strong endurance is not comparable to ordinary people. There are a few more places where you can be patient. Harvey's hands are very skillful. Perfectly break misaligned bones. It's almost exactly the same as when I was injured. Then quickly return to the original position according to the position of the bone. A set of operations down. I was already sweating profusely. Let's turn back into human form. It's time for a special splint. The moment when you turn back into human form. The fungus snorted. Kneel on the floor. At this time, Harvey can only increase his will. If you heal your wings, you can better protect Bai Qingqing. Can see Moore get up to leave. He was in a hurry. I just helped you fix your bones. I want to turn back into Feying again. You just go. Not a single person was not afraid of the doctor. Moore was so frightened that he stood on the spot. Harvey realized he was too fierce. Hurriedly slowed down his tone. You'll live these days. I'll wait until I'm healed before I leave. That night, he went out to deliver medicine. Because the fungus saved the tribe. Also helped Vincent. He decided to tell Bai Qingqing about the fungus. Bai Qingqing was very angry when he learned about it. The stuffy gourd of the fungus was operated on without saying a word. The fungus has just undergone surgery. I happen to come out to deliver the medicine. Haven't eaten yet. Thinking about Qingqing, this should be able to rub off. Hearing this, Bai Qingqing hurriedly went to heat up the stew. But in fact, Harvey's drunkard does not mean to drink. So he muttered quietly, "The fungus hasn't been eaten yet." The soft-hearted Bai Qingqing finally sighed. "Prepare dinner for two." Vincent, who returned home at this time, is unknown. "So, Qingqing is hungry. Why don't you call Curtis for help?" As he spoke, he took the firewood in Bai Qingqing's hand. "I'm hot. Serve it to you." Bai Qingqing had no choice but to explain to him in a whisper, "I want to give this meat to Moore. Don't tell Curtis if it's okay." Vincent couldn't help but be stunned. "I thought Qingqing had accepted the fungus, until I learned that the fungus treatment broke the wings and could not move. Qingqing just helped him out of kindness. That's when I put my mind at ease." Smiling, but only for a moment. But it scared Harvey half to death. "I'm afraid that the Tiger King will be jealous. Yourself. It's just that none of them noticed that there was a person standing at the window. The temperature by the window is low. Give me the food. You do the business." I'm relieved. I was kissed by my wife. Vincent was a fool in his heart. On the surface, he pretended to be calm, maintained the majesty of the king, until he turned his back to Harvey. A spring heart-rippling look, live like a hairy boy. Bai Qingqing sat on a stool, a sad look on his face. The contradictions between Curtis and Moore could not be resolved. At this time, Curtis outside the window also quietly left. Pressing matter. He didn't have a childlike relationship. Parker leaves. Moore lost his combat effectiveness. He was keenly aware that something was not going well. The next few days, Vincent delivered food to Moore on time every day. Learned that it was Bai Qingqing's intention. The whole person of the fungus is refreshed. For the feud between the fungus and Curtis, Vincent was non-committal. It's normal to compete for females in the beast world. Only side that Murch was one trick worse. All hands are lost. He also knows it. Wait until this time it's over. Curtis could not tolerate more. At that time, the fungus will either leave, either die. You have to rely on others to do evil in order to stay. Compared to the original self, the fungus is even more pitiful. It rained for 6 or 7 days. The air is damp and choking. Half of the tribesmen were sick. Even the males feel slightly unwell. Rainy days after sunny days. Bai Qingqing always thinks of Parker, who goes out. Just the sudden roar of the tribe broke the calm of this time. Herds of male beasts rushed like thousands of war horses. Ake left the city to hunt. The fungus is broken and rejoined. The monster turmoil of 3 years ago is happening again. An air bulge. A grievance. Hatred can only be put aside for the time being. Defend against the enemy together. Hear the sudden roar of the tribe. Bai Qingqing held the meat in one hand, holding it in one hand and hurriedly going downstairs. It's still Parker who is out hunting. At this time, Vincent, who heard the movement, also ran out of the door in a panic. "Qingqing, how did you get down? What happened?" "A lot of orcs have run out." Vincent noticed at a glance that his baby daughter was struggling. And then, who had always been quiet, seemed to be summoned by some kind of voice. 2 small fists were clenched. "Whine, whine." Meanwhile, 3 small ones were also affected. Come down from the upper floors. Before Bai Qingqing could stop it, already rushed out of the gate without hesitation. "Vincent, you see something is wrong." Bai Qingqing remembered the orcs he had just seen upstairs swarming out. He was afraid that something had happened to Parker. I heard Parker's voice, full of neutrality. "It's definitely fine. Qingqing, don't worry. I'll go out and have a look." On the one hand, the safety of his wife. On one side is the responsibility of the tribe. Vincent obviously knew that Bai Qingqing and Enon were very uneasy. But as the king of Wanshou City, he had to go and check on the situation. Good thing he knew there was Curtis. I can rest assured. That's when Curtis realized something was wrong. Also came to Bai Qingqing's side. The moment I saw Curtis, Bai Qingqing immediately felt a sense of security. Curtis is not only his solid backing, it is also his spiritual pillar. Curtis's big hand inadvertently brushed Bai Qingqing's small belly. There was a faint wriggling of his hands. Let her immediately notice that something is wrong. But she chose to remain silent. Just for a moment, all the leopards in the city have run out. Then I remembered the tiger's roar. The wolf howls wisely. Each sounds. A race is shaken, pouring out of the nest. Even Xiao and In kept howling according to the voice. Two small hands kept pushing Bai Qingqing. Accidentally fell from the crook of my mother's arm. Fortunately, it was quickly rolled up by the Curtis snake's tail. Wanshou City, which has been quiet for only a few days, is in danger again. The great tribe became empty. Bai Qingqing patiently comforted Xiaonan, while worrying about the tribe, until a limping figure appeared in front of them. Come closer. Only then did he see that the person who came was Fungus. Realized that the tribe is in danger. The Fungus ignored the injured arm. The first time went straight to Bai Qingqing. When I saw Curtis guarding by my side, that's when I put my mind at ease. It was just a howl outside the city. Even he, the stripless beast, was affected. Bai Qingqing couldn't wait to ask about the situation outside the city. He wanted to transform and go to find out the news. But the tightly tied arms restricted movement. Every movement exacerbates the pain. I want to get rid of this arm. Just transform. Harvey hurried to catch up. Don't be reckless. Something happened to Harvey. Parker encounters a group of behemoths. We found them running back and forth with a clear goal. The news was reported. Getting damp is no less trivial than a hive. For the orc race. If it is light, it will hurt the muscles and bones. At worst, the whole clan will be destroyed. Mention the tide of behemoths. Curtis's first suspicion was the Fungus. At the beginning, he kidnapped Bai Qingqing. It's a giant beast attracted by Fungus. Moore was stared at with a weak heart. Hastily denied. It's not me this time. Moore has been living in Harvey these days. That couldn't be him. Chavi also confirmed that Moore had not left his sights. Curtis, you just believe in the Fungus once. The Fungus only cares about Bai Qingqing's opinion. As long as you believe me, it's fine. Curtis was very upset with his affectionate licking dog. The two of them are puffing up. A grievance. Bai Qingqing was sandwiched in the middle, looking left and right. I'm afraid of another fight. Could it be that the Scorpion clan is a ghost again? It's just that the speed of the Scorpion beast can even catch up with ordinary orcs. If you bring another Beastmaster egg, it doesn't wait. Bring in the behemoth. Was trampled into a pulp. Bai Qingqing immediately thought that the Scorpion beast was good at drilling holes. It can be hidden in the soil to hide the smell. Wait until you reach a safe distance to attract the beast. Even if it is discovered by a giant beast, there's no way to dig them out of the ground. Once again, the three men were impressed by the cleverness of the human race. And the only one who can compare with Bai Qingqing is probably Yuan Wang Curtis. I'm going to have to work hard for you again this time. Xiao Bai, now I will take you out of the encirclement, and there is no risk. Curtis's meaning. You can take Bai Qingqing and leave. The survival of Wanshou City has nothing to do with him. There has never been a time when the Fungus hates itself more than it does now. The chain fell at a critical moment. Harvey reminded the tribe to hurry up and inform the city to strengthen the walls. Defend well. Moore volunteered to let him know, because at this time, Bai Qingqing was safest by Curtis's side. Fungus, don't run around during your recovery period. Watch Xiaobai turn from his arms to another man. Curtis's face darkened for a second. Just one look? Frightened, Bai Qingqing immediately asked Harvey for help. In the end, Harvey carried it all. I'll go for it. The males of the tribe quickly exchanged messages. At the same time, rush home to comfort your partner. The patriarch led the males to discuss countermeasures with Curtis. Meanwhile, Parker ran wild with the news. Heart mind. It's all about Bai Qingqing's safety. To save time, he chose to go straight over the walls. Make a beeline for the stone fort. Forest behemoth against the king of all beasts. For the sake of thousands of people and their families behind him, Vincent opted for a head-on confrontation. Ever since he heard Parker's warning from afar, the entire city of Wanshou fell into a panic. Melbourne wants to go out of town to find out. Was decisively stopped by Harvey, the doctor. The orcs were all dejected. Wait quietly for the Tiger King to bring back the news. Who knew that it didn't wait? Vincent saw Parker panting. All the way to gallop. The orcs took the initiative to get out of the way. Until this moment, Bai Qingqing's hanging heart can be put down. And Parker is overconsumed. Straight into his arms. Behemoths are coming, behemoths. They stop and go. Coming to us. Parker's arrival. This bad news was confirmed. Stop and go. It also shows that some are guided. It's just that Bai Qingqing was surprised. Moore took the initiative to care about Parker's physical condition. It seems to have changed a lot compared to before. Facing Bai Qingqing's questioning eyes, the fungus was sad and immediately explained. I don't mean anything else. There'll be a big war right away. Parker needs to rest. Parker grabbed his hand. Stinky Hunging Mun. You dare to underestimate Uncle Ben. Uncle Ben can fight 10. Don't be intimidated when the time comes. You're not as strong as Vincent. You'll know when the time comes. Parker dodges Moore's injured left arm. Friendship's little fist slapped him on the right shoulder. At this point, the orcs began to throw themselves into disarray, while thinking about abandoning the city and escaping. On the other hand, I was worried that there would be no food after the insect plague outside. Curtis despised them for being cowardly as rats. That's when it happened. A tiger roar got closer and closer. Vincent returned soaked. His arrival instantly became the backbone of the orcs. The arrival of the monster tide is not necessarily a bad thing, although there are quite a lot of behemoths. But just break the edible meat one by one, just to fill the food shortage. And they only need to attack the behemoth halfway. It's good that the behemoth doesn't have a chance to get to the tribe. This idea coincides with Curtis. Giant beast meat can make Bai Qingqing's production easier. But Parker was puzzled. The monsters are weird, obviously restless. But he walked slowly. Bai Qingqing said, it must have been the scorpion beast deliberately guiding in the soil. For a moment, the orcs panicked even more. The scorpion clan must not be allowed to lure the giant beast in. I'll take the eagle beast and look for it. It's the rainy season. Soil is waterlogged. The scorpion must have to come out of the ground often to breathe. With the Tiger King leading the orcs, the morale of the orcs was instantly high. Before leaving, Vincent instructed Curtis Parker to protect Bai Qingqing. There is a posture of looking at death as home. Bai Qingqing's heart lifted the safety drop again. We are waiting for you at home. Bai Qingqing was slightly concerned. Just let her blush. Guardian tribe. It's more about protecting your partner. Then he led his people to gallop away. Due to the heavy rain, hippogriffs fly slowly. It took Vincent a whole day to spot the beast. The massive size of the behemoth weaves agitated through the woods. Roars echoed through the forest. Vincent jumped off the back of the eagle and entered the forest. The obvious shaking of the earth shows the horror of the behemoth. He instructed the eagle beast to look closely at the ground. Look for some beast tracks. Meanwhile, the giant beast was still moving towards Wanshou City little by little, occasionally killing each other. It is used to feed the stomach. And so the day passed. Seeing that the giant beast wants to detect the existence of Wanshou City, the hippogriff finally found the clue. One of the ground rises and falls. There was a tinkling sound. Vincent rushed to hear the news. Lie on the ground. Listen carefully. Experience dealing with the Scorpion clan several times. Tell him he's a scorpion beast, no doubt. He immediately ordered all the eagles and beasts to assemble and excavate. With the roar that resounded through the heavens and the earth, the behemoth is getting closer. Vincent didn't hesitate. The order continued to dig deeper. The ground shook even more violently. The behemoth seemed to sense something. Suddenly began to accelerate. It's too late. City Lord, let's run away. But Vincent was determined. But I'm going to dig it up. Then it bore the brunt of the attack. They faster. The behemoth is in sight. The eagles and beasts all open their eyes wide, anxiously calling for the city Lord Tiger King. They instantly took on the form of beasts. Fly into the air. Take the opportunity to drag the beast down. Give Vincent time to escape. But no amount of persuasion, they tried to help. Vincent couldn't find any beasts. I will not give up. Face the beast in front of you. Can he, a little white tiger, survive death? Mori leads the hippogriff in search of the scorpion beast that is hiding underground. It's just that he hasn't had time to dig up the giant beast eggs yet. Herds of behemoths have been drawn in. He ignored the dissuasion of the eagles. Directly confront the herd of behemoths. Faced with a strong disparity in size, he resolutely ordered the eagle beast to continue digging. And he is responsible for solving the behemoth. With a loud roar, his tiny body leaped to his feet. Make a beeline for the herd of behemoths. At this time, Bai Qingqing in the stone castle had been waiting anxiously for 2 days. This time the enemy is too strong. He was always concerned about Vincent's safety. Suddenly there was a thunderclap outside the window. He instinctively protected an inn and squatted down. It's just that Anna was still frightened by the thunder. The cute little face instantly cried. And then, don't be afraid that her mother is on her side to comfort Xiaonan. While guessing in my heart, father and daughter are connected. Is something wrong with Vincent? At this time, the fungus came with a bowl of stew. Seeing Bai Qingqing squatting on the ground, he hurriedly spoke. What happened to you? Isn't it uncomfortable? Muir, why are you here? Bai Qingqing's alienation. Let the fungus pause suddenly. Immediately afterwards, there was another roar outside the window. An anxious shout came. Come on, the king of people is injured. Bai Qingqing smiled happily. Immediately rushed out. Vincent is back, leaving the fungus standing alone with a meat bowl. Vincent was hobbled by a male. His face was pale, he had never been before. His body was covered with large and small scars. Such a Vincent was something Bai Qingqing had never seen. I was overwhelmed with fear for a while. Vincent held on to the last of his strength and called out to Qingqing. Then he fell straight forward. Bai Qingqing wanted to help. However, holding him with one hand is weak. The whole person was thrown to the ground by Vincent. He didn't care about the pain. Hurriedly check on Vincent's situation. Vincent, wake up. As soon as the words fell, a mouthful of blood spurted from Vincent's mouth, straight in his face. Curtis and Parker rushed to hear the news. I was frightened by the scene in front of me. Qingqing, how are you? Where did the blood come from? At this time, Bai Qingqing was completely stunned. Or Curtis to explain. It's Vincent's blood. After coming to his senses, he gave, and to Parker. I'm fine. Look at Vincent. Vincent, you must rely on superficial medical knowledge. He lay on Vincent's chest. Listen carefully to the sound of your heartbeat. Then let Parker quickly go to Harvey. Good. Under Curtis checked. Just minor injuries. Just rest for 2 days. Bai Qingqing's hanging heart was put down. Curtis, I didn't understand why Vincent was injured like this, until he saw Vincent's clenched right hand, clutching a green crystal, or the green spirit of the Beast King. All along, he still underestimated Vincent. Vincent's temperament and ability should not be underestimated. It is also a potential male beast of the new generation. Parker is still a little thinner than Vincent. Parker's rise has too much of an element of chance and luck. Vincent is a real step-by-step experience. They helped Vincent into the bedroom. In your sleep, Vincent kept replaying the footage of the fight with the behemoth. Hit again and again. Fall again and again. It was Bai Qingqing's beautiful smiling face. It gave him the courage to continue. When I think of Qingqing, she was full of power. Fall down again and again. It wasn't until 2 days later that I woke up. Bai Qingqing was sewing animal skins in front of the bed. Vincent was heard calling. Happy to look back. Vincent, you're awake. Curtis was right. Parker stewed the consomme. I'll bring you a bowl. You are seriously injured. Something bland should be eaten. You just wanted to get up? The arm was grabbed by Vincent's big hand. Looks like you're really okay. Wake up so vigorously. It's nice to see you at first sight. Vincent's sudden softening made Bai Qingqing blush. So he agreed like a child. Stay and don't leave. While he continued to sew hides, Vincent's gaze remained on him. Every time they looked at each other, he would return a sweet smile. The picture is quiet and beautiful. At this time, Parker came with clear soup. As soon as I got closer, I heard the sound of talking in the house. He knew it must have been Vincent awake, so he crept closer to his eyes. The warm and intimate scene instantly overturned his vinegar altar. The more you look at Vincent, the more obstructive it becomes. In the face of the patient, he could only secretly endure the poisonous fire. How nice the yellow hair is. Thoughtful, gentle, and romantic. Is talented, beautiful, and spoiled by his wife. Even Bai Qingqing fell under the siege of Huang Mao. Parker was seen coming in with broth. Bai Qingqing waved his little hand again and again. Parker, you're just in time. I'm worried about how to get food. Parker's 5-star cooking always whetted his appetite. Vincent invited him to dinner. The two interacted intimately. Made Parker, who was already jealous, even more gloomy. Put down the stew pot with an iron face. It's all over the body full of unhappiness. But the two people in front of him did not restrain because of him. A lovely one, a gentle, completely treated her as a tool man. At this time, he finally couldn't hold it back. Qingqing, rain stopped. I'll take you somewhere to go. The rain stopped. Finally able to walk around. Gone? You'll find out. Bai Qingqing was full of anticipation. Want to get out. But I was worried about Vincent's situation. Between his hesitation, Parker made the decision for him directly. You take care of an inn. It can rain at any time. Don't let him get drenched in the rain. Looking at the cute sleeping daughter Vincent next to him. Even if you don't want to, I can only nod my head in agreement. The short time between the two was interrupted. He can't be as coquettish as Parker. Can only pay silently and wait. Parker carried Bai Qingqing all the way through the woods. Asked several times where to go. It has remained a mystery. When with Parker, Bai Qingqing is always relaxed. Among peers, Parker understands his preferences better and always surprise him. When a large sea of wisteria flowers appears in front of you, Bai Qingqing was incredulous, mixed with indescribable likes. How can there be such a beautiful view here? I never noticed that this wisteria flower only blooms during the heavy rainy season. The heavier the rain, the more fancy it is. You females can't get drenched in the rain. Of course, it was rare to see Bai Qingqing completely shocked by the sea of purple flowers. While admiring her magic, while impressed by her beauty, the two walked hand in hand in a sea of wisteria flowers. It's like a romantic wedding scene. There must be no more beautiful flower in this world than her. At this time, Bai Qingqing really wanted to record this beautiful scenery with his mobile phone. Seeing your partner so happy. Parker was happy. But no matter how beautiful the wisteria flowers are, it is also 1/10,000th of the Antarctic celebration. Do you want to go up and have a look? Can you go up? A pair of large, expectant eyes completely exposed his impatience. Although not as convenient as flying orcs, Parker still carried Bai Qingqing all the way to the top. Looking down from above, it's even more stunning. When you reach the top of the mountain, Parker suddenly let go of it. Bai Qingqing threw himself straight forward with an intoxicated face. Bai Qingqing's face turned pale with fright. Hurriedly covered his eyes. I can't imagine how bad the fall will be next. It's magical. The body touched the wisteria flower and immediately bounced. It's like a giant trampoline. Dumbfounded. I've already woven the wisteria on it into a net. I didn't expect it to scare you. Bai Qingqing was frightened. The magical little expression made Parker laugh heartily. Immediately afterwards, Bai Qingqing was ashamed and annoyed with his little fist. He lay quietly on the wisteria net. Look at the girl you love miserably. And Bai Qingqing looked up to look at the beautiful scenery in front of him. Just like that sentence, it is the appearance of flowers and moons. People are more delicate than flowers. Bai Qingqing noticed his gaze. Looking back, you can see what Parker is thinking. The hormones of males reach their peak at this moment. But Bai Qingqing still had some scruples about the cub in his belly. I've not believed Curtis for 3 months. You're definitely not pregnant. Faced with this situation, how could Parker put down the butcher's knife? Become a Buddha on the ground. Take the sky as the quilt. Use flowers as a bed. Wedding. But that's it. After sweating profusely, a breeze blew. Bai Qingqing shivered from the cold. Even if you don't give up the rare world of two, Parker must also take him back to a time when he was full of rivals. Bow unfolds no matter how it is folded. There is a face. What girl can resist the temptation of the sea of flowers? The screen is full of wisteria. The sea of flowers swept by the regret that there was no mobile phone record. Bai Qingqing began to imagine papermaking. A pen and a piece of paper. Record the good anytime, anywhere. Parker saw that he was silent. I knew I was in the right place today. Is there anything else to do in Qingqing? Look at this side. Bai Qingqing looked down and looked down. I was immediately shocked by the beautiful scenery in front of me. The sky is full of wisteria vines from top to bottom. It's like a beautiful purple slide. If you can propose in such a wonderful and fantastical scene, presumably no girl would refuse. And it was Parker who brought her this visual shock. You're amazing. If you like it, it's fine. Parker was momentarily overwhelmed. Come to my lap. I'll slide down with you in my arms. Slides without any safety measures. Bai Qingqing instinctively feared retreat. I'm not afraid that I won't be able to slip out. Slide out. I can also immediately hold on to the flower vine. Won't fall. Then you have to hold on. I threw me out. I'm dead. If you hear it, you will die. Parker was frightened and immediately became serious. The whole person is no longer hippie and smiling. A sense of security. Grinding. Bai Qingqing couldn't resist the temptation after all. 2 arms gripped Parker's shoulders tightly. With a refreshing leopard call, the 2 slid down quickly from top to bottom. The sudden feeling of weightlessness frightened Bai Qingqing excessively. Pallor. The screams of killing pigs resounded throughout the world. Parker was beaming. Suddenly, I felt the oppression from behind me. Curtis was summoned by Qingqing's shouts. A pink snake shadow appears out of thin air. Only one turned back. Parker's face turned blue with fright. The unknown Curtis just appeared. Went straight to Bai Qingqing. I thought it was Saint Zagali who took the opportunity to sneak attack. Until I saw the 2 people in front of me clearly. To put my mind at ease, looked at Bai Qingqing. She is gentle as water. And looked at Parker. That look longs to eat people. Look at the scenery over there. Parker's words succeeded in diverting attention. Curtis was also drawn to the beautiful scenery in front of him. The trio went all the way down. The air was filled with laughter. Against the backdrop of a sea of flowers, beauty becomes a painting. Curtis is also rendered by a joyful atmosphere. As long as Xiaobai has fun, he won't blame Parker anymore. It's just Parker's way of coaxing the girl that makes him unhappy. I knew it was so. He was definitely not allowed to take the throne in the first place. The slide leads to the wisteria tree at the bottom of the mountain. The 3 of them just landed. Curtis's murderous look immediately swept over Parker. Like a monkey. Knee-jerk reaction. Climb the tree in a second. The quiet and happy Bai Qingqing has no idea about the comings and goings of the two. Is Xiaobai having fun? Bai Qingqing thought Curtis would go berserk. Hearing this, he immediately relaxed. It can be seen that she likes wisteria flowers. Curtis actually folded the flower vine with his own hands, woven into a beautiful garland. Bai Qingqing, who wore a garland, reached a new height. This garland is so beautiful. Immediately after the second, the third, her neck and skirt were all wrapped in a wreath. And Curtis, who dressed her up, was so serious. It's so exciting. Xiaobai is the best-looking female in the world. Unsparing praise. Made Bai Qingqing blush. You've been dressed up as a flower fairy. Curtis, who didn't know what a fairy was, immediately corrected that it was a flower. The world of female adults needs to be seduced. How to seduce it? To turn into a snake. Become a cat. Turn into a tiger. It becomes a small warbler that gets wet in the rain. Curtis, who has been looking forward to having a daughter. Whimsical ideas under wisteria flowers. It's not as good as our porcelain. It's called hua. Flowers, white flowers, flowers. As an old mother, Bai Qingqing had a cold face. Who would have thought of staring at Curtis with a serious expression? Would have taken such a cheesy name? What's worse is that Parker also raised his hands and applauded. The names of Bai Hua and Bai Qingqing are like good. Listen to what you're saying. Bai Qingqing couldn't wait to die on the spot. Dislike. So, what do you want to name our porcelain? As soon as the boy Sitsi thought of an N, he inherited Vincent's hair color. I don't know if Curtis's daughter will be red-haired. Xiaozi is also not suitable. If it's called Tungtung, he could immediately imagine the appearance of holding a rattan in his hand and leaking domineeringly. Come and think about it. It seems that it is more suitable for Hua. And Curtis, as a father, made a direct decision. Don't think about it if you can't think of it. It's called Hua. With Curtis's blessing, Bai Qingqing's way down the mountain was no longer embarrassing. Curtis hugged her. Slide down the vines. The smell of flowers around you is in your nostrils. In an instant, Parker was left far behind. Parker, whose world was disturbed, kept muttering. Dead snakes, stinky snakes, bastard snakes. So a puff of smoke galloped down the vines. Qingqing, and so on. I'm not handsome for a second. Bai Qingqing was smashed straight by the wreath blown away. His heavenly spirit cover. Who dared to attack Uncle Ben? The picturesque sea of flowers echoed with Bai Qingqing's bursts of laughter. On their way home, suddenly it started to rain heavily. There is Curtis's protection. Until entering the stone castle, Bai Qingqing whispered, left the backdrop of the sea of flowers. At this time, Bai Qingqing was even more delicate. Vincent and Fungus, who were originally silent in the house. The moment he saw Bai Qingqing, he panicked instantly. Bai Qingqing, whose whole body is covered with flower petals. There's a touch of softness added to the cuteness, plus a gentle and bright smile. The innocent Fungus subconsciously avoided the sight. Don't dare to be realistic. Vincent helped Qingqing clean the petals. While asking Curtis about the situation, Bai Qingqing said that his heart was weak for a while. Apologized quietly. How could I be angry with you? Don't catch a cold. Bai Qingqing was immersed in his partner's care. At this time, on the other side, Saint Zachary had no patience. He gave King Yuan a whole month. Behemoth bullets were continuously sent to Wanshou City. But they saw no beasts attacking, because Vincent killed the behemoth. Giant beasts fight for the throne of the new king. There was no mind to kill for a short time. He decides not to believe in ape King Gu anymore. What a way to underestimate them. As he spoke, he threw the soul stone to Mitchell. It's the heavy rainy season. Do you want to rob Bai Qingqing now? A look from Saint Zaga instantly shut up Mitchell. When did I waste my time? In the past, he was too scared of Curtis's body. only to be defeated again and again. I can't wait any longer. Curtis can't be captured alive. Kill directly. It was Mitchell's sad and helpless expression. This moment was very much like Chris's always hard Saint Zachary. Rare mildness. You don't have to worry about it. There you go. It's to send the dead back to the ground and hide. I'll be back when it's done. Mitchell knew his father was gone. Bai Qingqing could not escape. Even he couldn't stop the defense of Wanshou City. For my father, it was even more useless. Absolute powerhouse. There is no need for any form of gimmicks. Saint Zachary thus swaggered head-on. In the blink of an eye, the males defending the city were killed and wounded. Sudden commotion of the tribe. Made by Qingqing, who was asleep. Wake up suddenly. Parker is not what happened. There is a scorpion beast that breaks into the city of longevity. Definitely Saint Zachary. He must have been cornered. Bai Qingqing's first thought was the children. You go and send it into lanes. And, of course, the three little Parkers in their sleep. Let him hide together. Was rejected by him. I'm not going to leave here. I will advance and retreat with you. Saint Zachary will not rest on his laurels until he catches me. You are female. How can you face such a dangerous situation with us? What's wrong with the females? We are all equal beings. If you die, even if you can escape, I don't want to live anymore. Parker was moved at the same time. Choose to respect Bai Qingqing's choice. So he took it in and the boys to the puddle first. After Parker left, Bai Qingqing turned around and went to inform Curtis. Just out of the house, I saw the injured and envious expression of the fungus standing in the rain, as if to say, and me. Bai Qingqing's heart twitched instantly. A small warbler drenched in the rain. Who refused? Today's distress was given by Curtis. Could a guy with the aura of the protagonist? There was also a day of abuse. Pick up the set. Saint Zachary is coming. As soon as Bai Qingqing went out, he saw a little warbler drenched in the rain. There are also troubles when being pursued. He could not respond to the love of the fungus. Not to mention life and death. Later, he told Moore to leave quickly. And he was in a hurry to find Curtis. Due to the time constraints, he didn't have time to go from room to room looking slowly. I could only climb to the top of the building in one go, trying to summon Curtis with a mate. But the moment he stood on the roof, Saint Zachary had arrived at the gate of the stone fort. Lewd eyes were staring at him and scrupulously. Saint Zachary, you won't get me. As soon as the words fell, without hesitation he jumped down. The thin body was so resolute in the heavy rain. Saint Zachary, 8 pupils constricted. Bai Qingqing's beauty is no less than that of her partner Chris. The reason why she is so persistent. On the other hand, it is because he has an indescribable good impression of Bai Qingqing. Just as his mind was spinning 1,000 times, a scene that surprised him appeared. A red snake shadow appeared out of thin air. Catch Bai Qingqing steadily. There was a loud bang, straight in front of her. For 500 years, without a partner, he almost forgot to be protected by the seal. But even so, Bai Qingqing didn't want to escape from his palm. Curtis sent Bai Qingqing to the gate of the stone castle. Speak in a calming tone. Don't be afraid. Wait for me in the house. When he was out of skill, the fungus appeared. I'm here to protect her. At this time, there was a fungus in which he was more able to concentrate on dealing with Saint Zachary. He knew that the day of a head-to-head showdown would come sooner or later. It's better to come now than Han Kiri. Lightning and thunder roared between the strong duels. Sparks fly. A partner who swears to protect him. A resolutely snatching wife. After a few back and forth, Curtis decided to change tactics. Fight strength. He is no match for the old monster. You can only fight for speed. Solve the other party by surprise. Suddenly, the red snake's tail forms cascading rings in midair. Swoop down at breakneck speed. Curtis's sharp fangs bite the old monster's scorpion tail. Apparently, Saint Zachary saw his plan at a glance. Curtis's one move wins. It's a joke for him. The stout Xia Wei raised violently, stabbed Curtis hard. The scene was thrilling. Bai Qingqing, who had been watching from the sidelines, raised his throat with a heart. And the fungus was injured due to a shoulder. I can only stand dry. He used to not care about life and death. But once you have someone you want to protect, it is especially extinguished. The old monster scorpion tail didn't have time to stab. Surrounded by Curtis's snake tail, he tried to limit the actions of the old monster, but he was still stabbed by a sharp scorpion needle. In a flash, Srila Zagali broke free from his restraints. The raised scorpion tail was soaked in blood. Curtis just lay on the ground weakly. This is the first time Bai Qingqing has seen Curtis's tragic situation. But Curtis didn't give up. He braced himself up in a trembling body. Even if it's a failure, also protect his little white. But how could the behemoth in front of him give him this opportunity? With just one palm, the shattered Curtis was thrown flying. Lone will take good care of the female's blasphemy, raging and spreading in Curtis's body. But he still gritted his teeth. Trying to stand up? It is not certain who will die. Die with a roar of rage. Saint Zagali. The huge crab claws pierced Curtis in an instant. Electric spark time. Bai Qingqing hurriedly shouted and stopped. You killed him. I'm going to destroy this body. Now he can only threaten Curtis with his own body. Struggling to turn back. No. Solitary. Don't believe you're going to hurt yourself. Lone will teach you what it means to see blood today. As soon as the words fell, the other crab claw stabbed Curtis's body at great speed. Was stabbed in an instant. Blood splattered from his mouth. In a hurry, Bai Qingqing increased his strength. Seeing that the blood was already flowing, Santa Zagari did not dare to make any more moves. Stopping to wipe your neck will be ugly. Santa Zagali, you move again. I cut my own throat. At this time, the fungus was completely frightened by Qingqing's behavior. Can only silently guard behind her. I cannot kill him. But sooner or later you will die. Why dying throws? Since they're all going to die. I want to live a few more days with Curtis. But if you kill him, I'm going to die right away. Saint Zagari thought of it later. Chris will use this attitude to himself. I also felt that I had to use Curtis's body. So he promised not to kill him. But just when Bai Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief, he spoke again. This eagle beast is not your companion. It should be no problem to kill it. The fungus that was suddenly named instantly widened his eyes. Loser. Only the strong can have what they love. At this moment, the fungus is extremely scared. Is he really going to confess here today? Family. This is the rhythm of the finale. Curtis was abused unconscious. The fungus is once again happy to mention the whole. Bai Qingqing's soul ran away from home. There are only 2 weak chickens left on standby. Helpless. Following the fall of the big guy, Vincent and Parker rushed back when they heard the news. I haven't had time to make a move. Was interrupted by Qingqing's voice. Don't hurt any of my partners. Otherwise, it's up to you. He sternly told Vincent and Parker not to send them to death. Even Curtis fell. Not to mention that they avoid unnecessary sacrifices. He promised to go with Saint Zagari. But before leaving, he quietly turned around and made a wink hint. It's a pity that Parker, the stupid leopard, didn't understand it at all. I thought he had eye cramps. Different from Parker's silly fungus. It's completely devoid of a tacit understanding between partners. I just thought that I couldn't let Bai Qingqing be taken away. Qingqing, you can't go with him. The words are not finished. Saint Zagari turned. The sharp Xiaowei pierced through his chest for a second. In an instant, bowl-sized blood gushed out. The body fell straight in front of Bai Qingqing. Bai Qingqing wanted to go over, but was grabbed by the old monster. If you go over and kill them, Lone. Simple, crude threats just work. Bai Qingqing could only watch as the fungus couldn't move. The brilliance in his eyes is disappearing little by little. The boy with all eyes on her. The body slowly became cold in the pouring rain. Saint Zachary rolled up the unconscious Curtis with a tail. Holding Bai Qingqing in one hand, he swaggered like that, triumphantly walked out of the tribe. The orcs were furious. But there is nothing to be done, although Bai Qingqing is not their partner. But it was stolen in such a grand way. It's a disgrace to their entire longevity city. Laughter in Saint Zachary. Irritated Parker roared. I just wanted to rush out. Was stopped by Vincent. The more times like this, the more calm you have to be. Bai Qingqing's hint before leaving. Maybe others don't understand. But Vincent knows it. He couldn't just be caught, then impulsively sending to death. They should be kept tracked quietly. Find a place to stay in Saint Zachary. And then like the last time the Scorpion clan was exterminated. Set up a killing game. Death will be with the Scorpion. The two hit it off, full of tacit understanding. Then he turned into a beast punishment, secretly tailgating Saint Zachary. And Bai Qingqing was taken all the way to the crack. A depth of more than 10 meters underground. It's so cold that you shiver, until a faint light appears in front of you. At a glance, he could see that they were exactly the same ice beads as in the desert. Curtis was thrown to the ground. In an instant, frost covered the body. Snakes and beasts will fall into hibernation when the temperature is low. Bai Qingqing knew that the only one he could rely on now was himself. He had to find a way to escape. Use the beast mark protection to summon Curtis back. The priority is to stall for time. The male is dedicated to only one female. Therefore, the soul stone only condenses one. Females are naturally sensitive. Mixed emotions. That's why the soul stones were condensed into 7. And Saint Zachary just wanted to keep Chris's good mood. All negative emotions are eliminated. He couldn't discern the emotions of the soul. I had to pin my hopes on Bai Qingqing. This is a good thing for Bai Qingqing. It also gave him an excuse to stall for time. So he said with a shudder, I can only perceive Nega when I sleep at night. Just wait until the evening. Saint Zachary glanced at Curtis on the ground, without the protection of the snake beast. Forgive him. A female can't turn over any flowers. Bai Qingqing didn't know how to resurrect Chris. But look at Saint Zachary, so much to win. I want to take the opportunity to come up with more useful information. How are you going to put Chris's soul in my body? I don't think his soul has the power to take over my body. Suddenly, there was a burst of arrogant laughter. Spread out in the cave, Saint Zachary threw a bead of ice. Here's the key. It has the function of attracting the soul. It can lead souls from all over the world here. At that point, your body will be left with an empty shell. Just for a moment, Bai Qingqing felt that his soul was being emptied. That involuntary attraction scared her, and the behavior against the sky made her feel a chill in her heart. The solitary body has been tested countless times with the body of a male. Got a lot of empty shell bodies. I'll give you back a better body. Bai Qingqing rolled her eyes disdainfully. No need. Not everyone can be as selfish as you. Treat other people's bodies as if they were your own. That's when it happened. A footstep hurried. Bai Qingqing turned around. I saw the stupid Big Mitchell appear in front of me. If Saint Zachary was his nightmare, Mitchell should be the only hope of escape. He greeted him like an acquaintance. A pair of smiling eyes fascinated Mitchell. He knew that Bai Qingqing was about to become his mother. I still can't stop the joy of the heart. Scared to death. I almost thought Bai Qingqing was gone. After being sewn back to the ground by Saint Zachary, Curtis was seriously injured and went into hibernation. Bai Qingqing knew that he wanted to escape. You can only rely on yourself. And the only one who can help him in the cracks in the ground is Mitchell. Although it is not sensitive, she also had to use her beauty trick. I saw him shivering with cold. Mitchell offered to find him a hide, but she refused. Then with old monsters, he prefers to change to a warmer place. Fortunately, Saint Zachary was still thinking about his body. Agree with Mitchell to take her down. After getting his father's approval, Mitchell laughed like a big fool. Regardless of Bai Qingqing's struggle, insisted on holding her away. and all of Mitchell's emotional changes are affected by shame. You can experience the thrill of being able to experience it up close. It's something he didn't have as Rootless. Quite the opposite of him. Bai Qingqing has been silently reciting in his heart. The world in front of you. So, as not to show disgust. After being put down, seeing that Mitchell was going to look for firewood, uncharacteristically, she took Mitchell's hand. Don't leave me pathetic. A weak expression that can't take care of himself. No man can bear to refuse when he sees it. Mitchell's inexplicably chaotic heartbeat sounded again. Dark face. It turned red. I'm not going. But keep it like this. Your body will not be able to withstand the extreme gentleness of your voice. Bai Qingqing knew that the beauty plan had succeeded. Then you hurry up, until he saw the silly Mitchell and left happily. The emotions that had been tense were instantly relaxed. Bean-sized tears dripped on the cold ground. He was so helpless at this moment. I also have to pray that Vincent Parker doesn't do stupid things. Meanwhile, a tiger and a leopard who had been guarding the cracks in the ground, staring at Mitchell, who was picking up firewood in the rain. Parker grinned and was about to pounce. Don't kill Mitchell, who is alone at this time. There's no chance of that. But he was killed by Vincent by grabbing the back of the neck. He will alarm St. Zachary. We've exposed 2 of them. I can only hide and think of countermeasures. Parker proposes to do the same as last time. Flooding. The equipment in the tribe is still there. Vincent was worried that Bai Qingqing would not be able to swim, even if the water is good. If you are dragged by the scorpion beast to accompany the burial, I'm afraid it's more dangerous. Discussions were fruitless. The 2 looked depressed. Vincent had no choice but to let Parker go back to the tribe first. Prepare irrigation tools. Not as a last resort. We will not use the inside of the ground seam. In the warmth of the firelight, Bai Qingqing rested on Mitchell's lap. When did St. Zachary approach him and fall asleep without noticing? It is giving old Siawei a chance to choose a soul stone. St. Zachary took out a soul stone, quietly clinging to his side. At first, he fell asleep quietly and suddenly frowned, accompanied by the sound of crackling flames outside. He felt like his whole being was roasted in the fire. It's obvious. This soul stone is simply Elaine, carrying Chris's monstrous anger. Bai Qingqing's reaction surprised St. Zachary. Eyes suddenly widened. It was even more shocking to the father and son. This moment, Bai Qingqing is completely like a different person. Roar at St. Zachary and get out of the way. Until the anger passes. Hugged by Mitchell. It seems that the soul has just returned to its original body. He didn't know what was wrong with him. I'm even more afraid of angering the old monster by karma. But when I saw that St. Zachary was still in a state of astonishment, he understood all of a sudden. When you put Chris's soul on me, it's been 500 years. St. Zachary was sober again. Feel Chris's anger. He's going to cut all the bad emotions out of Chris. In an unquestionable tone, he ordered Bai Qingqing to continue. Bai Qingqing instantly exploded. Mitchell also looked at his father distressedly. Father, you can't. Just came into contact with that cold gaze. The whole person wilted all at once. In front of the father, he's just a piece of shit. Ask a day. When did Santa Zagali burp? Say he loves it. He killed Chris. All the family members said he didn't love it. He waited 500 years just to resurrect my wife. I even saw Chris's shadow on Bai Qingqing to weed out all the bad emotions of Chris. She forced Bai Qingqing to sleep. When detecting the soul, can face this tense situation. How could Bai Qingqing be able to sleep? But St. Zachary would not give him a chance to say no. Gu went and killed the snake beast. Gives you a good night's sleep. Lone would pick his snakeskin and give it to Chris. Oh no, it's your naked threat. Bai Qingqing had nothing to say. You can only close your eyes and pretend to sleep. Now all he can rely on is Mitchell. The more he relied on Mitchell, the more heartfelt he became. Xiao, tell me quickly. Bai Qingqing doesn't like me. Didn't wait for an answer from Lycio. Was warned by his father. Mitchell, she is your mother's flesh. At this time, pictures appeared in Bai Qingqing's mind, who was sleeping pretendedly, and Vincent's and Curtis's and Parker's. He really misses them at the moment. Mitchell knew he couldn't stop it. Father, can only delay some time for Bai Qingqing. Father, he doesn't seem to be sleeping deeply. Don't wait any longer. Alone has its own opinions. Saint Zachary was desperate to test all the souls. Bai Qingqing, who was pretending to be asleep, suddenly heard a low cry. When in an endless spring, Chris sat on his knees in the middle. A painful pleading came from his mouth. Please don't wake me up. But Saint Zachary's was not finished. He was interrupted by a loud noise. Don't say his name. Rough tumbling waters followed. Bai Qingqing was submerged by the sea little by little. The feeling of suffocation is like being there. He obviously didn't fall asleep, but he was also affected by Chris's emotions. The feeling of sadness makes people's hearts twist. See her tears. Mitchell's eyes were full of distress. Saint Zachary was incredulous. He never knew Chris's grief was so intense. And Mitchell, who was born without 7 emotions and 6 desires, inability to understand the difference between grief and pain. He only knew that Bai Qingqing was crying very sadly. At this time, she inadvertently saw Bai Qingqing's slightly open eyes. Immediately understood that she was pretending to be asleep. But his imperceptible expression was still seen through by his father. Mitchell is something that excites you. There is no father. I'm just looking forward to my mother's return. You'd better think so. In fact, compared to the mother who is not seen for a day. Mitchell, I don't want Bai Qingqing to die. Mother's love has never felt a little throbbing for Bai Qingqing, but it is true. Then Saint Zachary tested the remaining souls one by one. Without exception, there was no response. When she was puzzled, I accidentally saw Bai Qingqing's small movements. A sudden look. Frightened, Bai Qingqing broke out in a cold sweat. You dare to pretend to be asleep. Bai Qingqing only felt that the heavenly spirit cover was lifted. He gasped in pain. Paternal magnetism is fragile. Lonely, I don't believe you can never sleep. Bai Qingqing celebrated his birthday and experienced the feeling of domestic violence. Sorry if it weren't for me. You won't have those troubles either. Then you let me out. She's going to kill me. Bai Qingqing's mouth was tightly covered. Tears flowed out again uncontrollably. So what do I do? Tears rolled down her cheeks and down Mitchell's hands. For the first time, she knew that tears were so hot. Won't your eyes get burned? But when he looked at Bai Qingqing's eyes were focused on the soul stone on her chest. In an instant, he understood Bai Qingqing's intentions. You can't control my body. Even if you can control it, you can't take it away. You said and took out another soul stone. She was my father's slave. We're being watched. When Bai Qingqing was puzzled, a dark shadow floated out of the soul stone. It turned out to be the king of apes. He was not afraid. Instead, he burst out laughing. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing funny. When King Yuan was alive, his combat power was not high. Now dead, it is even less likely to be the opponent of Sven Mitchell. And King Yuan asked as soon as he opened his mouth, did something happen to Qin? You killed him. We didn't kill him. But he did die. It was the partner he left behind 10 years ago. The merfolk's spirit killed him. It's actually gold. Yuan Wang. Eyes widen. It's hard to accept for a while. Then it slowly dissipated. When hiding back from the soul. Li Dao Puben. More finally avenged Brother Sichuan's revenge. It's just that the object of revenge is the son of the enemy. Since Bai Qingqing was taken captive, Vincent and Parker were in a hurry. They can think of a way to deal with the scorpion. Only hydraulics. Moore hid in a tree. Watch them carry the water pipes. But I knew in my heart that it would not be possible to succeed. Can only plan to take advantage of the chaos to sneak into the ground and take Bai Qingqing away. Watch the time pass in 1 minute and 1 second. The possibility of Bai Qingqing being turned into Chris is gradually expanding. Vincent finally made up his mind. Get moving. He asked Parker to connect the water hose at the crack in the ground. He returned to the city to command the battle. The goose-feathered rain is getting heavier and heavier. Parker's nervousness became even more eager. But a long time passed. The cracks in the ground were still quiet. Only one crack. But it is like a bottomless pit of dissatisfaction. And at this time inside the crack, Mitchell, because of Bai Qingqing's conversation with King Yuan, thought that Bai Qingqing was deliberately intimidating Old Man Yuan. But when I saw Bai Qingqing, he was serious. Can't imagine what a terrible female it is. Will be eaten by the partner himself, until more and more flowing water comes in, only to interrupt his thoughts. Is it raining? How so much water? Bai Qingqing first thought of Parker and Vincent Qingqing. You stand on a high point? There's something weird about this water. Meanwhile, St. Zachary also came over. Command Mitchell to go up and check on the situation. Mitchell was shocked. If she leaves, there is no way to guarantee Bai Qingqing's safety. But he did not dare to disobey his father's orders. I can only grit my teeth and agree. Now the white and green are not calm. Hold his hand. Don't let him go. Don't go yet. Father screamed. Mitchell didn't dare to hesitate any longer. Draw your arm decisively. Strode out of the place without looking back. The water extinguishes the fire. Bai Qingqing's feet were soaked in the icy water. The whole person was shivering with cold. Suddenly my legs went limp. Pour in a stream of water. An old monster who hasn't touched a female for 500 years. How do you know these? And naively ask you that it's cold. I say cold. Will you find me clothes? A straight man who won't be a proper one. No wonder I can't keep my wife. Bai Qingqing couldn't understand the logic of the orcs. You're always so cunning. I want to lead my aunt to the battle. Then the others will go. You plan to be seen through. Bai Qingqing broke out in a cold sweat. I can only pray to Parker that they will find another way. At this moment, Mitchell Balabala's head popped out of the crack. Didn't wait for a reaction. It was discovered by Parker and Moore, who were guarding. The two were taken aback. Xiesho was not drowned. Also crawled out. It's actually you stupid leopard looking for death. I didn't drown you, bedbug. Parker was furious. I am worried that there is no place to sprinkle. There was a loud bang. The two instantly entered a fighting state. At this time, the fungus did not hesitate to join the battlefield. Out of the blue, swooped down from above. A single punch pierced Mitchell's big pincers. The posture of the combat power is handsome. Dasha leopard, properly shocking. The two are in agreement with the outside world, full of tacit understanding. Mitchell saw that the situation was not good. If you can't beat it, you can run away. A dragon swings its tail. Jump into the abyss in an instant. Parker could only be angry. Roar. Under the consultation of the two, Parker was in charge of continuing the watering. The fungus hid as before. Play it by ear. And the water flow in the cracks in the ground is getting higher and higher. Bai Qingqing had no choice but to stand on a stone and hug his shoulders. Suddenly there was a plop. The two of them turned back in unison. Who fell? After it became clear that it was Mitchell, Bai Qingqing breathed a sigh of relief. It's not Parker and Vincent. How did it come to this? Mitchell breathed a sigh of relief. Plaque it. It was the only way for Parker and Maliko to save Bai Qingqing. The plumber also ended in failure. St. Zachary shouted into the cracks in the ground. If you want Bai Qingqing to freeze to death, continue to pour water. Parker wanted to take a break. But the cracks in the ground are not the same as the cramped tunnels. There's a lot of space inside. Beasts can cling to walls at will, climb out with ease. But Bai Qingqing could only stay under the water and drown alive. After hearing the old monster's shout, Parker was frightened. Retract the water pipes. And the St. Zachary, who got her wish, showed a smug smile. Bai Qingqing tentatively groped for Mitchell's hard carapace. He immediately retracted his hand. She called Mitchell's name over and over again. The only lifesaver. If it's dead, then he really has no way out. Fortunately, Mitchell heard him call. Move his limbs slightly. Can you hear me? Bai Qingqing tried to wake up the sleeping Xiao. Holding the soul stone in both hands, he muttered lowly. Xiao helped me, but I didn't wait for the repair to react, and I couldn't support it anymore. In the cold cracks of the ground. It's to bring him down. And Saint Zachary thought he was pretending to be dead and pretending to be asleep. I'll let you freeze to death here. Until it touched her shoulder. The scorching heat shocked her. And that weak and can't take care of himself. It coincides with the Chris in my memory. That was his only hope of resurrecting Chris. How did he allow him to have an accident? I won't let you die. I won't allow you to die. So he decisively picked up Bai Qingqing and ran to the crack of the ground. Seriously injured. The strength of the tiger beast and the violent beast is not worth mentioning. There is free labor. No need for nothing. You're going to freeze to death. Bai Qingqing. Stinky scorpions. Don't try to lie to me. I want you to die. I still need to lie to you. Parker thought it was the old beast's ploy. But Vincent knew it. The temperature under the crack is much lower than above. Parker turned to Morrigan. With what I know about Saint Zachary. Should be. Bai Qingqing was in trouble. She had no way to fix it. I can't feel a trace of heat anymore. The fire that Mitchell had made was probably extinguished. You fill the cracks in the ground. Who can drown the lonely? This is no better than a lonely underground palace. There was no food. There are no full hides either. Parker turned around and ran back to the city to get his clothes. Meanwhile, Vincent threw the torches into the cracks in the ground one by one. The premise for them to deal with Saint Zachary is, the safety of Qingqing is guaranteed by all means. There was clothing and a fire. Bai Qingqing fell asleep in a half-dazed and half-dreaming way. But he didn't know that Saint Zachary was using her to sleep. Take the opportunity to test the emotions of the soul one by one. Joy, anger, sorrow, and fear. Take 1 out of 6 out of 7 emotions. Left this soul stone. The other 6 were all rejected by him as bad emotions. From then on, Chris will only be happy. They can be happily together. Take good care of him. I'm going to see Mitchell, the snake beast. Respectfully agree. But I know it in my heart. Wait for Bai Qingqing to wake up again. Father is about to act. And then continue to sit idly by and help Bai Qingqing escape. Of the two, he's struggling. Tangled hesitation. One is the father. One is the one who likes it. He really didn't know what to do. At this time, Bai Qingqing, who was asleep, was woken up by a voice. It's the Yuan King. You're finally conscious. I can help you leave. I just want you to be safe. Bai Qingqing was incredulous at first. Immediately reacted. It's better for you to control Mitchell's body. Help me out. I had to stay. Trap Saint Zachary. Whether you succeed or not depends on the repair. Mitchell's mental power is already stronger than Xiao. If you want him to completely take the initiative, you're going to have to get Mitchell unconscious. Immediately, under the big hand of King Yuan, Bai Qingqing woke up with a splitting headache. But the cold around was still so cold and biting. Mitchell took the initiative to add firewood. I raised the fire a little bigger. Soon it warmed up. At this time, Bai Qingqing caught a glimpse of a stone next to him. The stone was held aloft in Mitchell's stunned expression. It seems to be going to fall in the next second. Listen to the advice of King Yuan. Bai Qingqing dragged the sick body and lifted the stone. Only Mitchell's loss of consciousness can awaken the soul. Repair in the stone. It's just that Mitchell didn't think of it. The girl she takes care of will be cruel to her. Rao is so. When I saw Bai Qingqing's physical strength, he was exhausted. When crumbling, she still instinctively stretched out her hands. Not a single stone fell. He passed out completely because of this fall. Bai Qingqing slowly woke up from top heavy, lying on Mitchell's chest, low and soft call out the sound repair. Can you feel the outside world? There was no response from Xiao. He tried to call for King Yuan again, but as agreed. At this time, the King of Apes was concentrating on Saint Zachary. Bai Qingqing had no choice but to focus on cultivation again. He held the soul stone close to Mitchell's head. At the same time, he also prepared for the worst. If it can't be repaired, he has to climb even if he climbs. That's when it happened. Mitchell woke up slowly. It hurts? Let me take a moment's time. Is it you? But when Mitchell was seen to stand up suddenly, he wasn't sure again, until Xiao stretched out his big hand. It's me who repairs it too well. Pressed for time, Xiao skillfully manipulates Mitchell's body. Suddenly, he turned into a beast and was going to take Bai Qingqing up, even if Bai Qingqing wanted him to rest for a while. But she wanted to take advantage of the fact that she could still control her body. Send Bai Qingqing away as soon as possible. So Bai Qingqing dragged his heavy body and climbed onto the back of the crab. Hold on to some skinny tails. The surrounding stone walls are unusually steep. Only some thin pliers can pierce the stone face. Easy to climb the road. It's a lot of bumps. Bai Qingqing concentrated all the strength of his body on his arm. Plus the brain burns badly. Every step of the cultivation was a torment for him. That's when it happened. As the repairs broke the wall again. He's finally a detachment. Release your arms. The whole person fell straight to the bottomless place. Fortunately, the repair was done in time. Hold him up. Xiaowei curled him back tightly. But the more time passes, Mitchell is fighting him for control of his body. Bai Qingqing looked at her trembling body. Worried. Good thing in a moment. He stabilized. It's almost time to get to the exit. You hold on a little longer. As the light gets brighter and brighter, Bai Qingqing raised his head. A pleasant find. The crack in the ground is right in front of you. Meanwhile, Parker is ready for a long battle. Temporary shelter from the rain was set up. The fungus went back to the tribe to get some food. One singing and one harmony. The tacit understanding between the two. Parker's left hand is a chicken. A duck in the right hand. There was also a big fight above his head. Can't you stupid birds slow down? Dishes are practice more. The last package drops. Vincent, who was picked up firewood, was caught steadily. The three of them began to work on the fire and cook. Vincent took the opportunity to look it up. No other exits were found. Suddenly, there was a gurgling sound at the crack. The three of them were alarmed. Chi-Chi turned his head at first. A large crab claw protrudes from the ground. Then the whole body crawls out. They saw Bai Qingqing on the back of the scorpion at a glance. For a while, the three of them all threw off what they were doing. Kiki ran towards Bai Qingqing. Parker hugged Bai Qingqing in his arms tightly. Smiled brightly. Was reminded by Bai Qingqing. Don't make a sound. Beware of being heard by Saint Zachary. Everyone looked at the crack in the ground behind them. We all know that this is not the place to talk. Bai Qingqing glanced at the cultivation under him. Thank you to him for taking him out. Xiao was silent and did not speak. In front of them, he became Mitchell. Let's go. Leave me alone. I have no control. He will wake up at any moment. You don't want to die. He'll kill you. Don't worry about me. I'll throw my soul away before he wakes up. At this moment, the gentle Mitchell overlapped with the Xiao in memory. Bai Qingqing was just like seeing the Xiao Qingqing who died for himself. Let's go. As long as you can live, come with us. But Hugh did not hesitate, turning to look at their distant backs. He knew that this was the last time he and Bai Qingqing would meet. Is there really no one to save Mr. Ko? It's all turned into ice sculptures. After receiving the superior, Bai Qingqing successfully escaped. Xiao didn't leave together. Instead, choose to stay. Helpless Bai Qingqing, I can only shed tears on the side, while praying secretly. One day, I'll take Xiao away. But in fact, Xiao's face changed when he turned around. He tore off the soul stone around his neck. You're getting better and better. Actually let Bai Qingqing go. It turned out to be Michelle. It's not fierce. Where else do you agree? He had fallen to his death long ago. If you don't agree, how can I manipulate your body? You even lie to me. Michelle, I don't see the slightest bit of anger. Speak calmly. I need someone to make a scapegoat. Of course I know what that means. I'm ready. I've all died once. Thanks to you. I can protect again. Glad Hugh said it wasn't Michelle's heart. He was also glad to have Shio make the decision for him. It's a pity. In the end, he failed to become her partner. Elegant. Say, what is in her heart again? But compared to being Bai Qingqing's partner, he at least guaranteed that Bai Qingqing would survive. In the same way, he also hopes that Shio can live. So he raised the soul stone in his hand. In Shio's stunned expression, throw the soul stone far away at once. At this time, Shio didn't know what to use to express his feelings. I only had time to scream. Michelle dissipated in place. In the pouring rain, only Michelle stood alone. He turned into a beast, drilled back into the cracks. At this time, Saint Zachary was standing by Curtis's side. Suddenly, there was an anxious call from Michelle behind him. Father Hugh took possession of my body, helped Bai Qingqing escape. After I learned about the situation, the soul stone of the repair was pinched into slag. It can well be imagined, the fury of Saint Zachary. Xiaowei was anxious and fast. Straight for Michelle. Waste is incompetent. Michelle was slammed into the wall behind her. Although there was a big gulp of blood, but he knew that his father had not done a dead hand. Where is Yuan Shou's soul stone? I casually put him behind a rock. Saint Zachary smiled with a wicked smile that was intimidating. Cold anger all over the body, as if he wanted to eat King Yuan alive. 2 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Moore and his party did not choose to return to Wanshou City. Instead, he found a cave to hide. Bai Qingqing was squeezed in the middle by a tiger and a leopard. I just feel a lot of pressure. Out of breath. The long-sealed female man is ready to move. But when her little feet just moved, the perceptive Parker was the first to notice, affectionately licking their partner. Bai Qingqing, who had been asleep for 2 days, woke up slowly. The 2 big dolls who saw this scene were ecstatic. Just 2 days. It seemed like a century had passed for them. Bai Qingqing struggled to open the 2 warm babies. I was thirsty. A handful of water is sent to your eyes. Moore wasn't as close as Parker Vincent, but he knew what Bai Qingqing wanted. Always be able to help just right. See Vincent take the water. Carefully handed it in front of you. Bai Qingqing had a feeling that he would die soon. And that's exactly what happened. In the past 2 days, his body has been cold like a popsicle for a while. For a while, it was as hot as a charcoal fire. It scared the 3 men. After knowing that he was asleep for 2 days, Bai Qingqing's first thought was Wanshou City and the children. The orcs of Wanshou City each found a place to take refuge. The city is deserted now. It is also safe for the children to be left in the care of Lancer. Bai Qingqing is very grateful to Vincent for his arrangement. Let them have no worries. Parker wasn't happy. If he hadn't dismissed the tribe early. You won't be able to find Harvey when you're sick. Isn't that all right? I know my body. My body is very healthy. Any minor illness is my own good. This time it's just a little more ferocious than usual. I'm sure I'll be cured soon. Watching the warm and happy scene of a family of 3. The fungus only has the envy of the portion. Who made 2 guys better than his life? Bai Qingqing asked Parker to find food for himself. He had to regain his strength as soon as possible. Curtis is still in the ground crack. With physical strength, he was able to summon Curtis.